De Sacis Chrestomathi Arabe, Volume 1, pages 122-123, 2nd. Ed. Ajab el-Makhlut. Mirat-e Zaman, Events of the Year above mentioned. Sketches of Persia, Volume 2. Page 129. 222. Chapter 4. Commencing with part of the 18th night, and ending with part of the 24th. The story of the 3 apples, and One night, after the adventure above described, the Khalifa Harun ar-Rashid said to Ja'far, his Wazir, "We will go down tonight into the city, and inquire respecting the affairs of those who are at present in authority. And him against whom anyone shall complain we will displace." Ja'far replied, "I hear and obey," and when the Khalifa had gone forth with him and Mesroor, and they had passed through several of the market streets, they proceeded along a lane, and saw there an old man, with a net and basket upon his head, and a staff in his hand, walking at his leisure, and reciting these verses, 223. "They say to me, Thou shinest among mankind, by thy knowledge, like the moonlight night. But I answer, abstain from thus addressing me, since there is no knowledge without power. For if they would pawn me, and my knowledge with me, and all my papers and inkhorn too, for one day's food, they would never find the pledge accepted to the day of judgment. As for the poor, and his condition, and his whole life, how full of trouble. In the summer he fails to earn his food, and in winter he warms himself over the fire-pot. The dogs follow him wherever he goes, and any reviler, and he cannot repel him. If he states his case, and proves himself wronged, the judge will not admit his plea. Such, then, being the poor man's life, his fittest place is in the burial ground." The Khalifa, when he heard his recitation, said to Ja'far, "Observe this poor man, and consider these verses, for they indicate his necessity." Then approaching the man, he said to him, "O Sheikh, what is thine occupation?" "O my master," answered the old man, "I am a fisherman, and have a family to maintain, and I went forth from my house at noon, and have remained until now, but God hath allotted me nothing wherewith to obtain food for my household. Therefore I have hated myself, and wished for death." "Wilt thou," said the Khalifa, "return with us to the river, and station thyself on the bank of the Tigris, and cast thy net for my luck? If thou wilt do so I will purchase of thee whatever cometh up for 100 pieces of gold." The fisherman rejoiced when he heard these words, and said, "On my head be your commands, I will return with you." So he went again to the river, and cast his net, and, having waited till it sank, drew the cords, and dragged back the net, and there came up in it a chest, locked and heavy. When the Khalifa saw it, he felt its weight, and found it to be heavy. And he gave 100 pieces of gold to the fisherman, who went away, while Mesroor, assisted by Ja'far, took up the chest, and conveyed it, in company with the Khalifa, to the palace, where they lighted the candles, and placed the chest before the Khalifa. Ja'far and Mesroor then broke it open, and they found in it a basket of palm leaves sewed up with red worsted. And they cut the threads, and saw within it a piece of carpet, and, lifting up this, they found beneath it an azar, and when they had taken up the azar they discovered under it a damsel like molten silver, killed, and cut in pieces. When the Khalifa beheld this, tears ran down his cheeks, and, looking towards Ja'far, he exclaimed, "O dog of wazirs, shall people be murdered in my time, and be thrown into the river, and become 224 burdens upon my responsibility? By Allah, I must retaliate for this damsel upon him who killed her, and put him to death." Then said he to Ja'far, "By the truth of my descent from the Khalifas of the sons of El Abbas, if thou do not bring to me him who killed this woman, that I may avenge her upon him, I will crucify thee at the gate of my palace, together with 40 of thy kinsmen." And the Khalifa was enraged. "Grant me," said Ja'far, "a delay of 3 days." "I grant thee the delay," replied the Khalifa. Ja'far then went forth from his presence, and took his route through the city, sorrowful, and saying within himself, "How shall I discover him who killed this damsel, that I may take him before the Khalifa? And if I take to him any other person, he will become a weight upon my conscience. I know not what to do." For 3 days he remained in his house, and on the 4th day the Khalifa sent to summon him, and, when he had presented himself before him, said to him, "Where is the murderer of the damsel?" "O Prince of the Faithful," answered Ja'far, "am I acquainted with things hidden from the senses, that I should know who is her murderer?" The Khalifa, incensed at this answer, gave orders to crucify him at the gate of his palace, and commanded a crier to proclaim through the streets of Baghdad, "Whosoever desireth to amuse himself by seeing the crucifixion of Ja'far el-Barmaki, the Wazir of the Khalifa, and the crucifixion of his kinsman, at the gate of the Khalifa's palace, let him come forth and amuse himself." So the people came forth from every quarter to see the crucifixion of Ja'far and his kinsman, and they knew not the cause of this. The Khalifa then gave orders to set up the crosses. And they did so, and placed the Wazir and his kinsman beneath, to crucify them, and were awaiting the Khalifa's permission, while the people wept for Ja'far and his relatives. But while they were thus waiting, a handsome and neatly dressed young man came forward quickly through the crowd, and, approaching the Wazir, said to him, "Safety to thee from this predicament, O chief of Emirs, and refuge of the poor. It was I who killed the woman whom ye found in the chest, kill me therefore for her, and retaliate her death upon me." When Ja'far heard these words, he rejoiced for his own deliverance, and grieved for the young man. But while he was speaking to him, lo, an old sheikh pressed hastily through the crowd to him and the young man, and, having saluted them, said, "O Wazir, believe not the words of this young man, for no one killed the damsel but myself. Therefore retaliate her death upon 225 me." The young man, however, said, "O Wazir, this is an old man, imbecile through age, he knoweth not what he saith, it was I who killed her, avenge her therefore upon me." "O my son," said the sheikh, "thou art young, and wilt find pleasure in the world, and I am old, and satiated with the world. I will be a ransom for thee and for the Wazir and his kinsman. And no one killed the damsel but myself, by Allah, therefore, hasten to retaliate upon me." On witnessing this scene, the Wazir was astonished. And he took the young man and the sheikh to the Khalifa, and said, "O Prince of the Faithful, the murderer of the damsel hath come. Where is he?" Said the Khalifa. "This young man," answered Ja'far, "saith, I am the murderer. And this sheikh accuseth him of falsehood, and saith, Nay, but I am the murderer." The Khalifa, looking towards the sheikh and the young man, said, "Which of you killed this damsel?" The young man answered, "No one killed her but myself," and the sheikh said also, "No one killed her but myself." The Khalifa therefore said to Ja'far, "Take them both and crucify them." "If the murderer be one," replied Ja'far, "to kill the other would be unjust." The young man then said, "By him who raised the heavens and spread out the earth, it was I who killed the damsel," and he gave an account of the manner of his killing her, and described what the Khalifa had found. The Khalifa therefore was convinced that the young man was he who had killed the damsel. And he was astonished, and said, "What was the cause of thy killing this damsel unjustly, and of thy confessing the murder without being beaten, and thy saying, Retaliate her death upon me?" The young man answered as follows. "Know, O Prince of the Faithful, that this damsel was my wife and the daughter of my uncle. This sheikh was her father, and is my uncle. I married her when she was a virgin, and God blessed me with 3 male children by her, and she loved me and served me, and I saw in her no evil. At the commencement of this month she was attacked by a severe illness, and I brought to her the physicians, who attended her until her health returned to her, and I desired them to send her to the bath. But she said to me, I want something before I enter the bath, for I have a longing for it. What is it? Said I. She answered, I have a longing for an apple, to smell it, and take a bite from it. So I went out immediately into the city, and searched for the apple, and would have bought it had its price been a piece of gold, but I could not find one. I passed the next night full of 226 thought, and when the morning came I quitted my house again and went about to all the gardens, one after another, yet I found none in them. There met me, however, an old gardener, of whom I inquired for the apple, and he said to me, O my son, this is a rare thing, and not to be found here, nor anywhere except in the garden of the Prince of the Faithful at El-Bara, and preserved there for the Khalifa. I returned therefore to my wife, and my love for her so constrained me that I prepared myself and journeyed 15 days, by night and day, in going and returning, and brought her 3 apples which I purchased of the gardener at El-Bara for 3 pieces of gold. And, going in, I handed them to her, but she was not pleased by them. 227 and left them by her side. She was then suffering from a violent fever, and she continued ill during a period of 10 days. After this she recovered her health, and I went out and repaired to my shop, and sat there to sell and buy. And while I was thus occupied, at midday there passed by me a black slave, having in his hand an apple, with which he was playing. So I said to him, Whence didst thou get this apple, for I would procure one like it? Upon which he laughed, and answered, I got it from my sweetheart. I had been absent, and came, and found her ill, and she had 3 apples. And she said to me, My unsuspecting husband journeyed to Elbara for them, and bought them for 3 pieces of gold, and I took this apple from her. When I heard the words of the slave, O Prince of the Faithful, the world became black before my face, and I shut up my shop, and returned to my house, deprived of my reason by excessive rage. I found not the 3rd apple, and said to her, Where is the apple? She answered, I know not whither it is gone. I was convinced thus that the slave had spoken the truth, and I arose, and took a knife, and throwing myself upon her bosom, plunged the knife into her. I then cut off her head and limbs, and put them in the basket in haste, and covered them with the azar, over which I laid a piece of carpet. Then I put the basket in the chest, and, having locked this, conveyed it on my mule, and threw it with my own hands into the Tigris. And now, continued the young man, I conjure thee by Allah, O Prince of the Faithful, to hasten my death in retaliation for her murder, as I dread, otherwise, her appeal for vengeance upon me on the day of resurrection. For when I had thrown her into the Tigris without the knowledge of anyone, I returned to my house, and found my eldest boy crying, though he knew not what I had done to his mother. So I said to him, What mocketh thee cry? And he answered, I took one of the apples that my mother had, and went down with it into the street to play with my brothers, and a tall black slave snatched it from me, and said to me, Whence came this to thee? I answered him, My father made a journey for it, and brought it from Elbara, for the sake of my mother, for she is sick. He bought 3 apples for 3 pieces of gold, but he took it from me and beat me, and went away with it. And I am afraid that my mother may beat me on account of the apple. When I heard my son's story, I discovered that the slave had forged a lie against the daughter of my uncle, and found that she had been killed unjustly. And as I was weeping 228 bitterly for what I had done, this sheik, my uncle and her father, came to me, and I informed him of the event, and he seated himself by me, and wept. We wept until midnight, and continued our mourning for her 5 days, ceasing not to the present day to bewail her death. By the honor of thine ancestors, therefore, hasten my death, to retaliate her murder upon me. The Khalifa wondered at the young man's story, and said, By Allah, I will not put to death any but the wicked slave, for the young man is excusable. Then looking towards Ja'far, he said to him, Bring before me this wicked slave who hath been the cause of the catastrophe, or, if thou bring him not, thou shalt be put to death in his stead. So the Wazir departed weeping, and saying, Whence shall I bring him? Not every time that the jar is struck doth it escape being broken. I have no stratagem to employ in this affair, but he who delivered me in the first case may deliver me in the second. By Allah, I will not go out from my house for 3 days, and the truth, whose perfection be extolled, will do what he willeth. So he remained in his house 3 days, and on the 4th day he caused the with a QTE to be brought, and made his testamentary arrangements. And as he was bidding farewell to his children, and weeping, lo, the messenger of the Khalifa came and said to him, The Prince of the Faithful is in a most violent rage, and hath sent me to thee. And he hath sworn that this day shall not pass until thou art put to death if thou do not bring to him the slave. On hearing this, Ja'far wept, and his children wept with him. And when he had bidden them all farewell except his youngest daughter, he approached her for the same purpose. He loved her more than all his other children, and he pressed her to his bosom, and wept at the thought of his separation from her. But, in doing this, he felt something round in her pocket, and said to her, What is in thy pocket? She answered, O my father, it is an apple, our slave Riend brought it, and I have had it 4 days. He would not give it me until he had received from me 2 pieces of gold. At this mention of the slave and the apple, Ja'far rejoiced, and exclaimed, O ready dispeller of trouble. And immediately he ordered that the slave should be brought before him. He was therefore brought in, and he said to him, Whence came this apple? O my master, he answered, I went out 5 days ago, and, entering one of the by-streets of the city, I saw some children playing, and one of them had this apple, and I'd snatched it from him, and beat him. And he cried, and 229 said, That belongs to my mother, and she is sick, she wanted my father to bring her an apple, and he made a journey to El-Bara, and brought back for her 3 apples which he bought for 3 pieces of gold. And I took this to play with it, then he cried again, but, paying no regard to him, I took it away and brought it hither, and my little mistress bought it of me for 2 pieces of gold. When he heard this story, Ja'far was filled with wonder at discovering that this distressing event, and the murder of the damsel, had been occasioned by his slave. And he took the slave and went with him to the Khalifa, who ordered that the story should be committed to writing and published. Ja'far then said to him, Wonder not, O Prince of the Faithful, at his tale, for it is not more extraordinary than the story of the Wazir 230 Nur ad-Din, and Shams ad-Din, his brother. What story, said the Khalifa, can be more wonderful than this, O Prince of the Faithful, replied Ja'far, I will not relate it to thee unless on the condition that thou exempt my slave from the punishment of death. The Khalifa said, I give thee his blood, and Ja'far, thereupon, commenced the relation of the story as follows. The story of Nur ad-Din and his son, and of Shams ad-Din and his daughter. Know, O Prince of the Faithful, that there was, in Cairo, a sultan, just and beneficent, who had a wise and well-informed Wazir, possessing a knowledge of the affairs of the world, and of the art of government. This minister was an aged man, and he had 2 sons, like 2 moons. The name of the elder was Shams ad-Din, and that of the younger, Nur ad-Din. And the latter was more distinguished than the former by handsomeness and comeliness. There was no one in his day more handsome, so that the fame of his charms spread through the neighboring regions. And some of the inhabitants of those parts traveled to his country merely to obtain a sight of him. And it came to pass that their father died, and the sultan mourned for him, and, turning his regards towards the 2 sons, took them into his favor, invested them with robes of honor, and said to them, Ye 2 are instated in your father's office, at which they rejoiced, and kissed the ground before him. They observed the ceremonies of mourning for their father during a period of a whole month, and entered upon the office of Wazirs, each of them discharging the duties of this station for a week at a time. And whenever the sultan had a desire to go forth on a journey, he took one of them with him. Now it happened, one night, that the sultan purposed commencing a journey on the following morning. And it was the turn of the elder Wazir to accompany him, and as the 2 brothers were conversing together that night, the elder said, O my brother, it is my wish that we should both marry on one night. Do, O my brother, as thou desirest, answered the younger, and I will comply with that which thou shalt say. So they agreed to do this. The elder then said to his brother, If God so decree that we obtain the betrothal of 2 maidens, and accomplish our marriage on the same night, and they 231 give birth to children on the same day, and God will that thy wife have a son, and my wife have a daughter, we will marry them to each other, for they will be cousins. And what, O my brother, said Nur ad-Din, wilt thou require of my son as the dowry of thy daughter? He answered, I will require of thy son, as the dowry of my daughter, 3,000 pieces of gold, and 3 gardens, and 3 farms. For if the young man make any other contract than this, it will not be proper. But when Nur ad-Din heard this proposal, he exclaimed, What is this dowry that thou imposest upon my son? Dost thou not know that we are 2 brothers, and that we are both Wazirs, of one dignity? It were incumbent on thee to offer thy daughter to my son as a free gift, without any dowry. For thou knowest that the male is more honorable than the female, and my child is a male, and by him shall our memory be preserved, not by thy daughter. What sayest thou of her? Asked his brother. That our memory will not be preserved by her among the nobles, answered Nur ad-Din. But thou desirest, added he, to act with me according to the opinion of him who saith, If thou desire to drive away a person who would buy, demand of him a high price. I see thee, replied Shams ad-Din, to have committed a fault, in making thy son more honorable than my daughter. Thou art doubtless deficient in judgment, and destitute of good disposition. Seeing that thou mentionest the partnership in the office of Wazir, when I admitted thee not to share it with me excepting in my pity for thee, and that thou mightest assist me, but talk as thou wilt, since thou hast said this, by Allah. I will not marry my daughter to thy son, though thou offer me her weight in gold. On hearing these words of his brother, Nur ad-Din was enraged, and said, I will not marry my son to thy daughter, I will not accept him as a husband for her, replied Shams ad-Din. And if I were not purposing a journey, I would do to thee deeds that should serve as warnings to others. However, when I return, God will do what he willeth. When Nur ad-Din heard this, he was full of anger, and became unconscious of existence, but he concealed his feelings, and each of the two brothers passed the night apart from the other. And in the morning the Sultan set out on his journey, and, crossing over to the island, proceeded towards the pyramids, accompanied by the Wazir Shams ad-Din. Nur ad-Din passed that night in a state of the utmost rage. And when the morning came he arose, and, having performed the morning prayers, went to his closet and took out from it a pair of small saddlebags, which he filled with gold. And as he reflected upon the words of 232 his brother, and the contempt which he had shown him, and the pride that he had manifested towards him, he repeated these verses. Travel. Thou wilt find a friend in the place of him thou leavest. And fatigue thyself, for by labor are the sweets of life obtained. To a man of intelligence and education there is no glory in a constant residence, therefore quit thy native place, and go abroad. I have observed that the stagnation of water corrupteth it, if it floweth, it becometh sweet, but otherwise it doth not. If the full moon never set, the eye of the contemplative would not on every occasion pay regard to it. The lions, if they left not the forest, would capture no prey. And the arrow, if it quitted not the bow, would not strike the mark. The grains of gold upon their native bed are regarded as mere dust, and the aloes wood, where it groweth, is a kind of firewood. If exported, it becometh an object of high demand. But if not, it attaineth no kind of distinction. He then ordered one of his young men to saddle for him a dapple mule, tall, and of quick pace. And he did so, placing upon her a saddle adorned with gold, with stirrups of Indian steel, and housings of the velvet of Ipin, and she resembled a bride displayed before her husband. He ordered him also to place upon her a carpet of silk, and a prayer carpet, and to put the saddlebags beneath the latter. And when this was done, he said to the young man and the slaves, I have a desire to take a ride for my amusement outside the city, towards the province of Aliub, and shall be absent 3 nights. And let none of you follow me, for my heart is contracted. Having thus said, he mounted his mule in haste, and, taking with him a small supply of food, departed from the city, turning his face towards the open country. The hour of noon overtook him not until 2:33 he entered the city of Bilbis, where he alighted to repose himself and rest his mule, and ate. After which he took from this place what he required for himself, and some provender for his mule, and, having placed these provisions upon her, went forth again into the plain, and before noon on the 2nd following day, he entered Jerusalem. Here he alighted again, and rested himself and his beast, and ate. He then placed his saddlebags under his head, and spread his carpet, and slept, still overcome by anger. He passed the night in this place. And in the morning he remounted, and he continued to urge on his mule until he arrived at Aleppo, where he alighted at Acha with a Qden, and remained 3 days to give rest to himself and his mule, and to enjoy the air of the place, which having done, he determined to prosecute 234 his journey, and mounted his mule, and went forth. He knew not whither to direct his course, but travelled on until he arrived at the city of El-Bara. And scarcely was he aware that the night had overtaken him, when he alighted there at a khan, where he took off the saddlebags from the mule, and spread the prayer carpet, committing the mule, with her equipage, to the care of the doorkeeper, and ordering him to walk her about a little. The doorkeeper did so, and it happened that the Wazir of El-Bara, sitting at a window of his palace, saw the mule, and, observing her costly equipage, thought that she must belong to some Wazir or king. And as he attentively regarded her he was surprised, and said to one of his pages, Bring before me that doorkeeper. So the page went and brought him, and the doorkeeper, approaching, kissed the ground before him. The Wazir, who was an aged person, then said to this man, Who is the owner of this mule, and what is his appearance? "O my lord," answered the doorkeeper, "her owner is a young man of elegant person, of the sons of the merchants, and of a dignified and grave aspect." On hearing this, the weaser arose, and, mounting his horse, went to the khan, and introduced himself to the young man, who, as soon as he saw him approaching, rose to meet him, and embraced him. The weaser, after he had alighted from his horse, saluted him and welcomed him, and, seating him by his side, said to him, "Whence, O my son, hast thou come, and for what purpose?" "O my lord," answered Nur ad-Din, "I have come from the city of Cairo. My father was weaser there, and he hath departed to receive the mercy of God." And he informed him of all that had happened to him from first to last, adding, "I have determined that I will not return until I shall have seen all the cities and countries of the world." "O my son," replied the weaser, "obey not the suggestions of thy mind, lest thou expose thyself to destruction, for the countries are waste, and I fear on thy account the issues of fortune." So saying, he ordered that the saddlebags should be placed again on the mule, together with the carpet of silk and the prayer carpet, and took Nur ad-Din with him to his house, where he lodged him in an elegant apartment, and treated him with honor and kindness. And, conceiving a strong affection for him, said to him, "O my son, I have become an old man, and I have no male child. God, however, hath blessed me with a daughter who resembleth thee in comeliness, and I have rejected many persons who have been her suitors, but now, love for thee hath entered my heart. Wilt thou then take my daughter as thy handmaid to serve thee, and 235 be her husband? If thou consent to this, I will go up to the Sultan of El-Bara, and will say to him, This is the son of my brother. And I will introduce thee to him, that I may make thee weaser in my place, and I will remain in my house, for I am now aged." Nur ad-Din, on hearing this proposal of the weaser of El-Bara, hung down his head, and then answered, "I hear and obey." The weaser rejoiced at his assent, and ordered his servants to prepare for him a repast, and to decorate the great saloon which was furnished for the reception of the chiefs of the emirs. He then called together his friends, and invited the great officers of the state, and the merchants of El-Bara. And when they had come into his presence, he said to them, "I had a brother who was weaser in the land of Egypt, and God blessed him with 2 sons. And me, as ye know, he hath blessed with a daughter. Now my brother enjoined me to marry my daughter to one of his sons, and I consented to do so. And when she attained a fit age for marriage, he sent to me one of his sons, who is this young man here present. As soon, therefore, as he had come, I desired to perform the marriage contract between him and my daughter, and that he should introduce himself to her here in my house. Excellently hast thou done." They replied. They then drank sherbet of sugar, and the pages sprinkled rosewater upon them, and they departed, after which, the weaser ordered his servants to conduct Nur ad-Din to the bath, and gave him a suit of his best clothes, and sent to him the napkins and cups and perfuming vessels, and everything else that he required. So when he came out from the bath, he put on the suit of clothes, and appeared like the full moon. And he mounted his mule, and, returning to the palace, alighted and presented himself before the weaser, and kissed his hand, and the weaser welcomed him, saying, "Arise, and introduce thyself this night to thy 236 wife. And tomorrow I will go up with thee to the Sultan, and I pray that God may bless thee with every kind of happiness." Nur ad-Din therefore arose, and went to his wife, the daughter of the weaser. Thus did it happen to Nur ad-Din. As to his brother, he continued a while journeying with the Sultan, and when he returned, and found not his brother, he inquired of the servants respecting him, and they answered, "On the day of thy departure with the Sultan, he mounted his mule, caparisoned as for a procession of state, and said, I am going towards the province of Aliob, and shall be absent a day or 2 days. For my heart is contracted, therefore let none of you follow me." And from the day on which he went forth, to the present day, we have heard no tidings of him. Upon this the heart of Shams ad-Din was troubled at the separation of his brother, and he grieved excessively for his loss, saying within himself, "The cause of this is nothing else than my having spoken harshly to him in my conversation on the night before my departure with the Sultan. And probably his mind was disturbed, and he went on a journey, I must therefore send after him." He then went up and related this event to the Sultan, who wrote letters and sent them to his vicegerents in all the provinces. But Nur ad-Din had traversed distant regions during the absence of his brother with the Sultan. Therefore the messengers, when they had gone with the letters, returned without having obtained any information respecting him. So Shams ed-Din despaired of his brother, and said, I have enraged my brother by what I said to him concerning the marriage of the children. Would that I had not done so! This was not occasioned but by my want of sense and judgment. And soon after this, he demanded in marriage the daughter of one of the merchants of Cairo, and performed the marriage contract between himself and her, and introduced himself to her, and it happened that the night when this event took place was the same night on which Nur ed-Din introduced himself to his wife, the daughter of the Wazir of El-Bara, this being in accordance with the will of God, whose name be exalted, that he might execute his decree upon his creatures. The event was as they both had said, for it came to pass that the two wives conceived by them, the wife of Shams ed-Din, the Wazir of Egypt, gave birth to a daughter, than whom there was not seen in that country one more beautiful. And the wife of Nur ed-Din gave birth to a son, one more beautiful than whom was not seen in his time, as the poet hath said, 237. If beauty came to be compared with him, it would hang down its head in shame. Or if it were said, O beauty, hast thou seen the like, it would answer, the equal of this I have not. So they named him Asen. And on the 7th day after his birth, they made entertainments and spread repasts such as were fit for the sons of kings, after which the Wazir of El-Bara took with him Nur ed-Din, and went up with him to the Sultan. And when he came into his presence he kissed the ground before him. And Nur ed-Din, being eloquent in tongue, and firm of heart, and comely in person and in actions, recited these words of the poet. This is he whose justice extendeth to all men, and who hath overrun and subdued every region. Be thankful for his benefits, for they are not mere benefits, but they are strings of jewels on the necks of his people. And kiss his fingers, for they are not mere fingers, but they are the keys of the supplies of providence. The Sultan treated them both with honor, and, having thanked Nur ed-Din for his address, said to his Wazir, Who is this young man? The Wazir therefore related to him his story from beginning to end, and added, This is the son of my brother. How is it, said the Sultan, that he is the son of thy brother, and we have not before heard of him? The Wazir answered, O our lord the Sultan, I had a brother who was Wazir in the land of Egypt, and he died, leaving two sons. The elder succeeded to his father's office, as Wazir, and this his younger son came to me. And I swore that I would not marry my daughter to any but him, so, when he came, I married him to her. He is a young man, and I am now aged. My hearing is impaired, and my judgment faileth. It is my wish, therefore, that our lord the Sultan would instate him in my office, seeing that he is the son of my brother and the husband of my daughter, and a person worthy of the dignity of Wazir. For he is endowed with knowledge and judgment. The Sultan, upon this, looked towards him, and, being pleased with him, approved of the advice of the Wazir that he should promote him to that office. So he bestowed it upon him, and ordered that a magnificent dress of honor should be given to him, and one of the best of the mules upon which he was himself accustomed to ride, allotting him also supplies and salaries. And Nur ed-Din kissed the hand of the Sultan, and descended with his father-in-law to their house, both in high delight, and saying, Verily the birth of this child is fortunate. On the following day Nur ed-Din went again to the king, and kissed the ground, and the Sultan ordered him to sit in the place of 238 the Wazir, so he sat, and occupied himself with the affairs of his office, and examined the cases of the people and their suits, according to the custom of Wazirs, and the Sultan, observing him, was surprised at his conduct, and the acuteness of his understanding, and his good judgment. He attentively considered his qualities, and loved him, and advanced him in his favor, and when the court was dissolved, Nur ed-Din returned to his house, and related what had passed to his father-in-law, who was rejoiced at hearing it. The old Wazir ceased not to superintend the rearing of the child, who was named Asen, for many days, while Nur ed-Din was constantly occupied with the affairs of his office, so that he left not the Sultan by day nor by night. And the king increased his salaries and supplies until his circumstances became ample. He had ships which made voyages under his orders with merchandise and other things, and he founded numerous estates, and made water wheels and gardens. Thus did he until his son Asen was 4 years of age, when the old Wazir, the father of his wife, died, and he conveyed his corpse with great pomp, and decently deposited it in the earth. He then turned his thoughts towards the education of his son, and when the child had gained strength, he brought him a tutor to teach him in his own house, charging him to instruct him and educate him well. And the tutor did so, and taught him various useful sciences, after he had passed some years in learning the Urin. Asen meanwhile increased in loveliness and beauty, and elegance of person. The tutor continued 239 to educate him in his father's palace. And from the time that he arrived at adolescence he went not out of the Wizir's palace, until his father took him one day, and, having clad him in one of the richest of his dresses, mounted him on one of his best mules, and conducted him to the Soln, and introduced him. When the king beheld Asen Bedreddin, the son of the Wizir Noureddin, he was astonished at his beauty. And the people, when he passed by them for the first time, going up with his father to the king, were amazed at his surpassing beauty and loveliness, and elegance of person. The Soln, as soon as he saw him, loved him, and bestowed marks of favor upon him, and said to his father, O Wizir, thou must bring him with thee every day. The Wizir answered, I hear and obey, and returned with his son to his abode. And he continued every day to go up with him to the Soln until the youth attained the age of 15 years. His father, the Wizir Noureddin, then fell sick, and called him into his presence, and said to him, O my son, know that this world is a perishable abode, and the world to come is an everlasting abode. I wish to give thee some precepts, and do thou understand what I am about to say to thee, and incline thy heart to it. And he began to counsel him respecting the proper mode of conducting himself in society, and the due management of his affairs. And when he had done so, he reflected upon his brother and his native place and country, and wept at the thought of his separation from those he loved, his tears flowing, and he said, O my son, hear my words. I have a brother in Cairo, and I quitted him and departed against his will. He then took a piece of paper, and wrote upon it all that had happened to him from first to last, together with the date of his marriage and introduction to the daughter of the Wizir, and the date of his arrival at El Bara and his interview with its Wizir. And, having added some strict admonition, he said to his son, Keep this charge, for the paper on which it is written containeth an account of thine origin and thy rank and lineage. And if any evil accident befall thee, repair to Cairo, and inquire for thine uncle, and salute him, and inform him that I died in a strange land, ardently desiring that I could see him. Therefore Asen Bedreddin took the paper, and, having folded it, and wrapped it in a piece of waxed cloth, sewed it between the lining and the outer cloth of his cap, and wept for his father, that he should be parted from him in his youth. Noureddin then said to his son, I charge thee that thou be 240 not familiar with any one, for in retirement is security. Divinely gifted was the poet who said, There is none in thy time whose friendship thou shouldst covet, nor any intimate who, when fortune is treacherous, will be faithful. Live then apart, and rely upon no man. I have given thee, in these words, good advice, and sufficient. Accustom thyself to taciturnity, occupy thyself with thine own affairs, and use not many words, for the poet saith, Taciturnity is an ornament, and in silence is security. Therefore, when thou speakest, be not loquacious. For if thou repent once of thy silence, thou wilt assuredly repent many times of thy speech. Beware of drinking wine, for it is the source of every kind of mischief. The poet saith on this subject, I have abandoned wine and those who drink it, and have become the friend of such as condemn it. Wine leadeth astray from the path of rectitude, and openeth the doors to evil. Hate no man, and oppress none, for oppression is base. The poet saith, Oppress not if thou hast the power to do so, for oppression will eventually bring thee repentance. Thine eye will sleep while the oppressed, wakeful, will call for vengeance upon thee, and the eye of God sleepeth not. Despise thy wealth, but not thyself, yet bestow not wealth save upon him who deserveth it. If thou keep it, it will keep thee, but if thou squander it, it will ruin thee, and then wilt thou need the assistance of the least of mankind. It hath been said by the poet, When my wealth faileth, no friend assisteth me, but when it aboundeth, all men are my friends. How many enemies for the sake of wealth have consorted with me? And my companion, in the time of want, hath abandoned me. In this manner he continued to admonish his son Asen Bedreddin until his spirit departed. The house became a scene of mourning, and the Sultan and all the emirs grieved for him, and they buried him. They continued their mourning during a period of 2 months, and the son of Nur ad-Din rode not out nor went to the court nor presented himself before the Sultan. And the king instated one of the chamberlains in his place, and appointed a new wazir in the place of his father, and ordered this wazir to put seals upon all the houses of Nur ad-Din, and upon his wealth and all his buildings and other possessions. So the new wazir went with the chamber 241 lanes to the house of the wazir Nur ad-Din, to seal its door and to arrest his son Asen Bedreddin, and bring him before the Sultan, that he might do to him what his judgment required. But there was among the troops one of the Memluks of the deceased wazir Nur ad-Din. And he could not endure that the son of his master should be thus treated. He therefore repaired to Asen Bedreddin, whom he found with downcast head and mourning heart, on account of the death of his father, and acquainted him with what had passed. Asen asked him, "Will the execution of the order be delayed long enough for me to enter my house, and take somewhat of my worldly possessions by which to obtain support during my exile?" But the Memluk answered, "Save thyself," and when Asen heard these words, he covered his head with the skirt of his robe, and, going forth on foot, fled of the city, and he heard the people saying, "The Sultan hath sent the new wazir to the house of the deceased wazir, to seal his wealth and other possessions, and to arrest his son Asen Bedreddin, and bring him before him that he may put him to death," and the people were mourning for him on account of his beauty and loveliness. So when he heard what they said, he took a course that he had not intended, and, not knowing whither to go, walked on until destiny urged him to the tomb of his father. Entering the burial ground, he bent his way among the tombs until he seated himself at that of his father, where he removed his skirt from over his head. And as he was sitting there, a Jew of El-Bara approached, and said to him, "Wherefore, O my master, do I see thee thus changed?" He answered, "I was just now sleeping, and I beheld my father reproaching me for having failed to visit his tomb, 242 wherefore I rose in alarm, fearing that the day would pass without my visiting it, and so the occurrence would distress me." The Jew then said to him, "O my master, thy father dispatched some vessels with merchandise, and some of them have returned, and it is my wish to purchase of thee the cargo of every vessel that hath arrived for 1,000 pieces of gold." And so saying, he took out a purse filled with gold, and counted out from it 1,000 pieces, which he paid to Asen the son of the wazir, and said to him, "Write me a paper, and seal it." So Asen took a paper, and wrote upon it, "The writer of this paper, Asen Bedreddin, the son of the wazir Nur ad-Din, hath sold to the Jew such a one the whole cargo of every one of his father's vessels that hath returned from her voyage, for 1,000 pieces of gold, and hath received the price in advance." And after he had taken a copy of it, the Jew went away with the paper, and Asen wept, reflecting upon his former state of dignity and favor. At length the night closed in upon him, and sleep overtook him, and he remained asleep at his father's tomb until the moon rose, when his head rolled from the tomb, and he lay and slept on his back, his face shining in the moonlight. Now the burial ground was inhabited by believing jinn, and a jinniyah, coming forth, saw the face of Asen as he lay asleep, and when she beheld him, was surprised at his beauty and loveliness, and exclaimed, "Extolled be Allah's perfection! This youth is like none but the virgins of paradise." She then soared into the air, to perform her accustomed circuits, and saw an Efreet on his flight. She saluted him, and he returned her salutation, and she said to him, "Whence comest thou?" He answered, "From Cairo," and she said to him, "Wilt thou go with me to behold the beauty of the youth who is sleeping in the burial ground?" He replied, "Yes." So they went together. And when they had descended into the burial ground, she said to him, "Hast thou seen in the course of thy life a person like this?" And the Efreet looked upon him, and exclaimed, "Extolled be the perfection of him unto whom none is to be compared." "But, O my sister," he added, "if thou desire, I will relate to thee what I have seen." "Tell me," she replied. So he said, "I have seen a person resembling this youth in the land of Egypt, and that person is the daughter of the wazir." The king had heard of her, and demanded her of her father, the wazir Shemseddin, in marriage, but he answered him, "O our lord the Sultan, accept my excuse, and pity my grief. For thou knowest that my brother Nur ad-Din departed from us, and we know not 243 where he is, and that he shared with me the office of Weezer. And the cause of his departure was this, that I was sitting conversing with him on the subject of marriage, and he was angry with me, and in anger went away, and he related to the king all that had passed between them. Adding, this was the cause of his indignation, and I have been under an oath that I will not marry my daughter to any but the son of my brother from the day that her mother gave birth to her. And that was about 15 years ago, and lately I heard that my brother had married the daughter of the Weezer of Elbara, and obtained a son by her, and I will not marry my daughter to any but him, in honor of my brother. After I had heard this, I recorded the 244 date of my marriage, and of my wife's conception, and of the birth of this daughter. She is intended for the son of her uncle, and of other maidens there are plenty. But when the Sultan heard these words of the Weezer, he was violently enraged, and said, How is it that such a one as myself demandeth in marriage a daughter from one like thee, and thou withholdest her from him? And excusest thyself by an absurd pretext? By my head, I will not marry her but to one of less consideration than myself, in scorn of thy pride. And the king had a humpbacked groom, with a hump before and a hump behind. And he ordered him to be brought, and affianced him to the daughter of the Weezer, commanding that he should introduce himself to her this night, and be conducted in pompous procession. I left him in the midst of the Memluks of the Sultan, who were surrounding him with lighted candles in their hands, laughing at him and mocking him, at the door of the bath. While the daughter of the Weezer was sitting weeping in the midst of the Dai women and tire women. She resembles more than any other person this youth. They have prohibited her father from going to her, and I have never seen, O my sister, a more ugly wretch than this humpback, but as to the maiden, she is more beautiful than this youth. To this story of the Efreet, the Jinniyah answered, Thou liest, for this youth is the most beautiful of the people of his age. But the Efreet replied, By Allah, O my sister, the maiden is more beautiful than he, however, none but he is suited to her. For they resemble each other, and probably are brother and sister, or cousins. And how will she be thrown away upon this humpback? She therefore said to him, O my brother, let us place ourselves beneath him and lift him up and take him to the maiden of whom thou speakest, and see which of the two is more beautiful. The Efreet answered, I hear and obey, this proposal is right, and there can be no better determination than this which thou hast chosen, therefore I will carry him. So he lifted him up, and soared into the sky, and the Jinniyah flew by his side until he descended with him in the city of Cairo, where he placed him upon a maba, and roused him from his sleep. When, therefore, he awoke, and found that he was not at his father's tomb in the land of Elbara, he looked to the right and left, and perceived that he was in a city that was not Elbara, and would have cried out, but the Efreet winked to him. And, lighting for him a candle, said to him, Know that I have brought thee hither, and I desire to do thee a service for the sake of God. Take, therefore, this 245 candle, and go with it to yonder bath, and mix with the people there. And proceed with them until thou arrivest at the saloon of the bride. Then go before, and enter the saloon, and fear no one, and when thou hast entered, station thyself on the right of the humpbacked bridegroom. And whenever the tire women and singing women and Dai women come to thee, put thy hand into thy pocket, thou wilt find it full of gold, and do thou take it by the handful and throw it to them. And imagine not that thou wilt put thy hand in and not find it filled with gold. Give therefore to every one who cometh to thee by the handful, and fear nothing, but rely upon him who created thee. For this will not be through thine own strength or power, but through the strength of God and his power. On hearing these words of the Efreet, Asin Badreddin said, What is this event, and what manner of kindness is this? And he went with his candle to the bath, where he found the humpback mounted on his horse, and he joined himself to the party, in the 246 same garb in which he had arrived, and with the same comely appearance. Being attired with a arbush and turban, and a farajia interwoven with gold. He proceeded with the pompous train, and every time that the singing women stopped for the people to give them money, he put his hand into his pocket, and found it filled with gold, and took it by the handful and threw it into the tambourine. For the singing women and tire women, filling the tambourine with pieces of gold, and the singing women were amazed, and the people wondered at his beauty and loveliness. Thus he continued to do until they arrived at the house of the Weezer, when the chamberlains drove back the people, and prevented their entrance. But the singing women and tirewomen said, By Allah, we will not enter unless this youth enter with us, for he hath overwhelmed us with his favors. And the bride shall not be displayed unless he be present, and upon this they entered with him into the saloon of the festivity, and seated him, in spite of the humpbacked bridegroom. All the ladies of the emirs and wazirs and chamberlains were ranged in 2 rows, each lady holding a large lighted candle, and having her head veil drawn across the lower part of her face. Thus they stood in 2 rows, to the right and the left. From the foot of the couch of the bride to the upper end of the lewan that adjoined the chamber from which the bride was to come forth. And when the ladies beheld Asin Bedreddin and his beauty and loveliness, his face shining like the crescent of the moon, the hearts of all of them inclined to him, and the female singers said to all the women who were present, Know that this charming youth hath given us nothing but red gold. Therefore fail not to serve him properly, and obey him in whatever he shall say. The women crowded round him to gaze at his charms, and their minds were overpowered by astonishment at his beauty, and each of them wished that she might be in his bosom for a year or a month or an hour. They removed the veils from their faces. And their hearts were perplexed, and they said, Joy to the person to whom this youth belongeth, or to the person over whom he is lord. Then they imprecated evil upon the humpbacked groom and him who was the cause of his marriage to that lovely maiden, and every time that they prayed for blessings upon Asin Bedreddin, they imprecated misfortunes upon the humpback. The singing women then beat the tambourines, and the tirewomen approached with the daughter of the Weezer in the midst of them. They had perfumed her with sweet scents and essences, and clad her, and adorned her hair and neck with various ornaments, 247 decking her with garments such as were worn by the ancient monarchs of Persia. Among these was a loose gown embroidered with red gold, presenting the forms of wild beasts and birds, hanging down over her other clothes. And round her neck was a necklace worth thousands, composed of jewels such as neither a king of El Yemen nor a Caesar ever collected. She was like the moon shining in its 14th night, and when she approached she resembled Oriya. Extolled be the perfection of him who created her so splendid a being. The women encompassed her, and appeared like stars, she, in the midst of them, being as the moon when the clouds have withdrawn from before it. Meanwhile Asin Bedreddin remained sitting, with the company gazing at him, and as the bride approached with a dignified and graceful gait, the humpbacked groom rose to her, to kiss her. But she turned aside from him, and went and stood before Asin, the son of her uncle. The company laughed at this. And when they beheld her turn towards Asin Bedreddin, and saw him put his hand into his pocket and take out handfuls of gold and throw it into the tambourine of the singing women, they were delighted, and said, We wish that this bride were thine, and he smiled. All this time the humpbacked groom was alone, looking like an ape. And every time that they lighted his candle it went out again, and he was confounded, and remained sitting in the dark, full of secret indignation, with all the company surrounding him. While the lighted candles presented an appearance of beauty that was most admirable, so that every person of reflection was amazed at their splendor. But as to the bride, she raised her hands towards heaven, and said, O Allah, make this to be my husband, and relieve me from this humpbacked groom. The tirewomen then proceeded to display the bride in different dresses, to the 7th suit, before Asin Bedreddin of El-Bara, the humpbacked groom remaining alone. And when they had finished this ceremony they gave permission to the company to depart, so all who were present at the festivity, both women and children, went out, except Asin Bedreddin and the humpbacked groom. After which the tirewomen conducted the bride to an inner chamber, to take off her ornaments and outer robes, and to prepare her for the bridegroom's visit. Upon this, the humpbacked groom approached Asin Bedreddin, and said to him, O my master, thou hast made us happy by thy company this night, and overwhelmed us with thy favors. But now wherefore dost thou not rise and go to thy house without thy being 248 ejected? He answered, In the name of Allah, and rose, and went out from the door, but the Afrit met him, and said unto him, Stay, O Bedreddin. And when the humpback retires into the private closet, enter thou and seat thyself in the bride chamber, and when the bride cometh, say to her, I am thy husband. And the king had not recourse to this stratagem from any other motive than his fearing for thee the effect of the eye, and this whom thou hast seen is one of our grooms, then approach her, and uncover her face, and fear no evil from anyone. While Bedreddin was thus conversing with the Efreet, lo, the groom entered the closet, and seated himself, and immediately the Efreet rose before him, from the trough of water that was in the closet, in the form of a mouse, and cried Zeke. "What brought thee here?" said the humpback. The mouse then increased in size, and became like a cat, and then increased, and became a dog, and cried, "Oh! Oh!" At the sight of this the groom was terrified, and exclaimed, "Get away, thou unlucky." The dog, however, still increased and swelled until it became an ass, and brayed in his face, crying, "Hah with acute! Hah with acute!" Upon which the groom, in terror, cried out, "Come to my aid, O people of the house!" But lo, the ass increased, and became like a buffalo, and, stopping up the place before him, spoke with the speech of a son of Adam, and said, "Woe be to thee, O humpback! O filthiest of grooms!" Upon this the groom was seized with a colic, and seated himself upon the slabs, and his teeth knocked together. The Efreet then said to him, "Hath the earth become narrow to thee, that thou wouldst marry none but my mistress?" But the groom was silent. 249 Return me an answer, said the Efreet, or I will make thine abode to be in the dust, by Allah. Then answered the groom, I am not in fault, for they compelled me, and I knew not that she had a lover among the buffaloes. But now I repent before Allah and before thee. Then the Efreet said, I swear by Allah that if thou depart now from this place, or utter a word before the sun hath risen, I will slay thee, and when the sun hath risen go thy way, and never return to this house. And he seized the humpbacked groom, and, placing his head upside down upon the slabs, and his feet upwards, said to him, Remain here, and I will watch thee until sunrise. Thus did it happen to the humpback. Now, as to Asen Bedreddin of El-Bara, he left the humpback and the Efreet contending together, and, entering the house, seated himself in the bride chamber. And lo, the bride approached, accompanied by an old woman, who stopped at the door of the chamber, and said, O Abu Shihab, rise, and take thy bride, and I commend thee to the care of Allah. Then the old woman went away, and the bride, whose name was Sid el-Hasan, advanced to the upper end of the chamber. Her heart was broken, and she said within herself, By Allah, I will not suffer him to caress me though my spirit depart from me. But when she had proceeded to the upper end of the chamber, she beheld Bedreddin, and said, My beloved, until this hour art thou remaining? I had said within myself, Perhaps thou and the humpbacked groom are to share me between you. What, said he, should give 250 the groom access to thee, and wherefore should he be my partner in the possession of thee? Who, then, she asked, is my husband? Thou or he? O my mistress, answered Bedreddin, we did not this for any other purpose than to make a jest of him, and that we might laugh at him. For when the Tyre women and the singing women and thy family beheld thine admirable beauty, they feared for us the effect of the eye, and thy father hired him for 10 pieces of gold, in order that he might divert from us the eye. And now he hath departed. When Sid el-Hasan heard these words of Bedreddin, she smiled, and uttered a gentle laugh, and said, By Allah, thou hast extinguished my fire. Take me then, I conjure thee, and press me to thy bosom. And they embraced each other. Not long after this, the Efreet said to the Jinniyah, Arise, and place thyself beneath the youth, and let us convey him back, lest the morning overtake us, for the time is near. So she advanced towards him, and, placing herself beneath his skirt, as he lay asleep, took him up, and flew away with him in the state in which she found him, clad only in his shirt, and pursued her flight with the Efreet by her side. But God gave permission to some angels to cast at the Efreet a shooting star of fire, and he was burnt. The Jinniyah, however, escaped unhurt, and deposited Bedreddin in the place over which the shooting star had burnt the Efreet. She would not pass beyond it, fearing for his safety, and as destiny had appointed, this place was Damascus, so she placed him by one of the gates of this city, and flew away. When daylight therefore came, and the gates were opened, the people, coming forth, beheld a beautiful youth clad in his shirt, and with a cotton skullcap without a turban. In consequence of his having been so long wakeful, he was now immersed in sleep, and when the people saw him, some said, Would that he had waited till he had put on his clothes, another said, Objects of pity are the children of men of condition. Probably this youth hath just come forth from his drinking place, on account of some business, and intoxication hath overcome him, and he hath wandered from the place to which he would go until he arrived at the gate of the city, and, finding it locked, hath slept here. They had expressed various opinions respecting him, and were wondering at his case, when Bedreddin awoke. Perceiving that he was at the gate of a city, and surrounded by men, he was astonished, and said, Where am I, O good people? And what is the cause of your assembling around me, and what hath befallen me 251 among you? They answered, We saw thee at the call to morning prayer lying at this gate asleep, and we know nothing more of thy case. Where wast thou sleeping this last night? By Allah, O people, he replied, I was sleeping this last night in Cairo. On hearing this, one of them said, Dost thou eat ashish? Another said, Thou art mad. How couldst thou be passing the night in Cairo, and be sleeping in the morning at the city of Damascus? He said to them, By Allah, O good people, I will tell you no falsehood, I was last night in the land of Egypt, and the day before I was at El-Bara. One of them said, This is a wonderful thing. Another said, This youth is mad. And they clapped their hands at him, and, conversing together, said, Alas, for his youth! By Allah, there is no denying his madness. They then said to him, Return to thy reason. But he replied, I was yesterday a bridegroom in the land of Egypt. Probably thou hast dreamt, said they, and hast seen this of which thou speakest 252 in thy sleep. And Asen was confounded, and said, By Allah, this was not a dream, and where is the humpbacked groom who was sitting with us, and the purse of gold that I had? And where are my clothes and my drawers? He then rose, and entered the city, and proceeded through its great thoroughfare streets and market streets, and the people crowded round him and paraded him, so he entered the shop of a cook. Now this cook was a robber, whom God had caused to repent of his unlawful actions, and he had opened a cook's shop, and all the people of Damascus feared him on account of his boldness. Therefore, when they saw that the youth had entered this shop, they left him, being afraid. When the cook beheld Asen Bedreddin, and observed his beauty and comeliness, love for him entered his heart, and he said to him, Whence art thou, O young man? Relate to me thy story, for thou art become dearer to me than my soul. So he related to him all that had happened, from beginning to end, and the cook said to him, O my master Bedreddin, know that this is a wonderful event and an extraordinary story. But, O my son, conceal thy case until God dispel thy trouble, and remain with me in this place, and as I have not a son, I will adopt thee as such. Bedreddin replied, Let it be as thou desirest, O uncle. And immediately the cook went out to the mart, and bought for Bedreddin costly clothes, and put them on him. He then went to the Awithaqute, and made a declaration that he was his adopted son, so Asen Bedreddin became known throughout the city of Damascus as the son of the cook. And he sat with him in the shop to receive the money, and in this situation he remained. Now as to Sid el-Asen, when daybreak came and she awoke, she found not Asen Bedreddin remaining with her, and, imagining that he would soon return, she sat a while expecting him. And lo, her father came in to her, troubled at that which had befallen him from the Soln, and at his having married his daughter by force to one of his servants, the humpbacked groom. And he said within himself, I will kill this girl if she have suffered the wretch to caress her. So he advanced to the bride chamber, and, stopping at the door, said, O Sid el-Asen. She answered, Well, O my master. And came forth to him, walking with a vacillating gait, through joy, and kissed the ground before him, and her countenance beamed with increased splendor in consequence of her union with that gazelle. When her father, therefore, saw her in this state, he exclaimed to her, O thou base creature! Art thou delighted with this groom? On hearing these 253 words of her father, Sid el-Asen smiled, and replied, By Allah, it is enough that thou hast done, and that the people laugh at me, and put me on an equality with this groom, who is not, in my estimation, of the value of a paring of one of my fingernails. But as to my husband, by Allah, I never in the course of my life passed a night more delightful than that which I have just passed in his company, therefore jest not with me by mentioning that humpback. When her father heard what she said he was filled with rage, his eyes glared so that little appeared of them but the white, and he said to her, What to thee? What are these words that thou sayest? Verily the humpbacked groom hath passed the night with thee. I conjure thee by Allah, she rejoined, that thou mention him not. May Allah reject him, and reject his father. Continue not then to mock me by mentioning him. For the groom was only hired for 10 pieces of gold, and he took his hire and departed, and I came and entered the bride chamber, and beheld my husband seated, after the singing women had displayed mead before him. And he threw them red gold until he had enriched the poor who were present. I have reclined upon the bosom of my gentle-hearted husband, with the black eyes and the joined eyebrows. When her father heard this, the light became darkness before his face, and he exclaimed to her, O thou abandoned one! What is this that thou sayest? Where is thy reason, O my father? She replied, Thou hast broken my heart in pieces. Wherefore dost thou pay no attention? This of whom I spake is my husband, and he hath retired to his private closet. So her father went thither, in a state of astonishment, and, entering the closet, found the humpbacked groom with his head upon the slabs and his feet turned upwards, and the weaser was confounded at the sight, and said, Is not this the humpback? And he spoke to him, but the humpback returned no answer, thinking that it was the Efreet who addressed him. The weaser, therefore, cried out at him with a loud voice, and said to him, Speak, or I will cut off thy head with this sword. Upon which the humpback exclaimed, By Allah, O Sheikh of the Efreets, from the time that thou placedst me here I have not raised my head, I conjure thee therefore that thou shew favour to me. The weaser, on hearing the humpback thus address him, said to him, What sayest thou? I am the father of the bride, and I am not an Efreet. Then said the humpback, My life is not in thy hand, nor art thou able to take my soul. So go thy way, before he come to thee who hath treated me in this manner. Ye would not marry me 254 to any but the mistress of buffaloes and the mistress of Efreets. May Allah, then, confound him who married me to her, and confound him who was the cause of it. Then did the humpbacked groom address the weaser, the father of the bride, again, saying, Allah confound him who was the cause of this. Rise, said the weaser, and depart from this place. Am I mad, he replied, that I should go with thee without the permission of the Efreet? For he said to me, When the sun shall have risen go thy way. Hath the sun then risen or not? For I cannot depart from my place until the sun hath risen. Upon this the weaser said to him, Who brought thee to this place? He answered, I came hither yesterday, and a dust rose from the midst of the water, and cried out, and increased in bulk until it became of the size of a buffalo, and said to me words that entered my ear. Leave me, therefore, and go. Allah confound the bride and him who married me to her. The weaser then approached him and dragged him forth, and he went out running, doubting whether the sun had risen, and went up to the Sultan, and informed him of that which had happened to him with the Efreet. But as to the weaser, the father of the bride, he returned with his reason perplexed respecting the case of his daughter, and said to her, O my daughter, reveal to me thy story. She replied, The elegant person before whom I was displayed remained with me. And if thou believe me not, see this is his turban, twisted just as it was, upon the chair, and his drawers are under the bed, and in them is something wrapped up, I know not what it is. So, when her father heard this, he entered the bride chamber, and found the turban of Asin Bedreddin, the son of his brother. And taking it up, he turned it over, and said, This is such a turban as is worn by wazirs, except that it is of the Mili kind. He then observed an amulet sewed in his red cloth cap, and he unsewed it. And he took the drawers, and found the purse containing the 1,000 pieces of gold, and, opening this, he discovered in it a paper, which, when he had read it he saw to be a copy of the Jew's contract, with the name of Asin Bedreddin, the son of Noureddin of Cairo. And he found also the 1,000 pieces of gold. But when he read the paper he cried aloud and fell down in a swoon. And as soon as he recovered, and understood the case, he was astonished, and exclaimed, There is no deity but God, who is able to do whatsoever he willeth. Then said he, O my daughter, knowest thou who hath become thy husband? She answered, No. He is the son of my brother, said he, and the son of 255 thine uncle, and these 1,000 pieces of gold are thy dowry. Extolled be the perfection of God. Would that I knew how this event hath happened. Then he opened the amulet that was sewed up, and found in it a paper written by the hand of his brother Nur ad-Din of Cairo, the father of Asin Badr ad-Din, and when he beheld the handwriting of his brother he repeated this couplet. I behold their footsteps, and melt with desire, and pour forth my tears upon the places they have trodden, begging of him who hath afflicted me by their separation, that he will bless me some day by a reunion. So saying, he read the paper, and found in it the date of his marriage to the daughter of the Wazir of El-Bara, and that of his first introduction to her, and a record of his age at the time of his death, and the date of the birth of his son Asin Badr ad-Din. And he wondered, and shook with delight. And, comparing what had happened to his brother with the events that had happened to himself, he found that they corresponded exactly. His marriage and the marriage of his brother agreed in date, and their first visits to their respective wives in like manner, as also the birth of Badr ad-Din, the son of his brother, and the birth of his daughter Sid al-Hasan. He took the two papers, and, going up with them to the Sultan, he acquainted him with all that had happened from the first of the case to the last, and the king was astonished, and ordered that the case should be immediately recorded. The Wazir then remained in expectation of the son of his brother, but he met with no tidings of him, so he said, By Allah, I 256 will do a deed that none hath done before me, and he took an inkcase and a pen, and wrote an inventory of the furniture of the house, describing the money chest as having been in such a place, and a certain curtain in such another place, and everything in the house in like manner. And he folded up the paper, and ordered that all the furniture should be stored up, and he took the turban with its arbush, and also the farajia and the purse, and kept them himself. After this, in due time, the daughter of the Wazir gave birth to a son like the moon, resembling his father in beauty and symmetry and splendor and loveliness. They received him from his mother, and blackened the edges of his eyes with caul, and delivered him to the nurses, and named him Ajib. His day was as a month, and his month as a year. And when 7 years had passed over him, his grandfather committed him to a schoolmaster, whom he charged to educate him with great care. He continued at the school 4 years, and used to fight with his schoolfellows, and abuse them, saying to them, Who among you is like me? I am the son of the Wazir of Cairo. So the boys went together to complain to the monitor of that which they suffered from Ajib, and the monitor said to them, I will teach you something to say to him when he cometh, and he shall repent of his coming to the school. And it is this, tomorrow, when he is come, seat yourselves around him, and say to one another, By Allah, none shall play with us at this game excepting him who shall tell us the name of his mother and that of his father. And he who knoweth not the name of his mother and that of his father is illegitimate, therefore he shall not play with us. Accordingly, on the following morning they came to the school, and Ajib was there. And the boys surrounded him, and said as the monitor had directed them, and they all agreed to the proposal. And one said, My name is Majid, and my mother is Alawi, and my father is Ez-ed-Din. Then another said after the same manner, and another, and so on, until the turn came to Ajib. And he said to them, My name is Ajib, and my mother is Sid al-Hasan, and my father is Shams ed-Din, the Wazir of Cairo. And they said to him, By Allah, the Wazir is not thy father. Ajib replied, The Wazir is my father indeed. And upon this the boys laughed at him, and clapped their hands at him, saying, Thou knowest not who is thy father, get away from us, therefore. For none shall play with us excepting him who knoweth the name of his father. And immediately the boys dispersed from around 257 him, and made a jest of him. In consequence of this treatment his heart became contracted, and he was almost choked with crying, and the monitor said to him, Dost thou really consider as thy father him who is thy grandfather, the Wazir, the father of thy mother Sid al-Hasan? Thy father thou knowest not, nor do we know him, for the Sultan married her to the humpbacked groom, and the jinn came and prevented him. So, if thou know not thy father, they will regard thee among them as illegitimate. Dost thou not see that the son of the woman who is coveted as a wife knoweth his father? The Wazir of Cairo is thy grandfather, and as to thy father, we know him not, nor dost thou, return therefore to thy reason. Upon this, Ajib went immediately to his mother, Sid al-Hasan, and complained to her, and wept. And his weeping prevented his speaking, and when his mother heard his complaint and his crying, her heart was inflamed for him, and she said to him, O my son, what mocketh thee weep? Tell me thy story. So he told her what he had heard from the boys and from the monitor, and said to her, "O my mother, who is my father?" She answered him, "Thy father is the Wazir of Cairo." But he said, "He is not my father, tell me not, therefore, what is false. For the Wazir is thy father, not mine, who then is my father? If thou do not tell me truly, I will kill myself with this dagger." And when his mother heard the mention of his father, she wept at the allusion to the son of her uncle, and remembering the amiable qualities of Asin Badreddin of El-Bara, and 258 what had happened to herself and him, she recited an ode commencing thus: "They excited love in my heart, and departed. And far distant hath their abode become. Reason forsook me when they withdrew, and sleep and patience abandoned me." And she wept and cried out, and her son did the same, and lo, the Wazir entered. His heart burned within him when he beheld their state, and he said to them, "What causeth you to weep?" She acquainted him therefore with the treatment that her son had experienced from the other boys of the school. And he, also, wept, and called to mind what had happened to his brother and himself and his daughter, and he knew not the mystery of the case. Then suddenly he arose, and, going up to the council chamber, presented himself before the king, and related to him the story, begging his permission to travel eastwards to the city of El-Bara, that he might make inquiries respecting the son of his brother, and requesting also of the Sultan that he would write letters for him to all the countries through which he might pass, that, if he found the son of his brother in any place, he might take him away. And he wept before the Sultan, and the heart of the king was moved with compassion for him, and he wrote for him letters to all the regions and countries. Upon which the Wazir rejoiced, and, having offered up a prayer for the Sultan, took leave of him. He descended immediately and prepared for the journey, and, taking with him all that he required, together with his daughter and her son Ajib, travelled the first day and the second and the third, and proceeded until he arrived at the city of Damascus, and beheld it with its trees and streams celebrated by the poets. He alighted in the open space called Maidan el-Ab, and, when he had pitched his tents, said to his servants, "We will take rest here 2 days." So the servants entered the city to gratify their various desires. One to sell, another to buy, a third to enter the bath, and a fourth to visit the mosque of the Bani Umayyah, which hath not in the world its equal. Ajib also entered the city, accompanied by his eunuch, in order to amuse themselves. And the eunuch walked behind Ajib, having in his hand a whip that would strike down a camel. And when the people of Damascus beheld Ajib, and his elegance of form and perfect beauty, and observed him to be endowed with admirable loveliness, and with kindness of manner more bland than the northern 259 zephyr, sweeter than limpid water to the thirsty, and more pleasant than health to the diseased, they followed him, running after him in crowds. And some sat waiting in the streets to see him pass. Thus did they until the slave, as destiny had ordained, stopped before the shop of Ajib's father, Asin Badreddin, in which the cook who had acknowledged him as his adopted son in the presence of the ease and witnesses had established him. And this cook had died, and left him all his property, together with his shop. When the slave stopped there on this day, the servants also stopped with him, and Asin Badreddin beheld his son, and was charmed with him, observing his extreme beauty. His soul yearned towards him with natural sympathy, and his heart clung to him. He had just prepared a conserve of pomegranate grains, sweetened with sugar, and the affection divinely inspired increased in him. So he called out in ecstasy, and said, "O my master, O thou who hast captivated my heart and soul, and to whom my affections are drawn by sympathy, wilt thou come in to me, and refresh my heart and eat of my food?" And when he had said this, his eyes overflowed with involuntary tears, and he reflected upon his past experience and his condition at the present time. When Ajib heard the address of his father, his heart was in like manner drawn towards him by sympathy, and he looked towards the eunuch, and said to him, "Verily my heart is moved with sympathy for this cook, he seemeth to have parted with a son. Come in with us therefore, that we may refresh his heart and eat his offering of hospitality. Perhaps God, through our so doing, may accomplish our union with our father." But the eunuch replied, "By Allah, O my master, it is not proper. How should we, who are of the family of the Wazir, eat in the shop of a cook? I will, however, drive away the people from thee, lest they see thee, otherwise it will be impossible for thee to enter the shop. On hearing the reply of the eunuch, Bedr ed-Din was surprised, and, looking towards him, while his tears flowed down his cheeks, said to him, Verily my heart loveth him. Let us hear no more of these words, said the eunuch, and he desired the youth not to enter, but the father of Ajib cast his eyes upon the eunuch, and said, Great sir, wherefore wilt thou not refresh my heart and come in to me? O thou who resemblest black dust, but whose heart is white. O thou who hast been described in such and such terms of praise, so that the eunuch laughed, and said, What wouldst thou say? Speak, and be brief. And Bedr ed-Din recited this couplet, 260? Were it not for his accomplishments and admirable faithfulness, he had not been invested with authority in the abode of kings. What an excellent guardian for the harem is he! On account of his beauty the angels of heaven wait upon him. This address pleased the eunuch so much that he took the hand of Ajib, and entered the cook's shop. And Bedr ed-Din ladled out a saucerful of conserve of pomegranate grains, prepared with almonds and sugar, and the slave and the youth ate together, Bedr ed-Din saying to them, Ye have delighted me by your company, eat, and may it benefit you. Ajib then said to his father, Sit down and eat with us, and perhaps God will unite us to him whom we desire. And Bedr ed-Din said, O my son, hast thou been afflicted in thy tender years by the separation of those whom thou lovest? Yes, O uncle, answered Ajib, my heart is inflamed by the absence of one of those who are dear to me. The friend who hath withdrawn himself from me is my father, and I and my grandfather have come abroad to search for him through the world. And how do I sigh for my union with him? And he wept bitterly, and his father, moved by his tears, wept with him, reflecting upon his own desolate state, separated from those he loved, deprived of his father, and far removed from his mother. And the eunuch was moved with compassion for him. 261. They all ate together until they were satisfied. After which, the youth and the slave arose, and quitted the shop of Bedr ed-Din, who felt as if his soul had departed from his body and gone with them. He could not endure their absence for the twinkling of an eye. So he shut up his shop and followed them, though ignorant that the youth was his son, and walked quickly until he came up to them before they had gone out from the great gate. Whereupon the eunuch, looking back at him, said, What dost thou want, O cook? Bedr ed-Din answered, When ye departed from me, I felt as if my soul had quitted my body, and, having some business in the suburb, I was desirous of accompanying you to transact my business, and, after that, to return. But the eunuch was angry, and said to Ajib, Verily this repast was unlucky, respectful treatment hath become incumbent on us, and see, he is following us from place to place. Ajib therefore looked round, and, seeing the cook, was enraged, and his face became red, but he said to the eunuch, Suffer him to walk in the public road of the Muslims. But when we shall have turned from it to our tents, if he do the same, and we know that he is following us, we will drive him back. And he hung down his head and went on, with the eunuch behind him. Bedr ed-Din, however, followed them to the Maiden el-Ab, and when they had drawn near to the tents they looked back and saw him behind them. And Ajib was angry, fearing that the eunuch might inform his grandfather, and lest it should be said that he had entered the cook's shop, and that the cook had followed him. He looked at him till his eyes met the eye of his father, who had become as a body without a soul. And he fancied that his eye bore an expression of deceit, and that he was perhaps a knave, so his anger increased, and he took up a stone, and threw it at his father, and the stone struck him on the forehead, and wounded him. And he fell down in a swoon, the blood flowing over his face. Ajib went on with the eunuch to the tents. And Asin Bedr ed-Din, when he recovered his senses, wiped off the blood, and, having cut off a piece of linen from his turban, bound up his head with it, blaming himself, and saying, I wronged the youth when I shut up my shop and followed him. So he thought I was a deceiver. He then returned to his shop, and occupied himself with the sale of his meats, and he yearned with desire for his mother, who was at El-Bara. The Wazir, his uncle, remained at Damascus 3 days, and then departed to and, having entered this town, proceeded thence, inquiring at every place where he halted in his journey until he had 262 arrived at Meridin and El Mosul and Diyarbakir. He continued his journey until he arrived at the city of El-Bara, and when he had entered it and taken up his quarters, he went and presented himself before the Sultan, who received him with respect and honor, and inquired the reason of his coming. So he acquainted him with his story, and informed him that the Wazir Ali Nur ad-Din was his brother. The Sultan ejaculated, "God have mercy upon him," and said, "O Eb, he was my Wazir, and I loved him much. He died 12 years ago, and left a son. But we have lost him, and have heard no tidings of him. His mother, however, is with us, for she is the daughter of my old Wazir." On hearing from the king that the mother of his nephew was alive, the Wazir Shams ad-Din rejoiced, and said, "I am desirous of having an interview with her." And the king gave him immediate permission to visit her at his brother's house, so he went thither and kissed the threshold, and, entering an open court, found a door overarched with hard stone inlaid with various kinds of marble of every color. And he walked along by the walls of the house, and as he cast his eyes around upon them he observed the name of his brother Nur ad-Din inscribed on them in characters of gold, and he went to the name and kissed it, and wept. He then advanced to the saloon of his brother's wife, the mother of Asin Bedr ad-Din of El-Bara. During the absence of her son she had given herself up to weeping and wailing night and day. And after she had long suffered from his separation she made for her son a tomb of marble in the midst of the saloon, where she wept for him night and day, sleeping nowhere but by this tomb. And when Shams ad-Din arrived at her apartment he heard her voice apostrophizing the tomb. And while she was thus occupied he entered and saluted her, and informed her that he was her husband's brother, acquainting her with what had passed, and revealing to her the particulars of the story. He told her that her son Asin Bedr ad-Din had passed a whole night with his daughter, and disappeared in the morning, and that his daughter had borne him a son, whom he had brought with him, and when she heard this news of her son, and that he was perhaps still living, and beheld her husband's brother, she fell at his feet and kissed them, addressing him with this couplet: "Divinely is he inspired who acquainteth me with their approach. For he hath brought information most delightful to be heard. If he would be satisfied with that which is cast off, I would give him a heart rent in pieces at the hour of valediction." 263. The Wazir then sent to bring Ajib. And when he came, his grandmother rose to him, and embraced him, and wept. But Shams ad-Din said to her, "This is not a time for weeping, but rather a time for preparing thyself to accompany us on our return to the land of Egypt, and perhaps God may unite us with thy son, my nephew." She replied, "I hear and obey," and, arising immediately, collected all her property and treasures, and her female slaves, and forthwith prepared herself, after which the Wazir, Shams ad-Din, went up again to the Sultan of El-Bara, and took leave of him. And the king sent with him presents and rarities for the Sultan of Egypt. The Wazir departed without delay, accompanied by his brother's wife, and continued his journey until he arrived at the city of Damascus, where he alighted again, and encamped, and said to his attendants, "We will remain at Damascus a week, to buy for the Sultan presents and rarities." Ajib then said to the eunuch, "Boy, I long for a little diversion. Arise, therefore, and let us go to the market of Damascus, and see what is going on there, and what hath happened to that cook whose confection we ate and whose head we broke. Notwithstanding he had treated us with kindness, we acted ill towards him." The eunuch replied, "I hear and obey," and Ajib went forth with him from the tents, the tie of blood inciting him to visit his father, and they entered the city, and proceeded to the shop of the cook, whom they found standing there. It was then near the time of 264 afternoon prayers, and it happened that he had again just prepared a confection of pomegranate grains. And when they drew near to him, the heart of Ajib yearned towards him when he saw him, and he perceived the scar occasioned by the stone that he had thrown. He said to him, "Peace be on thee. Know that my heart is with thee." And when Bedr ad-Din beheld him, his affections were engrossed by him, and his heart throbbed with emotion towards him, and he hung down his head, desiring to adapt his tongue to speech, and unable to do so, but presently he raised his head, and, looking towards the youth in an humble and abject manner, recited these verses: "I wished for my beloved, but when I beheld him I was confounded and possessed neither tongue nor eye. I hung down my head in honor and reverence, and would have hidden what I felt, but it would not be concealed. I had prepared a volume of expostulation. But when we met I remembered not a word. He then said to them, Refresh you my heart, and eat of my food, for, by Allah, as soon as I beheld thee, my heart yearned towards thee, and I had not followed thee unless I had been deprived of my reason. By Allah, replied Ajib, thou dost indeed love us, and we ate a morsel with thee. But after it thou keptest close behind us and wouldst have disgraced us. We will not eat again with thee therefore, but on the condition of thy swearing that thou wilt not follow us, and otherwise we will not come to thee again henceforth. For we are staying at this city a week, in order that my grandfather may procure presents for the king. I bind myself, said Bedreddin, to do as ye desire. So Ajib entered the shop with the eunuch, and Bedreddin placed before them a saucer filled with the confection of pomegranate grains, upon which Ajib said to him, Eat with us. And may God dispel our affliction, and Bedreddin was delighted, and he ate with them, but he turned not his eyes from the youth, for his heart and all his faculties were captivated by him. Ajib, observing this, said to him, Knowest thou not that I told thee thou wast a rude dotard? Enough of this, continue not to gaze at my face. Bedreddin, therefore, apologized to him, and began to put morsels into the mouth of Ajib, and then did the same to the eunuch. Afterwards he poured the water upon their hands, and when they had washed he loosed a napkin of silk from his waist and wiped them with it. He next sprinkled rosewater upon them from a bottle that was in his shop, and went out, and returned with 2 cups of sherbet prepared with rose water 265 infused with musk, and, placing these before them, he said, Complete your kindness. So Ajib took a cup and drank, and Bedreddin handed the other to the eunuch, and both drank until their stomachs were full, and gratified their appetites to a degree beyond their usual habit. They then departed, and hastened back to the tents, and Ajib went in to his grandmother, the mother of his father Asen Bedreddin, and she kissed him, and said, Where hast thou been? He answered, In the city. And she arose, and brought him a saucer of confection of pomegranate grains, which happened to be somewhat deficient in sweetness, and she said to the eunuch, Sit down with thy master. The eunuch said within himself, By Allah, we have no appetite. He, however, seated himself, and Ajib did the same, though satiated with what he had eaten and drunk, and dipped a morsel of bread in the confection, and ate it. But it seemed to him insipid, on account of his being thus cloyed, and he loathed it, and said, What is this nasty dish, O my child? Said his grandmother, Dost thou find fault with my cookery? It was I who prepared it. And, except thy father, Asen Bedreddin, there is none who can cook it as well as myself. By Allah, O my mistress, replied Ajib, this thy dish is not well prepared. We have just now seen in the city a cook who had prepared a confection of pomegranate grains, but its odor was such as to dilate the heart, and the confection itself such as to excite appetite in one already satiated. As to thine, in comparison with his, it is good for nothing. His grandmother, on hearing this, fell into a violent rage, and turning towards the eunuch, said to him, What to thee? Hast thou corrupted my child? Thou hast taken him into the shops of the 266 cooks. The eunuch feared, and denied, saying, We did not enter the shop, but only passed by it. But Ajib said, By Allah, we entered and ate, and what we ate was better than this mess of thine. And upon this his grandmother arose, and informed her husband's brother, and incensed him against the eunuch. The slave was therefore brought before the Wazir, and he said to him, Wherefore didst thou take my child into the cook's shop? The eunuch, fearing, said again, We did not enter. Nay, said Ajib, we did enter, and ate of a confection of pomegranate grains until we were satiated, and the cook gave us to drink sherbet with ice and sugar. The Wazir's anger with the eunuch now increased, and he asked him again, but still he denied. Then said the Wazir, If thine assertion be true, sit down and eat before us. The eunuch therefore advanced, and would have eaten, but he could not. And he threw down the morsel that was in his hand, and said, O my master, I am satiated since yesterday. And by this the Wazir knew that he had eaten in the shop of the cook, so he ordered the female slaves to throw him down upon the ground, and they did so, and he gave him a severe beating, while the slave cried for mercy, but still saying, I am satiated since yesterday. The Weezer then interrupted the beating, and said to him, "Declare the truth." And at length the eunuch said, "Know that we did enter the shop of the cook while he was cooking pomegranate grains, and he ladled out for us some of the confection, and, by Allah, I never in my life ate any like it, or any more detestable than this which is before us." The mother of Bedreddin, enraged at this, said, "Thou shalt go to this cook and bring us a saucerful of his confection and shew it to thy master, that he may say which of the two is the better and the more delicious." "Well," replied the eunuch, and immediately she gave him a saucer, and half a piece of gold, and he went to the shop, and said to the cook, "We have laid a wager respecting thy confection at the tent of our master. For there is a mess of pomegranate grains cooked by the family, give us therefore, for this half piece of gold, and apply thyself to prepare it perfectly, for we have received an excruciating beating on account of thy cookery." Laughing at these words, Bedreddin replied, "By Allah, none excelleth in the preparation of this confection except myself and my mother, and she is now in a distant country." And he ladled out as much as filled the saucer, and perfected it by the addition of some musk and rosewater. The eunuch then hastened back with it to the family. And the mother of Asen took it, and, tasting its delicious flavor, immediately knew 267 who had prepared it, and shrieked, and fell down in a swoon. The Weezer was amazed at the event. And they sprinkled some rosewater upon her, and when she recovered she said, "If my son be yet in the world, no one but he cooked this confection, he is my son Asen Bedreddin without doubt, for none but he can prepare this, except myself. And it was I who taught him to do it." When the Weezer heard these words, he rejoiced exceedingly, and exclaimed, "Oh, how I long to behold my brother's son! Will fortune, indeed, unite us with him? But I look not for our union from any but God, whose name be exalted." And he instantly arose, and called out to his male attendants, saying, "Let 20 men of you go to the shop of the cook, and demolish it, and bind his hands behind him with his turban, and drag him hither by force, but without any injury to his person." They replied, "Well." The Weezer then rode immediately to the palace, and, presenting himself before the viceroy of Damascus, shewed him the contents of the letters which he had brought from the Sultan. And the viceroy, after kissing them, put them to his head, and said, "Who is thine offender?" He answered, "A man who is by trade a cook." And instantly the viceroy ordered his chamberlains to repair to his shop, and they went thither, but found it demolished, and everything that had been in it broken, for when the Weezer went to the palace, his servants did as he had commanded them. They 268 were then waiting his return from the palace. And Bedreddin was saying within himself, "What can they have discovered in the confection, that such an event as this should have befallen me?" And when the Weezer returned from the viceroy, and had received his permission to take his offender and to depart with him, he entered the encampment, and called for the cook. They brought him, therefore, with his hands bound behind him with his turban, and when he saw his uncle he wept bitterly, and said, "O my master, what crime have ye found in me?" The Weezer said to him, "Art thou he who cooked the confection of pomegranate grains?" He answered, "Yes, and have ye found in it anything that requires one's head to be struck off?" "This," replied the Weezer, "is the smallest part of thy recompense." "Wilt thou not," said Bedreddin, "acquaint me with my crime?" The Weezer answered, "Yea, immediately." And forthwith he called out to the young men, saying, "Bring the camels." They then took Bedreddin, and put him in a chest, and, having locked him up in it, commenced their journey, and continued on their way till the approach of night, when they halted and ate, and, taking out Bedreddin, fed him. After which they put him again into the chest, and in like manner proceeded to another station. Here also they took him out, and the Weezer said to him, "Art thou he who cooked the confection of pomegranate grains?" He answered, "Yes, O my master." And the Weezer said, "Shackle his feet." And they did so, and restored him to the chest. They then continued their journey to Cairo. And when they arrived at the quarter called Eridania, the Weezer commanded to take out Bedreddin again from the chest, and to bring a carpenter, to whom he said, "Make, for this man, a cross." "What," said Bedreddin, "dost thou mean to do with it?" The Weezer answered, "I will crucify thee upon it, and nail thee to it, and then parade thee about the city, Wherefore, demanded Bedreddin, wilt thou treat me thus? The Weezer replied, For thy faulty preparation of the confection of pomegranate grains, because thou madest it deficient in pepper. Because of its deficiency in pepper, exclaimed Bedreddin, wilt thou do all this to me? Art thou not satisfied with having thus imprisoned me, and fed me every day with only one meal? The Weezer answered, For its deficiency in pepper, thy recompense shall be nothing less than death. And Bedreddin was amazed, and bewailed his lot, and remained a while absorbed in reflection. The Weezer, therefore, said to him, Of what art thou thinking? He answered, Of imbecile minds, such as thine. For if 269 thou wert a man of sense thou wouldst not have treated me in this manner on account of the deficiency of pepper. It is incumbent on us, replied the Weezer, to punish thee, that thou mayest not do the like again, to which Bedreddin rejoined, The least of the things thou hast done to me were a sufficient punishment. The Weezer, however, said, Thy death is unavoidable. All this conversation took place while the carpenter was preparing the cross, and Bedreddin was looking on. Thus they both continued until the approach of night, when Bedreddin's uncle took him and put him again into the chest, saying, Tomorrow shall be thy crucifixion. He then waited until he perceived that he was asleep. Upon which he remounted, and, with the chest borne before him, entered the city, and repaired to his house, and when he had arrived there he said to his daughter Sidelasn, Praise be to God who hath restored to thee the son of thine uncle. Arise, and furnish the house as it was on the night of the bridal display. He therefore ordered her female slaves to do so, and they arose, and lighted the candles. And the Weezer brought out the paper upon which he had written his inventory of the furniture of the house, and read it, and ordered them to put everything in its place, so that the beholder would not doubt that this was the very night of the bridal display. He directed them to put Bedreddin's turban in the place where its owner had deposited it, and in like manner the trousers, and the purse which was beneath the mattress, and ordered his daughter to adorn herself as she was on the bridal night, and to enter the bride chamber, saying to her, When the son of thine uncle comes into thy chamber, say to him, Thou hast loitered since thou withdrewest from me this night, and request him to return and converse with thee till day. Having thus arranged everything, the Weezer took out Bedreddin from the chest, removed the shackles from his feet, and stripped him of his outer clothes, leaving him in his shirt. All this was done while he was asleep, unconscious of what was passing, and when he awoke, and found himself in an illuminated vestibule, he said, within himself, Am I bewildered by dreams, or am I awake? Then rising, he advanced a little way to an inner door, and looked, and lo, he was in the house in which the bride had been displayed, and he beheld the bride chamber and the couch and his turban and clothes. Confounded at the sight of these things, he took one step forwards and another backwards, thinking, Am I asleep or awake? And he began to wipe his forehead, and exclaimed in his astonishment, 270. By Allah, this is the dwelling of the bride who was here displayed before me, and yet I was just now in a chest. And while he was addressing himself, behold Sidelasn lifted up the corner of the mosquito curtain, and said, O my master, wilt thou not come in? For thou hast loitered since thou withdrewest from me this night. When he heard these words he looked at her face, and laughed, and said, Verily, these appearances are bewildering illusions of a dream. Then entering, he sighed. And as he reflected upon what had happened to him, he was perplexed at his situation, and his case seemed involved in obscurity. Looking at his turban and trousers, and the purse containing the 1,000 pieces of gold, he exclaimed, Allah is all-knowing, but it seemeth to me that I am bewildered by dreams, and he was confounded in the excess of his astonishment. Upon this, therefore, Sidelasn said to him, Wherefore do I behold thee thus astonished and perplexed? Thou wast not so in the commencement of the night. And he laughed, and asked her, How many years have I been absent from thee? Allah preserve thee. She exclaimed, The name of Allah encompass thee. Thou hast only withdrawn to yonder apartment. What hath passed in thy mind? On hearing this he smiled, and replied, Thou hast spoken truth. But when I withdrew from thee, sleep overcame me, and I dreamt that I was a cook in Damascus, and that I lived there 12 years. And I thought 271 that a youth of the sons of the great came to me, accompanied by a eunuch, and he proceeded to relate what had happened to him in consequence of this youth's visit, then drawing his hand over his forehead. He felt the scar occasioned by the blow, and exclaimed, "By Allah, O my mistress, it seemeth as though it were true. For he struck me with a stone upon my forehead, and cut it open. It seemeth, therefore, as though this had really happened when I was awake, but probably this dream occurred when we were both asleep. I imagined in my dream that I was transported to Damascus, without our bush or turban or trousers, and that I followed the occupation of a cook, and again, for a while, he remained utterly confounded. He then said, By Allah, I imagined that I made a confection of pomegranate grains containing but little pepper. Verily I must have been asleep, and in my sleep have seen all this. I conjure thee by Allah, said Sid el-Hasan, tell me what more thou sawest. And he related to her the whole, and added, If I had not awaked, they would have crucified me upon a wooden cross. On account of what? Said she. He answered, On account of the deficiency of pepper in the confection of pomegranate grains, and I imagined that they demolished my shop, and broke all my vessels, and put me in a chest, and brought the carpenter to make a cross of wood. For they intended to crucify me upon it. Praise be to God, therefore, who caused all this to occur to me in sleep, and caused it not to happen to me when I was awake. Sid el-Hasan, laughing at his words, pressed him to her bosom, and he in like manner embraced her. Then reflecting again, he said, By Allah, it seems as if it had happened when I was awake, and I knew not the reason nor the truth of the case. And he composed himself to sleep, perplexed with his case, and sometimes saying, I saw it in my sleep, and other times, I experienced it awake. Thus he continued until the morning, when his uncle, the Wazir Shams ed-Din, came in to him and saluted him. And Badr ed-Din, as soon as he beheld him, exclaimed, I conjure thee by Allah, tell me art not thou he who gave orders to bind my hands behind me, and to nail up my shop, on account of the confection of pomegranate grains, because it was deficient in pepper? The Wazir answered, No, O my son, that the truth hath appeared, and what was hidden hath been manifested. Thou art the son of my brother, and I did not this but to know if thou wert he who visited my daughter on that night. I was not convinced of this until I saw that thou knewest the house, and thy turban and trousers and gold, and the 2 papers. Namely, 272 the one which thou wrotest, and that which thy father, my brother, wrote, for I had never seen thee before, and therefore knew thee not, and as to thy mother, I have brought her with me from El-Bara. Having thus said, he threw himself upon him and wept, and Badr ed-Din, full of astonishment at his uncle's words, embraced him, and in like manner wept from excess of joy. The Wazir then said to him, O my son, the cause of all this was what passed between me and thy father. And he related to him the circumstances of their case, and the cause of his father's departure to El-Bara, after which he sent for Ajib. And when the father of the youth saw him, he exclaimed, This is he who threw the stone at me. This, said the Wazir, is thy son. And Badr ed-Din cast himself upon him, and recited the following verses. Long have I wept on account of our disunion, the tears overflowing from my eyelids. And I vowed that if Providence should bring us together, I would never again mention our separation. Joy hath overcome me to such a degree that by its excess it hath made me weep. O thou hast become so accustomed to tears that thou weepest from happiness as from grief. And when he had uttered these words, his mother, beholding him, threw herself upon him and repeated this couplet. Fortune made a vow to torment me incessantly, but thine oath hath proved false, O Fortune, therefore expiate it. Happiness hath arrived, and the beloved is come to my relief, repair then to the messenger of festivity, and hasten. She afterwards related to him everything that had happened to her, and he also acquainted her with all that he had suffered. And they offered up thanks to God for their union. The Wazir then went up to the Sultan, and informed him of these occurrences. And the king was astonished, and ordered that a statement of them should be inserted in the records, to be preserved to future ages. And the Wazir resided with his brother's son, and his own daughter and her son, and with the wife of his brother. And all of them passed their lives in the enjoyment of the utmost happiness until they were visited by the Terminator of Delights, and the Separator of Companions. Such, O Prince of the Faithful, said Ja'far, were the events that happened to the Wazir Shams ed-Din and his brother Nur ed-Din. By Allah, exclaimed the Khalifa Harun-ar-Rashid, this story is wonderful. And he gave one of his own concubines to the young man who had killed his wife, and appointed him a regular maintenance, and the young man became one of his companions at the table. 273. Notes to Chapter 4. Note 1. From the close of Chapter 3, the order of the tales in this translation, agreeably with the Cairo edition, differs from that which is followed in the old version. Note 2. This alludes to the poor man's want of sufficient clothing. For, in the climate of Baghdad, a person who is not very scantily clad is in little need of a fire to warm himself. Note 3. My sheikh has remarked, in a marginal note, that these verses would be appropriate only from the mouth of a learned man complaining of the unprofitableness of his science with respect to procuring him money. But perhaps, in writing this, he was actuated by a somewhat overzealous regard for the honor of his own profession, for, when a poor man has acquired a little knowledge, his neighbors are apt to flatter him. Note 4. The Azar has been described in the second note to Chapter 3. Note 5. Literally, the sons of thine uncle, but the meaning is, thy kinsman. Note 6. On bastinating. In Arabian, and some other Eastern, countries, it is a common custom, when a person is accused of a crime before a magistrate, and denies his guilt, to bastinate him, in order to induce him to confess. And even witnesses, sometimes, are treated in the same manner. The beating is usually inflicted with a kurbaj, a thang or whip of hippopotamus hide hammered into a round form, or with a stick, and generally on the soles of the feet. For this purpose the feet are confined by a chain or rope attached at each end to a staff, which is turned round to tighten it. This is called a falah. 2 persons, one on each side, strike alternately. And the punishment is often continued until the sufferer becomes insensible, and even longer. Note 7. Of sales by auction. In many of the sows, market streets, or bazaars, in Arabian cities, auctions are held on stated days, once or more frequently in every week. They are conducted by brokers, dellals, hired either by private persons or by shopkeepers. These brokers carry the goods up and down the street, announcing the sums bidden, with cries of arj and k, and the shopkeepers, as well as others, purchase of them. Note 8. I have before mentioned that this horrid mode of punishing a woman suspected of incontinence is not unfrequently practiced among the Arabs. Many 274 similar cases have been mentioned to me in Egypt as having occurred in that country in the present age. And often the murder is committed by the father or a brother of the woman, as her relations are considered as more disgraced than the husband by her crime. The present tale is probably founded on some particular occurrence of this kind. One is related as having happened in the reign of the Khalifa el-Mu'tad. In this case, some limbs of the murdered woman, in 2 leathern bags, were brought up from the bed of the Tigris in the net of a fisherman. Such barbarity, however, is contrary to law, as is stated in 2 former notes, ed. Note 9, of the retaliation of injuries on the day of resurrection. The examination being passed, and every one's works weighed in a just balance, that mutual retaliation will follow, according to which every creature will take vengeance one of another, or have satisfaction made to him for the injuries which he hath suffered. And since there will then be no other way of returning like for like, the manner of giving this satisfaction will be, by taking away a proportionable part of the good works of him who offered the injury, and adding it to those of him who suffered it. Which being done, if the angels, by whose ministry this is to be performed, say, Lord, we have given to every one his due, and there remaineth of this person's good works so much as equaleth the weight of an ant. God will of his mercy cause it to be doubled unto him, that he may be admitted into paradise. But if, on the contrary, his good works be exhausted, and there remain evil works only, and there be any who have not yet received satisfaction from him, God will order that an equal weight of their sins be added unto his, that he may be punished for them in their stead, and he will be sent to hell laden with both. Note 10. Rain is a common proper name of men, now commonly given to slaves, and the name of the sweet basil in particular, also called reen, and of sweet-smelling plants in general. It also signifies any favor of God, the supplies necessary for subsistence, a son, and k. Note 11. This ejaculation is addressed to God. Note 12. In the original, mir, vulgar, mar. This is the name which the Arabs give to Egypt, and which they have also given to its successive capitals, or seats of government, Memphis, Egyptian Babylon, Elfus, and El-Hire, or Cairo. It is here applied to Cairo, as will be shown by the following note, and by the sequel of the tale, though this city was not founded until long after the reign of Harun ar-Rashid. I may here remark that I have not found the name of Mir applied to Cairo in any Arabic work anterior to the conquest of Egypt by the Osmanli Turks, which happened in the year of the flight 923, AD 1517. Elfus retained this appellation in the time of Escue, who died in the year of the flight 911, but it ceased to do so before the time of Elize with Aqte, who brought down his history to the month of Rahman, 1032, AD 1623. It is probable, therefore, that the name of Misr, typo Mir, was transferred to Cairo on the occasion of the conquest by the Turks. I must not assert that this observation alone enables us to form a decided judgment as to the period when this work was composed, as it may be objected that copyists have perhaps substituted Mir for El-Hire. But I pursue the inquiry in the next note. Note 13. On several evidences of the period when this work, in the states in which it is known to us, was composed or compiled or remodeled. The tale here presents another anachronism. The title of Soln, as a prefix, was first borne by Mahmud ibn Sebuktakin, in the year of the flight 393, just 200 years after the death of Harun ar-Rashid. And there was no Soln of Egypt until the year of the flight 567 of a little later, the first being the famous Al-Ad-Din, or Saladin. I have now given several data upon which to found a reasonable opinion as to the 275 age when these tales, in the states in which they are known to us, were composed or compiled or remodeled. First, in note 55 to chapter 2. I have shown that a fiction in one of the tales is framed in accordance with the distinction of Muslims, Christians, and Jews, by the colors of their turbans. Which mode of distinction originated in the beginning of the 8th century of the flight. Secondly, in the present note, I have mentioned a fact which affords some reason for inferring that there had been a long series of psalms in Egypt before the age of the writer or writers. In the third place, I must remark that all the events described in this work are said to have happened in ages which, with respect to that of the writer or writers, were ancient, being related to an ancient king. From which I think we may infer its age to have been at least 2 centuries posterior to the period mentioned in the first of these data. Fourthly, in note 22 to chapter 3. I have shown that the state of manners and morals described in many of these tales agrees, in a most important point of view, with the manners and morals of the Arabs at the commencement of the 10th century of the flight. This I regard as an argument of great weight, and especially satisfactory as agreeing with the inference just before drawn. Fifthly, from what I have stated in the note immediately preceding, I incline to the opinion that few of the copies of this work now known to us, if any, were written until after the conquest of Egypt by the Turks, in the year 1517 of our era. This opinion, it should be remarked, respects especially the early portion of the work, which is the least likely to have been interpolated, as later parts evidently have been. At the last mentioned period, a native of Cairo, in which city I believe the principal portion of the work to have been written, might, if about 40 years of age, retain a sufficient recollection of the later Memluk sultans and of their ministers to describe his kings and courts without the necessity of consulting the writings of historians. Deriving his knowledge of early times not from the perusal of any regular record, but only from traditions or from works like the present. I should have delayed the insertion of the foregoing remarks, had I not considered it a point of some importance to suggest to the reader, as early as possible, that the manners and customs, and in general even the dresses and dwellings, described in most of the present tales, are those of a very late period. The lax state of morals which appears to have prevailed among the Arabs in the time of the writer or writers probably continued at least until the period when coffee became a common beverage. about the middle of the 10th century of the flight, or near the middle of the 16th century of our era, and perhaps considerably later, until some years after the introduction of tobacco into the East. The researches of von Hammer have satisfactorily shown that the 1001 Nights, in the states in which it is known to us, is based upon a very old work, in Persian. An Arabic translation of which bore a similar, or perhaps the same, title as that which we are considering, but I believe the last to be, in its best features, a very late production. Note 14. Shems ed-Din signifies the sun of the religion, and Nur ed-Din, the light of the religion. Note 15. Customs observed after a death. Though the men, in Arabian countries, make no change in their dress in indication of mourning, they observe other customs after the death of a relation. By the term here used in the original for mourning, aza, the primary signification of which is consolation or condolence, an allusion is made to receiving the visits of condoling friends. On the night immediately following the burial, several persons are employed to perform recitations of portions of the Urin, and the most remarkable of these ceremonies consists in repeating thrice 1,000 times, "There is no deity but God," one of the performers having a string of 1,000 large beads by means of which to count these repetitions. Some persons are also hired to perform a recitation of the whole of the Urin in the afternoon or evening of the first Thursday after the funeral, and often on other days. And the merit of these and the former religious acts is transferred to the soul of the D276 ceased. These customs I have fully described in my work on the Modern Egyptians, Volume 2. Ch. 15. Note 16. The island here alluded to is that called Era, or the garden. Note 17. The prayer carpet, which resembles a wide hearth rug, is seldom used as a covering for the saddle except when the rider is a person of the learned profession. It is probably mentioned here to shew that Nur ed-Din was an officer of the pen, which was generally the case with the wazirs of the sultans of Egypt. Note 18. Jerusalem is called in the original, and by the modern Arabs, El-Quds, which signifies holiness. Note 19. The Arabic name of Aleppo is Alab. Note 20. An Arab of rank is seldom seen on foot outside the threshold of his own house, unless it be merely to cross the street. Note 21. The decoration here alluded to consists in furnishing the apartment with costly carpets, handsome cushions, rich coverings for the diwans, and colored lamps, and Note 22. This, to some readers, may appear odd. It should therefore be explained that most articles of Arab clothing are equally suitable to young and old, thin and stout. Note 23. Asin signifies beautiful or handsome. Note 24. On infancy and education. I may avoid an unnecessary multiplication of notes on the same, or nearly the same, subject, by availing myself of this occasion to insert here the following illustrations of numerous passages, in the preceding and subsequent tales, relating to infancy and education. In few cases are the Mohammedans so much fettered by the directions of their prophet and other religious institutors as in the rearing and educating of their children. In matters of the most trivial nature, religious precedents direct their management of the young. One of the first duties is to wrap the newborn child in clean white linen, or in linen of some other color, but not yellow. After this, some person, not a female, should pronounce the adhan in the ear of the infant, because the prophet did so in the ear of Elasan when Fatimah gave birth to him. Or he should pronounce the adhan in the right ear, and the ayama, which is nearly the same, in the left. It was formerly a custom of many of the Arabs, and perhaps is still among some, for the father to give a feast to his friends on 7 successive days after the birth of a son, but that of a daughter was observed with less rejoicing. The general modern custom is to give an entertainment only on the 7th day, which is called Yom-es-Sabua. On this occasion, the mother, having left her bed, receives her guests, the child is exhibited to them, and they give presents of gold or silver coins, which are generally used to decorate the infant's headdress. The father entertains his friends in the evening. On this day, or on the 14th, 21st, 28th, or 35th day after the birth, several religious ceremonies are required to be performed, but they are most approved if observed on the 7th day. One of these is the naming. I believe, however, that it is a more common custom to give the name almost immediately after the birth, or about 3 hours after. Astrologers were often consulted on this occasion. But the following directions are given on higher authority, and are generally 277 observed. The father should give his son a good name, not a name of self-praise, as Rashid, orthodox, Amin, faithful, and K. The Prophet said, the names most approved by God are Abdi-Allah, servant of God, and Abd-Aram, servant of the compassionate, and such like. He also said, give my name, but do not distinguish by my surname of relationship, but this precept, they say, respects his own lifetime, because he was addressed, O Abu el-Sim, and now it is not disapproved. But some disapprove of uniting the name and surname, so as to call a person Muhammad and Abu el-Sim. And if a son be called by the name of a prophet, it is not allowable to abuse or vilify him, unless the person so named be facing his reproacher, who should say, thou, without mentioning his name, and a child named Mohammed or Ahmad should be, especially, honored. The Prophet said, there is no people holding a consultation at which there is present one whose name is Mohammed or Ahmad, but God blesseth all that assembly, and again he said, whoever nameth his child by my name, or by that of any of my children or my companions, from affection to me or to them, God, whose name be exalted, will give him in paradise what I hath not seen nor ear heard. And a son should not be named King of Kings, or Lord of Lords, nor should a man take a surname of relationship from the name of the eldest of his children, nor take any such surname before a child is born to him. The custom of naming children after prophets, or after relations or companions of Mohammed, is very common. No ceremony is observed on account of the naming. On the same day, however, 2 practices which I am about to mention are prescribed to be observed, though, as far as my observations and inquiries allow me to judge, they are generally neglected by the modern Muslims. The first of these is a sacrifice. The victim is called Iya. It should be a ram or goat, or 2 such animals should be sacrificed for a son, and 1 for a daughter. This rite is regarded by Ibn Ambal as absolutely obligatory. He said, if a father sacrifice not for his son, and he, the son, die, that son will not intercede for him on the day of judgment. The founders of the 3 other principal sects regard it in different and less important lights, though Muhammad slew an Iya for himself after his prophetic mission. The person should say, on slaying the victim, O God, verily this Ae Ka is a ransom for my son such a one, its blood for his blood, and its flesh for his flesh, and its bone for his bone, and its skin for his skin, and its hair for his hair. O God, make it a ransom for my son from hellfire. A bone of the victim should not be broken. The midwife should receive a leg of it. It should be cooked without previously cutting off any portion of it, and part of it should be given in alms. After this should be performed the other ceremony above alluded to, which is this. It is a sunnah ordinance, incumbent on the father, to shave, or cause to be shaved, the head of his child, and to give, in alms to the poor, the weight of the hair in gold or silver. This should also be done for a proselyte. On the subsequent occasions of shaving the head of a male child, for the head of the male is frequently shaven, a tuft of hair is generally left on the crown, and commonly, for several years, another also over the forehead. Circumcision is most approved if performed on the same day, but the observance of this rite is generally delayed until the child has attained the age of 5 or 6 years, and sometimes several years later. I shall therefore delay mentioning the ceremonies with which it is celebrated. The Muslims rightly regard a child as a trust committed by God to its parents, who, they hold, are responsible for the manner in which they bring it up, and will be examined on this subject on the day of judgment. But they further venture to say, that the first who will lay hold of a man on the day of judgment will be his wife and 278 children, who, if he have been deficient in his duty to them, will present themselves before God, and say, O our Lord, take for us our due from him. For he taught us not that of which we were ignorant, and he fed us with forbidden food, and we knew not, and their due will be taken from him. By this is meant, that a certain proportion of the good works which the man may have done, and his children and wife neglected, will be set down to their account, or that a similar proportion of their evil works will be transferred to his account. The mother is enjoined by the law to give suck to her child 2 full years, unless she have her husband's consent to shorten the period, or to employ another nurse. For suckling the child, a virtuous woman, who eateth only what is lawful, should be chosen, for the unlawful food will manifest its evil in the child, as the prophet said, giving suck altereth the tempers. But it is recommended by the Sunnah that the mother herself suckle the child, for it is said in a tradition, there is nothing better for a child than its mother's milk. If thou wouldst try, it is added, whether a child be of an ingenuous disposition in its infancy, or not, order a woman who is not its mother to suckle it after its mother has done so. And if it drink of the milk of the woman who is not its mother, it is not of an ingenuous disposition. Children, being regarded by Muslim parents as enviable blessings, are, to them, objects of the most anxious solicitude. To guard them from the supposed influence of the envious or evil eye, they have recourse to various expedients. When they are taken abroad, they are usually clad in the most slovenly manner, and left unwashed, or even purposely smeared with dirt. And as a further precaution, a fantastic cap is often put upon the child's head, or its headdress is decorated with 1 or more coins, a feather, a gay tassel, or a written charm or 2 sewed up in leather or encased in gold or silver, or some other appendage to attract the eye, that so the infant itself may pass unnoticed. If a person express his admiration of another's child otherwise than by some pious ejaculation, as, for instance, by praising its creator, with the exclamation of Subhanallah, or Mashallah, or invoking a blessing on the Prophet, he fills the mind of the parent with apprehension, and recourse is had to some superstitious ceremony to counteract the dreaded influence of his envious glance. The children of the poor are less exposed to this imaginary danger from their unattractive appearance. They generally have little clothing, or none whatever, and are extremely dirty. It is partly with the view of protecting them from the evil eye, that those of the rich are so long confined to the harem. There they are petted and pampered for several years, at least until they are of age to go to school. But most of them are instructed at home. The children of the Muslims are taught to shew to their fathers a degree of respect which might be deemed incompatible with the existence of a tender mutual affection, but I believe that this is not the case. The child greets the father in the morning by kissing his hand, and then usually stands before him in a respectful attitude, with the left hand covered by the right, to receive any order or to await his permission to depart. But after the respectful kiss is often taken on the lap. After the period of infancy, the well-bred son seldom sits in the presence of his father, but during that period he is generally allowed much familiarity. A Syrian merchant, who was one of my near neighbors in Cairo, had a child of exquisite beauty, commonly supposed to be his daughter, whom, though he was a most bigoted Muslim, he daily took with him from his private house to his shop. The child followed him, seated upon an ass, before a black slave, and, until about 6 years old, was dressed like most young ladies, but without a face veil. The father then thinking that the appearance of taking about with him a daughter of that age was scandalous, dressed his pet as a boy, and told his friends that the female attire had been employed as a protection against the evil eye. Girls being less coveted than boys. This indeed is sometimes done, and it is possible that such might have been the case in this instance, but I was led to believe that at 279 was not so. A year after, I left Cairo. While I remained there, I continued to see the child pass my house as before, but always in boy's clothing. It is not surprising that the natives of Arabian countries, where a very trifling expense is required to rear the young, should be generally desirous of a numerous offspring. A motive of self-interest conduces forcibly to cherish this feeling in a wife, for she is commonly esteemed by her husband in proportion to her fruitfulness. And a man is seldom willing to divorce a wife, or to sell a slave, who has borne him a child. A similar feeling also induces in both parents a desire to obtain offspring, and renders them at the same time resigned to the loss of such of their children as die in tender age. This feeling arises from their belief of certain services, of greater moment than the richest blessings this world can bestow, which children who die in infancy are to render to their parents. The Prophet is related to have said, "The infant children of the Muslims shall assemble at the scene of judgment on the day of the general resurrection, when all creatures shall appear for the reckoning, and it will be said to the angels, 'Go ye with these into paradise,' and they will halt at the gate of paradise, and it will be said to them, 'Welcome to the offspring of the Muslims. Enter ye paradise, there is no reckoning to be made with you,' and they will reply, 'Yeah, and our fathers and our mothers,' but the guardians of paradise will say, 'Verily your fathers and your mothers are not with you because they have committed faults and sins for which they must be reckoned with and inquired of.' Then they will shriek and cry at the gate of paradise with a great cry, and God, whose name be exalted, and who is all-knowing respecting them, will say, 'What is this cry?' It will be answered, 'O our Lord,' the children of the Muslims say, 'We will not enter paradise but with our fathers and our mothers.' Whereupon God, whose name be exalted, will say, 'Pass among them all, and take the hands of your parents, and introduce them into paradise.' The children who are to have this power are such as are born of believers, and die without having attained to the knowledge of sin. And according to one tradition, one such child will introduce his parents into paradise. Such infants only are to enter paradise. 4. Of the children who die in infancy, those of believers alone are they who would believe if they grew to years of discretion. On the same authority it is said, when a child of the servant of God dies, God, whose name be exalted, saith to the angels, 'Have ye taken the child of my servant?' They answer, 'Yea.' He saith, 'Have ye taken the child of his heart?' They reply, 'Yea.' He asketh them, 'What did my servant say?' They answer, 'He praised thee, and said, Verily to God we belong, and verily unto him we return.' Then God will say, 'Build for my servant a house in paradise, and name it the house of praise.' To these traditions, which I find related as proofs of the advantages of marriage, the following anecdote, which is of a similar nature, is added. A certain man, who would not take a wife, awoke one day from his sleep, and demanded to be married, saying, as his reason, 'I dreamt that the resurrection had taken place, and that I was among the beings collected at the scene of judgment, but was suffering a thirst that stopped up the passage of my stomach. And lo, there were youths passing through the assembly, having in their hands ewers of silver, and cups of gold, and giving drink to one person after another, so I stretched forth my hand to one of them, and said, Give me to drink. For thirst overpowereth me. But they answered, Thou hast no child among us, we give drink only to our fathers. I asked them, Who are ye? They replied, We are the deceased infant children of the Muslims. Especial rewards in heaven are promised to mothers. When a woman conceives by her husband, said the Prophet, she is called in heaven a martyr, i.e., she is ranked as a martyr in dignity. And her labor in childbed, and her care for her children, protect her from hellfire. When the child begins to speak, the father should teach him first the kalime, or profession of faith, there is no deity but God, Mohammed is God's apostle, he 280 should dictate this to him 7 times. Then he should instruct him to say, Wherefore, exalted be God, the King, the Truth. There is no deity but He, the Lord of the honorable throne. He should teach him also the throne verse, and the closing words of the Ashar, He is God, beside whom there is no deity, the King, the Holy, and as soon as a son is old enough, his father should teach him the most important rules of decent behavior. Placing some food before him, he should order him to take it with the right hand, the left being employed for unclean purposes, and to say, on commencing, in the name of God, to eat what is next to him, and not to hurry, nor spill any of the food upon his person or dress. He should teach him that it is disgusting to eat much. He should particularly condemn to him the love of gold and silver, and caution him against covetousness as he would against serpents and scorpions, and forbid his spitting in an assembly, and committing any similar breach of good manners, talking much, turning his back upon another, standing in an indolent attitude, and speaking ill of any person to another. He should keep him from bad companions, teach him the Urim and all requisite divine and prophetic ordinances, and instruct him in the arts of swimming and archery, and in some virtuous trade, for trade is a security from poverty. He should also command him to endure patiently the chastisements of his teacher. In one tradition it is said, when a boy attains the age of 6 years he should be disciplined, and when he attains to 9 years he should be put in a separate bed. And when he attains to 10 years he should be beaten for neglecting prayer. In another tradition, order your children to pray at 7 years, and beat them for neglecting it at 10, and put them in separate beds. Circumcision, which has before been mentioned, is generally performed before the boy is submitted to the instruction of the schoolmaster. Previously to the performance of this rite, he is, if belonging to the higher or middle rank of society, usually paraded about the neighborhood of his parents' dwelling, gaily attired, chiefly with female habits and ornaments. But with a boy's turban on his head, mounted on a horse, preceded by musicians, and followed by a group of his female relations and friends. This ceremony is observed by the great with much pomp and with sumptuous feasts. El-Jaberti mentions a fete celebrated on the occasion of the circumcision of a son of the Awith of Cairo, in the year of the flight 1179 A.D. 1766, when the grandees and chief merchants and ulama of the city sent him such abundance of presents that the magazines of his mansion were filled with rice and butter and honey and sugar, the great hall, with coffee, and the middle of the court, with firewood. The public were amused for many days by players and performers of various kinds. And when the youth was paraded through the streets he was attended by numerous Memluks with their richly caparisoned horses and splendid arms and armor and military band, and by a number of other youths who, from compliment to him, were circumcised afterwards with him. This latter custom is usual on such occasions, and so also is the sending of presents, such as those above mentioned, by friends, acquaintances, and tradespeople. At a fete of this kind, when the Khalifa el-Mu'tadir circumcised 5 of his sons, the money that was scattered in presents amounted to 600,000 pieces of gold, or about 300,000 pounds. Many orphans were also circumcised on the same day, and were presented with clothes and pieces of gold. The Khalifa above mentioned was famous for his magnificence, a proof of which I have given in a former note. At the more approved entertainments which are given in celebration of a circumcision, a recital of the whole of the Quran, or a zikr, is performed. At some others, male or 281 female public dancers perform in the court of the house, or in the street before the door. Few of the children of the Arabs receive much instruction in literature, and still fewer are taught even the rudiments of any of the higher sciences. But there are numerous schools in their towns, and one at least in almost every moderately large village. The former are mostly attached to mosques and other public buildings, and, together with those buildings, endowed by princes or other men of rank or wealthy tradesmen. In these, the children are instructed either gratis or for a very trifling weekly payment, which all parents, except those in indigent circumstances, can easily afford. The schoolmaster generally teaches nothing more than to read, and to recite by heart the whole of the Quran. After committing to memory the first chapter of the sacred volume, the boy learns the rest in the inverse order of their arrangement, as they generally decrease in length. Writing and arithmetic are usually taught by another master. And grammar, rhetoric, versification, logic, the interpretation of the Quran, and the whole system of religion and law, with all other knowledge deemed useful, which seldom includes the mere elements of mathematics, are attained by studying at a collegiate mosque, and at no expense. For the professors receive no pay either from the students, who are mostly of the poorer classes, or from the funds of the mosque. The wealthy often employ for their sons a private tutor, and, when he has taught them to read, and to recite the Quran, engage for them a writing master, and then send them to the college. But among this class, polite literature is more considered than any other branch of knowledge, after religion. Such an acquaintance with the works of some of their favorite poets as enables a man to quote them occasionally in society, is regarded by the Arabs as essential to a son who is to mix in genteel company. And to this acquirement is often added some skill in the art of versification, which is rendered peculiarly easy by the copiousness of the Arabic language, and by its system of inflection. These characteristics of their noble tongue, which are remarkably exhibited by the custom, common among the Arabs, of preserving the same rhyme throughout a whole poem, While on the one hand they have given an admirable freedom to the compositions of men of true poetic genius, have on the other hand mainly contributed to the degradation of Arabic poetry. To an Arab of some little learning it is almost as easy to speak in verse as in prose. And hence he often intersperses his prose writings, and not unfrequently his conversation, with indifferent verses, of which the chief merit often consists in puns, or in an ingenious use of several words nearly the same in sound, but differing in sense. To a reader unacquainted with the Arabic language it is necessary to explain this custom. Otherwise he would imagine that the author of the present work is merely indulging in a dramatic license inconsistent with a true delineation of manners, when he makes a person suddenly change the style of his speech from prose to verse, and then revert to the former. One more duty of a father to a son I should here mention, it is, to procure for him a wife as soon as he is arrived at a proper age. This age is decided by some to be 20 years, though many young men marry at an earlier period. It is said, when a son has attained the age of 20 years, his father, if able, should marry him, and then take his hand, and say, I have disciplined thee, and taught thee, and married thee. I now seek refuge with God from thy mischief in the present world and the next. To enforce this duty, the following tradition is urged: when a son attains to the age of puberty, and his father does not marry him, and yet is able to do so, if the youth commit an improper act in consequence, the sin of it is between the two. Or, as in another report, on the father. The same is held to be the case with respect to a daughter who has attained the age of 12 years. The female children of the Arabs are seldom taught even to read. Though they are 282 admissible at the daily schools in which the boys are instructed, very few parents allow them the benefit of this privilege, preferring, if they give them any instruction of a literary kind, to employ a shika, or learned woman, to teach them at home. She instructs them in the forms of prayer, and teaches them to repeat by heart a few chapters of the Quran. Very rarely the whole book. Parents are indeed recommended to withhold from their daughters some portions of the Quran, to teach them the Surat an-Nur, or 24th chapter, and keep from them the Surat Yusuf, 12th chapter. On account of the story of Zalika and Yusuf in the latter, and the prohibitions and threats and mention of punishments contained in the former. Needlework is not so rarely, but yet not generally, taught to Arab girls. The spindle frequently employs those of the poorer classes, and some of them learn to weave. The daughters of persons of the middle and higher ranks are often instructed in the art of embroidery, and in other ornamental work, which are taught in schools and in private houses. Singing, and playing upon the lute, which were formerly not uncommon female accomplishments among the wealthy Arabs, are now almost exclusively confined, like dancing, to professional performers and a few of the slaves in the harems of the great. It is very seldom now that any musical instrument is seen in the hand of an Arab lady, except a kind of drum called darabuka, and a with acute r, or tambourine, which are found in many harems, and are beaten with the fingers. Some care, however, is bestowed by the ladies in teaching their daughters what they consider an elegant gait and carriage, as well as various alluring and voluptuous arts with which to increase the attachment of their future husbands. Note 25. Water wheels. The water wheels here mentioned are machines commonly used for the purpose of irrigating fields and gardens. They are generally turned by a pair of cows or bulls. They raise the water from a river or well in a series of earthen pots attached to cords which pass over a vertical wheel, and pour it into a trough, from which it flows in narrow channels through the space of ground to be irrigated. A cogged vertical wheel is attached to the same axis as the former, and this, and consequently the other also, are turned by means of a larger, horizontal, cogged wheel. The ground is divided into hollow squares, or furrows, into each of which in succession the water is admitted. Note 26. Bedreddin signifies the full moon of the religion. Note 27. I have here omitted the name of Shemseddin and his office, as Asen's knowledge of them would render the sequel of the story too improbable even to an Arab. Note 28. In the original, this paper is here said to have been written by Asen in accordance with the dictation of his father. But afterwards it is said to have been written by the latter, and this is more consistent with the rest of the tale. Note 29. Papers of importance are often wrapped in waxed cloth to preserve them from wet, which would efface the writing, as the Arab ink is chiefly composed of smoke-black and gum and water. Note 30. In the original, the cap is not here mentioned, but it is afterwards. Note 31. This paragraph and the verses interspersed in it are translated from the Calcutta edition of the first 200 nights. Note 32. The poet here alluded to is El-Mutanebi. Note 33. It is a common custom of Eastern kings and governors to avail themselves of any pretext for seizing upon the property of a deceased officer who has accumulated much wealth. 283. Note 34. It is implied that he was sitting at the door, or in the court, of his house. Note 35. His taking a copy is mentioned afterwards in the original, but not in this place. Note 36. I have designated by the appellation of dye-women, from want of a better, those females who are employed to apply the N, which imparts a deep orange-red dye, to the nails or tips of the fingers, the palms of the hands, the soles of the feet, and Some Arab ladies, especially on such an occasion as that here described, are ornamented with this dye in a more fanciful manner. The woman who applies it is called in Arabic munish. Note 37. The chief office of the tire-woman, in Arabic, she, is to comb and plait the hair. She attends the ladies in the bath, and hence is also called Belina. Note 38. A maba is a bench of stone or brick, generally between 2 and 3 feet in height, and about the same in width, built against the front of a shop, and sometimes along the front of a private house. See Note 22 to Chapter 1, ed. Note 39. On marriage. Previously to the perusal of the first description of a nuptial fete that occurs in this work, the reader may perhaps desire some introductory information, which I shall here endeavor to convey in such a manner as to make the present note serve to illustrate many future allusions in these pages, and not merely the foregoing tale. Marriage is regarded by the Muslims in general as a positive duty, and to neglect it, without a sufficient excuse, subjects a man to severe reproach. When a servant of God, said the Prophet, marries, verily he perfects half his religion. He once asked a man, "Art thou married?" The man answered, "No." "And art thou," said he, "sound and healthy?" The answer was, "Yes." "Then," said Mohammed, "thou art one of the brothers of the devils. For the most wicked among you are the unmarried, and the most vile among your dead are the unmarried. Moreover, the married are those who are acquitted of filthy conversation. And by him in whose hand is my soul, the devil hath not a weapon more effective against the virtuous, both men and women, than the neglect of marriage." Some remarks on this subject, and on the advantages of marriage, have been made in a preceding note on infancy and education. The number of wives whom a Muslim may have at the same time is 4. He may marry free women, or take concubine slaves, or have of both these classes. It is the opinion of most persons, I believe, among the more strictly religious, that a man may not have more than 4 women, whether they be wives alone, or concubine slaves alone, or of both classes together. But the practice of some of the companions of the Prophet, who cannot be accused of violating his precepts, affords a strong argument to the contrary. Ali, it is said, was the most devout of the companions. But he had 4 wives and 17 concubines besides, and married, after Fime, may God be well pleased with her. Among all that he married and divorced, more than 200 women, and sometimes he included 4 wives in one contract, and sometimes divorced 4 at one time, taking other 4 in their stead. This may perhaps be an exaggerated statement, but it is certain that the custom of keeping an unlimited number of concubines was common among wealthy Muslims in the 1st century of the Mohammedan era, and has so continued. The famous author of the work above quoted urges the example of Solomon to prove that the possession of numerous concubines is not inconsistent with piety and good morals, not considering that God made but one wife for Adam. It has been mentioned in the first of the notes to this work, that a Muslim may 284 divorce his wife twice, and each time take her back. This he may do, even against her wish, during a fixed period, which cannot extend beyond 3 months, unless she be enceinte, in which latter case she must wait until the birth of her child before she will be at liberty to contract a new marriage. During this period the husband is obliged to maintain her. If he divorce her a 3rd time, or by a triple sentence, he cannot take her again unless with her own consent, and by a new contract, and after another marriage has been consummated between her and another husband. And this husband also has divorced her. It is not a common custom, especially among the middle ranks, for an Arab to have more than one wife at the same time. But there are few of middle age who have not had several different wives at different periods, tempted to change by the facility of divorce. The case of Ali has been mentioned above. Mughair ibn Shibi married 80 women in the course of his life. And several more remarkable instances of the love of change are recorded by Arab writers. The most extraordinary case of this kind that I have met with was that of Mohammed ibn Ayyub, the dyer, of Baghdad, who died in the year of the flight 423. Aged 85 years. Of whom it is related, on most respectable authority, that he married more than 900 women. Supposing, therefore, that he married his first wife when he was 15 years of age, he must have had, on the average, nearly 13 wives per annum. The women, in general, cannot of course marry so many successive husbands, not only because a woman cannot have more than one husband at a time, but also because she cannot divorce her husband. There have been, however, many instances of Arab women who have married a surprising number of men in rapid succession. Among these may be mentioned Kharija, who gave occasion to a proverb on this subject. This woman, who was of the tribe of Bajila, in El Yemen, married upwards of 40 husbands, and her son Kharija knew not who was his father. She used to contract a marriage in the quickest possible manner, a man saying to her, Kaiban, betrothal, she replied, Nikun, marriage, and thus became his lawful wife. She had a very numerous progeny, several tribes originating from her. For the choice of a wife, a man generally relies on his mother, or some other near female relation, or a professional female betrother, who is called Kaibe, for there are many women who perform this office for hire. The law allows him to see the face of the female whom he proposes to marry, previously to his making the contract, but in the present day this liberty is seldom obtained, except among the lower orders. Unless in this case, a man is not allowed to see unveiled any woman but his own wife or slave, and those women to whom the law prohibits his uniting himself in marriage, nay, according to some, he is not allowed to see his own niece unveiled, though he may not marry her. It should be added that a slave may lawfully see the face of his own mistress, but this privilege is seldom granted in the present day to any slave but a eunuch. An infringement of the law above mentioned is held to be extremely sinful in both parties. The curse of God, said the Prophet, is on the seer and the seen, yet it is very often disregarded in the case of women of the lower orders. A man is forbidden, by the Urim and the Sunnah, to marry his mother, or other ascendant, daughter, or other descendant, his sister, or half-sister, the sister of his father or mother or other ascendant, his niece, or any of her descendants. His foster mother who has suckled him 5 times in the course of the first 2 years, or a woman related to him by milk in any of the degrees which would preclude his marriage with her if she were similarly related to him by consanguinity. The mother of his wife, even if he has not consummated his marriage with this wife. The daughter of his wife, if he has consummated his marriage with the latter, but if he has not done so, and this wife 285 is divorced from him, or dead, he may marry her daughter, his father's wife, and his son's wife. And to have at the same time 2 wives who are sisters, or aunt and niece, he is forbidden also to marry his unemancipated slave, or another man's slave if he is already a free wife. And to marry any woman but one of his own faith, or a Christian, or a Jewess. A Mohammedan woman, however, may only marry a man of her own faith. An unlawful intercourse with any woman prevents a man from marrying any of her relations who would be forbidden to him if she were his wife. The reader has already seen that a cousin, the daughter of a paternal uncle, is often chosen as a wife on account of the tie of blood, which is likely to attach her more strongly to her husband, or on account of an affection conceived in early years. parity of rank is generally much regarded, and a man is often unable to obtain as his wife the daughter of one of a different profession or trade, unless an inferior, or a younger daughter when an elder remains unmarried. A girl is often married at the age of 12 years, and sometimes at 10, or even 9, the usual period is between 12 and 16 years. At the age of 13 or 14 she may be a mother. The young men marry a few years later. The most important requisite in a wife is religion. The prophet said, "A virtuous wife is better than the world and all that it contains." A virtuous wife, said Lum, is like a crown on the head of a king. And a wicked wife is like a heavy burden on the back of an old man. Among the other chief requisites are agreeableness of temper, and beauty of form, undiminished by any defect or irregularity of features or members, moderation in the amount of dowry required, and good birth. It is said, "If thou marry not a virgin, which is most desirable, marry a divorced woman, and not a widow, for the divorced woman will respect thy words when thou sayest, if there were any good in thee thou hadst not been divorced. Whereas the widow will say, May God have mercy on such a one. He hath left me to one unsuited to me." But according to another selfish maxim, the woman most to be avoided is she who is divorced from a man by whom she has had a child. For her heart is with him, and she is an enemy to the man who marries her after. Modesty is a requisite upon which too much stress cannot be laid, but this, to an English reader, requires some explanation. Ali asked his wife Fime, "Who is the best of women?" She answered, "She who sees not men, and whom they see not." Modesty, therefore, in the opinion of the Muslims, is most eminently shown by a woman's concealing her person, and restraining her eyes, from men. The best rank of men in a mosque, said the Prophet, is the front. And the best rank of women is the rear, that is, those most distant from the men, but better than even these are the women who pray at home. Fruitfulness is also a desirable qualification to be considered in the choice of a wife. It may be known in maidens, says the Prophet, from their relations, because, generally speaking, kindred are similar in disposition, and lastly, contentment is to be enumerated among the requisites. It is said, on the same authority, verily the best of women are those that are most content with little. To obtain a contented and submissive wife, many men make their selection from among the classes inferior to them in rank. Others, with a similar view, prefer a concubine slave in the place of a wife. The consent of a girl not arrived at the age of puberty is not required. Her father, or, if he is dead, her nearest adult male relation, or a guardian appointed by will or by the A with a QTE, acts as her wekil or deputy to effect the marriage contract for her. If of age, she appoints her own deputy. A dowry is required to legalize the marriage, and the least dowry allowed by the law is 10 dirhams, or drams of silver, about 5 shillings of our money. Mohammed married certain of his wives for a dowry of 10 dirhams 286 and the household necessaries, which were a handmill to grind the corn, a water jar, and a pillow of skin or leather stuffed with the fibers of the palm tree, which are called leaf, but some he married for a dowry of 500 dirhams. With the increase of wealth and luxury, dowries have increased in amount, but, to our ideas, they are still trifling. A sum equivalent to about £20 being a common dowry among Arabs of the middle classes for a virgin, and half or a third or quarter of that sum for a divorced woman or a widow. 2/3 of the sum is usually paid before making the contract, and the remaining portion held in reserve to be paid to the woman in case of her divorce or in case of the husband's death. The father or guardian of a girl under age receives the former portion of her dowry, but it is considered as her property, and he generally expends it, with an additional sum from his own purse, in the purchase of necessary furniture, dress, and for her, which the husband can never take from her against her own wish. The marriage contract is generally, in the present day, merely verbal, but sometimes a certificate is written and sealed by the A with a QDE. The most approved or propitious period for this act is the month of Shawwal, the most unpropitious, Muharram. The only persons whose presence is required to perform it are the bridegroom, or his deputy, the bride's deputy, who is the betrother, 2 male witnesses, if such can be easily procured. and the A with a QTE or a schoolmaster or some other person to recite a khutbah, which consists of a few words in praise of God, a form of blessing on the Prophet, and some passages of the Quran, respecting marriage. They all recite the Fatah, or opening chapter of the Quran, after which the bridegroom pays the money. The latter and the bride's deputy then seat themselves on the ground, face to face, and grasp each other's right hand, raising the thumbs, and pressing them against each other. Previously to the khutbah, the person who recites this formula places a handkerchief over the two joined hands, and after the khutbah he dictates to the two contracting parties what they are to say. The betrother generally uses the following or a similar form of words: I betroth to thee my daughter, or her for whom I act as deputy, such a one, naming the bride, the virgin, or the adult virgin, and for a dowry of such an amount. The bridegroom answers, I accept from thee her betrothal to myself. This is all that is absolutely necessary, but the address and reply are usually repeated a second and third time, and are often expressed in fuller forms of words. The contract is concluded with the recital of the Fatah by all persons present. This betrothal, or marriage contract, is often performed several years before the consummation, when the two parties are yet children, or during the infancy of the girl, but generally not more than about 8 or 10 days before the former event. The household furniture and dress prepared for the bride are sent by her family to the bridegroom's house, usually conveyed by a train of camels, 2 or 3 or more days before she is conducted thither. The feasts and processions which are now to be mentioned are only observed in the case of a virgin bride, a widow or divorced woman being remarried in a private manner. I describe them chiefly in accordance with the usages of Cairo, which appear to me most agreeable, in general, with the descriptions and allusions in the present work. The period most commonly approved for the consummation of marriage is the eve of Friday, or that of Monday. Previously to this event, the bridegroom once or twice or more frequently gives a feast to his friends. And for several nights, his house and the houses of his near neighbors are usually illuminated by numerous clusters of lamps, or by lanterns, suspended in front of them, some, to cords drawn across the street. To these or other cords are also suspended small flags, or square pieces of silk, each of 2 different colors, generally red and green. Some say that the feast or feasts should be given on the occasion of the contract, others, on the consummation. Others, again, on both these occasions. The usual custom of the people of Cairo is to give a feast on 287 the night immediately preceding that of the consummation, and another on the latter night, but some commence their feasts earlier. Respecting marriage feasts, the Prophet said, the first day's feast is an incumbent duty, and the second day's, a sunnah ordinance, and the third day's, for ostentation and notoriety, and he forbade eating at the feast of the ostentatious. It is a positive duty to accept an invitation to a marriage feast or other lawful entertainment, but the guest is not obliged to eat. The persons invited, and all intimate friends, generally send presents of provisions of some kind a day or 2 before. The Prophet taught that marriage feasts should be frugal. The best that he gave was with 1 goat. He approved of demonstrations of joy at the celebration of a marriage with songs, and, according to one tradition, by the beating of defs, or tambourines, but in another tradition the latter practice is condemned. The preferable mode of entertaining the guests is by the performance of a zikr. The bride is conducted to the bridegroom's house in the afternoon immediately preceding the night of consummation. On the day next preceding that on which she is conducted thither, she goes to the public bath, accompanied by a number of her female relations and friends. The procession generally pursues a circuitous route, for the sake of greater display, and on leaving the house, turns to the right. In Cairo, the bride walks under a canopy of silk borne by 4 men, with one of her near female relations on each side of her. Young unmarried girls walk before her. These are preceded by the married ladies, and the procession is headed and closed by a few musicians with drums and hautboys. The bride wears a kind of pasteboard crown, or cap, and is completely veiled from the view of spectators by a cashmere shawl placed over her crown and whole person, but some handsome ornaments of the head are attached externally. The other women are dressed in the best of their walking attire. In the case, however, of a bride of high rank or of wealth, and often in the case of one belonging to a family of the middle class, the ladies ride upon high-saddled asses, without music or canopy. And the bride is only distinguished by a cashmere shawl instead of the usual black silk covering, one or more eunuchs sometimes riding at the head. In the bath, after the ordinary operations of washing and a feast is made, and the party are often entertained by female singers. Having returned in the same manner to her home, the bride's friends there partake of a similar entertainment with her. Her hands and feet are then stained with N, and her eyes ornamented with caul, and her friends give her small presents of money, and take their leave. It is a sunna ordinance that the bride wash her feet in a clean vessel, and sprinkle the water in the corners of the chamber, that a blessing may result from this. She should also brighten her face, and put on the best of her apparel, and adorn her eyes with caul, and stain her hands and feet with N, as above mentioned. And she should abstain, during the first week, from eating anything that contains mustard, and from vinegar and sour apples. The bride is conducted to the house of the bridegroom on the following day, in the same manner as to the bath, or with more pomp. In Cairo, the bridal processions of persons of very high rank are conducted with singular display. The train is usually headed by buffoons and musicians, and a water carrier loaded with a goat's skin filled with sand and water, of very great weight, which is often borne for many hours before, as well as during, the procession, merely to amuse the spectators by this feat of strength. Then follow, interrupted by groups of male or female dancers, jugglers, and numerous decorated open wagons, or cars, each of which contains several members of some particular trade or art engaged in their ordinary occupations, or one such person with attendants, in one, for instance, a awaji, or avaji, with his assistants and pots 288 and cups and fire, making coffee for the spectators, in a second, makers of sweetmeats, in a third, makers of pancakes, farras in a fourth, silk lace manufacturers, in a fifth, a silk weaver with his loom, in a sixth, tinners of copper vessels, at their work, in a seventh, whitewashers, whitening over and over again a wall. In short, almost every manufacture and has its representatives in a different wagon. El-Jaberti describes a procession of this kind in which there were upwards of 70 parties of different trades and arts, each party in a separate wagon, besides buffoons, wrestlers, dancers, and others, followed by various officers, the eunuchs of the bride's family, ladies of the harem with their attendants, then the bride, in a European carriage, a troop of Memluks clad in armor, and a Turkish band of music. It was a procession of which the like had not before been seen. The bride and her party, having arrived at the house, sit down to a repast. The bridegroom does not yet see her. He has already been to the bath, and at nightfall he goes in procession with a number of his friends to a mosque, to perform the night prayers. He is accompanied by musicians and singers, or by chanters of lyric odes in praise of the Prophet, and by men bearing cressets, poles with cylindrical frames of iron at the top filled with flaming wood, and on his return, most of his other attendants bear lighted wax candles, and bunches of flowers. Returned to his house, he leaves his friends in a lower apartment, and goes up to the bride, whom he finds seated, with a shawl thrown over her head, so as to conceal her face completely, and attended by one or two females. The latter he induces to retire, by means of a small present. He then gives a present of money to the bride, as the price of uncovering the face, and having removed the covering, saying, as he does so, in the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful, he beholds her, generally, for the first time. On the occasion of this first visit, which is called the dukhul, or dukli, he is recommended to perfume himself, and to sprinkle some sugar and almonds on the head of the bride and on that of each woman with her. This practice being established by existing usage and by traditions, also, when he approaches her, he should perform the prayers of 2 rak'ahs. And she should do the same if able. Then he should take hold of the hair over her forehead, and say, O God, bless me in my wife, and bless my wife in me. O God, bestow upon me offspring by her, and bestow upon her offspring by me. O God, unite us, as thou hast united, happily, and separate us, when thou separatest, happily. Note 40. The arbush is a woolen skullcap, of a deep blood-red color, having a tassel of dark blue silk attached to the crown. It is now worn by most Arabs of the higher and middle classes, and by many others, except in Arabia, where it is not so common. Round it is wound the muslin or shawl which forms the turban. Within it is worn a cotton cap. The Turks call it fes and fez. Note 41. The farajia is a loose robe or coat, now generally made of cloth, with full and long sleeves extending a little beyond the extremities of the fingers and without any slit. It is worn chiefly by persons of the learned professions. Note 42. This is the usual mode in which money is collected for the singing women in the present day. Note 43. Ouria is the appellation commonly given by the Arabs to a virgin of paradise, by French and English writers, termed huri. Which term, in Arabic, converts a female into a male, but is agreeable with the Persian equivalent of the Arabic ouria. Note 44. On the evil eye. Some remarks on the evil eye have been made in a former note, No. 24 in the present series, with respect to children, and the means of counteracting its supposed influence. But I mention this subject again partly with the 289 view of suggesting to the reader the necessity of bearing it in mind, as it explains many usages described, or alluded to, in this work, which would otherwise appear unaccountable. He may remember a well-known line of Virgil. Nesciocas teneros oculis mihi fascinat agnos. Which, like many other allusions in works of ancient authors, shews how long and how extensively this superstition has been entertained. How deeply it is rooted in the minds of Arabs, even the most religious and learned, may be inferred from this saying of their prophet, the eye has a complete influence. Because verily, if there were a thing to overcome fate, it most certainly would be a malignant eye. Hence he permitted charms, which he disallowed in almost every other case, to be employed for the purpose of counteracting its influence. The following observation, selected from several of a similar nature in my work on the modern Egyptians, aptly illustrates the passage to which this note immediately refers. It is a custom among the higher and middle classes in Cairo, on the occasion of a marriage, to hang chandeliers in the street before the bridegroom's house. And it often happens that a crowd is collected to see a very large and handsome chandelier suspended. In this case, it is a common practice to divert the attention of the spectators by throwing down and breaking a large jar, or by some other artifice, lest an envious eye should cause the chandelier to fall. Note 45. The closet here alluded to, being one in which ablution is performed, always contains a small trough of water, or a ewer. Note 46. This epithet, unlucky, is often applied to an ifrit. I have frequently heard it thus used by Arabs. Note 47. Abu Shihab, literally, father of a shooting star, is a nickname often given to a devil, and is so employed because devils, or evil jinnis, are sometimes destroyed by shooting stars hurled at them by angels. An instance of which occurs in the tale under consideration. Note 48. Sit Elos signifies the Lady of Beauty. Note 49. Ashish is the intoxicating hemp, which has been mentioned in former notes. Note 50. Thus in the Breslau edition, and in the Calcutta edition of the first 200 nights, but in the edition of Cairo, the cook is merely termed a prodigal. Note 51. On adoption. The Mohammedan law allows the adoption of sons, provided that the person to be adopted consents to the act, if of age to judge for himself, also, that he has been deprived of his parents by death or other means, and that there be such a difference of age between the two parties as might subsist between a natural father and his son. The adopted son enjoys the same right of inheritance as the natural son. But the adoptive father is not prevented by this act from marrying any relation of his adopted son. Note 52. In the houses of Arabs of the more wealthy classes, there is usually a chair upon which the turban is placed at night. It is of a large size, but slight make, the bottom and back being generally of canework, and sometimes it has a kind of canopy constructed over it. The turban, when placed upon it, is covered with a kerchief of thick silk stuff, often embroidered or interwoven with gold thread. Note 53. Mili may be understood as meaning either of the fashion of el-mil or of muslin, but the former, according to my sheikh, is the signification here intended. I think there is nothing peculiar in the common modern turban of el-mil. Note 54. This is done under the idea that it strengthens the infant's eyes. Note 55. Ajib signifies wonderful. Note 56. The meaning of this is that he grew in a day as other children in a month, and in a month as others in a year. 290. Note 57. The death of the cook is mentioned in the edition of Breslau, but not in that of Cairo. Note 58. This ejaculation is generally uttered at the mention of a deceased Muslim. Note 59. Eb is a title given to wazirs, as mentioned in Note 8 to the introduction. Note 60. In the original, 15. The age of Ajib has been shown to have been little more than 11 at this period. Therefore I have substituted 12 for 15. In page 243 I have made a similar correction, substituting 15 for 18. Note 61. This alludes to a custom common in the East, that of giving a present of a dress, or some article of clothing, to a person who has brought good news. Note 62. The term boy is not used here to imply that the eunuch was a youth, but in the sense in which it is often employed by us, as synonymous with servant. Note 63. Eridania is the name of a tract on the north of Cairo, where travelers arriving from Syria generally halted. In the original, by errors in the diacritical points, this name is converted into Ezebedania. Note 64. The word which I translate across literally signifies an effigy. But I suppose this term to be employed merely because a cross bears a rude resemblance to a man with extended arms. Note 65. The name of Allah encompass thee, or, literally, be around thee, is an ejaculation often used, especially by women, agreeing exactly with the expression in the first verse of the 20th Psalm, the name of the God of Jacob defend thee. The name of God here signifying his power. The name of the Lord is a strong tower, the righteous runneth into it and is safe. Proverbs 18:10. Note 66. Here, for a reason given above, I have substituted 12 for 10. Note 67. In the original, the last of these verses is here omitted, but my sheikh has supplied it in the margin of my copy, and it occurs afterwards, in the 75th night, in which the preceding verses, with some slight variations, are repeated. Note 68. On the expiation of oaths. The law clearly allows expiation for an inconsiderate oath, and, according to vulgar opinion, for the violation of a deliberate oath. The expiation consists in once feeding or clothing 10 poor men, liberating a Muslim slave or captive, or fasting 3 days. An unintentional oath requires no expiation, but the swearing to a falsehood can only be expiated by deep repentance. Note 69. Hole observes, page 222, that the discovery of Bedreddin in the Arabian Nights by the tarts he had made bears internal evidence of having been copied from Nella Raj's detection by the same means, and he refers to Kindersley's Specimens of Indian Literature. Mirat-Easy Zaman, Events of the Year 289. Sales Preliminary Discourse, Sect. 4. The call to prayer, which is chanted from the madnais, or minarets, of the mosques. It is as follows: God is most great. 4 times. I testify that there is no deity but God. Twice. I testify that Mohammed is God's apostle. Twice. Come to prayer. Twice. Come to security. Twice. God is most great. Twice. There is no deity but God. Nuzhat el-Mutamil wa Murshid el-Mutahil, Sect. 9. Nuzhat el-Mutamil wa Murshid el-Mutahil, Sect. 9. Compare Exodus 13 and 12. 46. Nuzhat el-Mutamil and Sect. 9, and Mishkat el-Masbi, Volume 2. Pages 315, 316. Nuzhat el-Mutamil, and Loco Laudado. Nuzhat el-Mutamil, and Sect. 9. Ibid. Nuzhat el-Mutamil, and Sect. 2. Edom, Sect. 7. Urin, ch. 23. v. 117. God. There is no deity but He, and to the words, He is the High, the Great. Edom, ch. 2, v. 256. Nuzhat el-Mutamil, and Sect. 9. Nuzhat el-Mutamil, and Sect. 9. A similar custom is mentioned in a note appended to the account of circumcision in Volume 1, ch. 2. Of my work on the modern Egyptians. Mirat Easy Zaman, Events of the Year 302. Nuzhat el-Mutamil, and Sect. 9, and Mishkat el-Mabi, Volume 2. Page 86. Mishkat el-Mabi, Ebed. Nuzhat el-Mutamil, and Sect. 6. See my work on the modern Egyptians, Volume 2. CHV. Mishkat el-Mabi, Volume 2. Page 79. Nuzhat el-Mutamil, and Sect. 1. Ibid. Nuzhat el-Mutamil, and Sect. 1. Mirat Easy Zaman, Events of the Year above mentioned. Edom, Proverbs of the Arabs, and Muz, Voci Karaja. Ch. 4. Verses 26, 27. Nuzhat el-Mutamil, and Sect. 4. Edom, Sect. 6. Mishkat el-Mabi, Volume 1, page 229. Edom, Volume 1, page 223. Edom, Volume 2. Page 78. Edom, Volume 2. Page 79. Nuzhat el-Mutamil, and Sect. 4. Edom, Sect. 8. Nuzhat el-Mutamil, and Sect. 8. Ibid. And Mishkat el-Mabi, Volume 2. Page 105. Mishkat el-Mabi, Volume 2. Page 104. Nuzhat el-Mutamil, and Loco Laudado, and Mishkat el-Mabi, Volume 2. Page 89. Nuzhat el-Mutamil, and Loco Laudado. Account of the Emir Mohammad Agha el-Barudi, Obituary, Year 1205. Nuzhat el-Mutamil, and Sect. 8. Mishkat el-Mabi, Volume 2. Page 377. Ibid. Urin, CHV v. 9. 291. Chapter 5. Commencing with part of the 24th night, and ending with part of the 32nd. The story of the humpback. There was, in ancient times, in the city of El-Bara, a tailor who enjoyed an ample income, and was fond of sport and merriment. He was in the habit of going out occasionally with his wife, that they might amuse themselves with strange and diverting scenes. And one day they went forth in the afternoon, and, returning home in the evening, met a humpbacked man, whose aspect was such as to excite laughter in the angry, and to dispel anxiety and grief, so they approached him to enjoy the pleasure of gazing at him, and invited him to return with them to their house, and to join with them in a carousal that night. He assented to their proposal, and after he had gone with them 292 to the house, the tailor went out to the market, night having then approached. He bought some dried fish, and bread and limes and sweetmeat, and, returning with them, placed the fish before the humpback and they sat down to eat. And the tailor's wife took a large piece of fish and crammed the humpback with it, and, closing his mouth with her hand, said, "By Allah, thou shalt not swallow it but by gulping it at once, and I will not give thee time to chew it." He therefore swallowed it, but it contained a large and sharp bone, which stuck across in his throat, his destiny having so determined, and he expired. The tailor exclaimed, "There is no strength nor power but in God the High, the Great. Alas, that this poor creature should not have died but in this manner by our hands, wherefore this idling? Exclaimed the woman, and what can I do? Asked her husband. Arise, she answered, and take him in thy bosom, and cover him with a silk napkin. I will go out first, and do thou follow me, this very night, and say, This is my son, and this is his mother. And we are going to convey him to the physician, that he may give him some medicine. No sooner had the tailor heard these words than he arose, and took the humpback in his bosom. His wife, accompanying him, exclaimed, O my child! May Allah preserve thee! Where is the part in which thou feelest pain, and where hath this smallpox attacked thee? So everyone who saw them said, They are conveying a child smitten with the smallpox. Thus they proceeded, inquiring as they went, for the abode of the physician, and the people directed them to the house of a physician who was a Jew. And they knocked at the door, and there came down to them a black slave girl, who opened the door, and beheld a man carrying, as she imagined, a child, and attended by its mother, and she said, What is your business? We have a child here, answered the tailor's wife, and we want the physician to see him. Take, then, this quarter of a piece of gold, and give it to thy master, and let him come down and see my son, for he is ill. The girl, therefore, went up, and the tailor's wife, entering the vestibule, said to her husband, Leave the humpback here, and let us take ourselves away. And the tailor, accordingly, set him up against the wall, and went out with his wife. The slave girl, meanwhile, went in to the Jew, and said to him, Below, in the house, is a sick person, with a woman and a man, and they have given me a quarter of a piece of gold for thee, that thou mayest prescribe for them what may suit his case. And when the 293 Jew saw the quarter of a piece of gold, he rejoiced, and, rising in haste, went down in the dark, and in doing so, his foot struck against the lifeless humpback. O Ezra! He exclaimed, O heavens and the 10 Commandments! O Aaron, and Joshua son of Nun! It seemeth that I have stumbled against this sick person, and he hath fallen down the stairs and died. And how shall I go forth with one killed from my house? O Ezra's ass! He then raised him, and took him up from the court of the house to his wife, and acquainted her with the accident. And why sittest thou here idle? Said she. For if thou remain thus until daybreak our lives will be lost. Let me and thee, then, take him up to the terrace, and throw him into the house of our neighbor the Muslim. For he is the steward of the Sultan's kitchen, and often do the cats come to his house, and eat of the food which they find there. As do the mice too, and if he remain there for a night, the dogs will come down to him from the terraces and eat him up entirely. So the Jew and his wife went up, carrying the humpback, and let him down by his hands and feet to the pavement. Placing him against the wall, which having done, they descended. Not long had the humpback been thus deposited when the steward returned to his house, and opened the door, and, going up with a lighted candle in his hand, found a son of Adam standing in the corner next the kitchen. Upon which he exclaimed, What is this? By Allah, the thief that hath stolen our goods is none other than a son of Adam, who taketh what he findeth of flesh or grease, even though I keep it concealed from the cats and the dogs. And if I killed all the cats and dogs of the quarter it would be of no use, for he cometh down from the terraces. And so saying, he took up a great mallet and struck him with it, and then, drawing close to him, gave him a second blow with it upon the chest, when the humpback fell down, and he found that he was dead. Whereupon he grieved, and said, There is no strength nor power but in God. And he feared for himself, and exclaimed, Curse upon the grease and the flesh, and upon this night, in which the destiny of this man hath been accomplished by my hand. Then, looking upon him, and perceiving that he was a humpback, he said, Is it not enough that thou art humpbacked, but must thou also be a robber, and steal the flesh and the grease? O Protector, cover me with thy gracious shelter. And he lifted him upon his shoulders, and descended, and went forth from his house, towards the close of the night, and stopped not until he had conveyed him to the commencement of the market street, where he placed him 294 upon his feet by the side of a shop at the entrance of a lane, and there left him and retired. Soon after, there came a Christian, the Sultan's broker, who, in a state of intoxication, had come forth to visit the bath, and he advanced, staggering, until he drew near to the humpback, when he turned his eyes, and beheld one standing by him. Now some persons had snatched off his turban early in the night, and when he saw the humpback standing there, he concluded that he intended to do the same, so he clenched his fist and struck him on the neck. Down fell the humpback upon the ground, and the Christian called out to the watchman of the market, while, still in the excess of his intoxication, he continued beating the humpback and attempting to throttle him. As he was thus employed, the watchman came, and, finding the Christian kneeling upon the Muslim and beating him, said, "Arise, and quit him." He arose, therefore, and the watchman, approaching the humpback, saw that he was dead, and exclaimed, "How is it that the Christian dareth to kill the Muslim?" Then seizing the Christian, he bound his hands behind him, and took him to the house of the wali, the Christian saying within himself, "O heavens! O Virgin! How have I killed this man? And how quickly did he die from a blow of the hand?" Intoxication had departed, and reflection had come. The humpback and the Christian passed the remainder of the night in the house of the wali, and the wali ordered the executioner to proclaim the Christian's crime, and he set up a gallows, and stationed him beneath it. The executioner then came, and threw the rope round his neck, and was about to hang him, when the sultan's steward pushed through the crowd, seeing the Christian standing beneath the gallows, and the people made way for him. And he said to the executioner, "Do it not. For it was I who killed him. Wherefore didst thou kill him?" Said the wali. He answered, "I went into my house last night, and saw that he had descended from the terrace and stolen my goods. So I struck him with a mallet upon his chest, and he died, and I carried him out, and conveyed him to the market street, where I set him up in such a place, at the entrance of such a lane. Is it not enough for me to have killed a Muslim, that a Christian should be killed on my account? Hang, then, none but me." The wali, therefore, when he heard these words, liberated the Christian broker, and said to the executioner, "Hang this man, on the ground of his confession." And he took off the rope from the neck of the Christian, and 295 put it round the neck of the steward, and, having stationed him beneath the gallows, was about to hang him, when the Jewish physician pushed through the crowd, and called out to the executioner, saying to him, "Do it not. For none killed him but I, and the case was this: he came to my house to be cured of a disease, and as I descended to him I struck against him with my foot, and he died. Kill not the steward, therefore, but kill me." So the wali gave orders to hang the Jewish physician, and the executioner took off the rope from the steward's neck, and put it round the neck of the Jew. But, lo, the tailor came, and, forcing his way among the people, said to the executioner, "Do it not, for none killed him but I." And it happened thus: I was out amusing myself during the day, and as I was returning at the commencement of the night, I met this humpback in a state of intoxication, with a tambourine, and singing merrily. And I stopped to divert myself by looking at him, and took him to my house. I then bought some fish, and we sat down to eat, and my wife took a piece of fish and a morsel of bread, and crammed them into his mouth, and he was choked, and instantly died. Then I and my wife took him to the house of the Jew, and the girl came down and opened the door, and while she went up to her master, I set up the humpback by the stairs, and went away with my wife. So, when the Jew came down and stumbled against him, he thought that he had killed him. And he said to the Jew, "Is this true?" He answered, "Yes." The tailor, then, looking towards the wali, said to him, "Liberate the Jew, and hang me." And when the wali heard this he was astonished at the case of the humpback, and said, "Verily this is an event that should be recorded in books." And he said to the executioner, "Liberate the Jew, and hang the tailor on account of his own confession." So the executioner led him forward, saying, "Dost thou put forward this and take back that, and shall we not hang one?" And he put the rope round the neck of the tailor. Now the humpback was the sultan's buffoon, and the sultan could not bear him to be out of his sight. And when the humpback had got drunk, and been absent that night and the next day until noon, the king inquired respecting him of some of his attendants, and they answered him, "O our lord, the wali hath taken him forth dead," and gave orders to hang the person who killed him. And there came a second and a third person, each saying, "None killed him but I," and describing to the wali the cause of his killing him. When the king, therefore, heard this, he called out to the chamberlain, and said to him, 296 Go down to the wali, and bring them all hither before me. So the chamberlain went down, and found that the executioner had almost put to death the tailor, and he called out to him, saying, Do it not, and informed the wali that the case had been reported to the king. And he took him, and the humpback born with him, and the tailor and the Jew and the Christian and the steward, and went up with them all to the king. And when the wali came into the presence of the king, he kissed the ground, and related to him all that had happened. And the king was astonished, and was moved with merriment, at hearing this tale. And he commanded that it should be written in letters of gold. He then said to those who were present, Have ye ever heard anything like the story of this humpback? And upon this the Christian advanced, and said, O King of the age, if thou permit me I will relate to thee an event that hath occurred to me more wonderful and strange and exciting than the story of the humpback. Tell us then thy story, said the king. And the Christian related as follows. 297. The story told by the Christian broker. Know, O King of the age, that I came to this country with merchandise, and destiny stayed me among your people. I was born in Cairo, and am one of its Copts, and there I was brought up. My father was a broker, and when I had attained to manhood, he died, and I succeeded to his business. And as I was sitting one day, lo, a young man of most handsome aspect, and clad in a dress of the richest description, came to me, riding upon an ass, and, when he saw me, saluted me. Whereupon I rose to him, to pay him honor, and he produced a handkerchief containing some sesame, and said, What is the value of an ardeb of this? I answered him, 100 pieces of silver. And he said to me, Take the carriers and the measurers, and repair to the Khan of El-Jawali in the district of Bab en Nar, there wilt thou find me. And he left me and went his way, after having given me the handkerchief with the sample of the sesame. So I went about to the purchasers, and the price of each ardeb amounted to 120 pieces of silver. And I took with me 4 carriers, and went to him. I found him waiting my arrival, and when he saw me he rose and opened a magazine, and we measured its contents, and the whole amounted to 50 ardebs. The young man then said, Thou shalt have, for every ardeb, 10 pieces of silver as brokerage, and do thou receive the price and keep it in thy care, the whole sum will be 5,000. And thy share of it, 500, so there will remain for me 4,500, and when I shall have finished the sale of the goods contained in my storerooms, I will 298 come to thee and receive it. I replied, It shall be as thou desirest. And I kissed his hand, and left him. Thus there accrued to me, on that day, 1,000 pieces of silver, besides my brokerage. He was absent from me a month, at the expiration of which he came and said to me, Where is the money? I answered, Here it is, ready. And he said, Keep it until I come to thee to receive it. And I remained expecting him. But he was absent from me another month, after which he came again, and said, Where is the money? Whereupon I arose and saluted him, and said to him, Wilt thou eat something with us? He, however, declined, and said, Keep the money until I shall have gone and return to receive it from thee. He then departed, and I arose, and prepared for him the money, and sat expecting him. But again he absented himself from me for a month, and then came and said, After this day I will receive it from thee. And he departed, and I made ready the money for him as before, and sat waiting his return. Again, however, he remained a month absent from me, and I said within myself, Verily this young man is endowed with consummate liberality. After the month he came, attired in rich clothing, and resembling the full moon, appearing as if he had just come out of the bath, with red cheek and fair forehead, and a mole like a globule of ambergris. When I beheld him I kissed his hand, and invoked a blessing upon him, and said to him, O my master, wilt thou not take thy money? Have patience with me, he answered, until I shall have transacted all my affairs, after which I will receive it from thee. And so saying, he departed. And I said within myself, By Allah, when he cometh I will entertain him as a guest, on account of the profit which I have derived from his money, for great wealth hath accrued to me from it. At the close of the year he returned, clad in a dress richer than the former, and I swore to him that he should alight to be my guest, on the condition, he replied, that thou expend nothing of my money that is in thy possession. I said, well, and, having seated him, prepared what was requisite of meats and drinks and other provisions, and placed them before him, saying, in the name of Allah. And he drew near to the table, and put forth his left hand, and thus ate with me. So I was surprised at him, and when we had finished he washed his hand, and I gave him a napkin with which to wipe it. We then sat down to converse, and I said, O my master, dispel a trouble from my mind. Wherefore didst thou eat with thy left hand? Probably something paineth thee in thy right hand? On hearing 299 these words, he stretched forth his arm from his sleeve, and behold, it was maimed, an arm without a hand. And I wondered at this, but he said to me, Wonder not. Nor say in thy heart that I ate with thee with my left hand from a motive of self-conceit, for rather to be wondered at is the cause of the cutting off of my right hand. And what, said I, was the cause of it? He answered, thus. Know that I am from Baghdad, my father was one of the chief people of that city. And when I had attained the age of manhood, I heard the wanderers and travelers and merchants conversing respecting the land of Egypt, and their words remained in my heart until my father died, when I took large sums of money, and prepared merchandise consisting of the stuffs of Baghdad and of El-Mil, and similar precious goods, and, having packed them up, journeyed from Baghdad. And God decreed me safety until I entered this your city. And so saying, he wept, and repeated these verses. The blear-eyed escapeth a pit into which the clear-sighted falleth. And the ignorant, an expression by which the shrewd sage is ruined. The believer can scarce earn his food, while the impious infidel is favored. What art or act can a man devise? It is what the Almighty appointeth. I entered Cairo, continued the young man, and deposited the stuffs in the Khan of Mesroor, and, having unbound my packages and put them in the magazines, gave to the servant some money to buy for us something to eat, after which I slept a little. And when I arose, I went to Bain el-Arian. I then returned, and passed the night. And in the morning following, I opened a bale of stuff, and said within myself, I will arise and go through some of the market streets, and see the state of the mart. So I took some stuff, and made some of my servants carry it, and proceeded until I arrived at the Israya of Jaharkas, where the brokers came to me, having heard of my arrival, and took from me the stuff, and cried it about for sale. But the price bidden amounted not to the prime cost. And upon this the sheikh of the brokers said to me, O my master, I know a plan by which thou mayest profit. And it is this, that thou do as other merchants, and sell thy merchandise upon credit for a certain period, employing a scrivener and a witness and a money changer, and receive a portion of the profits every Thursday and Monday. So shalt thou make of every piece of silver too, and besides that, thou wilt be able to enjoy the amusements afforded by Egypt and its Nile. The advice is judicious, I replied, and accordingly I took the brokers with me to the Khan, and they conveyed the stuffs to the Israya, where I sold it to the merchants, writing a bond in their names, which I committed to 300 the money changer, and taking from him a corresponding bond. I then returned to the Khan, and remained there some days. And every day I took for my breakfast a cup of wine, and had mutton and sweetmeats prepared for me, until the month in which I became entitled to the receipt of the profits. When I seated myself every Thursday and Monday at the shops of the merchants, and the money changer went with the scrivener and brought me the money. Thus did I until one day I went to the bath and returned to the Khan, and, entering my lodging, took for my breakfast a cup of wine, and then slept. And when I awoke I ate a fowl, and perfumed myself with essence, and repaired to the shop of a merchant named Bedreddin the gardener, who, when he saw me, welcomed me, and conversed with me a while in his shop. And as we were thus engaged, lo, a female came and seated herself by my side. She wore a headkerchief inclined on one side, and the odors of sweet perfumes were diffused from her, and she captivated my reason by her beauty and loveliness as she raised her azar and I beheld her black eyes. She saluted Bedreddin, and he returned her salutation, and stood conversing with her, and when I heard her speech, love for her took entire possession of my heart. She then said to Bedreddin, Hast thou a piece of stuff woven with pure gold thread? And he produced to her a piece, and she said, May I take it and go, and then send thee the price? But he answered, It is impossible, O my mistress. For this is the owner of the stuff, and I owe him a portion of the profit. Would to thee, said she, it is my custom to take of thee each piece of stuff for a considerable sum of money, giving thee a gain beyond thy wish, and then to send thee the price. Yes, he rejoined, but I am in absolute 301 want of the price this day. And upon this she took the piece and threw it back to him upon his breast, saying, Verily your class knows not how to respect any person's rank. And she arose, and turned away. I felt then as if my soul went with her, and, rising upon my feet, I said to her, O my mistress, kindly bestow a look upon me, and retrace thine honored steps. And she returned, and smiled, and said, For thy sake I return. And she sat opposite me upon the seat of the shop, and I said to Bedreddin, What is the price that thou hast agreed to give for this piece? He answered, 1100 pieces of silver. And I said to him, Thy profit shall be 100 pieces of silver, give me then a paper, and I will write for thee the price upon it. I then took the piece of stuff from him, and wrote him the paper with my own hand, and gave the piece of stuff to the lady, saying to her, Take it and go, and if thou wilt, bring the price to me in the market. Or, if thou wilt, it shall be my present to thee. She replied, God recompense thee, and bless thee with my property, and make thee my husband, and may God accept this prayer. O my mistress, said I, let this piece of stuff be thine, and another like it, and permit me to see thy face. And upon this she raised her veil. And when I beheld her face, the sight drew from me 1,000 sighs, and my heart was entangled by her love, so that I no longer remained master of my reason. She then lowered the veil again, and took the piece of stuff, saying, O my master, leave me not desolate. So she departed, while I continued sitting in the market street until past the hour of afternoon prayer, with wandering mind, overpowered by love. In the excess of my passion, before I rose I asked the merchant respecting her. And he answered me, She is a rich lady, the daughter of a deceased emir, who left her great property. I then took leave of him, and returned to the khan, and the supper was placed before me, but, reflecting upon her, I could eat nothing. I laid myself down to rest, but sleep came not to me, and I remained awake until the morning, when I arose and put on a suit of clothing different from that which I had worn the day before. And, having drunk a cup of wine, and eaten a few morsels as my breakfast, repaired again to the shop of the merchant, and saluted him, and sat down with him. The lady soon came, wearing a dress more rich than the former, and attended by a slave girl. And she seated herself, and saluted me instead of Bedreddin, and said, with an eloquent tongue which I had never heard surpassed in softness or sweetness, Send with me someone to receive the 1200 pieces of silver. The price 302 of the piece of stuff. Wherefore, said I, this haste? She replied, May we never lose thee. And she handed to me the price. And I sat conversing with her, and made a sign to her, which she understood, intimating my wish to visit her, whereupon she rose in haste, expressing displeasure at my hint. My heart clung to her, and I followed in the direction of her steps through the market street, and lo, a slave girl came to me, and said, O my master, answer the summons of my mistress. Wondering at this, I said, No one here knoweth me. How soon, she rejoined, hast thou forgotten her? My mistress is she who was today at the shop of the merchant Bedreddin, so I went with her until we arrived at the money changer's. And when her mistress, who was there, beheld me, she drew me to her side, and said, O my beloved, thou hast wounded my heart, and love of thee hath taken possession of it. And from the time that I first saw thee, neither sleep nor food nor drink hath been pleasant to me. I replied, And more than that do I feel, and the state in which I am needs no complaint to testify it. Then shall I visit thee, O my beloved, she asked, or wilt thou come to me? For our marriage must be a secret. I am a stranger, I answered, and have no place of reception but the khan. Therefore, if thou wilt kindly permit me to go to thine abode, the pleasure will be perfect. Well, she replied. But tonight is the eve of Friday, and let nothing be done till tomorrow, when, after thou hast joined in the prayers, do thou mount thine ass, and inquire for the Abney. And when thou hast arrived there, ask for the house called the Awithakuta of Barakat the Neb, known by the surname of Abu Shama, for there do I reside, and delay not, for I shall be anxiously expecting thee. On hearing this I rejoiced exceedingly, and we parted, and I returned to the khan in which I lodged. I passed the whole night sleepless, and was scarcely sure that the daybreak had appeared when I rose and changed my clothes, and, having perfumed myself with essences and sweet scents, took with me 50 pieces of gold in a handkerchief, and walked from the Khan of Mesrur to Bab Zuila, where I mounted an ass, and said to its owner, "Go with me to the Abney." And in less than the twinkling of an eye he set off, and soon he stopped at a by-street called Darb el-Muniri, when I said to him, "Enter the street, and inquire for the A with a Quda of the Nib." He was absent but a little while, and, returning, said, "Alight, walk on before me," said I, "to the A with a Quda." And he went on until he had led me to the house, whereupon I said to him, "Tomorrow 3:03 come to me hither to convey me back." "In the name of Allah," he replied, and I handed to him a quarter of a piece of gold, and he took it and departed. I then knocked at the door, and there came forth to me 2 young virgins in whom the forms of womanhood had just developed themselves, resembling 2 moons, and they said, "Enter. For our mistress is expecting thee, and she hath not slept last night from her excessive love for thee." I entered an upper saloon with 7 doors, around it were latticed windows looking upon a garden in which were fruits of every kind, and running streams and singing birds. It was plastered with imperial gypsum, in which a man might see his face reflected. Its roof was ornamented with gilding, and surrounded by inscriptions in letters of gold upon a ground of ultramarine. It comprised a variety of beauties, and shone in the eyes of beholders. The pavement was of colored marbles, having in the midst of it a fountain, with 4 snakes of red gold casting forth water from their mouths like pearls and jewels at the corners of the pool. And it was furnished with carpets of colored silk and mattresses. Having entered, I seated myself, and scarcely had I done so when the lady approached me. She wore a crown set with pearls and jewels, her hands and feet were stained with N, and her bosom was ornamented with gold. As soon as she beheld me she smiled in my face and embraced me, saying, "Is it true that thou hast come to me, or is this a dream?" "I am thy slave," I answered, and she said, "Thou art welcome. Verily, from the time when I first saw thee, neither sleep hath been sweet to me, nor hath food been pleasant. In such case have I been," I replied, and we sat down to converse, but I hung down my head towards the ground, in bashfulness. And 3:04 not long had I thus remained when a repast was placed before me, consisting of the most exquisite dishes, as fricandos and hashes and stuffed fowls. I ate with her until we were satisfied, when they brought the basin and ewer, and I washed my hands, after which we perfumed ourselves with rose-water infused with musk, and sat down again to converse, expressing to each other our mutual passion. And her love took such possession of me that all the wealth I possessed seemed worthless in comparison. In this manner we continued to enjoy ourselves until, night approaching, the female slaves brought supper and wine, a complete service. And we drank until midnight. Never in my life had I passed such a night. And when morning came, I arose, and, having thrown to her the handkerchief containing the pieces of gold, I took leave of her and went out. But as I did so she wept, and said, "O my master, when shall I see again this lovely face?" I answered her, "I will be with thee at the commencement of the night." And when I went forth, I found the owner of the ass, who had brought me the day before, waiting for me at the door. And I mounted, and returned with him to the Khan of Mesrur, where I alighted, and gave to him half a piece of gold, saying to him, "Come hither at sunset." He replied, "On the head be thy command." I entered the Khan, and ate my breakfast, and then went forth to collect the price of my stuffs, after which I returned. I had prepared for my wife a roasted lamb, and purchased some sweetmeat, and I now called the porter, described to him the house, and gave him his hire. Having done this, I occupied myself again with my business until sunset, when the owner of the ass came, and I took 50 pieces of gold, and put them into a handkerchief. Entering the house, I found that they had wiped the marble and polished the vessels of copper and brass, and filled the lamps and lighted the candles, and dished the supper and strained the wine. And when my wife saw me, she threw her arms around my neck, and said, "Thou hast made me desolate by thine absence." The tables were then placed before us, and we ate until we were satisfied, and the slave girls took away the first table, and placed before us the wine, and we sat drinking, and eating of the dried fruits, and making merry, until midnight. We then slept until morning, when I arose and handed her the 50 pieces of gold as before, and left her. Thus I continued to do for a long time, until I passed the night and awoke possessing not a piece of silver nor one of gold. And I said within myself, this is the work of the devil. And I repeated these verses, 305. Poverty causeth the luster of a man to grow dim, like the yellowness of the setting sun. When absent, he is not remembered among mankind. And when present, he shareth not their pleasures. In the market streets he shunneth notice, and in desert places he poureth forth his tears. By Allah. A man, among his own relations, when afflicted with poverty, is as a stranger. With these reflections I walked forth into Bain el-Arian, and proceeded thence to Bab Zuila, where I found the people crowding together, so that the gate was stopped up by their number. And, as destiny willed, I saw there a trooper, and, unintentionally pressing against him, my hand came in contact with his pocket, and I felt it, and found that it contained a purse, and I caught hold of the purse, and took it from his pocket. But the trooper felt that his pocket was lightened, and, putting his hand into it, found nothing, upon which he looked aside at me, and raised his hand with the mace, and struck me upon my head. I fell to the ground, and the people surrounded us, and seized the bridle of the trooper's horse, saying, On account of the crowd dost thou strike this young man such a blow? But he called out to them and said, This is a robber. On hearing this I feared. The people around me said, This is a comely young man, and hath taken nothing. While some, however, believed this, others disbelieved. And after many words, the people dragged me along, desiring to liberate me, but, as it was predestined, there came at this moment the wali and other magistrates entering the gate, and, seeing the people surrounding me and the trooper, the wali said, What is the news? The trooper answered, By Allah, O Emir, this is a robber. I had in my pocket a blue purse containing 20 pieces of gold, and he took it while I was pressed by the crowd. Was anyone with thee? Asked the wali. The trooper answered, No. And the wali called out to the chief of his servants, saying, Seize him and search him. So he seized me, and protection was withdrawn from me, and the wali said to him, Strip him of all that is upon him. And when he did so, they found the purse in my clothes, and the wali, taking it, counted the money, and found it to be 20 pieces of gold, as the trooper had said. Whereupon he was enraged, and called out to his attendants, saying, Bring him forward. They, therefore, brought me before him, and he said to me, O young man, tell the truth. Didst thou steal this purse? And I hung down my head towards the ground, saying within myself, If I answer that I did not steal it, it will be useless, for he hath produced it from my clothes, and if I say, I stole 306 it, I fall into trouble. I then raised my head, and said, Yes, I took it. And when the wali heard these words, he wondered, and called witnesses, who presented themselves, and gave their testimony to my confession. All this took place at Bab Zuila. The wali then ordered the executioner to cut off my hand, and he cut off my right hand, but the heart of the trooper was moved with compassion for me, and he interceded for me that I should not be killed, so the wali left me and departed. The people however continued around me, and gave me to drink a cup of wine, and the trooper gave me the purse, saying, Thou art a comely youth, and it is not fit that thou shouldst be a thief. And I took it from him, and addressed him with these verses. By Allah. Good sir, I was not a robber, nor was I a thief, O best of mankind. But fortune's vicissitudes overthrew me suddenly, and anxiety and trouble and poverty overpowered me. I cast it not, but it was the deity who cast an arrow that threw down the kingly diadem from my head. 307. The trooper then left me and departed, after having given me the purse, and I went my way. But first I wrapped my hand in a piece of rag, and put it in my bosom. My condition thus altered, and my countenance pallid in consequence of my sufferings, I walked to the with Akuta, and, in a disordered state of mind, threw myself upon the bed. My wife, seeing my complexion thus changed, said to me, What hath pained thee, and wherefore do I see thee thus altered? I answered her, My head acheth, and I am not well. And on hearing this she was vexed, and became ill on my account, and said, Burn not my heart, O my master. Sit up, and raise thy head, and tell me what hath happened to thee this day, for I read a tale in thy face. Abstain from speaking to me, I replied. And she wept, and said, It seemeth that thou art tired of us, for I see thee to be conducting thyself in a manner contrary to thy usual habit. Then she wept again, and continued addressing me, though I made her no reply, until the approach of night, when she placed some food before me. But I abstained from it, fearing that she should see me eat with my left hand, and said, I have no desire to eat at present. She then said again, Tell me what hath happened to thee this day, and wherefore I see thee anxious and broken-hearted. I answered, I will presently tell thee at my leisure. And she put the wine towards me, saying, Take it, for it will dispel thine anxiety, and thou must drink, and tell me thy story. I replied, Therefore, if it must be so, give me to drink with thy hand. And she filled a cup and drank it. And then filled it again and handed it to me, and I took it from her with my left hand, and, while tears ran from my eyes, I repeated these verses. When God willeth an event to befall a man who is endowed with reason and hearing and sight, he deafeneth his ears, and blindeth his heart, and draweth his reason from him as a hair. Till, having fulfilled his purpose against him, he restoreth him his reason that he may be admonished. Having thus said, I wept again, and when she saw me do so, she uttered a loud cry, and said, What is the reason of thy weeping? Thou hast burned my heart. And wherefore didst thou take the cup with thy left hand? I answered her, I have a boil upon my right hand. Then put it forth, said she, that I may open it for thee. It is not yet, I replied, the proper time for opening it, and continue not to ask me, for I will not put it forth at present. I then drank the contents of the cup, and she continued to hand me the wine until intoxi 308 cation overcame me, and I fell asleep in the place where I was sitting. Upon which she discovered that my right arm was without a hand, and, searching me, saw the purse containing the gold. Grief, such as none else experienceth, overcame her at the sight. And she suffered incessant torment on my account until the morning, when I awoke, and found that she had prepared for me a dish composed of 4 boiled fowls, which she placed before me. She then gave me to drink a cup of wine. And I ate and drank, and put down the purse, and was about to depart, but she said, Whither wouldst thou go? I answered, To such a place, to dispel somewhat of the anxiety which oppresseth my heart. Go not, said she, but rather sit down again. So I sat down, and she said to me, Hath thy love of me become so excessive that thou hast expended all thy wealth upon me, and lost thy hand? I take thee, then, as witness against me, and God also as witness, that I will never desert thee. And thou shalt see the truth of my words. Immediately, therefore, she sent for witnesses, who came, and she said to them, Write my contract of marriage to this young man, and bear witness that I have received the dowry. And they did as she desired them, after which she said, Bear witness that all my property which is in this chest, and all my memlooks and female slaves, belong to this young man. Accordingly, they declared themselves witnesses of her declaration, and I accepted the property, and they departed after they had received their fees. She then took me by my hand, and, having led me to a closet, opened a large chest, and said to me, See what is contained in this chest. I looked, therefore, and lo, it was full of handkerchiefs, and she said, This is thy property, which I have received from thee, for every time that thou gavest me a handkerchief containing 50 pieces of gold, I wrapped it up, and threw it into this chest. Take, then, thy property. For God hath restored it to thee, and thou art now of high estate. Fate hath afflicted thee on my account so that thou hast lost thy right hand, and I am unable to compensate thee. If I should sacrifice my life, it would be but a small thing, and thy generosity would still have surpassed mine. She then added, Now take possession of thy property. So I received it, and she transferred the contents of her chest to mine, adding her property to mine which I had given her. My heart rejoiced, my anxiety ceased, and I approached and kissed her, and made myself merry by drinking with her. After which she said again, Thou hast sacrificed all thy wealth and thy hand through love of me, and how can I compensate thee? By Allah, if I gave my life for love of thee, 309 it were but a small thing, and I should not do justice to thy claims upon me. She then wrote a deed of gift transferring to me all her apparel, and her ornaments of gold and jewels, and her houses and other possessions. And she passed that night in grief on my account, having heard my relation of the accident that had befallen me. Thus we remained less than a month, during which time she became more and more infirm and disordered. And she endured no more than 50 days before she was numbered among the people of the other world. So I prepared her funeral and deposited her body in the earth, and having caused recitations of the Quran to be performed for her, and given a considerable sum of money in alms for her sake, returned from the tomb. I found that she had possessed abundant wealth, and houses and lands, and among her property were the storerooms of sesame of which I sold to thee the contents of one. And I was not prevented from settling with thee during this period but by my being busied in selling the remainder, the price of which I have not yet entirely received. Now I desire of thee that thou wilt not oppose me in that which I am about to say to thee, since I have eaten of thy food, I give thee the price of the sesame, which is in thy hands. This which I have told thee was the cause of my eating with my left hand. I replied, Thou hast treated me with kindness and generosity, and he then said, Thou must travel with me to my country, for I have bought merchandise of Cairo and Alexandria. Wilt thou accompany me? I answered, Yes, and promised him that I would be ready by the first day of the following month. So I sold all that I possessed, and, having bought merchandise with the produce, traveled with the young man to this thy country, where he sold his merchandise and bought other in its stead. After which he returned to the land of Egypt, but it was my lot to remain here, and to experience that which hath befallen me this night during my absence from my native country. Now is not this, O king of the age, more wonderful than the story of the humpback? The king replied, Ye must be hanged, all of you. And upon this, the Sultan's steward advanced towards the king, and said, If thou permit me, I will relate to thee a story that I happened to hear just before I found this humpback. And if it be more wonderful than the events relating to him, wilt thou grant us our lives? The king answered, Tell thy story, and he began thus, 310. The story told by the Sultan's steward. I was last night with a party who celebrated a recitation of the Quran, for which purpose they had assembled the professors of religion and law. And when these reciters had accomplished their task, the servants spread a repast, comprising among other dishes a zerbejay. We approached, therefore, to eat of the zerbejay. But one of the company drew back, and refused to partake of it. We conjured him, yet he swore that he would not eat of it, and we pressed him again, but he said, Press me not, for I have suffered enough from eating of this dish. And when we had finished, we said to him, By Allah, tell us the reason of thine abstaining from eating of this zerbejay. He replied, Because I cannot eat of it unless I wash my hands 40 times with kali, and 40 times with cyperus, and 40 times with soap, altogether 120 times. And upon this, the giver of the entertainment ordered his servants, and they brought water and the other things which this man required, so he washed his hands as he had described, and advanced, though with disgust, and, having seated himself, stretched forth his hand as one in fear, and put it into the zerbejah, and began to eat, while we regarded him with the utmost wonder. His hand trembled, and when he put it forth, we saw that his thumb was cut off, and that he ate with his 4 fingers. We therefore said to him, We conjure thee, by Allah, to tell us how was thy thumb maimed, was it thus created by God? Or hath some accident happened to it? O my brothers, he answered, Not only have I lost this thumb, but also the thumb of the other hand. And each of my 311 feet is in like manner deprived of the great toe, but see ye, and, so saying, he uncovered the stump of the thumb of his other hand, and we found it like the right, and so also his feet, destitute of the great toes. At the sight of this, our wonder increased, and we said to him, We are impatient to hear thy story, and thine account of the cause of the amputation of thy thumbs and great toes, and the reason of thy washing thy hands 120 times. So he said, Know that my father was a great merchant, the chief of the merchants of the city of Baghdad in the time of the Khalifa Harun ar-Rashid, but he was ardently addicted to the drinking of wine, and hearing the lute. And when he died, he left nothing. I buried him, and caused recitations of the Quran to be performed for him, and, after I had mourned for him days and nights, I opened his shop, and found that he had left in it but few goods, and that his debts were many. However, I induced his creditors to wait, and calmed their minds, and betook myself to selling and buying from week to week, and so paying the creditors. Thus I continued to do for a considerable period, until I had discharged all the debts and increased my capital. And as I was sitting one day, I beheld a young lady, than whom I had never beheld any more beautiful, decked with magnificent ornaments and apparel, riding on a mule, with a slave before her and a slave behind her. And she stopped the mule at the entrance of the market street, and entered, followed by a eunuch, who said to her, "O my mistress, enter, but inform no one who thou art, lest thou open the fire of indignation upon us." The eunuch then further cautioned her, and when she looked at the shops of the merchants, she found none more handsome than mine. So, when she arrived before me, with the eunuch following her, she sat down upon the seat of my shop, and saluted me. And I never heard speech more charming than hers, or words more sweet. She then drew aside the veil from her face, and I directed at her a glance which drew from me a sigh. My heart was captivated by her love, and I continued repeatedly gazing at her face, and recited these 2 verses. Say to the beauty in the dove-colored veil, "Death would indeed be welcome to relieve me from thy torment. Favor me with a visit, that so I may live. See, I stretch forth my hand to accept thy liberality." And when she had heard my recitation of them, she answered thus, 3:12. May I lose my heart if it cease to love you. For verily my heart loveth none but you. If my eye regard any charms but yours, may the sight of you never rejoice it after absence. She then said to me, "O youth, hast thou any handsome stuffs?" "O my mistress," I answered, "thy slave is a poor man. But wait until the other merchants open their shops, and then I will bring thee what thou desirest." So I conversed with her, drowned in the sea of her love, and bewildered by my passion for her, until the merchants had opened their shops, when I arose, and procured all that she wanted. And the price of these stuffs was 5,000 pieces of silver, and she handed them all to the eunuch, who took them. After which, they both went out from the market street, and the slaves brought to her the mule, and she mounted, without telling me whence she was, and I was ashamed to mention the subject to her. Consequently, I became answerable for the price to the merchants, incurring a debt of 5,000 pieces of silver. I went home, intoxicated with her love, and they placed before me the supper, and I ate a morsel, but reflections upon her beauty and loveliness prevented my eating more. I desired to sleep, but sleep came not to me. And in this condition I remained for a week. The merchants demanded of me their money, but I prevailed upon them to wait another week, and after this week, the lady came again, riding upon a mule, and attended by a eunuch and 2 other slaves. And, having saluted me, said, "O my master, we have been tardy in bringing to thee the price of the stuffs, bring now the money changer, and receive it." So the money changer came, and the eunuch gave him the money, and I took it, and sat conversing with her until the market was replenished, and the merchants opened their shops, when she said to me, "Procure for me such and such things." Accordingly, I procured for her what she desired of the merchants, and she took the goods and departed without saying anything to me respecting the price. When she had gone, therefore, I repented of what I had done. For I had procured for her what she demanded for the price of 1,000 pieces of gold, and as soon as she had disappeared from my sight, I said within myself, "What kind of love is this? She hath brought me 5,000 pieces of silver, and taken goods for 1,000 pieces of gold." I feared that the result would be my bankruptcy, and the loss of the property of others, and said, "The merchants know none but me, and this woman is no other than a cheat, who hath imposed upon me 313 by her beauty and loveliness. Seeing me to be young, she hath laughed at me, and I asked her not where was her residence. I remained in a state of perplexity, and her absence was prolonged more than a month. Meanwhile the merchants demanded of me their money, and so pressed me that I offered my possessions for sale, and was on the brink of ruin. But as I was sitting absorbed in reflection, suddenly she alighted at the gate of the market street, and came in to me. As soon as I beheld her, my solicitude ceased, and I forgot the trouble which I had suffered. She approached, and addressed me with her agreeable conversation, and said, "Produce the scales, and weigh thy money, and she gave me the price of the goods which she had taken, with a surplus. After which, she amused herself by talking with me, and I almost died with joy and happiness. She then said to me, "Hast thou a wife?" I answered, "No, for I am not acquainted with any woman," and wept. So she asked me, "What causeth thee to weep?" And I answered, "A thought that hath come into my mind," and, taking some pieces of gold, gave them to the eunuch, requesting him to grant me his mediation in the affair. Upon which he laughed, and said, "She is in love with thee more than thou art with her, and hath no want of the stuffs, but hath done this only from her love of thee. Propose to her, therefore, what thou wilt. For she will 3:14 not oppose thee in that which thou wilt say." Now she observed me giving the pieces of gold to the eunuch, and returned, and resumed her seat. And I said to her, "Shew favor to thy slave, and pardon me for that which I am about to say." I then acquainted her with the feelings of my heart, and my declaration pleased her, and she consented to my proposal, saying, "This eunuch will come with my letter, and do thou what he shall tell thee," and she arose, and departed. I went to the merchants, and delivered to them their money, and all profited except myself. For when she left me I mourned for the interruption of our intercourse, and I slept not during the whole of the next night, but a few days after, her eunuch came to me, and I received him with honor, and asked him respecting his mistress. He answered, "She is sick," and I said to him, "Disclose to me her history." He replied, "The Lady Zobeide, the wife of Harun-er-Rashid, brought up this damsel, and she is one of her slaves. She had desired of her mistress to be allowed the liberty of going out and returning at pleasure. And the latter gave her permission. She continued, therefore, to do so until she became a chief confidant. After which, she spoke of thee to her mistress, and begged that she would marry her to thee, but her mistress said, "I will not do it until I see this young man, and if he have a desire for thee, I will marry thee to him. We therefore wish to introduce thee immediately into the palace, and if thou enter without any one's having knowledge of thy presence, thou wilt succeed in accomplishing thy marriage with her. But if thy plot be discovered, thy head will be struck off." "What then, sayest thou?" I answered, "Good, I will go with thee, and await the event that shall befall me there." "As soon, then, as this next night shall have closed in," said the eunuch, "repair to the mosque which the Lady Zobeide hath built on the bank of the Tigris, and there say thy prayers, and pass the night." "Most willingly," I replied. Accordingly, when the time of nightfall arrived, I went to the mosque, and said my prayers there, and passed the night. And as soon as the morning began to dawn, I saw two eunuchs approaching in a small boat, conveying some empty chests, which they brought into the mosque. One of them then departed, and the other remained. And I looked attentively at him, and lo, it was he who had been our intermediary, and soon after, the damsel, my companion, came up to us. I rose to her when she approached, and embraced her. And she kissed me, and wept, and after we had conversed together for a little while, she took me and placed me in a chest, and locked it upon me. The slaves then brought a quantity of stuffs, and filled with them the other 315 chests, which they locked, and conveyed, together with the chest in which I was enclosed, to the boat, accompanied by the damsel. And having embarked them, they plied the oars, and proceeded to the palace of the honored Lady Zobeide. The intoxication of love now ceased in me, and reflection came in its place. I repented of what I had done, and prayed God to deliver me from my dangerous predicament. Meanwhile, they arrived at the gate of the Khalifa, where they landed, and took out all the chests, and conveyed them into the palace. But the chief of the doorkeepers, who had been asleep when they arrived, was awoke by the sounds of their voices, and cried out to the damsel, saying, "The chests must be opened, that I may see what is in them," and he arose, and placed his hand upon the chest in which I was hidden. My reason abandoned me, my heart almost burst from my body, and my limbs trembled, but the damsel said, "These are the chests of the Lady Zobeide, and if thou open them and turn them over, she will be incensed against thee, and we shall all perish. They contain nothing but clothes dyed of various colors, except this chest upon which thou hast put thy hand, in which there are also some bottles filled with the water of Zemzem. And if any of the water run out upon the clothes it will spoil their colors. Now I have advised thee, and it is for thee to decide, so do what thou wilt." When he heard, therefore, these words, he said to her, "Take the chests, and pass on," and the eunuchs immediately took them up, and, with the damsel, conveyed them into the palace. But in an instant, I heard a person crying out, and saying, "The Khalifa! The Khalifa!" I was bereft of my reason, and seized with a colic from excessive fear. I almost died, and my limbs were affected with a violent shaking. The Khalifa cried out to the damsel, saying to her, "What are these chests?" She answered, "O my lord, may God exalt thy dominion, these chests contain clothes of my mistress Zubaydah." "Open them." 3:16 said the Khalifa, "that I may see the clothes." When I heard this, I felt sure of my destruction. The damsel could not disobey his command, but she replied, "O Prince of the Faithful, there is nothing in these chests but clothes of the lady Zubaydah, and she hath commanded me not to open them to any one." The Khalifa, however, said, "The chests must be opened, all of them, that I may see their contents," and immediately he called out to the eunuchs to bring them before him. I therefore felt certain that I was on the point of destruction. They then brought before him chest after chest, and opened each to him, and he examined the contents, and when they brought forward the chest in which I was enclosed, I bade adieu to life, and prepared myself for death. But as the eunuchs were about to open it, the damsel said, "O Prince of the Faithful, verily this chest containeth things especially appertaining to women. And it is proper, therefore, that it should be opened before the lady Zubaydah." And when the Khalifa heard her words, he ordered the eunuchs to convey all the chests into the interior of the palace. The damsel then hastened, and ordered 2 eunuchs to carry away the chest in which I was hidden, and they took it to an inner chamber, and went their way, whereupon she quickly opened it, and made a sign to me to come out, so I did as she desired, and entered a closet that was before me, and she locked the door upon me, and closed the chest, and when the eunuchs had brought in all the chests, and had gone back, she opened the door of the closet, and said, "Thou hast nothing to fear. May God refresh thine eye. Come forth now, and go up with me, that thou mayest have the happiness of kissing the ground before the lady Zubaydah." I therefore went with her, and beheld 20 other female slaves, high-bosomed virgins, and among them was the lady Zubaydah, who was scarcely able to walk from the weight of the robes and ornaments with which she was decked. As she approached, the female slaves dispersed from around her, and I advanced to her, and kissed the ground before her. She made a sign to me to sit down, so I seated myself before her. And she began to ask me questions respecting my condition and lineage, to all of which I gave such answers that she was pleased, and said, "By Allah, the care which we have bestowed on the education of this damsel hath not been in vain." She then said to me, "Know that this damsel is esteemed by us as though she were really our child, and she is a trust committed to thy care by God." Upon this, therefore, I again kissed the ground before her, well pleased to marry the damsel. After which, she commanded me to remain with them 10 days. Accordingly, I continued with them during this 317 period, but I knew nothing meanwhile of the damsel, certain of the maids only bringing me my dinner and supper, as my servants. After this, however, the lady Zubaydah asked permission of her husband, the Prince of the Faithful, to marry her maid, and he granted her request, and ordered that 10,000 pieces of gold should be given to her. The lady Zubaydah, therefore, sent for the Awitha and witnesses, and they wrote my contract of marriage to the damsel, and the maids then prepared sweetmeats and exquisite dishes, and distributed them in all the apartments. Thus they continued to do for a period of 10 more days, and after the 20 days had passed, they conducted the damsel into the bath, preparatively to my being introduced to her as her husband. They then brought to me a repast comprising a basin of zerbajeh sweetened with sugar, perfumed with rosewater infused with musk, and containing different kinds of fricandoed fowls and a variety of other ingredients, such as astonished the mind. And, by Allah, when this repast was brought, I instantly commenced upon the zerbajeh, and ate of it as much as satisfied me, and wiped my hand, but forgot to wash it. I remained sitting until it became dark, when the maids lighted the candles, and the singing girls approached with the tambourines, and they continued to display the bride, and to give presents of gold, until she had perambulated the whole of the palace. After which, they brought her to me, and disrobed her. And as soon as I was left alone with her, I threw my arms around her neck, 318 scarcely believing in our union, but as I did so, she perceived the smell of the zerbejeh from my hand, and immediately uttered a loud cry, whereupon the female slaves ran into her from every quarter. I was violently agitated, not knowing what was the matter, and the slaves who had come and said to her, "What hath happened to thee, our sister? Take away from me," she exclaimed to them, "this madman, whom I imagine to be a man of sense. What indication of my insanity hath appeared to thee?" I asked. "Thou madman," said she, "wherefore hast thou eaten of the zerbejeh, and not washed thy hand? By Allah, I will not accept thee for thy want of sense, and thy disgusting conduct." And so saying, she took from her side a whip, and beat me with it upon my back until I became insensible from the number of the stripes. She then said to the other maids, "Take him to the magistrate of the city police, that he may cut off his hand with which he ate the zerbejeh without washing it afterwards." On hearing this, I exclaimed, "There is no strength nor power but in God. Wilt thou cut off my hand on account of my eating a zerbejeh and neglecting to wash it?" And the maids who were present entreated her, saying to her, "O our sister, be not angry with him for what he hath done this time." But she replied, "By Allah, I must cut off something from his extremities." And immediately she departed, and was absent from me 10 days, after which, she came again, and said to me, "O thou black-faced! Am I not worthy of thee? How didst thou dare to eat the zerbejeh and not wash thy hand?" And she called to the maids, who bound my hands behind me, and she took a sharp razor, and cut off both my thumbs and both my great toes, as ye see, O companions, and I swooned away. She then sprinkled upon my wounds some powder, by means of which the blood was stanched. And I said, "I will not eat of a zerbejeh as long as I live unless I wash my hands 40 times with kali and 40 times with cyperus and 40 times with soap." And she exacted of me an oath that I would not eat of this dish unless I washed my hands as I have described to you. Therefore, when this zerbejeh was brought, my color changed, and I said within myself, "This was the cause of the cutting off of my thumbs and great toes." So, when he compelled me, I said, "I must fulfill the oath which I have sworn." I then said to him, continued the Sultan's steward, "And what happened to thee after that?" He answered, "When I had thus sworn to her, she was appeased, and I was admitted into her favor. And we lived happily together for a considerable time, after which she said, 'The people of the Khalifa's palace know not that thou hast resided 319 here with me, and no strange man beside thee hath entered it. Nor didst thou enter but through the assistance of the Lady Zubaydah.' She then gave me 50,000 pieces of gold, and said to me, 'Take these pieces of gold, and go forth and buy for us a spacious house.' So I went forth, and purchased a handsome and spacious house, and removed thither all the riches that she possessed, and all that she had treasured up, and her dresses and rarities. This was the cause of the amputation of my thumbs and great toes." "So we ate," said the Sultan's steward, "and departed, and after this, the accident with the humpback happened to me. This is all my story, and peace be on thee." The king said, "This is not more pleasant than the story of the humpback. Nay, the story of the humpback is more pleasant than this, and ye must all of you be crucified." The Jew, however, then came forward, and, having kissed the ground, said, "O king of the age, I will relate to thee a story more wonderful than that of the humpback." And the king said, "Relate thy story." So he commenced thus. 320. The story told by the Jewish physician. The most wonderful of the events that happened to me in my younger days was this: I was residing in Damascus, where I learnt and practiced my art. And while I was thus occupied, one day there came to me a Memluk from the house of the governor of the city, so I went forth with him, and accompanied him to the abode of the governor. I entered, and beheld, at the upper end of a saloon, a couch of alabaster overlaid with plates of gold, upon which was reclining a sick man. He was young, and a person more comely had not been seen in his age. Seating myself at his head, I ejaculated a prayer for his restoration, and he made a sign to me with his eye. I then said to him, "O my master, stretch forth to me thy hand," whereupon he put forth to me his left hand. And I was surprised at this, and said within myself, "What self-conceit!" I felt his pulse, however, and wrote a prescription for him, and continued to visit him for a period of 10 days, until he recovered his strength. When he entered the bath, and washed himself, and came forth, and the governor conferred upon me a handsome dress of honor, and appointed me superintendent of the hospital of Damascus. But when I went with him into the bath, which they had cleared of all other visitors for us alone, and the servants had brought the clothes, and taken away those which he had pulled off within, I perceived that his right hand had been cruelly amputated. At the sight of which I wondered, and grieved for him, and looking at his skin, I observed 321 upon him marks of beating with mirahs, which caused me to wonder more. The young man then turned towards me, and said, O doctor of the age, wonder not at my case. For I will relate to thee my story when we have gone out from the bath, and when we had gone forth, and arrived at the house, and had eaten some food, and rested, he said to me, Hast thou a desire to divert thyself in the supper room? I answered, Yes, and immediately he ordered the slaves to take up thither the furniture, and to roast a lamb and bring us some fruit. So the slaves did as he commanded them, and when they had brought the fruit, and we had eaten, I said to him, Relate to me thy story, and he replied, O doctor of the age, listen to the relation of the events which have befallen me. Know that I am of the children of El-Mil. My paternal grandfather died leaving 10 male children, one of whom was my father, he was the eldest of them, and they all grew up and married, and my father was blessed with me. But none of his 9 brothers was blessed with children. So I grew up among my uncles, who delighted in me exceedingly, and when I had attained to manhood, I was one day with my father in the chief mosque of El-Mil. The day was Friday. And we performed the congregational prayers, and all the people went out, except my father and my uncles, who sat conversing together respecting the wonders of various countries, and the strange sights of different cities. Until they mentioned Egypt. When one of my uncles said, The travelers assert that there is not on the face of the earth a more agreeable country than Egypt with its Nile, and my father added, He who hath not seen Cairo hath not seen the world, its soil is gold. Its Nile is a wonder, its women are like the black-eyed virgins of paradise, its houses are palaces, and its air is temperate. Its odor surpassing that of aloes wood, and cheering the heart, and how can Cairo be otherwise when it is the metropolis of the world? Did ye see its gardens in the evening, he continued, with the shade obliquely extending over them, ye would behold a wonder, and yield with ecstasy to their attractions. When I heard these descriptions of Egypt, my mind became wholly engaged by reflections upon that country. And after they had departed to their homes, I passed the night sleepless from my excessive longing towards it, and neither food nor drink was pleasant to me. A few days after, my uncles prepared to journey thither, and I wept before my father that I might go with them, so that he prepared a stock of merchandise for me, and I departed in their company. But he said to 322 them, Suffer him not to enter Egypt, but leave him at Damascus, that he may there sell his merchandise. I took leave of my father, and we set forth from El-Mil, and continued our journey until we arrived at Aleppo, where we remained some days, after which we proceeded thence until we came to Damascus. And we beheld it to be a city with trees and rivers and fruits and birds, as though it were a paradise, containing fruits of every kind. We took lodgings in one of the khans, and my uncles remained there until they had sold and bought. And they also sold my merchandise, gaining, for every piece of silver, 5, so that I rejoiced at my profit. My uncles then left me, and repaired to Egypt, and I remained, and took up my abode in a handsome with a kudah, such as the tongue cannot describe, the monthly rent of which was 2 pieces of gold. Here I indulged myself with eating and drinking, squandering away the money that was in my possession. And as I was sitting one day at the door of the with a kudah, a damsel approached me, attired in clothing of the richest description, such as I had never seen surpassed in costliness, and I invited her to come in. Whereupon, without hesitation, she entered, and I was delighted at her compliance, and closed the door upon us both. She then uncovered her face, and took off her azar. And I found her to be so surprisingly beautiful that love for her took possession of my heart, so I went and brought a repast consisting of the most delicious viands and fruit and everything else that was 323 requisite for her entertainment. And we ate and sported together. After which, we drank till we were intoxicated, and fell asleep, and so we remained until the morning, when I handed her 10 pieces of gold. But she swore that she would not accept them from me, and said, "Expect me again, O my beloved, after 3 days. At the hour of sunset I will be with thee, and do thou prepare for us, with these pieces of gold, a repast similar to this which we have just enjoyed." She then gave me 10 pieces of gold, and took leave of me, and departed, taking my reason with her. And after the 3 days had expired, she came again, decked with embroidered stuffs and ornaments and other attire more magnificent than those which she wore on the former occasion. I had prepared for her what was required previously to her arrival, so we now ate and drank and fell asleep as before, and in the morning she gave me again 10 pieces of gold, promising to return to me after 3 more days. I therefore made ready what was requisite, and after the 3 days she came attired in a dress still more magnificent than the first and second, and said to me, "O my master, am I beautiful?" "Yea, verily," I answered. "Wilt thou give me leave," she rejoined, "to bring with me a damsel more beautiful than myself, and younger than I, that she may sport with us, and we may make merry with her? For she hath requested that she may accompany me, and pass the night in frolicking with us." And so saying, she gave me 20 pieces of gold, desiring me to prepare a more plentiful repast, on account of the lady who was to come with her. After which, she bade me farewell, and departed. Accordingly, on the 4th day, I procured what was requisite, as usual, and soon after sunset she came, accompanied by a female wrapped in an azar, and they entered, and seated themselves. I was rejoiced, and I lighted the candles, and welcomed them with joy and exultation. They then took off their outer garments, and when the new damsel uncovered her face, I perceived that she was like the full moon. I had never beheld a person more beautiful. I arose immediately, and placed before them the food and drink, and we ate and drank, while I continued caressing the new damsel, and filling the wine cup for her, and drinking with her, but the first lady was affected with a secret jealousy. "By Allah," she said, "verily this girl is beautiful. Is she not more charming than I?" "Yea, indeed," I answered. Soon after this, I fell asleep, and when I awoke in the morning, I found my hand defiled with blood, and, opening my eyes, perceived that the sun had risen. So I attempted to rouse the damsel, 324 my new companion, whereupon her head rolled from her body. The other damsel was gone, and I concluded, therefore, that she had done this from her jealousy. And after reflecting a while, I arose, and took off my clothes, and dug a hole in the A with a cuda, in which I deposited the murdered damsel, afterwards covering her remains with earth, and replacing the marble pavement as it was before. I then dressed myself again, and, taking the remainder of my money, went forth, and repaired to the owner of the A with a cuda, and paid him a year's rent, saying to him, "I am about to journey to my uncles in Egypt." So I departed to Egypt, where I met with my uncles, and they were rejoiced to see me. I found that they had concluded the sale of their merchandise, and they said to me, "What is the cause of thy coming?" I answered, "I had a longing desire to be with you, and feared that my money would not suffice me. For a year I remained with them, enjoying the pleasures of Egypt and its Nile. And I dipped my hand into the residue of my money, and expended it prodigally in eating and drinking until near the time of my uncle's departure, when I fled from them. So they said, Probably, he hath gone before us, and returned to Damascus, and they departed. I then came forth from my concealment, and remained in Cairo 3 years, squandering away my money until scarcely any of it remained, but meanwhile I sent every year the rent of the A with a quta at Damascus to its owner, and after the 3 years my heart became contracted. For nothing remained in my possession but the rent for the year. I therefore journeyed back to Damascus, and alighted at the A with a quta. The owner was rejoiced to see me, and I entered it, and cleansed it of the blood of the murdered damsel, and, removing a cushion, I found, beneath this, the necklace that she had worn that night. I took it up and examined it, and wept a while. After this I remained in the house 2 days, and on the 3rd day I entered the bath, and changed my clothes. I now had no money left. And I went one day to the market, where, the devil suggesting it to me, in order to accomplish the purpose of destiny, I handed the necklace of jewels to a broker. And he rose to me, and seated me by his side, then having waited until the market was replenished, he took it, and announced it for sale secretly, without my knowledge. The price bidden for it amounted to 2,000 pieces of gold. But he came to me and said, "This necklace is of brass, of the counterfeit manufacture of the Franks, and its price hath amounted to 1,000 pieces of silver." I answered him, "Yes. We had made it for a woman, merely to laugh at her, and my wife 325 has inherited it, and we desire to sell it. Go, therefore, and receive the 1,000 pieces of silver." Now when the broker heard this, he perceived that the affair was suspicious, and went and gave the necklace to the chief of the market, who took it to the wali, and said to him, "This necklace was stolen from me, and we have found the thief, clad in the dress of the sons of the merchants." And before I knew what had happened, the officers had surrounded me, and they took me to the wali, who questioned me respecting the necklace. I told him, therefore, the same story that I had told to the broker. But he laughed, and said, "This is not the truth," and instantly his people stripped me of my outer clothing, and beat me with mirahs all over my body, until, through the torture that I suffered from the blows, I said, "I stole it," reflecting that it was better I should say I stole it, than confess that its owner was murdered in my abode. For then they would kill me to avenge her, and as soon as I had said so, they cut off my hand, and scalded the stump with boiling oil, and I swooned away. They then gave me to drink some wine, by swallowing which I recovered my senses. And I took my amputated hand, and returned to the Awithakuta, but its owner said to me, "Since this hath happened to thee, leave the Awithakuta, and look for another abode, for thou art accused of an unlawful act." "O my master," I replied, "give me 2 or 3 days' delay that I may seek for a lodging," and he assented to this, and departed and left me. So I remained alone, and sat weeping, and saying, "How can I return to my family with my hand cut off? He who cut it off knoweth not that I am innocent. Perhaps, then, God will bring about some event for my relief." I sat weeping violently. And when the owner of the Awithakuta had 326 departed from me, excessive grief overcame me, and I was sick for 2 days. And on the 3rd day, suddenly the owner of the Awithakuta came to me, with some officers of the police, and the chief of the market, and accused me again of stealing the necklace. So I went out to them, and said, "What is the news?" Whereupon, without granting me a moment's delay, they bound my arms behind me, and put a chain around my neck, saying to me, "The necklace which was in thy possession hath proved to be the property of the governor of Damascus, its weezer and its ruler. It hath been lost from the governor's house for a period of 3 years, and with it was his daughter." When I heard these words from them, my limbs trembled, and I said within myself, "They will kill me. My death is inevitable. By Allah, I must relate my story to the governor, and if he please he will kill me, or if he please he will pardon me." And when we arrived at the governor's abode, and they had placed me before him, and he beheld me, he said, "Is this he who stole the necklace and went out to sell it? Verily ye have cut off his hand wrongfully." He then ordered that the chief of the market should be imprisoned, and said to him, "Give to this person the compensatory fine for his hand, or I will hang thee and seize all thy property." And he called out to his attendants, who took him and dragged him away. I was now left with the governor alone, after they had, by his permission, loosed the chain from my neck, and untied the cords which bound my arms. And the governor, looking towards me, said to me, "O my son, tell me thy story, and speak truth. How did this necklace come into thy possession?" So I replied, "O my lord, I will tell thee the truth," and I related to him all that had happened to me with the first damsel, and how she had brought to me the second, and murdered her from jealousy. On hearing which, he shook his head, and covered his face with his handkerchief, and wept. Then looking towards me, he said, "Know, O my son, that the elder damsel was my daughter. I kept her closely. And when she had attained a fit age for marriage, I sent her to the son of her uncle in Cairo, but he died, and she returned to me, having learnt habits of profligacy from the inhabitants of that city, so she visited thee 4 times. And on the 4th occasion, she brought to thee her younger sister. They were sisters by the same mother, and much attached to each other. And when the event which thou hast related occurred to the elder, she imparted her secret to her sister, who asked my permission to go out with her, after which the elder returned alone. And when I questioned her re 327 respecting her sister, I found her weeping for her, and she answered, I know no tidings of her, but she afterwards informed her mother, secretly, of the murder which she had committed. And her mother privately related the affair to me, and she continued to weep for her incessantly, saying, By Allah, I will not cease to weep for her until I die. Thy account, O my son, is true, for I knew the affair before thou toldest it me. See then, O my son, what hath happened, and now I request of thee that thou wilt not oppose me in that which I am about to say, and it is this, I desire to marry thee to my youngest daughter. For she is not of the same mother as they were, she is a virgin, and I will receive from thee no dowry, but will assign to you both an allowance, and thou shalt be to me as an own son. I replied, Let it be as thou desirest, O my master. How could I expect to attain unto such happiness? The governor then sent immediately a courier to bring the property which my father had left me, for he had died since my departure from him, and now I am living in the utmost affluence. I wondered, said the Jew, at his history, and after I had remained with him 3 days, he gave me a large sum of money, and I left him, to set forth on a journey. And, arriving in this your country, my residence here pleased me, and I experienced this which hath happened to me with the humpback. The king, when he had heard this story, said, This is not more wonderful than the story of the humpback, and ye must all of you be hanged, and especially the tailor, who is the source of all the mischief. But he afterwards added, O tailor, if thou tell me a story more wonderful than that of the humpback, I will forgive you your offenses. So the tailor advanced, and said, 328. The story told by the tailor. Know, O king of the age, that what hath happened to me is more wonderful than the events which have happened to all the others. Before I met the humpback, I was, early in the morning, at an entertainment given to certain tradesmen of my acquaintance, consisting of tailors and linen drapers and carpenters and others. And when the sun had risen, the repast was brought for us to eat, and lo, the master of the house came in to us, accompanied by a strange and handsome young man, of the inhabitants of Baghdad. He was attired in clothes of the handsomest description, and was a most comely person, except that he was lame, and as soon as he had entered and saluted us, we rose to him. But when he was about to seat himself, he observed among us a man who was a barber, whereupon he refused to sit down, and desired to depart from us. We and the master of the house, however, prevented him, and urged him to seat himself. And the host conjured him, saying, What is the reason of thy entering, and then immediately departing? By Allah, O my master, replied he, offer me no opposition, for the cause of my departure is this barber, who is sitting with you. And when the host heard this, he was exceedingly surprised, and said, How is it that the heart of this young man, who is from Baghdad, is troubled by the presence of this barber? We 329 then looked towards him, and said, Relate to us the cause of thy displeasure against this barber. And the young man replied, O company, a surprising adventure happened to me with this barber in Baghdad, my city. And he was the cause of my lameness, and of the breaking of my leg. And I have sworn that I will not sit in any place where he is present, nor dwell in any town where he resides. I quitted Baghdad and took up my abode in this city, and I will not pass the next night without departing from it. Upon this, we said to him, We conjure thee, by Allah, to relate to us thy adventure with him. And the countenance of the barber turned pale when he heard us make this request. The young man then said, Know, O good people, that my father was one of the chief merchants of Baghdad, and God, whose name be exalted, blessed him with no son but myself. And when I grew up, and had attained to manhood, my father was admitted to the mercy of God, leaving me wealth and servants and other dependents. Whereupon I began to attire myself in clothes of the handsomest description, and to feed upon the most delicious meats. Now God, whose perfection be extolled, made me to be a hater of women. And so I continued until, one day, I was walking through the streets of Baghdad, when a party of them stopped my way. I therefore fled from them, and, entering a by-street which was not a thoroughfare, I reclined upon a mabba at its further extremity. Here I had been seated but a short time when, lo, a window opposite the place where I sat was opened, and there looked out from it a damsel like the full moon, such as I had never in my life beheld. She had some flowers, which she was watering, beneath the window, and she looked to the right and left, and then shut the window, and disappeared from before me. Fire had been shot into my heart, and my mind was absorbed by her. My hatred of women was turned into love, and I continued sitting in the same place until sunset, in a state of distraction from the violence of my passion, when, lo, the A with acute E of the city came riding along, with slaves before him and servants behind him, and alighted, and entered the house from which the damsel had looked out, so I knew that he must be her father. I then returned to my house, sorrowful, and fell upon my bed, full of anxious thoughts. And my female slaves came in to me, and seated themselves around me, not knowing what was the matter with me. And I acquainted them not with my case, nor returned any answers to their questions, and my disorder increased. The nay 330 boors, therefore, came to cheer me with their visits. And among those who visited me was an old woman, who, as soon as she saw me, discovered my state, whereupon she seated herself at my head, and, addressing me in a kind manner, said, O my son, tell me what hath happened to thee. So I related to her my story, and she said, O my son, this is the daughter of the A with acute E of Baghdad, and she is kept in close confinement. The place where thou sawest her is her apartment, and her father occupies a large saloon below, leaving her alone. And often do I visit her. Thou canst obtain an interview with her only through me, so brace up thy nerves. When I heard, therefore, what she said, I took courage and fortified my heart, and my family rejoiced that day. I rose up firm in limb, and hoping for complete restoration, and the old woman departed, but she returned with her countenance changed, and said, O my son, ask not what she did when I told her of thy case. For she said, If thou abstain not, O ill-omened old woman, from this discourse, I will treat thee as thou deservest, but I must go to her a second time. On hearing this, my disorder increased. After some days, however, the old woman came again, and said, O my son, I desire of thee a reward for good tidings. My soul returned to my body at these words, and I replied, Thou shalt receive from me everything that thou canst wish. She then said, I went yesterday to the damsel, and when she beheld me with broken heart and weeping eye, she said to me, O my aunt, wherefore do I see thee with contracted heart? And when 331 she had thus said, I wept, and answered, O my daughter and mistress, I came to thee yesterday from visiting a youth who loveth thee, and he is at the point of death on my account, and, her heart being moved with compassion, she asked, Who is this youth of whom thou speakest? I answered, He is my son, and the child that is dear to my soul. He saw thee at the window some days ago, while thou wast watering my flowers. And when he beheld thy face, he became distracted with love for thee. I informed him of the conversation that I had with thee the first time. Upon which his disorder increased, and he took to his pillow. He is now dying, and there is no doubt of his fate. And upon this, her countenance became pale, and she said, Is this all on my account? Yea, by Allah, I answered. And what dost thou order me to do? Go to him, said she, convey to him my salutation, and tell him that my love is greater than his. And on Friday next, before the congregational prayers, let him come hither. I will give orders to open the door to him, and to bring him up to me, and I will have a short interview with him. And he shall return before my father comes back from the prayers. When I heard these words of the old woman, the anguish which I had suffered ceased, my heart was set at rest, and I gave her the suit of clothes which I was then wearing, and she departed, saying to me, Cheer up thy heart. I replied, I have no longer any pain. The people of my house, and my friends, communicated, one to another, the good news of my restoration to health, and I remained thus until the Friday, when the old woman came in to me, and asked me respecting my state, so I informed her that I was happy and well. I then dressed and perfumed myself, and sat waiting for the people to go to prayers, that I might repair to the damsel. But the old woman said to me, Thou hast yet more than ample time, and if thou go to the bath and shave, especially for the sake of obliterating the traces of thy disorder, it will be more becoming. It is a judicious piece of advice, replied I. But I will shave my head first, and then go into the bath. So I sent for a barber to shave my head, saying to the boy, Go to the market, and bring me a barber, one who is a man of sense, little inclined to impertinence, that he may not make my head ache by his chattering. And the boy went, and brought this sheik, who, on entering, saluted me, and when I had returned his salutation, he said to me, May God dispel thy grief and thine anxiety, and misfortunes and sorrows. I responded, May God accept thy prayer. He then said, Be cheerful, O my master, for health hath returned to thee. 332 Dost thou desire to be shaved or to be bled? For it hath been handed down, on the authority of Ibn Abbas, that the prophet said, Whoso shorteneth his hair on Friday, God will avert from him 70 diseases. And it hath been handed down also, on the same authority, that the prophet said, Whoso is cupped on Friday will not be secure from the loss of sight and from frequent disease. Abstain, said I, from this useless discourse, and come immediately, shave my head, for I am weak. And he arose, and, stretching forth his hand, took out a handkerchief, and opened it, and lo, there was in it an astrolabe, consisting of 7 plates. And he took it, and went into the middle of the court, where he raised his head towards the sun, and looked for a considerable time. After which he said to me, Know that there have passed, of this our day, which is Friday, and which is the 10th of Afar, of the year 263 of the flight of the Prophet, upon whom be the most excellent of blessings and peace. And the ascendant star of which, according to the required rules of the science of computation, is the planet Mars, 7 degrees and 6 minutes, and it happeneth that Mercury hath come in conjunction with that planet. And this indicateth that the shaving of hair is now a most excellent operation, and it hath indicated to me, also, that thou desirest to confer a benefit upon a person, and fortunate is he. But after that, there is an in 333 announcement that presenteth itself to me respecting a matter which I will not mention to thee. By Allah, I exclaimed, Thou hast wearied me, and dissipated my mind, and augured against me, when I required thee only to shave my head. Arise, then, and shave it, and prolong not thy discourse to me. But he replied, By Allah, if thou knewest the truth of the case, thou wouldst demand of me a further explication. And I counsel thee to do this day as I direct thee, according to the calculations deduced from the stars. It is thy duty to praise God, and not to oppose me. For I am one who giveth thee good advice, and who regardeth thee with compassion. I would that I were in thy service for a whole year, that thou mightest do me justice, and I desire not any pay from thee for so doing. When I heard this, I said to him, Verily thou art killing me this day, and there is no escape for me. O my master, he replied, I am he whom the people call Emit, on account of the paucity of my speech, by which I am distinguished above my brothers, for my eldest brother is named El-Babu, and the second, El-Heder, and the third, Baba. And the fourth is named El-Koz El-Ani, and the fifth, El-Feshar, and the sixth is named Shali, and the seventh brother is named Emit, and he is myself. Now when this barber thus overwhelmed me with his talk, I felt as if my gallbladder had burst, and said to the boy, Give him a quarter of a piece of gold, and let him depart from me for the sake of Allah, for I have no need to shave my head. But the barber, on hearing what I said to the boy, exclaimed, What is this that thou hast said, O my lord? By Allah, I will accept from thee no pay unless I serve thee, and serve thee I must. For to do so is incumbent on me, and to perform what thou requirest, and I care not if I receive from thee no money. If thou knowest not my worth, I know thine, and thy father, may Allah have mercy upon him, treated us with beneficence. For he was a man of generosity. By Allah, thy father sent for me one day, like this blessed day, and when I went to him, he had a number of his friends with him, and he said to me, Take some blood from me. So I took the astrolabe, and observed the altitude for him, and found the ascendant of the hour to be of evil omen, and that the letting of blood would be attended with trouble. I therefore acquainted him with this, and he conformed to my wish, and waited until the arrival of the approved hour, when I took the blood from him. He did not oppose me, but, on the contrary, thanked me, and in like 334 manner all the company present thanked me, and thy father gave me 100 pieces of gold for services similar to the letting of blood. May God, said I, shew no mercy to my father for knowing such a man as thou. And the barber laughed, and exclaimed, There is no deity but God. Mohammed is God's apostle. Extolled be the perfection of him who changeth others, but is not changed. I did not imagine thee to be otherwise than a man of sense, but thou hast talked nonsense in consequence of thine illness. God hath mentioned, in his excellent book, those who restrain their anger, and who forgive men, but thou art excused in every case. I am unacquainted, however, with the cause of thy haste. And thou knowest that thy father used to do nothing without consulting me. And it hath been said, that the person to whom one applies for advice should be trusted. Now thou wilt find no one better acquainted with the affairs of the world than myself, and I am standing on my feet to serve thee. I am not displeased with thee, and how then art thou displeased with me? But I will have patience with thee on account of the favors which I have received from thy father. By Allah, said I, thou hast wearied me with thy discourse, and overcome me with thy speech. I desire that thou shave my head and depart from me. I gave vent to my rage, and would have risen even if he had wetted my head, when he said, I knew that displeasure with me had overcome thee. But I will not be angry with thee, for thy sense is weak, and thou art a youth. A short time ago I used to carry thee on my shoulder, and take thee to the school. Upon this I said to him, O my brother, I conjure thee by Allah, depart from me that I may perform my business, and go thou thy way. Then I rent my clothes. And when he saw me do this, he took the razor, and sharpened it, and continued to do so until my soul almost parted from my body. Then advancing to my head, he shaved a small portion of it. After which he raised his hand, and said, O my Lord, haste is from the devil, and he repeated this couplet. Deliberate, and haste not to accomplish thy desire. And be merciful, so shalt thou meet with one merciful. For there is no hand but God's hand is above it, nor oppressor that shall not meet with an oppressor. O my Lord, he then continued, I do not imagine that thou knowest my condition in society. For my hand lighteth upon the heads of kings and emirs and wazirs and sages and learned men, and of such a one as myself hath the poet said, 335. The trades altogether are like a necklace, and this barber is the chief pearl of the strings. He excelleth all that are endowed with skill, and under his hands are the heads of kings. Leave, said I, that which doth not concern thee. Thou hast contracted my heart, and troubled my mind. I fancy that thou art in haste, he rejoined. I replied, Yes. Yes. Yes, proceed slowly, said he, for verily haste is from the devil, and it giveth occasion to repentance and disappointment. And he upon whom be blessing and peace hath said, The best of affairs is that which is commenced with deliberation, and, by Allah, I am in doubt as to thine affair. I wish, therefore, that thou wouldst make known to me what thou art hasting to do. And may it be good, for I fear it is otherwise. There now remained, to the appointed time, 3 hours, and he threw the razor from his hand in anger, and, taking the astrolabe, went again to observe the sun. Then after he had waited a long time, he returned, saying, There remain, to the hour of prayer, 3 hours, neither more nor less. For the sake of Allah, said I, be silent, for thou hast crumbled my liver. And thereupon, he took the razor, and sharpened it as he had done the first time, and shaved another portion of my head. Then stopping again, he said, I am in anxiety on account of thy hurry. If thou wouldst acquaint me with the cause of it, it would be better for thee, for thou knowest that thy father used to do nothing without consulting me. I perceived now that I could not avoid his importunity, and said within myself, The time of prayer is almost come, and I desire to go before the people come out from the service. If I delay a little longer, I know not how to gain admission to her. I therefore said to him, Be quick, and cease from this chattering and impertinence, for I desire to repair to an entertainment with my friends. But when he heard the mention of the entertainment, he exclaimed, The day is a blessed day for me. I yesterday conjured a party of my intimate friends to come and feast with me, and forgot to prepare for them anything to eat, and now I have remembered it. Alas for the disgrace that I shall experience from them. So I said to him, Be in no anxiety on this account, since thou hast been told that I am going today to an entertainment. For all the food and drink that is in my house shall be thine if thou use expedition in my affair, and quickly finish shaving my head. May God recompense thee with every blessing. He replied, Describe to me what thou hast for my guests, that I may know it. I have, said I, 5 dishes of meat, and 10 fowls fricandoed, 336 and a roasted lamb. Cause them to be brought before me, he said, that I may see them. So I had them brought to him, and he exclaimed, Divinely art thou gifted. How generous is thy soul! But the incense and perfumes are wanting. I brought him, therefore, a box containing Ned and aloes wood and ambergris and musk, worth 50 pieces of gold. The time had now become contracted, like my own heart. So I said to him, receive this, and shave the whole of my head, by the existence of Mohammed, God bless and save him. But he replied, by Allah, I will not take it until I see all that it contains. I therefore ordered the boy, and he opened the box to him. Whereupon the barber threw down the astrolabe from his hand, and, seating himself upon the ground, turned over the perfumes and incense and aloes wood in the box until my soul almost quitted my body. He then advanced, and took the razor, and shaved another small portion of my head, after which he said, by Allah, O my son, I know not whether I should thank thee or thank thy father. For my entertainment today is entirely derived from thy bounty and kindness, and I have no one among my visitors deserving of it. For my guests are, Zaitun the bath-keeper, and Ali the wheat-seller, and Alkal the bean-seller, and Akresha the grocer, and Omid the dustman, and Akarish the milk-seller, and each of these hath a peculiar dance which he performeth, and peculiar verses which he reciteth. And the best of their qualities is, that they are like thy servant, the Memluk who is before thee, and I, thy slave, know neither loquacity nor impertinence. As to the bath-keeper, he saith, if I go not to the feast, it cometh to my house. And as to the dustman, he is witty, and full of frolic, often doth he dance, and say, news, with my wife, is not kept in a chest, and each of my friends hath jests that another 337 hath not, but the description is not like the actual observation. If thou choose, therefore, to come to us, it will be more pleasant both to thee and to us. Relinquish, then, thy visit to thy friends of whom thou hast told us that thou desirest to go to them. For the traces of disease are yet upon thee, and probably thou art going to a people of many words, who will talk of that which concerneth them not, or probably there will be among them one impertinent person. And thy soul is already disquieted by disease. I replied, if it be the will of God, that shall be on some other day. But he said, it will be more proper that thou first join my party of friends, that thou mayest enjoy their conviviality, and delight thyself with their salt. Act in accordance with the saying of the poet. Defer not a pleasure when it can be had, for fortune often destroyeth our plans. Upon this I laughed from a heart laden with anger, and said to him, do what I require, that I may go in the care of God, whose name be exalted. And do thou go to thy friends, for they are waiting thine arrival. He replied, I desire nothing but to introduce thee into the society of these people, for verily they are of the sons of that class among which is no impertinent person. And if thou didst but behold them once, thou wouldst leave all thine own companions. May God, said I give thee abundant joy with them, and I must bring them together here some day. If that be thy wish, he rejoined, and thou wilt first attend the entertainment of thy friends this day, wait until I take this present with which thou hast honored me, and place it before my friends, that they may eat and drink without waiting for me, and then I will return to thee, and go with thee to thy companions. For there is no false delicacy between me and my companions that should prevent my leaving them, so I will return to thee quickly, and repair with thee whithersoever thou goest. Upon this I exclaimed, there is no strength nor power but in God, the High, the Great. Go thou to thy companions, and delight thy heart with them, and leave me to repair to mine, and to remain with them this day, for they are waiting my arrival. But he said, I will not leave thee to go alone. The place to which I am going, said I, none can enter except myself. Suppose then, he rejoined, that thou hast an appointment today with some female, otherwise thou wouldst take me with thee. For I am more deserving than all other men, and will assist thee to attain what thou desirest. I fear that thou art going to visit some strange woman, and that thy life will be lost. For in this city of Baghdad no 338 one can do anything of this kind, especially on such a day as this, seeing that the wali of Baghdad is a terrible, sharp sword. What to thee, O wicked old man? I exclaimed, what are these words with which thou addressest me? And upon this, he kept a long silence. The time of prayer had now arrived, and the time of the kubeh was near, when he had finished shaving my head, so I said to him, go with this food and drink to thy friends, and I will wait for thee until thou return. And thou shalt accompany me, and I continued my endeavors to deceive him, that he might go away. But he said to me, Verily thou art deceiving me, and wilt go alone, and precipitate thyself into a calamity from which there will be no escape for thee, by Allah. By Allah. Then, quit not this spot until I return to thee and accompany thee, that I may know what will be the result of thine affair. I replied, Well, prolong not thine absence from me. And he took the food and drink and other things which I had given him, but entrusted them to a porter to convey them to his abode, and concealed himself in one of the by-streets. I then immediately arose. The mutins on the minares had chanted the Salam of Friday. And I put on my clothes, and went forth alone, and, arriving at the by-street, stopped at the door of the house where I had seen the damsel, and lo, the barber was behind me, and I knew it not. I found the door open, and entered. And immediately the master of the house returned from the prayers, and entered the saloon, and closed the door, and I said within myself, How did this devil discover me? Now it happened, just at this time, for the fulfillment of God's purpose to rend the veil of protection before me, that a female slave belonging to the master of the house committed some offense, in consequence of which he beat her. And she cried out. Whereupon a male slave came in to him to liberate her, but he beat him also, and he likewise cried out, and the barber concluded that he was beating me. So he cried, and rent his clothes, and sprinkled dust upon his head, shrieking, and calling for assistance. He was surrounded by people, and said to them, My master hath been killed in the house of the A with a QDE. Then running to my house, crying out all the while, and with a crowd behind him, he gave the news to my family, and I knew not what he had done when they approached, crying, Alas for our master! The barber all the while being before them, with his clothes rent, and a number of the people of the city with them. They continued shrieking, the barber shrieking at their head, and all of them exclaiming, Alas for our slain! Thus they advanced to the house in 339 which I was confined, and when the A with a QTE heard of this occurrence, the event troubled him, and he arose, and opened the door, and seeing a great crowd, he was confounded, and said, O people, what is the news? The servants replied, Thou hast killed our master. People, rejoined he, what hath your master done unto me that I should kill him, and wherefore do I see this barber before you? Thou hast just now beaten him with my RHS, said the barber. And I heard his cries, What hath he done that I should kill him? Repeated the A with a QTE. And whence, he added, came he, and whither would he go? Be not an old man of malevolence, exclaimed the barber. For I know the story, and the reason of his entering thy house, and the truth of the whole affair. Thy daughter is in love with him, and he is in love with her. And thou hast discovered that he had entered thy house, and hast ordered thy young men, and they have beaten him. By Allah, none shall decide between us and thee except the Khalifa. Or thou shalt bring forth to us our master that his family may take him, and oblige me not to enter and take him forth from you. Haste then thyself to produce him. Upon this, the A with a QTE was withheld from speaking, and became utterly abashed before the people, but presently he said to the barber, If thou speak truth, enter thyself, and bring him forth. So the barber advanced, and entered the house. And when I saw him do so, I sought for a way to escape, but I found no place of refuge except a large chest which I observed in the same apartment in which I then 340 was. I therefore entered this, and shut down the lid, and held in my breath. Immediately after, the barber ran into the saloon, and, without looking in any other direction than that in which I had concealed myself, came thither, then turning his eyes to the right and left, and seeing nothing but the chest, he raised it upon his head. Whereupon my reason forsook me. He quickly descended with it, and I, being now certain that he would not quit me, opened the chest, and threw myself upon the ground. My leg was broken by the fall. And when I came to the door of the house, I found a multitude of people. I had never seen such a crowd as was there collected on that day, so I began to scatter gold among them, to divert them. And while they were busied in picking it up, I hastened through the by-streets of Baghdad, followed by this barber, and wherever I entered, he entered after me, crying, They would have plunged me into affliction on account of my master. Praise be to God who aided me against them, and delivered my master from their hands. Thou continuedst, O my master, to be excited by haste for the accomplishment of thine evil design until thou broughtest upon thyself this event. And if God had not blessed thee with me, thou hadst not escaped from this calamity into which thou hast fallen, and they might have involved thee in a calamity from which thou wouldst never have escaped. Beg, therefore, of God that I may live for thy sake, to liberate thee in future. By Allah, thou hast almost destroyed me by thine evil design, desiring to go alone, but we will not be angry with thee for thine ignorance, for thou art endowed with little sense, and of a hasty disposition. Art thou not satisfied, replied I, with that which thou hast done, but wilt thou run after me through the market streets? And I desired for death to liberate me from him, but found it not. And in the excess of my rage I ran from him, and, entering a shop in the midst of the market, implored the protection of its owner, and he drove away the barber from me. I then seated myself in a magazine belonging to him, and said within myself, I cannot now rid myself of this barber, but he will be with me night and day, and I cannot endure the sight of his face. So I immediately summoned witnesses, and wrote a document, dividing my property among my family, and appointing a guardian over them, and I ordered him to sell the house and all the immovable possessions, charging him with the care of the old and young, and set forth at once on a journey in order to escape from this wretch. I then arrived in your country, where I took up my abode, and have remained a 341 considerable time, and when ye invited me, and I came unto you, I saw this vile wretch among you, seated at the upper end of the room. How, then, can my heart be at ease, or my sitting in your company be pleasant to me, with this fellow, who hath brought these events upon me, and been the cause of the breaking of my leg? The young man still persevered in his refusal to remain with us, and when we had heard his story, we said to the barber, Is this true which the young man hath said of thee? By Allah, he answered, it was through my intelligence that I acted thus towards him, and had I not done so, he had perished, myself only was the cause of his escape. And it was through the goodness of God, by my means, that he was afflicted by the breaking of his leg instead of being punished by the loss of his life. Were I a person of many words, I had not done him this kindness. And now I will relate to you an event that happened to me, that ye may believe me to be a man of few words, and less of an impertinent than my brothers. And it was this. 342. The barber's story of himself. I was living in Baghdad, in the reign of the Prince of the Faithful al-Muntar, who loved the poor and indigent, and associated with the learned and virtuous. And it happened, one day, that he was incensed against 10 persons, in consequence of which, he ordered the chief magistrate of Baghdad to bring them to him in a boat. I saw them, and I said within myself, these persons have assembled for nothing but an entertainment, and, I suppose, will pass their day in this boat eating and drinking. And none shall be their companion but myself, so I embarked, and mixed myself among them, and when they had landed on the opposite bank, the guards of the wali came with chains, and put them upon their necks, and put a chain upon my neck also. Now this, O people, is it not a proof of my generosity, and of my paucity of speech? For I determined not to speak. They took us, therefore, all together, in chains, and placed us before al-Muntar, the Prince of the Faithful. Whereupon he gave orders to strike off the heads of the 10, and the executioner struck off the heads of the 10, and I remained. The Khalifa then turning his eyes, and beholding me, said to the executioner, Wherefore dost thou not strike off the heads of all the 10? He answered, I have beheaded every one of the 10. I do not think, rejoined the Khalifa, that thou hast beheaded more than 9, and this who is before me is the 10th. But the executioner replied, By thy beneficence, they are 10, count them, said the Khalifa. And they counted them. And lo, they were 10. The Khalifa then looked 343 towards me, and said, What hath induced thee to be silent on this occasion, and how hast thou become included among the men of blood? And when I heard the address of the Prince of the Faithful, I said to him, Know, O Prince of the Faithful, that I am the Sheikh Emit, the silent I possess, of science, a large stock. And as to the gravity of my understanding, and the quickness of my apprehension, and the paucity of my speech, they are unbounded. My trade is that of a barber, and yesterday, early in the morning, I saw these 10 men proceeding to the boat. Whereupon I mixed myself with them and embarked with them, thinking that they had met together for an entertainment, but soon it appeared that they were criminals. And the guards came to them, and put chains upon their necks, and upon my neck also they put a chain. And from the excess of my generosity I was silent, and spoke not, my speech was not heard on that occasion, on account of the excess of my generosity. And they proceeded with us until they stationed us before thee, and thou gavest the order to strike off the heads of the 10, and I remained before the executioner, and acquainted you not with my case. Was not this great generosity which compelled me to accompany them to slaughter? But throughout my life I have acted in this excellent manner. When the Khalifa heard my words, and knew that I was of a very generous character, and of few words, and not inclined to impertinence as this young man, whom I delivered from horrors, asserteth, he said, Hast thou brothers? I answered, Yes, 6. And are thy 6 brothers, said he, like thyself, distinguished by science and knowledge, and paucity of speech? I answered, They lived not so as to be like me, thou hast disparaged me by thy supposition, O Prince of the Faithful, and it is not proper that thou shouldst compare my brothers to me. For through the abundance of their speech and the smallness of their generous qualities, each of them experienced a defect. The first was lame, the second, deprived of many of his teeth, the third, blind, the fourth, one-eyed, the fifth, cropped of his ears, and the 6th had both his lips cut off. And think not, O Prince of the Faithful, that I am a man of many words, nay, I must prove to thee that I am of a more generous character than they. And each of them met with a particular adventure, in consequence of which he experienced a defect. If thou please, I will relate their stories to thee. 344. The barber's story of his first brother. Know, O Prince of the Faithful, that the first, who was named El-Babu, was the lame one. He practiced the art of a tailor in Baghdad, and used to sew in a shop which he hired of a man possessing great wealth, who lived over the shop, and who had, in the lower part of his house, a mill. And as my lame brother was sitting in his shop one day, sewing, he raised his head, and saw a woman like the rising full moon, at a projecting window of the house, looking at the people passing by. And as soon as he beheld her, his heart was entangled by her love. He passed that day gazing at her, and neglecting his occupation, until the evening, and on the following morning he opened his shop, and sat down to sew. But every time that he sewed a stitch, he looked towards the window, and in this state he continued, sewing nothing sufficient to earn a piece of silver. On the 3rd day he seated himself again in his place, looking towards the woman. And she saw him, and, perceiving that he had become enslaved by her love, laughed in his face, and he, in like manner, laughed in her face. She then disappeared from before him, and sent to him her slave girl, with a wrapper containing a piece of red flowered silk. And the girl, coming to him, said to him, My mistress saluteth thee, and desireth thee to cut out for her, with the hand of skill, a shirt of this piece, and to sew it beautifully. So he answered, I hear and obey, and he cut out for her the shirt, and finished the sewing of it on that day, and on the following day the 345 slave girl came to him again, and said to him, My mistress saluteth thee, and saith to thee, How didst thou pass last night? For she tasted not sleep, from her passion for thee. She then placed before him a piece of yellow satin, and said to him, My mistress desireth thee to cut out for her, of this piece, 2 pairs of trousers, and to make them this day. He replied, I hear and obey. Salute her with abundant salutations, and say to her, Thy slave is submissive to thine order, and command him to do whatsoever thou wilt. He then busied himself with the cutting out, and used all diligence in sewing the 2 pairs of trousers. And presently the woman looked out at him from the window, and saluted him by a sign, now casting down her eyes, and now smiling in his face, so that he imagined he should soon obtain possession of her. After this, she disappeared from before him, and the slave girl came to him. So he delivered to her the 2 pairs of trousers, and she took them and departed, and when the night came, he threw himself upon his bed, and remained turning himself over in restlessness until the morning. On the following day, the master of the house came to my brother, bringing some linen, and said to him, Cut out and make this into shirts for me. He replied, I hear and obey, and ceased not from his work until he had cut out 20 shirts by the time of nightfall, without having tasted food. The man then said to him, How much is thy hire for this? But my brother answered not. And the damsel made a sign to him that he should receive nothing. though he was absolutely in want of a single copper coin. For 3 days he continued scarcely eating or drinking anything, in his diligence to accomplish his work, and when he had finished it, he went to deliver the shirts. Now the young woman had acquainted her husband with the state of my brother's mind, but my brother knew not this. And she planned with her husband to employ him in sewing without remuneration, and moreover to amuse themselves by laughing at him. So, when he had finished all the work that they gave him, they contrived a plot against him, and married him to their slave girl. And on the night when he desired to introduce himself to her, they said to him, "Pass this night in the mill, and tomorrow thou shalt enjoy happiness." My brother, therefore, thinking that their intention was good, passed the night in the mill alone. Meanwhile, the husband of the young woman went to the miller, and instigated him by signs to make my brother turn the mill. The miller, accordingly, went in to him at midnight, and began to exclaim, "Verily this bull is lazy, while there is a great quantity of 346 wheat, and the owners of the flour are demanding it. I will therefore yoke him in the mill, that he may finish the grinding of the flour." And so saying, he yoked my brother, and thus he kept him until near morning, when the owner of the house came, and saw him yoked in the mill, and the miller flogging him with the whip. And he left him, and retired. After this, the slave girl to whom he had been contracted in marriage came to him early in the morning, and, having unbound him from the mill, said to him, "Both I and my mistress have been distressed by this which hath befallen thee, and we have participated in the burden of thy sorrow." But he had no tongue wherewith to answer her, by reason of the severity of the flogging. He then returned to his house, and lo, the sheik who had performed the marriage contract came and saluted him, saying, "May God prolong thy life. May thy marriage be blessed, may God not preserve the liar." Returned my brother, "Thou thousandfold villain. By Allah, I went only to turn the mill in the place of the bull until the morning." "Tell me thy story," said the sheik, and my brother told him what had happened to him, upon which the sheik said, "Thy star agreeth not with hers, but if thou desire that I should change for thee the mode of the contract, I will change it for another better than it, that thy star may agree with hers." "See then," replied my brother, "if thou hast any other contrivance to employ." My brother then left him, and repaired again to his shop, hoping that somebody might give him some work, with the profit of which he might obtain his food. And lo, the slave girl came to him. She had conspired with her mistress to play him this trick, and said to him, "Verily, my mistress is longing for thee, and she hath gone up to look at thy face from the window." And my brother had scarcely heard these words when she looked out at him from the window, and, weeping, said, "Wherefore hast thou cut short the intercourse between us and thee?" But he returned her no answer, so she swore to him that all that had happened to him in the mill was not with her consent. And when my brother beheld her beauty and loveliness, the troubles that had befallen him became effaced from his memory, and he accepted her excuse, and rejoiced at the sight of her. He saluted her, therefore, and conversed with her, and then sat a while at his work. After which the slave girl came to him, and said, "My mistress saluteth thee, and informeth thee that her husband hath determined to pass this next night in the house of one of his intimate friends. Wherefore, when he hath gone thither, do thou come to her." Now the husband 347 of the young woman had said to her, "How shall we contrive when he cometh to thee that I may take him and drag him before the wali?" She replied, "Let me then play him a trick, and involve him in a disgrace for which he shall be paraded throughout the city as an example to others." And my brother knew nothing of the craftiness of women. Accordingly, at the approach of evening, the slave girl came to him, and, taking him by the hand, returned with him to her mistress, who said to him, "Verily, O my master, I have been longing for thee. Hasten then," said he, "to give me a kiss, first of all." And his words were not finished, when the young woman's husband came in from his neighbor's house, and, seizing my brother, exclaimed to him, "By Allah, I will not loose thee but in the presence of the chief magistrate of the police." My brother humbled himself before him, but, without listening to him, he took him to the house of the wali, who flogged him with whips, and mounted him upon a camel, and conveyed him through the streets of the city, the people crying out, "This is the recompense of him who breaketh into the harems of others." And he fell from the camel, and his leg broke, so he became lame. The Wali then banished him from the city, and he went forth, not knowing whither to turn his steps, but I, though enraged, overtook him and brought him back. And I have taken upon myself to provide him with meat and drink unto the present day. The Khalifa laughed at my story and exclaimed, Thou hast spoken well, but I replied, I will not accept this honor until thou hast listened to me while I relate to thee what happened to the rest of my brothers. And think me not a man of many words, tell me, said the Khalifa, what happened to all thy brothers, and grace my ears with these nice particulars. I beg thee to employ exuberance of diction in thy relation of these pleasant tales. 348. The barber's story of his second brother. So I said, Know, O Prince of the Faithful, that my second brother, whose name was El-Hedr, was going one day to transact some business, when an old woman met him, and said to him, O man, stop a little, that I may propose to thee a thing, which, if it please thee, thou shalt do for me. My brother, therefore, stopped, and she said to him, I will guide thee to a thing, and rightly direct thee to it, on the condition that thy words be not many. So he said, Communicate what thou hast to tell me, and she proceeded thus, What sayest thou of a handsome house, with running water, and fruit and wine, and a beautiful face to behold, and a smooth cheek to kiss, and an elegant form to embrace? And to enjoy all these pleasures without interruption? Now, if thou wilt act agreeably with the condition that I have imposed upon thee, thou wilt see prosperity. When my brother had heard her words, he said to her, O my mistress, how is it that thou hast sought me out in preference to all the rest of the creation for this affair, and what is there in me that hath pleased thee? She replied, Did I not say to thee that thou must not be a person of many words? Be silent then, and come with me. The old woman then went her way, my brother following her, eager to enjoy the pleasures which she had described to him, until they had entered a spacious house, when she went up with him to an upper story. And my brother perceived that he was in a beautiful palace, in 349 which he beheld 4 damsels, than whom none more lovely had ever been seen, singing with voices that would charm a heart as insensible as stone. One of these damsels drank a cup of wine, and my brother said to her, May it be attended with health and vigor, and advanced to wait upon her, but she prevented his doing so, giving him to drink a cup of wine. And as soon as he had drunk it, she slapped him on his neck. When he found that she treated him thus, he went out from the chamber in anger, and with many words. But the old woman, following him, made a sign to him with her eye that he should return, so he returned, and seated himself, without speaking, and upon this, the damsel slapped him again upon the back of his neck until he became senseless. After which, recovering, he withdrew again. The old woman, however, overtook him, and said to him, Wait a little, and thou shalt attain thy wish. How many times, said he, shall I wait a little before I attain it? The old woman answered, When she hath become exhilarated with wine thou shalt obtain her favor. He therefore returned to his place, and resumed his seat. All the 4 damsels then arose, and the old woman directed them to divest my brother of his outer clothes, and to sprinkle some rosewater upon his face. And when they had done so, the most beautiful one among them said to him, May Allah exalt thee to honor. Thou hast entered my abode, and if thou have patience to submit to my requisitions, thou wilt attain thy wish. O my mistress, he replied, I am thy slave, and under thy authority. Know then, said she, that I am devotedly fond of frolic, and he who complieth with my demands will obtain my favor. Then she ordered the other damsels to sing. And they sang so that their hearers were in an ecstasy, after which the chief lady said to one of the other damsels, Take thy master, and do what is required, and bring him back to me immediately. Accordingly, she took him away, ignorant of that which she was about to do, and the old woman came to him, and said, Be patient, for there remaineth but little to do. He then turned towards the damsel, and the old woman said to him, Be patient, thou hast almost succeeded, and there remaineth but one thing, which is, to shave thy beard. How, said he, shall I do that which will disgrace me among the people? The old woman answered, She desireth this only to make thee like a beardless youth, that there may be nothing on thy face to prick her, for her heart is affected with a violent love for thee. Be patient, therefore, and thou shalt attain thy desire. So my brother patiently submitted to the damsel's directions. His beard was shaven, 350, and he was shorn also of his eyebrows and mustaches, and his face was painted red, before the damsel took him back to the chief lady, who, when she saw him, was at first frightened at him, and then laughed until she fell backwards, and exclaimed, "O my master, thou hast gained me by these proofs of thine amiable manners." She then conjured him by her life to arise and dance, and he did so, and there was not a single cushion in the chamber that she did not throw at him. In like manner also the other damsels threw at him various things, such as oranges, and limes, and citrons, until he fell down senseless from the pelting, while they slapped him incessantly upon the back of his neck, and cast things in his face. But at length the old woman said to him, "Now thou hast attained thy wish. Know that there remaineth to thee no more beating, nor doth there remain for thee to do more than one thing, namely, this: it is her custom, when she is under the influence of wine, to suffer no one to come near her until she hath taken off her outer clothes. Thou, being prepared in the like manner, must run after her, and she will run before thee as though she were flying from thee, but cease not to follow her from place to place until thou overtake her." He arose, therefore, and did so. The lady ran before, and as he followed her, she passed from chamber to chamber, and he still ran after her. At last he heard her utter a slight sound as she ran before him, and, continuing his pursuit, he suddenly found himself in the midst of the street. This street was in the market of the leather sellers, who were then crying skins for sale. And when the people there collected saw him in this condition, almost naked, with shaven beard and eyebrows and mustaches, and with his face painted red, they shouted at him, and raised a loud laugh. And some of them beat him with the skins until he became insensible. They then placed him upon an ass, and conducted him to the wailee, who exclaimed, "What is this?" They answered, "This descended upon us from the house of the weezer, in this condition." And the wailee inflicted upon him 100 lashes, and banished him from the city, but I went out after him, and brought him back privately into the city, and allotted him a maintenance. Had it not been for my generous disposition, I had not borne with such a person. 351. The barber's story of his third brother. As to my third brother, the blind man, Baba, who was also surnamed Uff, fate and destiny impelled him one day to a large house, and he knocked at the door, hoping that its master would answer him, and that he might beg of him a trifle. The owner called out, "Who is at the door?" But my brother answered not, and then heard him call with a loud voice, "Who is this?" Still, however, he returned him no answer. And he heard the sounds of his footsteps approaching until he came to the door and opened it, when he said to him, "What dost thou desire?" My brother answered, "Something for the sake of God, whose name be exalted." "Art thou blind?" said the man. And my brother answered, "Yes." "Then give me thy hand," rejoined the master of the house. So my brother stretched forth to him his hand, and the man took him into the house, and led him up from staircase to staircase until he had ascended to the highest platform of the roof, my brother thinking that he was going to give him some food or money. And when he had arrived at this highest terrace of his house, the owner said, "What dost thou desire, O blind man?" "I desire something," he answered again, "for the sake of God, whose name be exalted." "May God," replied the man, "open to thee some other way." "What is this?" exclaimed my brother. "Couldst thou not tell me so when I was below, thou vilest of the vile?" Retorted the other, "Why didst thou not ask of me something for the sake of God when 352 thou heardest my voice the first time, when thou wast knocking at the door?" "What then," said my brother, "dost thou mean to do to me?" The man of the house answered, "I have nothing to give thee." "Then take me down the stairs," said my brother. The man replied, "The way is before thee." So my brother made his way to the stairs, and continued descending until there remained, between him and the door, 20 steps, when his foot slipped and he fell, and, rolling down, broke his head. He went forth, not knowing whither to direct his steps, and presently there met him 2 blind men, his companions, who said to him, "What hath happened to thee this day?" My brother, therefore, related to them the event that had just befallen him, and then said to them, "O my brothers, I desire to take a portion of the money now in our possession, to expend it upon myself." Now the owner of the house which he had just before entered had followed him to acquaint himself with his proceedings, and without my brother's knowledge he walked behind him until the latter entered his abode, when he went in after him, still unknown. My brother then sat waiting for his companions, and when they came in to him, he said to them, "Shut the door, and search the room, lest any stranger have followed us." When the intruder, therefore, heard what he said, he arose, and clung to a rope that was attached to the ceiling. And the blind men went feeling about the whole of the chamber, and, finding no one, returned and seated themselves by my brother, and brought forth their money, and counted it, and lo, it was more than 10,000 pieces of silver. Having done this, they laid it in a corner of the room, and each of them took of the surplus of that sum as much as he wanted, and they buried the 10,000 pieces of silver in the earth. After which, they placed before themselves some food, and sat eating, but my brother heard the sound of a stranger by his side, and said to his friends, "Is there a stranger among us?" Then stretching forth his hand, it grasped the hand of the intruder, whereupon he cried out to his companions, saying, "Here is a stranger," and they fell upon him with blows until they were tired, when they shouted out, "O Muslims! A thief hath come in upon us, and desireth to take our property," and immediately a number of persons collected around them. Upon this, the stranger whom they accused of being a thief shut his eyes, feigned to be blind like themselves, so that no one who saw him doubted him to be so, and shouted, "O Muslims! I demand protection of Allah and the Sultan. I demand protection of Allah and 353 the Wali. I demand protection of Allah and the Emir. For I have important information to give to the Emir." And before they could collect their thoughts, the officers of the Wali surrounded them and took them all, including my brother, and conducted them before their master. The Wali said, "What is your story?" And the stranger replied, "Hear my words, O Wali, the truth of our case will not become known to thee but by means of beating, and if thou wilt, begin by beating me before my companions." The Wali therefore said, "Throw down this man, and flog him with whips," and accordingly they threw him down and flogged him, and when the stripes tortured him, he opened one of his eyes. And after they had continued the flogging a little longer, he opened his other eye, upon which the Wali exclaimed, "What meaneth this conduct, O thou villain?" "Grant me indemnity," replied the man, "and I will acquaint thee." And the Wali having granted his request, he said, "We four pretend that we are blind, and, intruding among other people, enter their houses, and see their women, and employ stratagems to corrupt them, and to obtain money from them. We have acquired, by these means, vast gain, amounting to 10,000 pieces of silver, and I said to my companions, 'Give me my due, 2,500, and they rose against me and beat me, and took my property. I beg protection, therefore, of Allah and of thee, and thou art more deserving of my share than they. If thou desire to know the truth of that which I have said, flog each of them more than thou hast flogged me, and he will open his eyes.' So the Wali immediately gave orders to flog them, and the first of them who suffered was my brother. They continued beating him until he almost died, when the Wali said to them, 'O ye scoundrels! Do ye deny the gracious gift of God, feigning yourselves to be blind?' My brother exclaimed, 'Allah! Allah! Allah! There is none among us who seeth.' They then threw him down again, and ceased not to beat him until he became insensible, when the Wali said, 'Leave him until he shall have recovered, and then give him a third flogging,' and in the meantime, he gave orders to flog his companions, to give each of them more than 300 stripes. While the seeing man said to them, 'Open your eyes, or they will flog you again after this time.' Then addressing himself to the Wali, he said, 'Send with me some person to bring thee the property. For these men will not open their eyes, fearing to be disgraced before the spectators.' And the Wali sent with him a man, who brought him the money. And he took it 354 and gave to the informer, out of it, 2,500 pieces of silver, according to the share which he claimed, in spite of the others, retaining the rest. And banished from the city my brother and the 2 other men. But I went forth, O Prince of the Faithful, and, having overtaken my brother, asked him respecting his sufferings, and he acquainted me with that which I have related unto thee. I then brought him back secretly into the city, and allotted him a supply of food and drink as long as he lived. The Khalifa laughed at my story, and said, 'Give him a present, and let him go,' but I replied, 'I will receive nothing until I have declared to the Prince of the Faithful what happened to the rest of my brothers, and made it manifest to him that I am a man of few words,' whereupon the Khalifa said, crack our ears, then, with thy ridiculous stories, and continue to us thy disclosure of vices and misdeeds. So I proceeded thus. 355. The barber's story of his fourth brother. My fourth brother, O Prince of the Faithful, was the one-eyed, named Elkuz Elani. He was a butcher in Baghdad, and both sold meat and reared lambs. And the great and the rich had recourse to him to purchase of him their meat, so that he amassed great wealth, and became possessor of cattle and houses. Thus he continued to prosper for a long time. And as he was in his shop, one day, there accosted him an old man with a long beard, who handed to him some money, saying, "Give me some meat for it." So he took the money, and gave him the meat. And when the old man had gone away, my brother looked at the money which he had paid him, and, seeing that it was of a brilliant whiteness, put it aside by itself. This old man continued to repair to him during a period of 5 months, and my brother always threw his money into a chest by itself, after which period he desired to take it out for the purpose of buying some sheep. But on opening the chest, he found all the contents converted into white paper, clipped round, and he slapped his face, and cried out. Whereupon a number of people collected around him, and he related to them his story, at which they were astonished. He then went again, as usual, into his shop, and, having killed a ram, and hung it up within the shop, he cut off some of the meat, and suspended it outside, saying within himself, "Perhaps now this old man will come again, and if so, I will seize him." And very soon after, the old man approached with his money. Upon which my brother arose, and, laying hold upon him, began to cry out, "O Muslims, come to my 356 aid, and hear what this scoundrel hath done unto me." But when the old man heard his words, he said to him, "Which will be more agreeable to thee, that thou abstain from disgracing me, or that I disgrace thee, before the people? For what wilt thou disgrace me?" Said my brother. The old man answered, "For thy selling human flesh for mutton, at least, thou accursed." Exclaimed my brother. "None is accursed," rejoined the old man, "but he who hath a man suspended in his shop." My brother said, "If it be as thou hast asserted, my property and blood shall be lawful to thee." And immediately the old man exclaimed, "O ye people here assembled! Verily this butcher slaughtereth human beings, and selleth their flesh for mutton. And if ye desire to know the truth of my assertion, enter his shop." So the people rushed upon his shop, and beheld the ram converted into a man, hung up, and they laid hold upon my brother, crying out against him, "Thou infidel! Thou scoundrel!" And those who had been his dearest friends turned upon him and beat him, and the old man gave him a blow upon his eye, and knocked it out. The people then carried the carcass, and took with them my brother, to the chief magistrate of the police. And the old man said to him, "O Emir, this man slaughtereth human beings, and selleth their flesh for mutton, and we have therefore brought him to thee. Arise, then, and perform the requisition of God, whose might and glory be extolled." Upon this, the magistrate thrust back my brother from him, and, refusing to listen to what he would have said, ordered that 500 blows of a staff should be inflicted upon him, and took all his property. Had it not been for the great amount of his wealth, he had put him to death. He then banished him from the city. My brother, therefore, went forth in a state of distraction, not knowing what course to pursue. But he journeyed onwards until he arrived at a great city, where he thought fit to settle as a shoemaker, so he opened a shop, and sat there working for his subsistence. And one day he went forth on some business, and, hearing the neighing of horses, he inquired respecting the cause, and was told that the king was going forth to hunt. Whereupon he went to amuse himself with the sight of the procession, but the king happening to look on one side, his eye met that of my brother, and immediately he hung down his head, and exclaimed, "I seek refuge with God from the evil of this day." He then turned aside the bridle of his horse, and rode back, and all his troops returned with him, after which, he ordered his pages to run after my brother, and to beat him, and they did so 357, giving him so severe a beating that he almost died. And he knew not the cause. He returned to his abode in a miserable plight, and afterwards went and related his misfortune to one of the king's attendants, who laughed at the recital until he fell backwards, and said to him, "O my brother, the king cannot endure the sight of a one-eyed person, and especially when the defect is that of the left eye. For in this case, he faileth not to put the person to death. When my brother heard these words, he determined to fly from that city, and forthwith departed from it, and repaired to another city, where there was no king. Here he remained a long time. And after this, as he was meditating upon his adventure in the former city, he went out one day to amuse himself, and heard again the neighing of horses behind him, upon which he exclaimed, "The decree of God hath come to pass," and ran away, seeking for a place in which to conceal himself, but he found none, until, continuing his search, he saw a door set up as a barricade, so he pushed this, and it fell down. And, entering the doorway, he beheld a long passage, into which he advanced. Suddenly, however, two men laid hold upon him, and exclaimed, "Praise be to God who hath enabled us to take thee, O thou enemy of God! For these 3 nights thou hast suffered us to enjoy neither quiet nor sleep, and we have found no repose, nay, thou hast given us a foretaste of death, O men." Said my brother, "What hath happened unto you?" They answered, "Thou keepest a watch upon us, and desirest to disgrace us, and to disgrace the master of the house. Is it not enough for thee that thou hast reduced him to poverty, thou and thy companions? Produce now the knife wherewith thou threatenest us every night." And so saying, they searched him, and found upon his waist the knife with which he cut the shoe leather. "O men," he exclaimed, "fear God in your treatment of me, and know that my story is wonderful." They said, "What then is thy story?" So he related it to them, in the hope that they would liberate him, but they believed not what he said. And, instead of shewing him any regard, they beat him, and tore his clothes, whereupon, his body becoming exposed to their view, they discovered upon his sides the marks of beating with mirahs, and exclaimed, "O wretch! These scars bear testimony to thy guilt." They then conducted him before the wali, while he said within himself, "I am undone for my transgressions, and none can deliver me but God, whose name be exalted." And when he was brought before the wali, the magistrate said to him, "O thou scoundrel! Nothing but a heinous crime hath occasioned thy having been 358 beaten with mirahs, and he caused 100 lashes to be inflicted upon him." After which, they mounted him upon a camel, and proclaimed before him, "This is the recompense of him who breaketh into men's houses." But I had already heard of his misfortunes, and gone forth, and found him. And I accompanied him about the city while they were making this proclamation, until they left him, when I took him, and brought him back secretly into Baghdad, and apportioned him a daily allowance of food and drink. 359. The barber's story of his 5th brother. My 5th brother, Elfeshar, was cropped of his ears, O Prince of the Faithful. He was a pauper, who begged alms by night, and subsisted upon what he thus acquired by day, and our father was a very old man, and he fell sick and died, leaving to us 700 pieces of silver, of which each of us took his portion. Namely, 100 pieces. Now my 5th brother, when he had received his share, was perplexed, not knowing what to do with it. But while he was in this state, it occurred to his mind to buy with it all kinds of articles of glass, and to sell them and make profit. So he bought glass with his 100 pieces of silver, and put it in a large tray, and sat upon an elevated place, to sell it, leaning his back against a wall. And as he sat, he meditated, and said within himself, "Verily my whole stock consisteth of this glass, I will sell it for 200 pieces of silver, and with the 200 I will buy other glass, which I will sell for 400. And thus I will continue buying and selling until I have acquired great wealth. Then with this I will purchase all kinds of merchandise and essences and jewels, and so obtain vast gain. After that, I will buy a handsome house, and memluks, and horses, and gilded saddles, and I will eat and drink, and I will not leave in the city a single female singer, but I will have her brought to my house that I may hear her songs." All this he calculated with the tray of 360 glass lying before him. Said he, "I will send all the female betrothers to seek in marriage for me the daughters of kings and wazirs, and I will demand as my wife the daughter of the chief wazir. For I have heard that she is endowed with perfect beauty and surprising loveliness, and I will give as her dowry 1,000 pieces of gold. If her father consent, my wish is attained. And if he consent not, I will take her by force, in spite of him, and when I have come back to my house, I will buy 10 young eunuchs, and I will purchase the apparel of kings and sultans, and cause to be made for me a saddle of gold set with jewels, after which 361 I will ride every day upon a horse, with slaves behind me and before me, and go about through the streets and markets to amuse myself, while the people will salute me and pray for me. Then I will pay a visit to the Wazir, who is the father of the maiden, with Memluks behind me and before me, and on my right hand and on my left, and when he seeth me, he will rise to me, in humility, and seat me in his own place. And he himself will sit down below me, because I am his son-in-law. I will then order one of the servants to bring a purse containing the pieces of gold which compose the dowry, and he will place it before the Wazir. And I will add to it another purse, that he may know my manly spirit and excessive generosity, and that the world is contemptible in my eye, and when he addresseth me with 10 words, I will answer him with 2. And I will return to my house. And when any person cometh to me from the house of the Wazir, I will clothe him with a rich dress, but if any come with a present, I will return it, I will certainly not accept it. Then, on the night of the bridal display, I will attire myself in the most magnificent of my dresses, and sit upon a mattress covered with silk. And when my wife cometh to me, like the full moon, decked with her ornaments and apparel, I will command her to stand before me as stands the timid and the abject. And I will not look at her, on account of the haughtiness of my spirit and the gravity of my wisdom, so that the maids will say, O our master and our lord, may we be thy sacrifice. This thy wife, or rather thy handmaid, awaiteth thy kind regard, and is standing before thee, then graciously bestow on her one glance, for the posture hath become painful to her. Upon this, I will 362 raise my head, and look at her with one glance, and again incline my head downwards, and thus I will do until the ceremony of displaying her is finished, whereupon they will conduct her to the sleeping chamber. And I will rise from my place, and go to another apartment, and put on my night dress, and go to the chamber in which she is sitting, where I will seat myself upon the diwan, but I will not look towards her. The tire women will urge me to approach her, but I will not hear their words, and will order some of the attendants to bring a purse containing 500 pieces of gold for them, and command them to retire from the chamber. And when they have gone, I will seat myself by the side of the bride, but with averted countenance, that she may say, Verily this is a man of a haughty spirit. Then her mother will come to me, and will kiss my hands, and say to me, O my master, look upon thy handmaid with the eye of mercy, for she is submissively standing before thee. But I will return her no answer. And she will kiss my feet, again and again, and will say, O my master, my daughter is young, and hath seen no man but thee. And if she experience from thee repugnance, her heart will break, incline to her, therefore, and speak to her, and calm her mind. And upon this I will look at her through the corner of my eye, and command her to remain standing before me, that she may taste the savor of humiliation, and know that I am the Sultan of the age. Then her mother will say to me, O my master, this is thy handmaid, have compassion upon her, and be gracious to her, and she will order her to fill a cup with wine, and to put it to my mouth. So her daughter will say, O my lord, I conjure thee by Allah that thou reject not the cup from thy slave, for verily I am thy slave. 363 But I will make her no reply. And she will urge me to take it, and will say, It must be drunk, and will put it to my mouth, and upon this I will shake my hand in her face, and spurn her with my foot, and do thus. So saying, he kicked the tray of glass, which, being upon a place elevated above the ground, fell, and all that was in it broke, there escaped nothing, and he cried out and said, All this is the result of my pride. And he slapped his face, and tore his clothes, the passengers gazing at him, while he wept, and exclaimed, Ah! Oh my grief! 364. The people were now repairing to perform the Friday prayers. And some merely cast their eyes at him, while others noticed him not, but while he was in this state, deprived of his whole property, and weeping without intermission, a female approached him. On her way to attend the Friday prayers, she was of admirable loveliness. The odor of musk was diffused from her. Under her was a mule with a stuffed saddle covered with gold-embroidered silk, and with her was a number of servants. And when she saw the broken glass, and my brother's state and his tears, she was moved with pity for him, and asked respecting his case. She was answered, he had a tray of glass, by the sale of which to obtain his subsistence, and it is broken, and he is afflicted as thou sayest. And upon this, she called to one of the servants, saying, Give what thou hast with thee to this poor man. So he gave him a purse, and he took it, and when he had opened it, he found in it 500 pieces of gold, whereupon he almost died from excessive joy, and offered up prayers for his benefactress. He returned to his house a rich man, and sat reflecting, and lo, a person knocked at the door. He rose, therefore, and opened it, and beheld an old woman whom he knew not, and she said to him, O my son, know that the time of prayer hath almost expired, and I am not prepared by ablution, wherefore I beg that thou wilt admit me into thy house, that I may perform it. He replied, I hear and obey, and, retiring within, gave her permission to enter, his mind still wandering from joy on account of the gold. And when she had finished the ablution, she approached the spot where he was sitting, and there performed the prayers of 2 rak'ahs. She then offered up a supplication for my brother, and he thanked her, and offered her 2 pieces of gold. But when she saw this, she exclaimed, Extolled be God's perfection! Verily, I wonder at the person who fell in love with thee in thy beggarly condition. Take back thy money from me, and if thou want it not, return it to her who gave it thee when thy glass broke. O my mother, said he, how can I contrive to obtain access to her? She answered, O my son, she hath an affection for thee. But she is the wife of an affluent man. Take then with thee all thy money, and when thou art with her be not deficient in courteousness and agreeable words, so shalt thou obtain of her favors and her wealth whatever thou shalt desire. My brother, therefore, took all the gold, and arose and went with the old woman, hardly believing what she had told him, and she proceeded, and my brother behind her, until they arrived at a great door, at which she knocked. Whereupon a Greek damsel 365 came and opened the door, and the old woman entered, ordering my brother to do the same. He did so, and found himself in a large house, where he beheld a great furnished chamber, with curtains hung in it. And, seating himself there, he put down the gold before him, and placed his turban on his knees, and scarcely had he done so, when there came to him a damsel, the like of whom had never been seen, attired in most magnificent apparel. My brother stood up at her approach, and when she beheld him, she laughed in his face, and rejoiced at his visit, then going to the door, she locked it. After which she returned to my brother, and took his hand, and both of them went together into a private chamber, carpeted with various kinds of silk, where my brother sat down, and she seated herself by his side, and toyed with him for a considerable time. She then rose, saying to him, Move not from this place until I return to thee, and was absent from him for a short period. And as my brother was waiting for her, there came in to him a black slave, of gigantic stature, with a drawn sword, the brightness of which dazzled the sight, and he exclaimed to my brother, What to thee? Who brought thee to this place? Thou vilest of men! Thou misbegotten wretch, and nursling of impurity! My brother was unable to make any reply, his tongue was instantly tied. And the slave laid hold upon him, and stripped him, and struck him more than 80 blows with the flat of his sword, until he fell sprawling upon the floor. When he retired from him, concluding that he was dead, and uttered a great cry, so that the earth trembled, and the place resounded at his voice, saying, Where is El-Malia? Upon which a girl came to him, holding a handsome tray containing salt. And with this she forthwith stuffed the flesh wounds with which my brother's skin was gashed until they gaped open, but he moved not, fearing the slave would discover that he was alive, and kill him. The girl then went away, and the slave uttered another cry, like the first, whereupon the old woman came to my brother, and, dragging him by the feet to a deep and dark vault, threw him into it upon a heap of slain. In this place he remained for 2 whole days, and God, whose perfection be extolled, made the salt to be the means of preserving his life, by stanching the flow of blood from his veins. So, when he found that he had strength sufficient to move, he arose, and, opening a shutter in the wall, emerged from the place of the slain, and God, to whom be ascribed all might and glory, granted him his protection. He therefore proceeded in the darkness, and concealed himself in the passage until the morning, when 366 the old woman went forth to seek another victim, and my brother, going out after her, without her knowledge, returned to his house. He now occupied himself with the treatment of his wounds until he was restored, and continued to watch for the old woman, and constantly saw her taking men, one after another, and conducting them to the same house. But he uttered not a word on the subject. And when his health returned, and his strength was completely renewed, he took a piece of rag, and made of it a purse, which he filled with pieces of glass. He then tied it to his waist, and disguised himself so that no one would know him, in the dress of a foreigner. And, taking a sword, placed it within his clothes, and as soon as he saw the old woman, he said to her, in the dialect of a foreigner, "Old woman, hast thou a pair of scales fit for weighing 900 pieces of gold?" The old woman answered, "I have a young son, a money changer, and he hath all kinds of scales, therefore accompany me to him before he go forth from his abode, that he may weigh for thee thy gold." So my brother said, "Walk on before me," and she went, and my brother followed her until she arrived at the door, and knocked, upon which the girl came out, and laughed in his face. And the old woman said to her, "I have brought you today some fat meat." The girl then took my 367 brother's hand, and conducted him into the house, the same which he had entered before, and after she had sat with him a short time, she rose, saying to him, "Quit not this place until I return to thee," and she retired. And my brother had remained not long after when the slave came to him with the drawn sword, and said to him, "Rise, thou unlucky." So my brother rose, and, as the slave walked before him, he put his hand to the sword which was concealed beneath his clothes, and struck the slave with it, and cut off his head. After which he dragged him by his feet to the vault, and called out, "Where is El-Malia?" The slave girl, therefore, came, having in her hand the tray containing the salt. But when she saw my brother with the sword in his hand, she turned back and fled. My brother, however, overtook her, and struck off her head. He then called out, "Where is the old woman?" And she came. And he said to her, "Dost thou know me, O malevolent hag?" She answered, "No, O my lord, I am," said he, "the man who had the pieces of gold, and in whose house thou performedst the ablution and prayedst. After which, devising a stratagem against me, thou betrayedst me into this place." The old woman exclaimed, "Fear God in thy treatment of me," but my brother, turning towards her, struck her with the sword, and clove her in twain. He then went to search for the chief damsel, and when she saw him, her reason fled, and she implored his pardon, whereupon he granted her his pardon, and said to her, "What occasioned thy falling into the hands of this black?" She answered, "I was a slave to one of the merchants, and this old woman used to visit me, and one day she said to me, 'We are celebrating a festivity, the like of which no one hath seen, and I have a desire that thou shouldst witness it.' I replied, 'I hear and obey,' and arose, and clad myself in the best of my attire, and, taking with me a purse containing 100 pieces of gold, proceeded with her until she entered this house, when suddenly this black took me. And I have continued with him in this state 3 years, through the stratagem of the old witch." My brother then said to her, "Is there any property of his in the house?" "Abundance," she answered. "And if thou canst remove it, do so." And upon this, he arose and went with her, when she opened to him chests filled with purses, at the sight of which he was confounded. And she said to him, "Go now, and leave me here, and bring some person to remove the property." So he went out, and, having hired 10 men, returned, but on his arrival at the door, he found it open, and saw neither the damsel nor the purses. He found, however, some little money remaining, and the stuffs. He 368 discovered, therefore, that she had eluded him. And he took the money that remained, and, opening the closets, took all the stuffs which they contained, leaving nothing in the house. He passed the next night full of happiness. But when the morning came, he found at the door 20 soldiers, and on his going forth to them, they laid hold upon him, saying, "The Wali summoneth thee." So they took him, and conducted him to the Wali, who, when he saw him, said to him, "Whence obtainest thou these stuffs? Grant me indemnity," said my brother, and the Wali gave him the handkerchief of indemnity. And my brother related to him all that had befallen him with the old woman from first to last, and the flight of the damsel, adding, "And of that which I have taken, take thou what thou wilt, but leave me wherewith to procure my food." The Wali thereupon demanded the whole of the money and the stuffs, but fearing that the Sultan might become acquainted with the matter, he retained a portion only, and gave the rest to my brother, saying to him, "Quit this city, or I will hang thee." My brother replied, "I hear and obey," and went forth to one of the surrounding cities. Some robbers, however, came upon him and stripped and beat him and cut off his ears. And I, having heard of his situation, went forth to him, taking to him some clothes, and brought him back privily into the city, and supplied him with daily food and drink. 369. The barber's story of his sixth brother. My sixth brother, Scheherazade, O Prince of the Faithful, had his lips cut off. He was in a state of extreme poverty, possessing nothing of the goods of this perishable world. And he went forth one day to seek for something with which to stay his departing spirit, and on his way he beheld a handsome house, with a wide and lofty vestibule, at the door of which were servants, commanding and forbidding. Whereupon he inquired of one of the persons standing there, who answered, "This house belongeth to a man of the sons of the Barmkeys." My brother, therefore, advanced to the doorkeepers, and begged them to give him something. And they said, "Enter the door of the house, and thou wilt obtain what thou desirest of its master." So he entered the vestibule, and proceeded through it a while until he arrived at a mansion of the utmost beauty and elegance, having a garden in the midst of it. Unsurpassed in beauty by anything that had ever been seen, its floors were paved with marble, and its curtains were hanging around. He knew not in which direction to go, but advanced to the upper extremity, and there he beheld a man of handsome countenance and beard, who, on seeing my brother, rose to him and welcomed him, inquiring respecting his circumstances. He accordingly informed him that he was in want, and when the master of the house heard his words, he manifested excessive grief, and, taking hold of his own clothes, rent them, and exclaimed, "Am I in the city, and thou in it 370 hungry? It is a thing that I cannot endure." Then promising him every kind of happiness, he said, "Thou must stay and partake of my salt." But my brother replied, "O my master, I have not patience to wait, for I am in a state of extreme hunger." Upon this, the master of the house called out, "Boy, bring the basin and ewer," and he said, "O my guest, advance, and wash thy hand." He then performed the same motions as if he were washing his hand, and called to his attendants to bring the table. Whereupon they began to come and go as though they were preparing it, after which the master of the house took my brother, and sat down with him at this imaginary table, and proceeded to move his hands and lips as if he were eating, saying to my brother, "Eat, and be not ashamed, for thou art hungry, and I know how thou art suffering from the violence of thy hunger." My brother, therefore, made the same motions, as if he also were eating, while his host said to him, "Eat, and observe this bread and its whiteness." To this, my brother at first made no reply, but observed in his own mind, "Verily this is a man who loveth to jest with others." So he said to him, "O my master, in my life I have never seen bread more beautifully white than this, or any of sweeter taste," on which the host rejoined, "This was made by a female slave of mine, whom I purchased for 500 pieces of gold." He then called out, "Boy, bring to us the sikbaj, the like of which is not found among the dishes of kings," and, addressing my brother, he said, "Eat, O my guest, for thou art hungry, vehemently so, and in absolute want of food." So my brother began to twist about his mouth, and to chew, as in eating. The master of the house now proceeded to demand different kinds of viands, one after another, and, though nothing was brought, he continued ordering my brother to eat. Next he called out, "Boy, place before us the chickens stuffed with pistachio nuts," and said to his guest, "Eat of that which thou hast never tasted the like." "O my master," replied my brother, "verily this dish hath not its equal in sweetness of flavor," and the host, thereupon, began to put his hand to my brother's mouth as though he were feeding him with morsels, and proceeded to enumerate to him the various different kinds of viands, and to describe their several excellencies, while his hunger so increased that he longed for a cake of barley bread. The master of the house then said to him, "Hast thou tasted anything more delicious than the spices in these dishes?" "No, O my master," answered my brother. "Eat more then," resumed the host, "and be not ashamed." "I have eaten enough of the meats," replied the guest. So the man 371 of the house called to his attendants to bring the sweets, and they moved their hands about in the air as if they were bringing them. Whereupon the host said to my brother, "Eat of this dish, for it is excellent, and of these by my life. And take this one before the syrup runs from it. May I never be deprived of thee, O my master!" exclaimed my brother, proceeding to inquire of him respecting the abundance of musk in the "This," answered the host, "is my usual custom in my house. They always put for me, in each of the a mithel of musk, and half a mithel of ambergris." All this time my brother was moving his head and mouth, and rolling about his tongue between his cheeks, as if he were enjoying the sweets. After this, the master of the house called out to his attendants, "Bring the dried fruits." And again they moved about their hands in the air as though they were doing what he ordered, when he said to my brother, "Eat of these almonds, and of these walnuts, and of these raisins," and so on, enumerating the various kinds of dried fruits. And added again, "Eat, and be not ashamed." "O my master," replied my brother, "I have had enough, and have not power to eat anything more." But the host rejoined, "If thou desire, O my guest, to eat more, and to delight thyself with extraordinary dainties, by Allah, remain not hungry." My brother now reflected upon his situation, and upon the manner in which this man was jesting with him, and said within himself, "By Allah, I will do to him a deed that shall make him repent before God of these actions." The man of the house next said to his attendants, "Bring us the wine," and, as before, they made the same motions with their hands in the air as if they were doing what he commanded. After which he pretended to hand to my brother a cup, saying, "Take this cup, for it will delight thee," and his guest replied, "O my master, this is of thy bounty," and he acted with his hand as though he were drinking it. "Hath it pleased thee?" said the host. "O my master," answered my brother, "I have never seen anything more delicious than this wine." "Drink then," rejoined the master of the house, "and may it be attended with benefit and health," and he himself pretended to drink, and to hand a second cup to my brother, who, after he had affected to drink it, feigned himself intoxicated, and, taking his host unawares, raised his hand until the whiteness of his armpit appeared, and struck him such a slap upon his neck that the chamber rang at the blow. And this he followed by a second blow, whereupon the man exclaimed, "What is this, thou vilest of the creation?" "O my master," 372 answered my brother, "I am thy slave, whom thou hast graciously admitted into thine abode, and thou hast fed him with thy provisions, and treated him with old wine, and he hath become intoxicated, and committed an outrage upon thee. But thou art of too exalted dignity to be angry with him for his ignorance." When the master of the house heard these words of my brother, he uttered a loud laugh, and said to him, "Verily for a long time have I made game of men, and jested with all persons accustomed to joking and rudeness. But I have not seen among them any who could endure this trick, nor any who had sagacity to conform to all my actions, except thee. Now, therefore, I pardon thee. And be thou my companion in reality, and never relinquish me." He then gave orders to bring a number of the dishes above mentioned, and he and my brother ate together to satisfaction. After which they removed to the drinking chamber, where female slaves like so many moons sang all kinds of melodies, and played on all kinds of musical instruments. There they drank until intoxication overcame them. The master of the house treated my brother as a familiar friend, became greatly attached to him, and clad him with a costly dress. And on the following morning they resumed their feasting and drinking. Thus they continued to live for a period of 20 years. The man then died, and the Sultan seized upon his property, and took possession of it. My brother, upon this, went forth from the city, a fugitive, and upon his way, a party of Arabs came upon him. They made him a captive. And the man who captured him tortured him with beating, and said to him, "By Allah, purchase thyself of me by wealth, or I will kill thee." But my brother, weeping, replied, "By Allah, I possess nothing, O Sheikh of the Arabs. Nor do I know the means of obtaining any property. I am thy captive. I have fallen into thy hands, and do with me what thou wilt." And immediately the tyrannical Bidai drew forth from his girdle a broad-bladed knife, such as, if plunged into the neck of a camel, would cut it across from one jugular vein to the other, and, taking it in his right hand, approached my poor brother, and cut off with it his lips. Still urging his demand. Now this Bidai had a handsome wife, who, when he was absent, used to manifest a strong affection for my brother, though he observed a proper decorum towards her, fearing God, whose name be exalted. And it happened, one day, that she had called him and seated him with her, but while they were together, lo, her husband came in upon them, and when he beheld my brother, he 373 exclaimed, What to thee, thou base wretch? Dost thou desire now to corrupt my wife? Then drawing his knife, he inflicted upon him another cruel wound, after which he mounted him upon a camel, and, having cast him upon a mountain, left him there, and went his way. Some travelers, however, passed by him, and when they discovered him, they gave him food and drink, and acquainted me with his case, so I went forth to him, and conveyed him back into the city, and allotted him a sufficient maintenance. Now I have come unto thee, O Prince of the Faithful, continued the barber, and feared to return to my house without relating to thee these facts, for to neglect doing so had been an error. Thus thou hast seen that, although having 6 brothers, I am of a more upright character than they. But when the Prince of the Faithful had heard my story, and all that I had related to him respecting my brothers, he laughed, and said, Thou hast spoken truth, O Mit, O silent man, thou art a person of few words, and devoid of impertinence. Now, however, depart from this city, and take up thine abode in another. So he banished me from Baghdad, and I journeyed through various countries, and traversed many regions, until I heard of his death, and of the succession of another Khalifa. When, returning to my city, I met with this young man, unto whom I did the best of deeds, and who, had it not been for me, had been slain, yet he hath accused me of that which is not in my character. For all that he hath related of me, with respect to impertinence, and loquacity, and dullness, and want of taste, is false. O people. 374. Continuation of the story told by the tailor. The tailor then proceeded thus: When we heard the story of the barber, and were convinced of his impertinence and loquacity, and that the young man had been treated unjustly by him, we seized hold upon him, and put him in confinement, and, seating ourselves to keep watch over him, ate and drank. And the feast was finished in the most agreeable manner. We remained sitting together until the call to afternoon prayers, when I went forth, and returned to my house. But my wife looked angrily at me, and said, Thou hast been all the day enjoying thy pleasure while I have been sitting at home sorrowful. Now if thou go not forth with me and amuse me for the remainder of the day, thy refusal will be the cause of my separation from thee. So I took her and went out with her, and we amused ourselves until nightfall, when, returning home, we met this humpback, full of drink, and repeating verses, upon which I invited him to come home with us, and he consented. I then went forth to buy some fried fish, and having bought it and returned, we sat down to eat, and my wife took a morsel of bread and a piece of fish, and put them into his mouth, and choked him, so that he died. Whereupon I took him up, and contrived to throw him into the house of this physician, and he contrived to throw him into the house of the steward, and the steward contrived to throw him in the way of the broker. This is the story of what happened to me yesterday. Is it not more wonderful than that of the humpback? Continuation of the story of the humpback. When the king had heard this story, he ordered certain of his chamberlains to go with the tailor, and to bring the barber, saying to them, His presence is indispensable, that I may hear his talk, and it may be the cause of the deliverance of you all. Then we will bury this humpback decently in the earth, for he hath been dead since yesterday. And we will make him a monument around his grave, since he hath been the occasion of our acquaintance with these wonderful stories. The chamberlains and the tailor soon came back, after having gone to the place of confinement, and brought the barber, whom they placed before the king. And when the king beheld him, he saw him to be an old man, past his 90th year, of dark countenance, and white beard and eyebrows, with small ears, and long nose, and a haughty aspect. The king laughed at the sight of him, and said to 375 him, O silent man, I desire that thou relate to me somewhat of thy stories. O king of the age, replied the barber, what is the occasion of the presence of this Christian and this Jew and this Muslim, and this humpback lying dead among you? And what is the reason of this assembly? Wherefore dost thou ask this? Said the king. The barber answered, I ask it in order that the king may know me to be no impertinent person, nor one who meddleth with that which doth not concern him. And that I am free from the loquacity of which they accuse me, for I am fortunate in my characteristic appellation, since they have surnamed me Emit. And, as the poet hath said, seldom hast thou seen a person honored with a surname, but thou wilt find, if thou search, that his character is expressed by it. The king therefore said, explain to the barber the case of this humpback, and what happened to him yesterday evening, and explain to him also what the Christian hath related, and the Jew and the steward and the tailor. So they repeated to him the stories of all these persons. The barber, thereupon, shook his head, saying, by Allah, this is a wonderful thing. Uncover this humpback, that I may examine him, and they did so. He then seated himself at his head, and, taking it up, placed it upon his lap, and looked at his face, and laughed so violently that he fell backwards, exclaiming, for every death there is a cause. And the death of this humpback is most wonderful. It is worthy of being registered in the records, that posterity may be instructed by this event. The king, astonished at his words, said, O Mit, explain to us the reason of thy saying this. O king, replied the barber, by thy beneficence, life is yet in the humpback. He then drew forth from his bosom a pot containing some ointment, and with this he anointed the neck of the humpback, after which he covered it up until it perspired. When he took forth an iron forceps, and put it down his throat, and extracted the piece of fish with its bone, and all the people saw them. The humpback now sprang upon his feet, and sneezed, and, recovering his consciousness, drew his hands over his face, and exclaimed, there is no deity but God. Mohammed is God's apostle. God bless and save him. And all who were present were astonished at the sight, and the king laughed until he became insensible, as did also the other spectators. The king exclaimed, by Allah, this accident is wonderful. I have never witnessed anything more strange. And added, O Muslims! O assembly of soldiers! Have ye ever in the course of your lives seen any 376 one die, and after that come to life? But had not God blessed him with this barber, the humpback had been today numbered among the people of the other world, for the barber hath been the means of restoring him to life. They replied, this is indeed a wonderful thing. The king then gave orders to record this event, and when they had done so, he placed the record in the royal library, and he bestowed dresses of honor upon the Jew and the Christian and the steward. Upon each of them a costly dress. The tailor he appointed to be his own tailor, granting him regular allowances, and reconciling him and the humpback with each other. The humpback he honored with a rich and beautiful dress, and with similar allowances, and appointed him his cup companion. And upon the barber also he conferred the like favors, rewarding him with a costly dress of honor, regular allowances, and a fixed salary, and appointing him state barber, and his own cup companion. So they all lived in the utmost happiness and comfort until they were visited by the terminator of delights and the separator of friends. 377. Notes to Chapter 5th. Note 1. As the story of the humpback is one of the best in this collection, and purely Arab, I have been glad to find, in the Calcutta edition of the first 200 nights, authority for deviating here from my usual standard copy, by substituting El Bara for a city of China. The Breslau edition, in the opening of the story, lays the scene at El Bara and R. By the latter, I suppose Kashgar to be meant. Note 2. In my original, they are said to have gone out early in the morning. But this is contradicted by the sequel. Note 3. The appeal to Ezra's ass, which alludes to a tradition believed by the Muslims, as it is mentioned in the Uran, is omitted in the Cairo edition. The story is this: Ozier, or Ezra, riding on an ass by the ruins of Jerusalem, after it had been destroyed by the Chaldeans, doubted in his mind by what means God could raise the city and its inhabitants again. Whereupon God caused him to die, and he remained in that condition 100 years, at the end of which, God restored him to life, and he found a basket of figs and a cruse of wine that he had with him, not in the least spoiled or corrupted. But his ass was dead, the bones only remaining, and these, while the prophet looked on, were raised and clothed with flesh, becoming an ass again, which, being inspired with life, began immediately to bray. Note 4. Most Arab cities abound with cats, which are much favored by the inhabitants. These animals are often seen leaping across from the terrace of one house to that of another on the opposite side of a narrow street. And often has my kitchen in Cairo been robbed by them. They are said to contribute greatly to the spreading of the plague. Note 5. Occurrences of this kind are said to have often happened in Arab towns, where dogs, though esteemed unclean by the Muslims, are, like cats, generally very numerous. Few of them have masters, but they compose distinct tribes. Those of each tribe confining themselves to a particular quarter or district of the town, and suffering no strange dog to intrude among them and share with them in the offal thrown out from the butchers' shops and from private houses. Or prowling about the mounds of rubbish in the environs, and, like the vultures, feeding upon the carcasses of camels, asses, and other beasts, thrown out by the inhabitants. I was once told that the 378 master of an English merchant vessel, having fallen asleep in a state of intoxication on the shore of the harbor of Alexandria, at night, was devoured by dogs. Note 6. The snatching of turbans by night is still a frequent practice of Arab rogues, and one which is often very lucrative. Many a turban being composed of a costly cashmere shawl wound round our bush, which latter alone is worth 8 or 9 shillings, or more, and some also having money or other valuables secreted in them. Note 7. Watchmen are generally employed to guard by night the souks, or market streets, and other districts, in Arab towns. Those in Cairo carry a nebut, or long staff, but no lantern. Their usual cries are of a religious nature. As, I extol the perfection of the living King, who sleepeth not nor dieth. When they see a passenger approaching, they call out to him, attest the unity of God, or merely, attest the unity, and the reply is, there is no deity but God. It is supposed that a person bound on any unlawful undertaking would not dare to utter these words. Note 8. At the period when this work was composed, the Christians were distinguished from the Muslims by a black or blue turban, and this was wound in a peculiar manner. Note 9. On the title and office of Wali. Wali is the title given to the chief magistrate of the police, and was so employed in the time of El-Marizi, instead of the older appellation of Eb-esh-Shura. The same officer was also called Mutawalli. It was the duty of this magistrate to perambulate the streets at night, attended by a body of his officers, including an executioner, for he often inflicted capital punishment on criminals immediately after their detection. He was invested with a degree of despotic power, and often put to death persons accused of capital crimes without the formalities required by the law. It was also his duty to superintend the infliction of the punishments of criminals legally condemned. An officer was employed to perform the nightly rounds in El Medina in the reign of Abu Bakr. But it appears that the first regular guard for this purpose was appointed in the reign of Othman. Note 10. The ardeb, thus commonly pronounced, but properly written erdeb, varies in different places. In Cairo it is very nearly equivalent to 5 English bushels. Note 11. In the original, this building is called the Khan of El-Jawali, but it evidently should be of El-Jawali, and the error is to be attributed to a copyist. The Khan of El-Jawali is mentioned by El-Marizi as being situate at a short distance within the present gate called Bab-en-Nar, and by the site of the older gate so called, and as existing in his time, in the former half of the 9th century of the flight. El-Marizi also informs us, in his account of the Madriza El-Jawaliye, that El-Jawali's full name was Alam ed-Din Senjar, and that he was originally a Memluk of one Jawali, whence his surname, an emir of El-Melek-Ihir Baybars. He died in the year of the flight 745, ed. Note 12. Bab-en-Nar, the Gate of Victory, or the of Aid, is the name of the easternmost of the northern gates of Cairo. It was built in the reign of the Khalifa el-Mustanir, in the year of the flight 480, A.D. 1087-8. Note 13. The words besides my brokerage, I have inserted as necessary to make the account correct. Note 14. It has been shown in a former note that the Arabs consider it indecorous to eat with the left hand. 379. Note 15. As it is held impolite to shew the hands, unless unavoidably, in the presence of a person of rank, the sleeve of the cloth coat, or that of the silk vest which is worn beneath it. is made sufficiently long to extend a little beyond the ends of the fingers. And so also, in general, is the sleeve of the shirt worn by persons of the lower orders. Note 16. This building is first called, in the Cairo edition, the Khan of Suroor, and afterwards, of Mesroor. The latter is the appellation given to it in the edition of Breslau, and is the correct name. The Khan of Mesroor is mentioned by El-Marizi as situate at the southern extremity of Bain el-Arian, respecting which see the next note, adjacent to the site of the great palace of the Caliphs. There were two Khans of this name near each other. El-Marizi says that, in his earlier days, the greater of these, which appears to be that here alluded to, was one of the finest and largest Khans in Cairo, in a most flourishing state, the resort of the chief Syrian merchants, and the depot of their goods. But that latterly it had declined, and some portions of it were ruined. Note 17. Bain el-Arian, which signifies between the two palaces, is the name still applied to that part of the principal street of Cairo which intervenes between the sites of the two famous palaces of the Caliphs. Note 18. A Izraya is a superior kind of so, consisting of ranges of shops facing each other. That which is here mentioned, called in the Cairo edition, the Izraya of Jurgis, in the edition of Breslau, the Izraya of Jarkash, and in the Old English version, erroneously, the Circassian Bezestine, is the Izraya of Jaharkas, which, as I learned from El-Marizi, was situate near the center of what constituted the old city, on the east of the principal street. It existed in his time, and was built by the Emir Fakhreddin Jaharkas, in the year of the flight 502, AD 1108-9. Ibn Khalikan, as quoted by El-Marizi, says of it, I have seen a number of merchants who have traversed various countries, and who say, we have not seen in any country its equal in beauty and greatness, and compactness of construction. He explains also the orthography of the name of Jaharkas, and states that it is Persian, Chaharkas, and signifies for persons. Note 19. The Egyptian fowls are much smaller than those of our country, and one is not too much for one man's breakfast. The eggs are usually hatched in ovens. Note 20. The appellation of the gardener is here to be understood as a mere surname derived from the occupation of some ancestor of the merchant, it being a common custom of the Arabs to retain an appellation of this kind, however humble. Note 21. El-Marizi mentions a Su of the money changers as near to the Khan of Mesroor, and it seems to be the place here alluded to, the word Su being often omitted. Note 22. The lady having offered up a prayer that the young merchant might be her husband, I have taken the liberty of inserting here a slight interpolation, which does not detract from the probability or consistency of the story, but rather the contrary. Note 23, on one of the passages in this work indicating a very late date. The 380 Abni is the name now applied to a portion of a main street, a little to the west of the lake called Birkat el-Fil, in the southern part of Cairo. It is evidently thus applied in the passage to which this note relates. But El-Marizi, writing in the former half of the 9th century of the flight, says, in this our time, bordering upon it, the Birkat el-Fil, is a garden called by the name of the Abni, who were a family of Dharma the son of Amr the son of Oph the son of Thalba the son of Baal the son of Amr the son of Elgoth the son of Ai, so Dharma was a minor family of, the tribe of, Phi. And the Abniyun, or Abni, for the terms are synonymous, were a family of Dharma. And the people have made a road between the garden of the Abni and the lake. He proceeds to say that on the east of the Birkat el-Fil there were gardens, but that houses and streets had been built there. Now, in the work before us, the tract which was a garden in the time of El-Marizi is mentioned as occupied by houses and streets. Many years must have elapsed since that period before such could have been the case. And surely at least a century before the houses could have presented such an appearance as would lead a writer to imagine them of ancient times. It may be objected against an argument drawn from this passage, that it is perhaps an interpolation of a copyist. But it agrees with many evidences of a late date, and occurs in at least one other copy, that from which the Breslau edition is printed, with only this slight difference, that Abni, by the erroneous addition of a point beneath the first letter, is converted into Jebaniah. And it should be remarked that the latter copy varies considerably in other points from that of Cairo. It would imply that Cairo was almost as extensive a city at the time when this work was composed or modernized as it is at present, and would account for its being here called Mir, or Mar, a name which was retained by Elfus at least as late as the commencement of the 10th century of the flight, and probably until the year 1517 of our era or a little later, as I have remarked in a former note. Note 24. A with acuta is a term generally signifying a lofty saloon, but also often applied to an elegant house. Note 25. Neeb signifies a chief, a leader, and has various applications. In the present instance, the office which it designates is doubtful, but is evidently of high dignity, as Neeb of the Sherifs, the chief, or syndic, of the descendants of the Prophet. Note 26. Bab Zuwila, the gate of Zuwila, or, more properly, of Zawili, which is the name of a tribe, is a gate that was built at the same period as Bab en-Nar, before mentioned. It marked the southern limit of Cairo, but is now in the heart of the metropolis. With two round-fronted towers, each surmounted by a lofty and elegant madneh, or minaret, pertaining to the adjoining Great Mosque of El Muyad, it presents a very noble appearance. Note 27. Imperial gypsum is a name given to the best kind of plaster used in Cairo. I have often admired the smoothness of its surface upon the walls of chambers in some of the older houses in that city. But, I need hardly say, never saw any that reflected like a mirror. Note 28. In the Cairo edition, with pearls and jewels at its corners. The 381 deficiency I have supplied from the edition of Breslau, but I may here remark that it would have been more proper to describe the snakes as gilt. Note 29. On the crowns worn by Arab ladies. From Eastern drawings and descriptions, it appears that the kind of crown here mentioned was generally a circle of jeweled gold, the lower edge of which was straight, and the upper, fancifully heightened to 4 or more points, surrounding the lower part of a dome-shaped cap with a jewel or some other ornament at the summit. This crown was worn by many Arab ladies of high rank or great wealth, probably until about 2 centuries ago. Another kind of crown is now more generally worn, called a This is a round, convex ornament, generally about 5 inches in diameter, composed of gold set with a profusion of diamonds, of open work, representing roses, leaves, and it is sewed upon the top of the arbush, and is worn by most of the ladies of Cairo, at least in full dress. An engraving of a crown of this description, and another of one of a more common kind, may be seen in my work on the Modern Egyptians, Volume 2. Appendix A. Note 30. It is a common custom of the Arabs to give a present of money tied up in a corner of an embroidered handkerchief. Note 31. The mace is a weapon still used in the East, but not so commonly as it was in former times. There was a petty governor in Upper Egypt during my first visit to that country, who, in his daily rides, indulged a frequent habit of striking persons with a weapon of this kind, a tolerably heavy steel mace. But he did it with a happy knack, so as never, I believe, to inflict a dangerous wound, unless intentionally. Maces, like other arms of steel, are often tastefully inlaid with arabesque ornaments and inscriptions in gold. Note 32. On the punishment of theft. The Mohammedan law ordains that a person who is adult and of sound mind, if he steals an article of the value of 1/4 of a dinar, or piece of gold, from a place to which he has not ordinary or free access, shall lose his right hand. But this punishment is not to be inflicted for stealing a free child, or anything which, in the eye of the law, is of no pecuniary value, as wine, or a musical instrument, and there are some other cases in which the thief is not to be so punished. For the second offense, the left foot is to be cut off, and for the third and subsequent offenses, according to the Hanafi code, the culprit is to be punished by a long imprisonment. Or, by the Shafi'i law, for the third offense, he is to lose his left hand, for the fourth, his right foot, and for further offenses, he is to be flogged or beaten. The punishment is the same for a woman as for a man. This law induced a free-thinking Muslim to ask, if the hand is worth 500 dinars, this being the fine for depriving a man of that member, why should it be cut off for 1/4 of a dinar? He was answered, An honest hand is of great value, but not so is the hand that hath stolen. Amputation for theft is now seldom practiced, beating, or some other punishment, is usually inflicted in its stead for the first, second, and third offense, and, frequently, death for the fourth. Note 33. Capital punishment in this case would be contrary to the law, but it is often inflicted upon highway robbers. Note 34. The meaning is that the doer is God. An allusion is here conveyed to a verse, the 17th, in the Surat al-Anfal, the 8th chapter of the Quran. Thou didst not cast the gravel into their eyes, when thou didst seem to cast it, but God cast it. Note 35. The honor that is due to the human body requires that any portion disunited from it be decently deposited in the earth. 382. Note 36. As a hair, for instance, is drawn from paste. Note 37. These verses are founded on a tradition of the Prophet. Note 38. On khatmas, or recitations of the whole of the Quran at private festivities. The most approved and common mode of entertaining guests at modern private festivities among the Arabs is by a khatma, which is the recitation of the whole of the Quran. 3 or more persons of the inferior class of the professors of religion and law, who are called fays, vulgarly, fais, are usually hired for this purpose. Schoolmasters, and students of the collegiate mosques who devote themselves to religion and law, are the persons most commonly thus employed. Their mode of recitation is a peculiar kind of chanting, which, when well executed, I found very agreeable. At least for an hour or so, but the guests seldom have to listen to the chanting of the whole of the Quran. The reciters usually accomplish the greater portion of their task, in a somewhat hurried manner, before the guests have assembled. Each of them chanting, in turn, a certain portion, as a 30th part of the whole, called a juz, or half of one of these sections, a ezb, or, more commonly, a quarter, ruba. Afterwards they chant more leisurely, and in a more musical manner, but still by turns. These recitations of the whole of the Quran are performed on various festive occasions, but are most usual after a death. The merit of the performance being transferred to the soul of the deceased. Note 39. The mess termed zerbajeh, by some called zerbajeh, from the Persian zirbaj, is a kind of spoon meat. Some of its ingredients are described in the sequel of the present story. Note 40. On atonements and other services for the dead. As filial piety is a general characteristic of the Arabs, and various services are believed by them to atone for the minor sins of the deceased, and thus to diminish his misery, or to increase his happiness, it is natural, and not uncommon, for a son to act in the manner here related. Recitations of the Quran are performed for the dead, to whom the merit of these works is transferred, and a sacrifice is often offered at the tomb after the burial, the flesh of the victim being distributed to the poor. But a more important service for the deceased is the payment of his debts, for it is affirmed by the Prophet that even martyrdom will not atone for a debt unpaid. Note 41. A money changer is very frequently employed to examine the money which a purchaser offers, and if it be old, to weigh it. The money changers are mostly Jews and Christians. Note 42. Some mosques, as the Azza, for instance, the principal mosque of Cairo, remain open all night, and many houseless persons sleep in them, upon the matting which covers the paved floor. Men are also often seen, at other times, but not at the hours of prayer, lounging, eating, or working in the mosques, such practices not being deemed inconsistent with the high respect which the Muslims pay to these buildings. Note 43. The remainder of this paragraph, and the whole of the next 2 paragraphs, being omitted in the edition of Cairo, I translate from the Calcutta edition of the first 200 nights, and the edition of Breslau, but almost entirely from the former. Note 44. The water of the well of Zemzem in the Temple of Mecca is believed to possess miraculous virtues, and is therefore brought away in bottles or flasks by many of the pilgrims, to be used when occasion may require as medicine, or to be sprinkled 383 on grave linen. A bottle of it is a common and acceptable present from a pilgrim, and a guest is sometimes treated with a sip of this holy water. Note 45. A whip is sometimes used in the harem of a great man. And its being attached to the waist of the damsel here mentioned marks her authority. It is generally formed of a strip of hippopotamus hide, hammered into a round shape, and this kind is called a kurbaj. I believe it is seldom used in the harem with severity, but usually for intimidation. I once saw some of the ladies of Nazli Khanum, thus vulgarly pronounced for Nazlu Khanum, struck with a kurbaj, for too curiously looking in at the window of an apartment in that lady's palace, in which I and some friends happened to be, and which overlooked the private garden. They were speedily driven away by 2 or 3 black eunuchs, who appeared to use their heavy whips indiscriminately and severely. Their excuse for this conduct undoubtedly being that these ladies were guilty of a great impropriety in thus shewing themselves to men. For when riding abroad, it is usual for passengers in the streets to turn their faces to the wall on the approach of the women of a great man's household. Moreover, the harem of Nazli Khanum was well known to be ruled with an iron hand, and its mistress herself to have acquired the character of her brutal husband, Mohammed Bey, the Defterdar, whose cruelties are mentioned in the modern Egyptians. Ed. Note 46. It is a universal custom of the Arabs, on visiting the sick, to say, "May our Lord restore thee," or "No evil befall thee," and Note 47. The first hospital built by a Muslim was that of Damascus, founded by El-Walid the son of Abd el-Malik, in the 88th year of the flight, A.D. 706-7. The Arabs would deprive Ephraim Cyrus of the honor of having been the author of the first institution of this kind, one of their historians ascribing it to an early pharaoh, named Meneush, another, to Hippocrates. Note 48. The remainder of the paragraph is translated from the Calcutta edition of the first 200 Nights. Note 49. The metropolis of the world, or literally, the mother of the world, Emed Dunya, is a title given to several cities, as well as to Cairo, by their respective inhabitants. This passage, therefore, and others of a similar kind, in which even foreigners are made to rank Egypt and Cairo as superior to every other country and city, strongly favor the opinion that some of its tales were written, or altered, by an Egyptian. Note 50. A more ample eulogium upon Egypt and the Nile, but abounding with such gross errors that I could not confidently offer a translation, is found in the Breslau edition. It agrees better with the old translation, which, however, in this place, presents considerable unauthorized amplifications, and some misconceptions. Birket el Abash, for instance, the name of a lake on the south of Cairo, being mistaken for Ethiopia. Note 51. For this monthly rent, or about a guinea of our money, a large and handsome house may be hired at the present day in Cairo. Note 52. After the amputation of the hand for theft, the stump is usually plunged in boiling pitch or tar, or oil, to stanch the blood. Note 53. On retaliation and fines for wounds and mutilations. Retaliation for intentional wounds and mutilations is allowed by the Mohammedan law, like as for murder, eye for eye, but a fine may be accepted instead, which the law allows also for unintentional injuries. The fine for a member that is single, as the nose, is the whole price of blood, as for homicide, namely 1,000 dinars, about 500 L, from 380 for him who possesses gold, or, from him who possesses silver, 12,000 dirhams, about 300 L. For a member of which there are 2, and not more, as a hand, half the price of blood. For one of which there are 10, a finger or toe, a tenth of the price of blood, but the fine of a man for maiming or wounding a woman is half of that for the same injury to a man. And that of a free person for injuring a slave varies according to the value of the slave. The fine for depriving a man of any of his 5 senses, or dangerously wounding him, or grievously disfiguring him for life, is the whole price of blood. Note 54. See number 20 of the notes to Chapter 2. The women of Egypt have the character of being the most licentious in their feelings of all females who lay any claim to be considered as members of a civilized nation. And this character is freely bestowed upon them by their countrymen, even in conversation with foreigners. In the work from which the above passage is quoted, I have expatiated upon this subject more than I need do in the present case. Note 55. The Arabs are generally of opinion that the innate dispositions of a child are inherited more from the mother than from the father. They believe that a daughter commonly resembles, in good or evil qualities, her mother, and a son, his maternal uncle. Hence they often address a man, Ya Ayyab al-Kal. O thou who hast a good maternal uncle. Note 56. Abidiyallah ibn Abbas was one of the most learned of the companions of his cousin Mohammed, and one of the most celebrated of the relators of his sayings and actions. He has received the titles of Interpreter of the Quran and Sultan of Commentators. He died in the year of the flight 68. His father, Abbas, the son of Abidi al-Mu'allib, was paternal uncle of Mohammed, and ancestor of the Abbasi Caliphs. Note 57. On the astrolabe. The astrolabe is more commonly used by the Arabs than any other instrument for astronomical observations. It is generally between 4 and 6 inches in diameter. It consists of a circular plate with a graduated rim, within which fit several thinner plates, and of a limb moving on a pivot in the center, with 2 sights. The plates are engraved with complicated diagrams, and for various calculations. The instrument is held by a ring, or by a loop of cord attached to the ring, during an observation, and thus its own weight answers the same purpose as the plumb line of the quadrant, which the Arabs sometimes use in its stead. The position of the movable limb with the sights marking the required altitude. Note 58. Afar is the second mouth of the Mohammedan year. Note 59. As different copies vary here as to the date, I have taken the liberty of putting 263 instead of 763 or 653, in order to avoid a glaring anachronism. It is probable, however, that the last of these is the author's date, as it is found both in the old translation and in the Breslau edition. The date in the Cairo edition is 763. Note 60. A degree is 4 minutes. It would have been more proper, therefore, to have said 8 degrees and 2 minutes than 7 degrees and 6 minutes. Note 61. Emit signifies the silent. Note 62. This and the 2 following names, or rather, surnames, convey the same meaning. Babu, header, and Baba, here, in my original, erroneously written Yahya, signify chatterer. El-Kuz El-Ani, not to be mistaken for Aswani, with a soft S, seems to imply that the person thus named was always like a mug, with open mouth, and insensible as flint to rebuke. The 2 remaining names are different in different copies. Shayli is perhaps put erroneously for some other word, as she, discord. 385. Note 63. Urin, ch3. v. 128. Note 64. The Arabs generally carry their young children in this manner, seated astride upon the shoulder. Note 65. This expression is borrowed from the Urin, ch 48. v. 10. The meaning is, there is no power of man, but God's power is superior to it. Note 66. The Prophet, Mohammed, is always alluded to when this form of benediction is used and the name of the person to whom it is applied is not mentioned. Note 67. Ned is a perfume composed of ambergris, musk, and aloes wood. Or simply ambergris. Note 68. 2 qubes are recited on the occasion of the congregational Friday prayers. It is the first of these which is here alluded to. See the next note. Note 69. On the congregational Friday prayers. The salam, or salutation, of Friday is a form of blessing on the Prophet and his family and companions, which is chanted by the mueddins from the madnais, or towers, of the congregational mosques half an hour before noon. The worshippers begin to assemble in the mosque as soon as they hear it, and, ranging themselves in rows parallel to, and facing, that side in which is the niche that marks the direction of Mecca, each performs, by himself, the prayers of 2 rak'ahs, which are supererogatory, and then sits in his place while a reader recites part or the whole of the 18th chapter of the Quran. At the call of noon, they all stand up, and each again performs, separately, the prayers of 2 rak'ahs, ordained by the Prophet. A minister, standing at the foot of the pulpit stairs, then proposes to bless the Prophet, and accordingly, a second salam is chanted by one or more other ministers stationed on an elevated platform. After this, the former minister, and the latter after him, repeat the call of noon, which the muezzins have before chanted from the madnais, and the former enjoins silence. The chief minister, Kib or Imam, has already seated himself on the top step or platform of the pulpit. He now rises, and recites a khutbah of praise to God and exhortation to the congregation. And if in a country or town acquired by arms from unbelievers, he holds a wooden sword, resting its point on the ground. Each of the congregation next offers up some private supplication. After which, the Kib recites a second khutbah, which is always the same, or nearly so, part, of a similar nature to the first, but chiefly, prayer for the Prophet and his family, and for the general welfare of the Muslims. This finished, the Kib or Imam descends from the pulpit, and, stationed before the niche, after a form of words differing slightly from the call to prayer has been chanted by the ministers on the elevated platform before mentioned, recites the divinely ordained prayers of Friday, 2 rak'ahs, while the people do the same silently, keeping time with him exactly in the various postures. Thus are completed the Friday prayers, but some of the congregation remain, and perform the ordinary divinely ordained prayers of noon. Note 70. So in the Cairo edition. Al-Muntar Billah was the great-grandson of Harun ar-Rashid, and acceded to the throne in the year of the flight 247, AD 861. A slight anachronism, therefore, is here presented, unless we suppose that the 386 hero of the story told by the Sultan's steward was an old man at the period of the misfortune of the humpback. The reign of Al-Muntar was somewhat less than 6 months. The copy from which the old translation was made, and the edition of Breslau, date the adventure of the barber, here related, more than 3 centuries and a half later, in the reign of Al-Muntar Billah. Note 71. The practice of sponging, or the intrusion of strangers at entertainments, has long been very prevalent in Arab towns. An instance has been given towards the close of Note 22 to Chapter 3. Note 72. I have altered the order in which the brothers are described, and omitted 2 particulars, to agree with the sequel. Note 73. The next paragraph is translated from the Calcutta edition of the first 200 nights, being omitted in the Cairo edition. An equal portion, later, is wanting in the old translation. Note 74. On augurations with respect to marriage. This passage alludes to an astrological calculation made with the view of determining by what sign of the zodiac the 2 persons are influenced who contemplate becoming man and wife, and thence ascertaining whether they will agree. This is often done in the present day by adding together the numerical values of the letters composing his or her name and that of the mother, and, if I remember right, subtracting from 12 the whole sum if this is less than 12. Or what remains after subtracting, or dividing by, 12. Thus is obtained the number of the sign. The 12 signs, commencing with Aries, correspond respectively with the elements of fire, earth, air, water, fire, earth, and so on. And if the signs of the 2 parties indicate the same element, it is inferred that they will agree. But if they indicate different elements, the inference is that the one will be affected by the other in the same manner as the element of the one is by that of the other. Thus, if the element of the man is fire, and that of the woman water, he will be subject to her rule. Among other calculations of the same kind is the following, which my sheikh has mentioned in a marginal note on this passage, in the copy from which I translate. The numerical values of the letters composing the name of each of the 2 parties are added together, and one of these 2 sums is subtracted from the other. If the remainder is an uneven number, the inference is unfavorable. But if even, the reverse. In the present instance, the dupe, knowing that there are various modes of divining whether he will be happy with his wife, is made to believe that his fortune depends upon the mode, instead of the result, of the calculation. Note 75. Here, in my original, Baba, but this, as before mentioned, was the name of the 3rd brother. Note 76. Signifying a basket of palm leaves, and a dry gourd, seems to be here equivalent to empty head. Note 77. The blind in Egypt are notorious for their impudence. It is related that Moses, while bathing one day in the Nile, saw a blind man pass by, and, being moved with pity, prayed that God would restore his sight. His prayer was answered. But as soon as the eyes of the blind man were opened, he seized the clothes of his benefactor, which were lying on the bank, and protested that they were his own. Moses, therefore, now prayed that the thief might be struck blind again. And God, answering his prayer, said, "O Moses, know that I am wiser than thou with respect to my creatures." This tradition was related to me in Cairo. Note 78. It is generally thus that an injured Muslim calls others to his aid. Note 79. Like the natives of Egypt in the period of the Roman domination, its 387 modern inhabitants, and the Arabs of other countries, though, I believe, in a less degree, are notorious for their obstinacy in refusing to pay their taxes until they have been severely beaten. They well know that, the more readily they pay, the more will be exacted from them, and are often heard to boast of the number of stripes which they have received before yielding their money. The same obstinacy is generally displayed by an Arab accused of any offense, and often even by a witness. In either case the man fears that, should he tell at once all he can, the judge will try whether the stick or the curbage will elicit a further confession. Note 80. On the general corruptness of Muslim judges. Here Bey, whether he was a judge I do not know, conversing one day with his friends on the difficulties experienced in the exercise of judicature, one of the company remarked, "In my opinion, the greatest difficulty that is met with is when one of the parties is rich and the other poor." "In that case," replied Kir Bey, "I find none, for it is clear that the rich will gain his cause, and the poor will lose, but the great difficulty is, when the two parties are equally rich and powerful. If thou," he continued, "being a poor man, have a suit against one who is rich and powerful, beware of applying to the A with a QDE. For he will not fail to condemn thee. My advice is, that thou desist altogether from thy suit, and rather throw thyself at the feet of thine adversary, for thou wilt obtain more justice from him than from the A with a QDE. For a justification of the opinion here expressed, see my work on the Modern Egyptians, Volume 1, ch. 4. Note 81, on good and evil omens. Of omens I have already treated, in Note 15 to Chapter 1, but a few words on this subject must be here added. It is common to draw a lucky or unlucky omen from the first object seen on going out in the morning, and according as that object is pleasant or the contrary, the person says, "My morning is good," or "bad." A one-eyed man is regarded as of evil omen, and especially one who is blind of the left eye. Many a person is related to have suffered for having an unlucky countenance. Note 82. The portion of this story comprised in the first paragraph having been the subject of a specimen of the present publication, translated from the Calcutta edition of the first 200 Nights, and printed and distributed when I had not in my possession the copy of the original which I have taken as my general standard. It is here given nearly in the same words. I have only made a few slight additions and alterations derived from a comparison of the two editions. Some of the notes inserted in the specimen I omit in this place, as they relate to matters already explained. Hole remarks, in page 223, that this part of the barber's story of his fifth brother is derived from an Indian fable of the remotest antiquity, found in the Hetopads of Vishnu Sarma, in which a Brahmin inadvertently breaks his pottery ware, with a walking stick, in the act of suppressing the outrageous jealousy of four beautiful but turbulent wives. Note 83. El-Feshar signifies the foolish talker, or vain boaster. I have substituted this name for El-Ashar, the reading in my original. In the Arabic characters, the latter differs from the former in little more than the want of a point, and has no appropriate meaning. It appears that, in most copies of the original, the barber's fifth brother is surnamed En-Neshar, or the sawyer, perhaps an allusion to his incessant loquacity, but this, also, in the Arabic characters, very nearly resembles El-Feshar, which I doubt not to be the right name. Note 84. There is nothing very extravagant in this hope of the barber's brother, for in the East, persons frequently rise from very low to very high stations. And it is remarkable that, notwithstanding their usual pride, they generally retain the appellation of the trade or craft which they or their fathers pursued, however ignoble, before 388 their elevation. It is common for a great man to distinguish himself by adding to his name the appellation of the druggist or perfumer, or the grocer, and he is not a whit the less respected on this account. Note 85. The Eastern grandee rides not at the head or rear of his attendants, but in the midst of them. Note 86. Persons distinguished by rank or wealth or learning are saluted by many of the shopkeepers and passengers as they pass through the streets of Eastern cities, and often greeted with a short ejaculatory prayer for the continuance of their life and happiness. When a very great man rides through the streets, most of the shopkeepers rise to him, and pay their respect to him by inclining the head, and touching the lips and forehead or turban with the fingers of the right hand. Note 87. See Note 12 to Chapter 3. Note 88. He could scarcely shew his pride more strongly, for it is an affront to reject a present. Note 89. An Arab lady of high rank seldom makes use of her feet but to move from one chamber to another. When she goes abroad, she always rides. To stand for many minutes together is, therefore, fatiguing to her. Note 90. See the close of Note 39 to Chapter 4. Note 91. This is said either to shew his vulgarity or that the weather was sultry. Note 92. El-Malia signifies the beautiful. It is derived from mil, salt, and k. Note 93. An occurrence of a similar nature, which happened a few years ago in Cairo, was related to me by one of my friends there. An old woman frequented the tomb of a saint in that city, near the eastern gate called the Bab el-Maru, to which many women afflicted with disease or barrenness often resorted to offer up prayers, believing their petitions would be effectual through the saint's intercession. And she was in the habit of enticing ladies from this tomb to the house of her husband, which was nearby, under pretense of his serving them with medicines or with charms. The unsuspecting victim, being desired to go thither alone, was conducted by the old woman to an upper room, at the end of which the man was seated, and in walking over the matted floor to approach him, suddenly fell through a trapdoor into a place so deep that the fall rendered her senseless. In this state, she was put to death. And as ladies in Cairo always wear valuable ornaments and costly clothes, the murderers were sure of obtaining considerable spoil. Note 94. This money, we are to understand, was prepared for the purpose of giving those presents which are customary from a guest at a marriage festivity, but the mention of a smaller sum would have been more proper. It is given to the singing women and tire women who, in great houses, parade the bride through the different apartments, and display her in different rich suits of attire before the bridegroom. Note 95. On the handkerchief and signet of indemnity. Sometimes the handkerchief and sometimes the signet or seal ring is given as a pledge of indemnity. It was a frequent custom of many a chief of the Memluks of Egypt, they're commonly called the Guz, to bastinade men in the court of his mansion, when he desired to make a show of strict justice, in order that one of the women of the family, hearing the cries, might drop a handkerchief from a window, and so the punishment might soon cease, in respect for the harem, whose protection is often appealed to by offenders. Note 96. The title of Sultan is here, and afterwards, given to the Khalifa, and it has been so employed by a celebrated historian, El-Marizi. 389. Note 97. So, apparently, in most copies, but in the Cairo edition, of the Sons of the Kings. It is said to have been a custom of some of the Barmkis, the family so renowned for their generosity, to keep open house during the hours of meals, and to allow no one who applied at such times for admission to be repulsed. Note 98. Sikbaj is a dish composed of meat, wheat flour, and vinegar. Note 99. Af is a name applied to various kinds of sweet pastry, particularly to a kind of small pancakes, made of a thin paste of fine flour and water, about 3 inches broad, and 1/6 of an inch or less in thickness. baked upon a copper tray over a fire, like kunafe, the composition of which is the same, and eaten with honey or sugar, also to cakes composed of fine flour, treacle or honey, and sesame oil. The syrup mentioned in the same sentence is, as my sheikh states in a marginal note, treacle thickened over the fire. The proper singular of af, namely, ife, is seldom used, one of these cakes being generally called fard af. Sometimes, it appears, they were perfumed with musk. Note 100. The mithl is the weight of a dinar, or a dirham and a half, in Cairo, about 71.5 or 72 English grains. Note 101. See above, Note 96. Note 102. By Arabs, we are here to understand Bedouis, or Arabs of the desert, who are termed, by the older writers, Arab or Arabis. But in my original, as in other late works, Arab, which was the old appellation of the townspeople and villagers. Sales Quran, note near the close of chapter 2. C. de Sacy, Relation de l'Égypte par Abd al-Latif, pages 381 et seq. And Katramir, Histoire des Sultans Mamluks, Volume 1, pages 109 et seq, a work of very great value, especially for the notes. In his Kaya, Description of the Principal Street of Cairo, and its branches, MS in my possession. In his Kaya, Description of the Principal Street of Cairo, and its branches, and account of the khans. Edom, Account of the Israyas, and description of the Principal Street of Cairo, and its branches. The orthography of this celebrated name is disputed. And I may therefore mention that I have found it written Kalkan in an Arabic MS of the year of the flight 843, and in many mizes in which the reduplication of the L is not marked, the vowel A is given to the first syllable. According to the general opinion of the learned in Cairo, it is Kilikan. In his Kaya, Description of the Principal Street of Cairo. In his Kaya, Description of the suburbs or environ, i.e., of Cairo, the latest date in that work, as far as I am aware, is found in the account of the mosques, in two separate places. It is that of the year of the flight 843, in the edition recently printed at Cairo. And, as El-Marizi died in the year 845, its occurrence is curious as shewing the likelihood that he continued the composition of his most celebrated work until very near his death. Indeed, it is probable that he never finished it. The seventh and last section, which is mentioned in the preface, being wanting in all the mizas. This date, in each instance, may be an insertion by a later hand. But the author's history of the Sultans of Egypt was brought down, it is said by himself, to the year preceding his death, ed. Marginal note, in my copy of the original, by the Sheikh Muhammad Ayad. Marginal note, in my copy of the original, by the Sheikh Mohammed Ayad. Edom. A specimen of this mode of chanting is given in my work on the Modern Egyptians, Volume 2. End of Chapter 5. El-Marizi Eskaya, Account of the Hospitals. Urin, Ch. V. 49. Modern Egyptians, Volume 1, Ch. 13. It would not be necessary to remark on this explanation of a curious custom if it had not been lately contradicted. Mr. Lane derived his information from Arab authors, and from his friends in Cairo. But Dawson, also, says, in his Tableau General de l'Empire Ottoman, Code Religieux, Livre 2. Ch. 4. And the authority of the works from which he translated will hardly be questioned, that the key best meme tenu de reciter tout le cuthbi sur la chair, minber, en essapuyant de la main sur la garde d'un sabre. Dans tous les temples qu'ont été pris avec la ville par la force des armes. The writer alluded to thinks that the use of the sword at Mecca proves Mr. Lane to be in error, whereas the custom is observed at Mecca because it was taken in war, but not at El Medina because this city was not so taken, ed. The Amacy Note 24 to Chapter 4. For a more full account of the Friday prayers, see my work on the Modern Egyptians, Volume 1, Ch. 3. Ammianus Marcellinus, Lib 22. See Note 6 to Chapter 4. Durbalot, Bibl or, Article Qadi. 390. Chapter 6. Commencing with part of the 32nd night, and ending with Part of this 36th. The story of Noor ed Din and Inzi el-Jaliz. There was, in El-Bara, a certain king who loved the poor and indigent, and regarded his subjects with benevolence. He bestowed of his wealth upon him who believed in Mohammed, God bless and save him. And was such as one of the poets who have written of him hath thus described. He used his lances as pens, and the hearts of his enemies as paper, their blood being his ink. And hence, I imagine, our forefathers applied to the lance the term Kia. 391. The name of this king was Mohammed the son of Suleiman Easy Zaini, and he had 2 wazirs. One of whom was named El-Moin the son of Sa'i, and the other, El-Fal the son of Kha with acute A with acute N. El-Fal the son of Kha with acute N was the most generous of the people of his age, upright in conduct, so that all hearts agreed in loving him, and the wise complied with his counsel, and all the people supplicated for him length of life. For he was a person of auspicious aspect, a preventer of evil and mischief, but the wazir El-Moin the son of Sa'i hated others, and loved not good. He was a man of inauspicious aspect. And in the same degree that the people loved Fal ed-Din the son of Kha with acute N, so did they abhor El-Moin the son of Sa'i, in accordance with the decree of the Almighty. Now the king Mohammed the son of Suleiman Easy Zaini was sitting one day upon his throne, surrounded by the officers of his court, and he called to his wazir El-Fal the son of Kha with acute N, and said to him, I desire a female slave unsurpassed in beauty by any in her age, of perfect loveliness, and exquisite symmetry, and endowed with all praiseworthy qualities. Such as this, replied his courtiers, is not to be found for less than 10,000 pieces of gold. And the Sultan thereupon called out to the treasurer, saying, Carry 10,000 pieces of gold to the house of El-Fal the son of Kha with acute N. So the treasurer did as he commanded, and the wazir departed, after the Sultan had ordered him to repair every day to the market, and to commission the brokers to procure what he had described. And had commanded also that no female slave of a greater price than 1,000 pieces of gold should be sold without having been shown to the wazir. The brokers, therefore, sold no female slave without shewing her to him, and he complied with the king's command, and thus he continued to do for a considerable time, no slave pleasing him. But on a certain day, one of the brokers came to the mansion of the wazir El-Fal, and found that he had mounted to repair to the palace of the king. And he laid hold upon his stirrup, and repeated these 2 verses. O thou who hast reanimated what was rotten in the state! Thou art the wazir ever aided by heaven. Thou hast revived the noble qualities that were extinct among men. May thy conduct never cease to be approved by God. He then said, O my master, the female slave for the procuring of 392 whom the noble mandate was issued hath arrived. The wazir replied, Bring her hither to me. So the man returned, and, after a short absence, came again, accompanied by a damsel of elegant stature, high-bosomed, with black eyelashes, and smooth cheek, and slender waist, and large hips, clad in the handsomest apparel. The moisture of her lips was sweeter than syrup, her figure put to shame the branches of the oriental willow, and her speech was more soft than the zephyr passing over the flowers of the garden. As one of her describers hath thus expressed, her skin is like silk, and her speech is soft, neither redundant nor deficient. Her eyes, God said to them, Be, and they were, affecting men's hearts with the potency of wine. May my love for her grow more warm each night, and cease not until the day of judgment. The locks on her brow are dark as night, while her forehead shines like the gleam of morning. When the wazir beheld her, she pleased him extremely, and he looked towards the broker, and said to him, What is the price of this damsel? The broker answered, The price bidden for her hath amounted to 10,000 pieces of gold, and her owner hath sworn that this sum doth not equal the cost of the chickens which she hath eaten, nor the cost of the dresses which she hath bestowed upon her teachers. For she hath learnt writing and grammar and lexicology, and the interpretation of the Urim, and the fundamentals of law and religion, and medicine, and the computation of the calendar, and the art of playing upon musical instruments. The wazir then said, Bring to me her master, and the broker immediately brought him, and lo, he was a foreigner, who had lived so long that time had reduced him to bones and skin, as the poet hath said. How hath time made me to tremble? For time is powerful and severe. I used to walk without being weary, but now I am weary and do not walk. And the weaver said to him, Art thou content to receive for this damsel 10,000 pieces of gold from the Sultan Mohammed the son of Suleiman Zeni? The foreigner answered, As she is for the Sultan, it is incumbent on me to give her as a present to him, without price. So the weaver, upon this, ordered that the money should be brought, and then weighed the pieces of gold for the foreigner. After which, the slave broker addressed the weaver, and said, With the permission of our lord the weaver, I will speak. Impart what thou hast to say, replied the weaver. It is my opinion, then, said the broker, that thou shouldst not take up this 393 damsel to the Sultan today, for she hath just arrived from her journey, and the change of air hath affected her, and the journey hath fatigued her. But rather let her remain with thee in thy palace 10 days, that she may take rest, and her beauty will improve, then cause her to be taken into the bath, and attire her in clothes of the handsomest description. And go up with her to the Sultan, so shalt thou experience more abundant good fortune. And the weaver considered the advice of the slave broker, and approved it. He therefore took her into his palace, and gave her a private apartment to herself, allotting her every day what she required of food and drink and other supplies, and she continued a while in this state of enjoyment. Now the weaver Elfal had a son like the shining full moon, with brilliant countenance, and red cheek, marked with a mole like a globule of ambergris, and with grey down. The youth knew not of this damsel, and his father had charged her, saying, Know that I have purchased thee for the King Mohammed the son of Suleiman Zeni. And that I have a son who hath not left a girl in the quarter without making love to her, therefore keep thyself concealed from him, and beware of shewing him thy face, or suffering him to hear thy voice. The damsel replied, I hear and obey, and he left her and departed. And it happened, as fate had ordained, that she went one day into the bath which was in the house, and, after certain of the female slaves had bathed her, she attired herself in rich apparel, and her beauty and loveliness increased in consequence. She then went in to the weaver's wife, and kissed her hand, and she said to her, May it be favorable, O Jalise. How didst thou find this bath, O my mistress? She answered, I wanted nothing but thy presence there. And upon this, the mistress of the house said to the female slaves, Arise, and let us go into the bath. And they complied with her command, and went, accompanied by their mistress, who first charged 2 young slave girls to keep the door of the private apartment in which was Jalise, saying to them, Suffer no one to go into the damsel, and they replied, We hear and obey. But while Jalise was sitting in her chamber, lo, the weaver's son, whose name was Ali Nur ad-Din, came in, and asked after his mother and the family. The 2 girls answered, They are gone into the bath. Now the damsel Jalise heard the speech of Ali Nur ad-Din as she sat in her chamber, and she said within herself, I wonder what this youth is like. Of whom the weaver 394 hath told me that he hath not left a girl in the quarter without making love to her. By Allah, I have a desire to see him. She then rose upon her feet, fresh as she was from the bath, and, approaching the door of the chamber, looked at Ali Nur ad-Din, and beheld him to be a youth like the full moon. The sight of him occasioned her 1,000 sighs. And a look from the youth, at her, affected him also in the same manner. Each was caught in the snare of the other's love, and the youth approached the 2 slave girls, and cried out at them. Whereupon they fled from before him, and stopped at a distance, looking to see what he would do. He then advanced to the door of the chamber, and, opening it, went in, and said to the damsel, Art thou she whom my father hath purchased for me? She answered, Yes. And upon this, the youth, who was in a state of intoxication, went up to her, and embraced her, while she, in like manner, threw her arms around his neck, and kissed him. But the 2 slave girls, having seen their young master enter the chamber of the damsel Jalise, cried out. The youth, therefore, soon ran forth, and fled for safety, fearing the consequence of his intrusion. And when the mistress of the house heard the cry of the 2 slave girls, she came out dripping from the bath, saying, What is the cause of this cry in the 395 house? And when she drew near to the 2 slave girls whom she had placed at the door of the private chamber, she said to them, "What to you? What is the matter?" They answered, as soon as they beheld her, "Our master Ali Nur ad-Din came to us and beat us, and we fled from him, and he went into the chamber of Inzel-Jaliz, and when we cried out to thee he fled." The mistress of the house then went to Inzel-Jaliz, and said to her, "What is the news?" "O my mistress," she answered, "as I was sitting here, a youth of handsome person came in to me, and said to me, 'Art thou she whom my father hath purchased for me?' And I answered, 'Yes, by Allah, O my mistress, I believed that what he said was true.' And he came up to me and embraced me, and kissed me 3 times, and he left me overcome by his love." Upon this, the mistress of the house wept, and slapped her face, and her female slaves did the like, fearing for Ali Nur ad-Din, lest his father should slay him. And while they were in this state, lo, the Wazir came in, and inquired what had happened. His wife said to him, "Swear that thou wilt listen to that which I shall say." He replied, "Well." So she told him what his son had done. And he mourned, and rent his clothes, and slapped his face, and plucked his beard. His wife then said to him, "Kill not thyself. I will give thee, of my own property, 10,000 pieces of gold, her price." But upon this, he raised his head towards her, and said to her, "What to thee? I want not her price, but I fear the loss of my life and my property. Wherefore, O my master?" She asked. "Knowest thou not," said he, "that we have this enemy El-Emoin the son of Sa'eh? When he heareth of this event, he will repair to the Sultan, and say to him, 'Thy Wazir whom thou imaginest to love thee hath received from thee 10,000 pieces of gold, and purchased there with a female slave such as no one hath seen equaled.' And when she pleased him, he said to his son, 'Take her. For thou art more worthy of her than the Sultan,' and he took her, and the damsel is now with him. Then the king will say, 'Thou liest.' And he will say to the king, 'With thy permission, I will break in upon him suddenly, and bring her to thee.' And he will give him permission to do so. He will therefore make a sudden attack upon the house, and take the damsel, and conduct her into the presence of the Sultan, and he will question her, and she will not be able to deny. He will then say, 'O my lord, I give thee good counsel, but I am not in favor with thee,' and the Sultan will make an example of me, and all the people will make me a gazing stock, and 396 my life will be lost." His wife, however, replied, "Acquaint no one, for this thing hath happened privily. Commit, therefore, thine affair unto God, in this extremity." And upon this, the heart of the Wazir was quieted, and his mind was relieved. Such was the case of the Wazir. Now as to Nur ad-Din, he feared the result of his conduct, and so passed each day in the gardens, not returning to his mother until towards the close of the night. He then slept in her apartment, and rose before morning without being seen by anyone else. Thus he continued to do so for the space of a month, not seeing the face of his father, and at length his mother said to his father, "O my master, wilt thou lose the damsel and lose the child? For if it long continue thus with the youth, he will flee his country, and what is to be done?" Said he. She answered, "Sit up this night, and when he cometh, lay hold upon him, and be reconciled to him, and give him the damsel. For she loveth him, and he loveth her, and I will give thee her price." So the Wazir sat up the whole night, and when his son came, he laid hold upon him, and would have cut his throat. But his mother came to his succor, and said to her husband, "What dost thou desire to do unto him?" He answered her, "I desire to slay him." The youth then said to his father, "Am I of so small account in thy estimation?" And upon this, the eyes of his father filled with tears, and he said to him, "O my son, is the loss of my property and my life of small account with thee?" "Listen, O my father," rejoined the youth, and he implored his forgiveness. So the Wazir rose from the breast of his son, and was moved with compassion for him, and the youth rose, and kissed his father's hand. And the Wazir said, "O my son, if I knew that thou wouldst act equitably to Inzel-Jaliz, I would give her to thee." "O my father," replied the youth, "wherefore should I not act equitably towards her?" And his father said, "I charge thee, O my son, that thou take not a wife to share her place, and that thou do her no injury, nor sell her." He replied, "O my father, I swear to thee that I will neither take a wife to share her place, nor sell her." And he promised him by oaths to act as he had said, and took up his abode with the damsel, and remained with her a year. And God, whose name be exalted, caused the king to forget the affair of the female slave, but the matter became known to Elmoin the son of Sa'i. Yet he could not speak of it, on account of the high estimation in which the other Weezer was held by the Sultan. After this year had expired, the Weezer Fal-ed-Din the son of 397 Kha with Akuden entered the oath, and came out in a state of excessive perspiration, in consequence of which the external air smote him, so that he became confined to his bed, and long remained sleepless. And his malady continued unremittingly. So he called, thereupon, his son Ali Nur ed-Din, and when he came before him, said to him, O my son, verily the means of life are apportioned, and its period is decreed, and every soul must drink the cup of death. I have nothing with which to charge thee but the fear of God, and forethought with regard to the results of thine actions, and that thou conduct thyself kindly to the damsel Zel-Jaliz. O my father, said the youth, who is like unto thee? Thou hast been celebrated for virtuous actions, and the praying of the preachers for thee on the pulpits. O my son, rejoined the Weezer, I hope for the approbation of God, whose name be exalted. And then he pronounced the two professions of the faith, and uttered a sigh, and was recorded among the company of the blessed. And upon this, the palace was filled with shrieking, and the news reached the ears of the Sultan, and the people of the city heard of the death of El-Fal the son of Kha with Akuden, and even the boys in the schools wept for him. His son Ali Nur ed-Din arose, and prepared his funeral, and the emirs and wazirs and other officers of the state attended it, and among them was the Weezer El-Moin the son of Sa'i. And as the procession passed out from the mansion, one of the mourners recited these verses. I said to the man who was appointed to wash him, would that he had yielded obedience to my counsel. Put away from him the water, and wash him with the tears of honor, shed in lamentation for him. 398. And remove these fragrant substances collected for his corpse, and perfume him rather with the odors of his praise. And order the noble angels to carry him, in honor. Dost thou not behold them attending him? 'Cause not men's necks to be strained by bearing him, enough are they laden already by his benefits. Ali Nur ed-Din for a long time remained in a state of violent grief for the loss of his father. But as he was sitting one day in his father's house, a person knocked at the door, and he rose up and opened it, and lo, there was a man who was one of his father's intimate companions, and he kissed the hand of Nur ed-Din, and said to him, O my master, he who hath left a son like thee hath not died. This is the destination of the Lord of the first and the last among mankind. O my master, cheer up thy heart, and give over mourning. And upon this, Ali Nur ed-Din arose, and went to the guest chamber, and removed thither all that he required, and his companions came together to him, and he took again his slave. 10 of the sons of the merchants became his associates, and he gave entertainment after entertainment, and began to be lavish with presents. His steward, therefore, came in to him, and said to him, O my master Nur ed-Din, hast thou not heard the saying, he who expendeth and doth not calculate is reduced to poverty? This profuse expenditure, and these magnificent presents, will annihilate the property. But when Ali Nur ed-Din heard these words of his steward, he looked at him, and replied, Of all that thou hast said to me, I will not attend to one word. How excellent is the saying of the poet! If I be possessed of wealth and be not liberal, may my hand never be extended, nor my foot raised. Shew me the avaricious who hath attained glory by his avarice, and the munificent who hath died through his munificence. Know, O steward, he continued, that if there remain in thy hands what will suffice for my dinner, thou shalt not burden me with anxiety respecting my supper. The steward left him and went his way. And Ali Nur ed-Din resumed his habits of extravagant generosity. Whenever any one of his companions said, Verily this thing is beautiful, he would reply, It is a present to thee. And if any said, O my master, verily such a house is delightful, he would reply, It is a present to thee. He ceased not to give entertainments to his companions from the commencement of day, one after another, until he had passed in this 399 manner a whole year. After which, as he was sitting with them, he heard the slave girl recite these 2 verses. Thou thoughtest well of the days when they went well with thee, and fearedst not the evil that destiny was bringing. Thy nights were peaceful, and thou wast deceived by them, in the midst of their brightness there cometh gloom. And immediately after, a person knocked at the door, so Nur ad-Din rose, and one of his companions followed him without his knowledge. And when he opened the door, he beheld his steward, and said to him, What is the news, O my master? Answered the steward, That which I feared on my account hath happened to thee. How is that? Asked Nur ad-Din. The steward answered, Know that there remaineth not of thy property in my hands, anything equivalent to a piece of silver, or less than a piece of silver, and these are the accounts of thy expenses, and of thy original property. When Ali Nur ad-Din heard these words, he hung down his head towards the ground, and exclaimed, There is no strength nor power but in God. And the man who had followed him secretly to pry into his case, as soon as he heard what the steward told him, returned to his companions, and said to them, See what ye will do, for Ali Nur ad-Din hath become a bankrupt. So when Nur ad-Din returned to them, grief appeared to them in his countenance, and immediately one of them rose, and, looking towards him, said to him, O my master, I desire that thou wouldst permit me to depart. Why thus depart today? Said Nur ad-Din. His guest answered, My wife is to give birth to a child this night, and it is impossible for me to be absent from her. I desire, therefore, to go and see her. And he gave him leave. Then another rose, and said to him, O my master Nur ad-Din, I desire today to visit my brother, for he celebrateth the circumcision of his son. Thus each of them asked leave of him deceitfully, and went his way, until all had departed. So Ali Nur ad-Din remained alone, and he called his slave girl, and said to her, O Zel-Jaliz, sayest thou not what hath befallen me? And he related to her what the steward had told him. She replied, O my master, for some nights past, I have been anxious to speak to thee of this affair. But I heard thee reciting these two verses. When fortune is liberal to thee, be thou liberal to all others before she escape from thee. For liberality will not annihilate thy wealth when she is favorable, nor avarice preserve it when she deserteth thee. 400. And when I heard thee repeat these words, I was silent, and would not make any remark to thee. O Zel-Jaliz, he rejoined, Thou knowest that I have not expended my wealth but on my companions, and I do not think that they will abandon me without relief. By Allah, said she, they will be of no use to thee. But he said, I will immediately arise and go to them, and knock at their doors. Perhaps I shall obtain from them something which I will employ as a capital wherewith to trade, and I will cease from diversion and sport. So he arose instantly, and proceeded without stopping until he arrived at the by-street in which his 10 companions resided, for they all lived in that same street, and he advanced to the first door, and knocked. And there came forth to him a slave girl, who said to him, Who art thou? He answered, Say to thy master, Ali Nur ad-Din is standing at the door, and saith to thee, Thy slave kisseth thy hands, looking for a favor from thee. And the girl entered, and acquainted her master, but he called out to her, saying, Return, and tell him, he is not here. The girl, therefore, returned to Nur ad-Din, and said to him, My master, sir, is not here. And he went on, saying within myself, If this is a knave, and hath denied himself, another is not. He then advanced to the next door, and said as he had before, and the second also denied himself. And Nur ad-Din exclaimed, They are gone, who, if thou stoodest at their door, would bestow upon thee the bounty thou desirest. By Allah, he added, I must try all of them, perchance one of them may stand me in the place of all the others. And he went round to all the 10, but found not that one of them would open the door, or shew himself, or even order him a cake of bread. And he recited the following verses. A man in prosperity resembleth a tree, around which people flock as long as it hath fruit. But as soon as it hath dropped all that it bore, they disperse from beneath it, and seek another. Perdition to all the people of this age. For I find not one man of integrity among 10. He then returned to his slave. His anxiety had increased, and she said to him, O my master, said I not unto thee that they would not profit thee? By Allah, he replied, not one of them shewed me his face. O my master, rejoined she, sell of the movables of the house a little at a time, and expend the produce. And he did so until he had sold all that was in the house, and there remained nothing in his POS 401 session, and upon this he looked towards Unzeljalis, and said to her, "What shall we do now?" "It is my advice, O my master," she answered, "that thou arise immediately, and take me to the market, and sell me. For thou knowest that thy father purchased me for 10,000 pieces of gold, and perhaps God may open to thee a way to obtain a part of this price, and if God have decreed our reunion, we shall meet again." But he replied, "O Unzeljalis, it is not easy for me to endure thy separation for 1 hour, nor is the like easy to me," said she, "but necessity is imperious." And upon this, he took Unzeljalis, his tears flowing down his cheeks, and went and delivered her to the broker, saying to him, "Know the value of that which thou art to cry for sale." "O my master Nur ed-Din," replied the broker, "noble qualities are held in remembrance. Is she not Unzeljalis, whom thy father purchased of me for 10,000 pieces of gold?" He answered, "Yes." And the broker thereupon went to the merchants. But he found that they had not all yet assembled, so he waited until the rest had come, and the market was filled with all varieties of female slaves, Turkish and Greek and Circassian and Georgian and Abyssinian. And when he beheld its crowded state, he arose and exclaimed, "O merchants! O possessors of wealth! Everything that is round is not a nut, nor is everything long a banana, nor is everything that is red meat, nor is everything white fat, nor is everything that is ruddy wine, nor is everything tawny a date. O merchants! This precious pearl, whose value no money can equal, with what sum will ye open the bidding for her?" And one of the merchants answered, "With 4,500 pieces of gold." But, lo, the Wazir el-Moin the son of Sa'i was in the market, and, seeing Ali Nur ed-Din standing there, he said within himself, "What doth he want here, having nothing left wherewith to purchase female slaves?" Then casting his eyes around, and hearing the broker as he stood crying in the market with the merchants around him, he said within himself, "I do not imagine anything else than that he hath become a bankrupt, and come forth with the slave girl to sell her. And if this be the case, how pleasant to my heart." He then called the crier, who approached him, and kissed the ground before him, and the Wazir said to him, "I desire this female slave whom thou art crying for sale." The broker, therefore, being unable to oppose his wish, brought the slave and placed her before him. And when he beheld her, and considered her charms, her elegant figure and her soft speech, he was delighted with her, and said to the broker, "To 402 what has the bidding for her amounted?" The broker answered, 4,500 pieces of gold. And as soon as the merchants heard this, not one of them could bid another piece of silver or of gold, but all of them drew back, knowing the tyrannical conduct of that Wazir. El-Moin the son of Sa'i then looked towards the broker, and said to him, "Why standest thou still? Take away the slave girl for me at the price of 4,500 pieces of gold, and thou wilt have 500 for thyself." So the broker went to Ali Nur ed-Din, and said to him, "O my master, the slave girl is lost to thee without price." "How so?" said Nur ed-Din. The broker answered, "We opened the bidding for her at 4,500 pieces of gold. But this tyrant El-Moin the son of Sa'i came into the market, and when he beheld the damsel she pleased him, and he said to me, 'Ask her owner if he will agree for 4,000 pieces of gold, and 500 for thee, and I doubt not but he knoweth that the slave belongeth to thee. And if he give 403 thee her price immediately, it will be through the goodness of God, but I know, from his injustice, that he will write thee an order upon some of his agents for the money, and then send to them and desire them to give thee nothing. And every time that thou shalt go to demand it of them, they will say to thee, Tomorrow we will pay thee, and they will not cease to promise thee, and to defer from day to day, notwithstanding thy pride. And when they are overcome by thy importunity they will say, Give us the written order, and as soon as they have received the paper from thee they will tear it in pieces, so thou wilt lose the price of the slave." When Nur ed-Din, therefore, heard these words of the broker, he said to him, "What is to be done?" The broker answered, "I will give thee a piece of advice, and if thou receive it from me, thou wilt have better fortune." "What is it?" asked Nur ed-Din. "Thou come to me immediately," answered the broker, "while I am standing in the midst of the market, and take the slave girl from me, and give her a blow with thy hand, and say to her, Woe to thee! I have expiated my oath that I swore, and brought thee to the market, because I swore to thee that thou shouldst be exposed in the market, and that the broker should cry thee for sale. If thou do this, perhaps the trick will deceive him and the people, and they will believe that thou tookest her not to the market but to expiate the oath. This, replied Nur ad-Din, is the right counsel. So the broker returned into the midst of the market, and, taking hold of the hand of the slave girl, made a sign to the Wazir el-Moin the son of Sa'i, saying, O my lord, this is her owner who hath just come. Then Ali Nur ad-Din advanced to the broker, and tore the damsel from him, and struck her with his hand, saying to her, What to thee? I have brought thee to the market for the sake of expiating my oath. Go home, and disobey me not again. I want not thy price, that I should sell thee, and if I sold the furniture of the house and everything else of the kind over and over again, their produce would not amount to thy price. But when el-Moin the son of Sa'id beheld Nur ad-Din, he said to him, What to thee? Hast thou anything left to be sold or bought? And he would have laid violent hands upon him. The merchants then looked towards Nur ad-Din, and they all loved him, and he said to them, Here am I before you, and ye have all known his tyranny. By Allah, exclaimed the Wazir, were it not for you, I had killed him. Then all of them made signs, one to another, with the eye, and said, Not one of us will interfere between thee and him. And upon 404 this, Ali Nur ad-Din went up to the Wazir, the son of Sa'i, and Nur ad-Din was a man of courage, and he dragged the Wazir from his saddle, and threw him upon the ground. There was at that spot a kneading place for mud, and the Wazir fell into the midst of it, and Nur ad-Din beat him with his fist, and a blow fell upon his teeth, by which his beard became dyed with his blood. Now there were with the Wazir 10 Memluks, and when they saw Nur ad-Din treat their master in this manner, they put their hands upon the hilts of their swords, and would have fallen upon him and cut him in pieces. But the people said to them, This is a Wazir, and this is the son of a Wazir, and perhaps they may make peace with each other, and ye will incur the anger of both of them. Or perhaps a blow may fall upon your master, and ye will all of you die the most ignominious of deaths. It is advisable, therefore, that ye interfere not between them. And when Ali Nur ad-Din had ceased from beating the Wazir, he took his slave girl and returned to his house. The Wazir, the son of Sa'i, then immediately arose, and his dress, which before was white, was now dyed with 3 colors, the color of mud, and the color of blood, and the color of ashes. And when he beheld himself in this condition, he took a round mat, and hung it to his neck, and took in his hand 2 bundles of coarse grass, and went and stood beneath the palace of the Sultan, and cried out, 405 O King of the age! I am oppressed. So they brought him before the king, who looked at him attentively, and saw that he was his Wazir, el-Moin the son of Sa'i. He said, Therefore, who hath done thus unto thee? And the Wazir cried and moaned, and repeated these 2 verses. Shall fortune oppress me while thou existest, and the dogs devour me when thou art a lion? Shall all else who are dry drink freely from thy tanks, and I thirst in thine asylum when thou art as rain? O my lord, he continued, thus is every one who loveth thee and serveth thee, these afflictions always befall him. And who, said the king again, hath done thus unto thee? No, answered the Wazir, that I went forth today to the market of the female slaves with the idea of buying a cookmaid, and saw in the market a slave girl the like of whom I had never in my life beheld. And the broker said that she belonged to Ali Nur ad-Din. Now our lord the Sultan had given his father 10,000 pieces of gold to buy for him with it a beautiful female slave, and he bought that girl, and she pleased him, so he gave her to his son. And when his father died, the son pursued the path of prodigality, until he sold all his houses and gardens and utensils. And when he had become a bankrupt, nothing else remaining in his possession, he took the slave girl to the market to sell her, and delivered her to the broker, so he cried her for sale. And the merchants continued bidding for her until her price amounted to 4,000 pieces of gold. Whereupon I said to myself, I will buy this for our lord the Sultan, for her original price was from him. I therefore said, O my son, receive her price, 4,000 pieces of gold. But when he heard my words, he looked at me and replied, O illumined old man! I will sell her to the Jews and the Christians rather than to thee. I then said to him, I would not buy her for myself, but for our lord the Sultan, who is our benefactor. As soon, however, as he had heard these words from me, he was filled with rage, and dragged me and threw me down from the horse, notwithstanding my advanced age, and beat me. And ceased not to do so until he left me in the state in which thou sayest me. Nothing exposed me to all this ill treatment but my coming to purchase this slave girl for your majesty. The weaser then threw himself upon the ground, and lay weeping and trembling. Now when the Solon beheld his condition, and had heard his speech, the vein of anger swelled between his eyes, and he looked 406 towards the members of his court who were attending him. Whereupon 40 swordsmen stood before him, and he said to them, Descend immediately to the house of Ali the son of Elphal the son of Kha with acute N, and plunder it and demolish it. And bring hither him and the slave girl with their hands bound behind them, drag them along upon their faces, and so bring them before me. They replied, We hear and obey, and went forth to repair to the house of Ali Nur ed-Din. But there was in the court of the Solon a chamberlain named Alam ed-Din Senjar, who had been one of the Memluks of Elphal the son of Kha with acute N, the father of Ali Nur ed-Din. And when he heard the order of the Solon, and saw the enemies prepared to slay his master's son, it was insupportable to him, so he mounted his horse, and proceeded to the house of Ali Nur ed-Din, and knocked at the door. Nur ed-Din came forth to him, and, when he saw him, knew him, and would have saluted him, but he said, O my master, this is not a time for salutation, nor for talking. Nur ed-Din said, O Alam ed-Din, what is the news? He replied, Save thyself by flight, thou and the slave girl. For El-Amoin the son of Sa'i hath set up a snare for you, and if ye fall into his hands he will slay you. The Solon hath sent to you 40 swordsmen, and it is my advice that ye fly before the evil fall upon you. Then Senjar stretched forth his hand to Nur ed-Din with some pieces of gold, and he counted them, and found them to be 40 pieces. And he said, O my master, receive these, and if I had with me more, I would give it thee, but this is not a time for expostulating. And upon this, Nur ed-Din went in to the damsel, and acquainted her with the occurrence, and she was confounded. The two then went forth immediately from the city, and God let down the veil of his protection upon them, and they proceeded to the bank of the river, where they found a vessel ready to sail. The master was standing in the midst of it, and saying, He who hath anything to do, whether leave-taking or procuring provisions, or who hath forgotten aught, let him do what he desireth and return. For we are going. And they all replied, We have nothing remaining to do, O master. So, upon this, the master said to his crew, Quick! Loose the rope's end, and pull up the stake. And Ali Nur ed-Din exclaimed, Whither, O master? He answered, To the abode of peace, Baghdad. And Nur ed-Din embarked, and the damsel with him, and they set the vessel afloat, and spread the sails, and it shot along like a bird with its pair of wings, carrying them forward with a favorable wind. 407. Meanwhile, the 40 men whom the Solon had sent came to the house of Ali Nur ed-Din, and broke open the doors and entered, and searched all the chambers, but without success. So they demolished the house, and returned, and acquainted the Solon, who said, Search for them in every place where they may be, and they replied, We hear and obey. The Weezer El-Amoin the son of Sa'i then descended to his house, after the Solon had invested him with a robe of honor, and had said to him, None shall take vengeance for thee but myself. And he greeted the king with a prayer for long life, and his heart was set at ease, and the Solon gave orders to proclaim throughout the city, O all ye people! Our lord the Solon hath commanded that whoever shall meet with Ali Nur ed-Din, and bring him to the Solon, shall be invested with a robe of honor, and he will give him 1,000 pieces of gold. And he who shall conceal him, or know where he is, and not give information thereof, will merit the exemplary punishment that shall befall him. So all the people began to search for him, but could not trace him. Such was the case with these people. Now as to Ali Nur ed-Din and his slave, they arrived in safety at Baghdad, and the master of the vessel said to them, This is Baghdad, and it is a city of security. Winter with its cold hath departed from it. And the spring quarter hath come with its roses, and its trees are in blossom, and its waters are flowing. And upon this, Ali Nur ed-Din landed with his slave girl, and gave the master 5 pieces of gold. They then walked a little way, and destiny cast them among the gardens, and they came to a place which they found swept and sprinkled, with long mabas, and pots suspended filled with water. And over it was a covering of trellis work of canes extending along the whole length of a lane, at the upper end of which was the gate of a garden. But this was shut. And Nur ad-Din said to the damsel, "By Allah, this is a pleasant place," and she replied, "O my master, let us sit down a while upon one of these mabas." So they mounted and seated themselves there, and they washed their faces and hands, and enjoyed the current of the zephyr, and slept. Glory be to him who sleepeth not. This garden was called the Garden of Delight, and in it was a palace called the Palace of Diversion, and it belonged to the Khalifa Harun-er-Rashid, who, when his heart was contracted, used to come to this garden and enter the palace above mentioned, and there sit. The palace had 80 latticed windows, and 80 lamps were sus 408 pended in it, and in the midst of it was a great candlestick of gold. And when the Khalifa entered it, he commanded the female slaves to open the windows, and ordered Izawithakute the cup companion to sing with them, so his heart became dilated, and his anxiety ceased. There was a superintendent to the garden, an old man, named the Sheikh Ibrahim. And it happened that he went forth once to transact some business, and found their persons diverting themselves with women of suspicious character, whereupon he was violently enraged. And having waited until the Khalifa came thither some days after, he acquainted him with this occurrence, and the Khalifa said, "Whomsoever thou shalt find at the gate of the garden, do with him what thou wilt." Now on this day the Sheikh Ibrahim went out to transact an affair of business, and found the two sleeping at the garden gate covered with a single azar. And he said, "Do not these two persons 409 know that the Khalifa hath given me permission to kill everyone whom I find here? But I will only give these two a slight beating, that no one may again approach the gate of the garden." He then cut a green palm stick, and went forth to them, and raised his hand until the whiteness of his armpit appeared, and was about to beat them. But he reflected in his mind, and said, "O Ibrahim, how shouldst thou beat them when thou knowest not their case? They may be two strangers, or of the children of the road, whom destiny hath cast here. I will therefore uncover their faces, and look at them." He lifted up the azar from their faces, and said, "These are two handsome persons, and it is not proper that I should beat them." And he covered their faces again, and, approaching the foot of Ali Nur ad-Din, began to rub it gently, whereupon Nur ad-Din opened his eyes, and saw that he was an old man. And he blushed, and drew in his feet, and, sitting up, took the hand of the Sheikh Ibrahim and kissed it, and the Sheikh said to him, "O my son, whence are ye, O my master?" He answered, "We are strangers," and a tear gushed from his eye. The Sheikh Ibrahim then said to him, "O my son, know that the Prophet, God bless and save him, hath enjoined generosity to the stranger. Wilt thou not arise, O my son, and enter the garden, and divert thyself in it, that thy heart may be dilated?" "O my master," said Nur ad-Din, "to whom doth this garden belong?" The Sheikh answered, "O my son, this garden I inherited from my family." And his design in saying this was only that they might feel themselves at ease, and enter the garden. And when Nur ad-Din heard his words, he thanked him, and arose, together with his slave, and, the Sheikh Ibrahim preceding them, they entered the garden. The gate was arched, and over it were vines with grapes of different colors. The red, like rubies, and the black, like ebony. They entered a bower, and found within it fruits growing in clusters and singly, and the birds were warbling their various notes upon the branches. The nightingale was pouring forth its melodious sounds. And the turtle-dove filled the place with its cooing, and the blackbird, in its singing, resembled a human being, and the ring-dove, a person exhilarated by wine. The fruits upon the trees, comprising every description that was good to eat, had ripened, and there were two of each kind. There were the camphor apricot, and the almond apricot, and the apricot of Khorasan. The plum of a color like the complexion of beauties, the cherry delighting the sense of every man, the red, the white, and the green fig, of the most beautiful colors, for 10 and flowers like pearls and coral. The rose, whose redness put to shame the cheeks of the lovely, the violet, like sulfur in contact with fire, the myrtle, the gillyflower, the lavender, and the anemone, and their leaves were bespangled with the tears of the clouds. The chamomile smiled, displaying its teeth, and the narcissus looked at the rose with its negro's eyes. The citrons resembled round cups, the limes were like bullets of gold. The ground was carpeted with flowers of every color, and the place beamed with the charms of spring. The river murmured by while the birds sang, and the wind whistled among the trees. The season was temperate, and the zephyr was languishing. The Sheikh Ibrahim conducted them into the elevated saloon, and they were charmed with its beauty and the extraordinary elegances which it displayed, and seated themselves in one of the windows. And Nur ad-Din, reflecting upon his past entertainments, exclaimed, "By Allah, this place is most delightful. It hath reminded me of past events, and quenched in me an anguish like the fire of the Gah." The Sheikh Ibrahim then brought to them some food, and they ate to satisfaction, and washed their hands, and Nur ad-Din, seating 411 himself again in one of the windows, called to his slave, and she came to him. And they sat gazing at the trees laden with all kinds of fruits, after which, Nur ad-Din looked towards the Sheikh, and said to him, "O Sheikh Ibrahim, hast thou not any beverage? For people drink after eating." So the Sheikh brought him some sweet and cold water, but Nur ad-Din said, "This is not the beverage I desire. Dost thou want wine?" Asked the Sheikh. "Yes," answered Nur ad-Din. The Sheikh exclaimed, "I seek refuge with Allah from it. Verily, for 13 years I have done nothing of that kind, for the Prophet, God bless and save him, cursed its drinker and its presser and its carrier." "Hear from me 2 words, said Nur ad-Din. The Sheikh replied, "Say what thou wilt." So he said, "If thou be neither the presser of the wine, nor its drinker, nor its carrier, will aught of the curse fall upon thee?" The Sheikh answered, "No." "Then take this piece of gold," rejoined Nur ad-Din, "and these 2 pieces of silver, and mount the ass, and halt at a distance from the place, and whatsoever man thou findest to buy it, call to him, and say to him, Take these 2 pieces of silver. And with this piece of gold buy some wine, and place it upon the ass, so, in this case, thou wilt be neither the carrier, nor the presser, nor the buyer. And nothing will befall thee of that which befalleth the rest." The Sheikh Ibrahim, after laughing at his words, replied, "By Allah, I have never seen one more witty than thou, nor heard speech more sweet." And Nur ad-Din said to him, "We have become dependent upon thee, and thou hast nothing to do but to comply with our wishes. Bring us, therefore, all that we require." "O my son," said the Sheikh, "my buttery here is before thee, and it was the storeroom furnished for the Prince of the Faithful. Enter it then, and take from it what thou wilt, for it containeth more than thou desirest." So Nur ad-Din entered the storeroom, and beheld in it vessels of gold and silver and crystal, adorned with a variety of jewels, and he took out such of them as he desired, and poured the wine into the vessels of earthenware and bottles of glass. And he and the damsel began to drink, astonished at the beauty of the things which they beheld. The Sheikh Ibrahim then brought to them sweet-scented flowers, and seated himself at a distance from them. And they continued drinking, in a state of the utmost delight, until the wine took effect upon them, and their cheeks reddened, and their eyes wantoned like those of the gazelle, and their hair hung down, whereupon the Sheikh Ibrahim said, "What aileth me that I am sitting at a distance from them? For 12, why should I not sit by them? And when shall I be in the company of such as these 2, who are like 2 moons?" He then advanced, and seated himself at the edge of the raised portion of the floor. And Nur ad-Din said to him, "O my master, by my life I conjure thee to approach and join us." So he went to them, and Nur ad-Din filled a cup, and, looking at the Sheikh, said to him, "Drink, that thou mayest know how delicious is its flavor." But the Sheikh Ibrahim exclaimed, "I seek refuge with Allah. Verily, for 13 years I have done nothing of that kind." And Nur ad-Din, feigning to pay no attention to him, drank the cup, and threw himself upon the ground, pretending that intoxication had overcome him. Upon this, Inzel-Jaliz looked towards the Sheikh, and said to him, "O Sheikh Ibrahim, see how this man hath treated me." "O my mistress," said he, "what aileth him?" She rejoined, "Always doth he treat me thus. He drinketh a while, and then sleepeth, and I remain alone, and find no one to keep me company over my cup. If I drink, who will serve me? And if I sing, who will hear me?" The Sheikh, moved with tenderness and affection for her by her words, replied, "It is not proper that a cup companion be thus." The damsel then filled a cup, and, looking at the Sheikh Ibrahim, said to him, "I conjure thee, by my life that thou take it and drink it, reject it not, but accept it, and refresh my heart." So he stretched forth his hand, and took the cup, and drank it, and she filled for him a second time, and handed it to him, saying, O my master, this remaineth for thee. He replied, By Allah, I cannot drink it, that which I have drunk is enough for me. But she said, By Allah, it is indispensable, and he took the cup, and drank it. She then gave him the third. And he took it, and was about to drink it, when, lo, Nur ad-Din raised himself, and said to him, O Sheikh Ibrahim, what is this? Did I not conjure thee a while ago, and thou refusedst, and saidst, Verily, for 13 years I have not done it? The Sheikh Ibrahim, touched with shame, replied, By Allah, I am not in fault, for she pressed me. For 13 and Nur ad-Din laughed, and they resumed their carousal, and the damsel, turning her eyes towards her master, said to him, O my master, drink thou, and do not urge the Sheikh Ibrahim, that I may divert thee with the sight of him. So she began to fill and to hand to her master, and her master filled and gave to her, and thus they continued to do, time after time, till at length the Sheikh Ibrahim looked towards them and said, What meaneth this? And what sort of carousal is this? Wherefore do ye not give me to drink, since I have become your cup companion? At this they both laughed until they became almost senseless, and then drank, and gave him to drink. And they continued thus until the expiration of a third of the night, when the damsel said, O Sheikh Ibrahim, with thy permission shall I rise and light one of the candles which are arranged here? Rise, he answered. But light not more than one candle. But she sprang upon her feet, and, beginning with the first candle, proceeded until she had lighted 80. She then sat down again. And presently Nur ad-Din said, O Sheikh Ibrahim, in what favor am I held with thee? Wilt thou not allow me to light one of these lamps? The Sheikh answered, Arise, and light one lamp, and be not thou also troublesome. So he arose, and, beginning with the first lamp, lighted all the 80, and the saloon seemed to dance. And after this, the Sheikh Ibrahim, overcome by intoxication, said to them, Ye are more frolicsome than I, and he sprang upon his feet, and opened all the windows, and sat down again with them, and they continued carousing and reciting verses. And the place rang with their merriment. Now God, the all-seeing and all-knowing, who hath appointed a cause to every event, had decreed that the Khalifa should be sitting that night at one of the windows looking towards the Tigris, by moonlight. And he looked in that direction, and saw the light of lamps and candles reflected in the river, and, turning his eyes up towards the palace in the garden, he beheld it beaming with those candles and lamps, and exclaimed, Bring hither to me Ja'far el-Barmaki. In the twinkling of an eye, Ja'far stood before the Prince of the Faithful, and the Khalifa said to him, O dog of wazirs, dost thou serve me and not acquaint me with what happeneth in the city of Baghdad? What, asked Ja'far, is the occasion of these words? The Khalifa answered, If the city of Baghdad were not taken from me, the palace of diversion were not enlivened with the light of the lamps and candles, and its windows were not opened. What to thee? Who could do these things unless the office of Khalifa were taken 414 from me? Who, said Ja'far, the muscles of his side quivering from fear, informed thee that the lamps and candles were lighted in the palace of diversion, and that its windows were opened? The Khalifa replied, Advance hither to me, and look. So Ja'far approached the Khalifa, and, looking towards the garden, beheld the palace as it were a flame of fire, its light surpassing that of the moon. He desired, therefore, to make an excuse for the Sheikh Ibrahim, the superintendent, thinking, from what he beheld, that the event might have occurred through his permission, and accordingly he said, O Prince of the Faithful, the Sheikh Ibrahim last week said to me, O my master Ja'far, I am desirous of entertaining my children during my life and the life of the Prince of the Faithful. And what, said I, is thy design in saying this? He answered, It is my wish that thou wouldst obtain for me permission from the Khalifa that I may celebrate the circumcision of my sons in the palace. So I said, Do what thou wilt with respect to the entertainment of thy sons, and, if God will, I shall have an interview with the Khalifa, and will acquaint him with it. And he left me thus, and I forgot to acquaint thee. O Ja'far, said the Khalifa, thou wast guilty of one offense against me, and then thine offense became two, for thou hast erred in 2 points, the first, by not acquainting me with this affair. And the second, by not accomplishing the desire of the Sheikh Ibrahim. For he did not come to thee and address thee with these words, but to hint a request for some money by the aid of which to effect his design, and thou neither gavest him anything nor acquaintedst me that I might give him. O Prince of the Faithful, replied Ja'far, I forgot. The Khalifa then said, By my forefathers, I will not pass the remainder of my night but with him, for he is a just man, who frequenteth the sheiks, and attendeth to the poor, and favoureth the indigent. And I imagine all his acquaintances are with him this night, so I must repair to him. Perhaps one of them may offer up for us a prayer productive of good to us in this world and the next. And probably some advantage may accrue to him from my presence, and he will receive pleasure from this, together with his friends. O Prince of the Faithful, replied Ja'far, the greater part of the night hath passed, and they are now about to disperse. But the Khalifa said, We must go to them. And Ja'far was silent, and was perplexed in his mind, not knowing what to do. So the Khalifa rose upon his feet, and Ja'far rose and preceded him, and Mesrour the eunuch went with them. The three walked on reflecting and, departing from the 415 palace, proceeded through the streets, in the attire of merchants. Until they arrived at the gate of the garden above mentioned, and the Khalifa, approaching it, found it open. And he was surprised, and said, See, O Ja'far, how the Sheikh Ibrahim hath left the gate open until this hour, which is not his usual custom. They then entered, and came to the end of the garden, where they stopped beneath the palace. And the Khalifa said, O Ja'far, I desire to take a view of them secretly before I go up to them, that I may see how the sheiks are occupied in the dispensing of their blessings and the employment of their miraculous powers. For they have qualities which distinguish them both in their private retirements and in their public exercises, and now we hear not their voices, nor discover any indication of their presence. Having thus said, he looked around, and, seeing a tall walnut tree, he said, O Ja'far, I would climb this tree, for its branches are near to the windows, and look at them. And accordingly he ascended the tree, and climbed from branch to branch until he came to that which was opposite to one of the windows, and there he sat, 416 and, looking in through this window of the palace, beheld a damsel and a young man. Like two moons, extolled be the perfection of him who created them. And he saw the Sheikh Ibrahim sitting with a cup in his hand, and saying, O mistress of beauties, drinking unaccompanied by merry sounds is not pleasant. Hast thou not heard the saying of the poet? Circulate it in the large cup, and in the small. And receive it from the hand of the shining moon. And drink not without merry sounds, for I have observed that horses drink to the sound of whistling. When the Khalifa witnessed this conduct of the Sheikh Ibrahim, the vein of anger swelled between his eyes, and he descended, and said, O Ja'far, I have never seen anything of the miraculous performances of the just such as I have beheld this night. Ascend, therefore, thyself also, into this tree, and look, lest the blessings of the just escape thee. On hearing the words of the Prince of the Faithful, Ja'far was perplexed at his situation, and he climbed up into the tree, and looked, and saw Nur ad-Din and the Sheikh Ibrahim and the damsel, and the Sheikh Ibrahim had the cup in his hand. As soon as he beheld this, he made sure of destruction. And he descended, and stood before the Prince of the Faithful, and the Khalifa said, O Ja'far, praise be to God who hath made us to be of the number of those who follow the external ordinances of the Holy Law, and averted from us the sin of disguising ourselves by the practice of hypocrisy. But Ja'far was unable to reply, from his excessive confusion. The Khalifa then looked towards him, and said, Who can have brought these persons hither, and admitted them into my palace? But the like of this young man and this damsel, in beauty and loveliness and symmetry of form, mine eye hath never beheld. Ja'far, now conceiving a hope that the Khalifa might be propitiated, replied, Thou hast spoken truly, O Prince of the Faithful. And the Khalifa said, O Ja'far, climb up with us upon this branch which is opposite them, that we may amuse ourselves by observing them. So they both climbed up into the tree, and, looking at them, heard the Sheikh Ibrahim say, O my mistress, I have relinquished decorum by the drinking of wine. But the pleasure of this is not complete without the melodious sounds of stringed instruments. Sheikh Ibrahim, replied Zel Jaliz, By Allah, if we had any musical instrument, our happiness were perfect. And when the Sheikh Ibrahim heard her words, he rose upon his feet. The Khalifa said 417 to Ja'far, what may he be going to do? Ja'far replied, I know not, and the Sheikh Ibrahim went away, and returned with a lute. And the Khalifa, looking attentively at it, saw that it was the lute of Izzah with Acute, the cup companion, and said, By Allah, if this damsel sing not well, I will crucify you all, but if she sing well, I will pardon them, and crucify thee. So Ja'far said, O Allah, let her not sing well. Why? Asked the Khalifa, that thou mayest crucify all of us, answered Ja'far, and then we shall cheer one another by conversation. And the Khalifa laughed, and the damsel took the lute, and tuned its strings, and played upon it in a manner that would melt iron, and inspire an idiot with intellect. After which she sang with such sweetness that the Khalifa exclaimed, O Ja'far, never in my life have I heard so enchanting a voice as this. Perhaps, said Ja'far, the anger of the Khalifa hath departed from him. Yeah, he answered. It hath departed. He then descended with Ja'far from the tree, and, looking towards him, said, I am desirous of going up to them, to sit with them, and to hear the damsel sing before me. O Prince of the Faithful, replied Ja'far, if thou go up to them, probably they will be troubled by thy presence, and as to the Sheikh Ibrahim, he will assuredly die of fear. The Khalifa therefore said, O Ja'far, thou must acquaint me with some stratagem by means of which I may learn the truth of the affair without their knowing that I have discovered them. And he and Ja'far walked towards the Tigris, reflecting upon this matter, and lo, a fisherman stood beneath the windows of the palace, and he threw his net, hoping to catch something by means of which to obtain his subsistence. Now the Khalifa had, on a former occasion, called to the Sheikh Ibrahim, and said to him, What was that noise that I heard beneath the windows of the palace? And he answered, The voices of the fishermen who are fishing. So he said, Go down and forbid them from coming to this place. They were therefore forbidden to come thither. But this night there came a fisherman named Karim, and, seeing the garden gate open, he said within himself, This is a time of inadvertence, and perhaps I may catch some fish on this occasion. So he took his net, and threw it into the river. And then recited some verses, contrasting the condition of the poor fisherman, toiling throughout the night, with that of the lord of the palace, who, awaking from a pleasant slumber, findeth the fawn in his possession. And as soon as he had finished his recitation, lo, the Khalifa, unattended, stood at his head. The Khalifa knew him, and exclaimed, O Karim, and the fisherman, hearing him call him by 418 his name, turned towards him. And when he beheld the Khalifa, the muscles of his side quivered, and he said, By Allah, O Prince of the Faithful, I did not this in mockery of the mandate, but poverty and the wants of my family impelled me to the act of which thou art witness. The Khalifa replied, Throw thy net for my luck. And the fisherman advanced, rejoicing exceedingly, and cast the net, and, having waited until it had attained its limit and become steady at the bottom, drew it in again, and there came up in it a variety of fish that could not be numbered. The Khalifa was delighted at this, and said, O Karim, strip off thy clothes, and he did so. He was clad in a jubba in which were 100 patches of coarse woolen stuff, containing vermin of the most abominable kind. And among them fleas in such numbers that he might almost have been transported by their means over the face of the earth. And he took from his head a turban which for 3 years he had never unwound. But when he happened to find a piece of rag he twisted it around it, and when he had taken off the jubba and turban, the Khalifa pulled off from his own person 2 vests of silk of Alexandria and Baalbek, and a melwa and a farajia. And said to the fisherman, Take these, and put them on. The 419 Khalifa then put on himself the fisherman's jubba and turban, and, having drawn a litham over his face, said to the fisherman, Go about thy business. And he kissed the feet of the Khalifa, and thanked him, reciting these 2 verses. Thou hast granted me favors beyond my power to acknowledge, and completely satisfied all my wants. I will thank thee, therefore, as long as I live. And when I die, my bones will thank thee in their grave. But scarcely had he finished his verses, when the vermin overran the person of the Khalifa, and he began to seize them with his right hand and his left from his neck, and to throw them down, and he exclaimed, O fisherman, what to thee? What are these abundant vermin in this jubba, O my lord? He answered, At present they torment thee, but when a week shall have passed over thee, thou wilt not feel them, nor think of them. The Khalifa laughed, and said to him, How can I suffer this jubba to remain upon me? The fisherman replied, I wish to tell thee something, but I am ashamed, through my awe of the Khalifa. Impart, said the Khalifa, what thou hast to tell me. So he said to him, It hath occurred to my mind, O Prince of the Faithful, that thou desirest to learn the art of fishing, in order that thou mayest be master of a trade that may profit thee. And if such be thy desire, this Jubba is suitable to thee. And the Khalifa laughed at his words. The fisherman then went his way, and the Khalifa took the basket of fish and, having put upon it a little grass, went with it to Ja'far and stood before him. And Ja'far, thinking that he was Karim the fisherman, feared for him, and said, O Karim, what brought thee hither? Save thyself by flight, for the Khalifa is here this night. And when the Khalifa heard the words of Ja'far, he laughed until he fell down upon his back. So Ja'far said, Perhaps thou art our lord the Prince of the Faithful? Yes, O Ja'far, answered the Khalifa, and thou art my weezer, and I came with thee hither, and thou knowest me not. How then should the Sheikh Ibrahim know me when he is drunk? Remain where thou art until I return to thee. Ja'far replied, I hear and obey, and the Khalifa advanced to the door of the palace, and knocked. The Sheikh Ibrahim arose, therefore, and said, Who is at the door? He answered, I, O Sheikh Ibrahim. The Sheikh said, Who art thou? And the Khalifa answered, I am Karim the fisherman, I heard that there were guests with thee, and have therefore brought thee some fish, for it is 420 excellent. Now Nur ad-Din and the damsel were both fond of fish, and when they heard the mention of it they rejoiced exceedingly, and said, O my master, open to him, and let him come in to us with the fish which he hath brought. So the Sheikh Ibrahim opened the door, and the Khalifa, in his fisherman's disguise, entered, and began by salutation, and the Sheikh Ibrahim said to him, Welcome to the robber, the thief, the gambler. Come hither, and shew us the fish which thou hast brought. He therefore shewed it to them, and lo, it was alive and moving, and the damsel exclaimed, By Allah, O my master, this fish is excellent. I wish it were fried. By Allah, said the Sheikh Ibrahim, thou hast spoken truth. Then, addressing the Khalifa, he said, O fisherman, I wish thou hadst brought this fish fried. Arise, and fry it for us, and bring it. On the head be thy commands, replied the Khalifa, I will fry it, and bring it. Be quick, said they, in doing it. The Khalifa therefore arose and ran back to Ja'far, and said, O Ja'far, they want the fish fried. O Prince of the Faithful, replied he, give it me, and I will fry it. But the Khalifa said, By the tombs of my ancestors, none shall fry it but myself, with my own hand will I do it. He then repaired to the hut of the superintendent, and, searching there, found in it everything that he required, the frying pan, and even the salt, and wild marjoram, and other things. So he approached the fireplace, and put on the frying pan, and fried it nicely, and when it was done, he put it upon a banana leaf, and having taken from the garden some limes, he went up with the fish, and placed it before them. The young man, therefore, and the damsel and the Sheikh Ibrahim advanced and ate, and when they had finished, they washed their hands, and Nur ad-Din said, By Allah, O fisherman, thou hast done us a kindness this night. Then putting his hand into his pocket, he took forth for him 3 pieces of gold, of those which Senjer had presented to him when he was setting forth on his journey, and said, O fisherman, excuse me. For, by Allah, if I had known thee before the events that have lately happened to me, I would have extracted the bitterness of poverty from thy heart, but take this as accordant with my present circumstances. So saying, he threw the pieces of gold to the Khalifa, who took them and kissed them and put them in his pocket. The object of the Khalifa in doing this was only that he might hear the damsel sing, so he said to him, Thou hast treated me with beneficence, and abundantly recompensed me. But I beg of thy unbounded indulgence that this damsel 421 may sing an air, that I may hear her. Nur ad-Din therefore said, O Ain Zeljaliz. She replied, Yes, by my life, said he, sing to us something for the gratification of this fisherman. For he desireth to hear thee. And when she had heard what her master said, she took the lute, and tried it with her fingers, after she had twisted its pegs, and sang to it these 2 verses. The fingers of many a fawn-like damsel have played upon the lute. And the soul hath been ravished by the touch. She hath made the deaf to hear her songs, and the dumb hath exclaimed, "Thou hast excelled in thy singing." Then she played again, in an extraordinary manner, so as to charm the minds of her hearers, and sang the following couplet. "We are honored by your visiting our abode, and your splendor hath dispelled the darkness of the moonless night. It is therefore incumbent upon me to perfume my dwelling with musk and rosewater and camphor." Upon this, the Khalifa was affected with violent emotion, and overcome by ecstasy, so that he was no longer master of himself from excessive delight, and he began to exclaim, "Allah approve thee! Allah approve thee! Allah approve thee!" So Nur ad-Din said to him, "O fisherman, have the damsel and her art in striking the chords pleased thee?" "Yeah, by Allah!" exclaimed the Khalifa. And Nur ad-Din immediately said, "She is bestowed upon thee as a present from me, the present of a generous man who will not revoke his gift." And he rose upon his feet, and took a melwa, and threw it upon the Khalifa in the fisherman's disguise, ordering him to depart with the damsel. But she looked towards him, and said, "O my master, wilt thou part from me without bidding me farewell? If we must be 422 separated, pause while I take leave of thee." And she recited the following couplet. "If you depart from me, still your abode will be in my heart, in the recess of my bosom. I implore the compassionate to grant our reunion, and a boon such as this, God will grant to whom he pleaseth." And when she had finished, Nur ad-Din thus replied to her. She bade me farewell on the day of separation, saying, while she wept from the pain that it occasioned, "What wilt thou do after my departure?" "Say this," I replied, "unto him who will survive it." The Khalifa, when he heard this, was distressed at the thought of separating them, and, looking towards the young man, he said to him, "O my master, art thou in fear on account of any crime, or art thou in debt to anyone?" Nur ad-Din answered, "By Allah, O fisherman, a wonderful event and an extraordinary adventure happened to me and this damsel. If it were engraved on the understanding, it would be a lesson to him who would be admonished." "Wilt thou not," rejoined the Khalifa, "relate to us thy story, and acquaint us with thy case? Perhaps thy doing so may be productive of relief, for the relief of God is near." Then Nur ad-Din said, "Wilt thou hear our story in poetry or in prose?" "Prose," answered the Khalifa, "is mere talk, and verse, words put together like pearls." And Nur ad-Din hung down his head towards the ground, and then related his story in a series of verses, but when he had finished, the Khalifa begged him to explain his case more fully. He therefore acquainted him with the whole of his circumstances from beginning to end, and when the Khalifa understood the affair, he said to him, "Whither wouldst thou now repair?" He answered, "God's earth is wide." The Khalifa then said to him, "I will write for thee a letter which thou shalt convey to the Sultan Mohammed the son of Suleiman Zaini, and when he shall have read it, he will do thee no injury." "Is there in the world," said Nur ad-Din, "a fisherman who correspondeth with kings?" "Verily this is a thing that can never be." "Thou hast spoken truly," rejoined the Khalifa, "but I will acquaint thee with the cause. Know that I read in the same school with him, under a master, and I was his monitor. And after that, prosperity was his lot, and he became a sultan, while God made me to be a fisherman, yet I have never sent to request anything of him, but he hath performed my wish. And if I sent to him every day to 423 request 1,000 things of him, he would do what I asked." When Nur ad-Din, therefore, heard his words, he said to him, "Write, that I may see." And he took an inkhorn and a pen, and wrote, after the phrase, "In the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful," to proceed. "This letter is from Harun Rashid the son of al-Mahdi, to His Highness Mohammed the son of Suleiman Zaini, who hath been encompassed by my beneficence, and whom I constituted my viceroy of a portion of my dominions. I acquaint thee that the bearer of this letter is Nur ad-Din the son of El-Fal the son of Kha with acute A with acute N the Weezer, and on his arrival in thy presence thou shalt divest thyself of the regal authority, and seat him in thy place. For I have appointed him to the office to which I formerly appointed thee, so disobey not my commands, and peace be on thee." He then gave the letter to Ali Nur ad-Din, who took it and kissed it and put it in his turban, and immediately set forth on his journey. The Sheikh Ibrahim now looked towards the Khalifa in his fisherman's disguise, and said to him, "O most contemptible of fishermen, thou hast brought us 2 fish worth 20 half dirhams, and received 3 pieces of gold. And desirest to take the slave also. But when the Khalifa heard these words, he cried out at him, and made a sign to Mesroor, who immediately discovered himself, and rushed in upon him. Ja'far, meanwhile, had sent one of the attendants of the garden to the porter of the palace to demand a suit of clothing of him for the Prince of the Faithful. And the man went, and brought the dress, and kissed the ground before the Khalifa, who took off and gave to him that with which he was then clad, and put on this suit. The Sheikh Ibrahim was sitting on a chair. The Khalifa paused to see the result, and the Sheikh was astounded, and began to bite the ends of his fingers through his confusion, saying, "Am I asleep or awake?" The Khalifa then looked at him, and said, "O Sheikh Ibrahim, what is this predicament in which thou art placed?" And upon this, the Sheikh recovered from his intoxication, and, throwing himself upon the ground, implored forgiveness, and the Khalifa pardoned him, after which he gave orders that the damsel should be conveyed to the palace where he resided. And when she had arrived there, he appropriated to her a separate lodging, and appointed persons to wait upon her, and said to her, "Know that I have sent thy master as Sultan of El-Bara, and, if God please, I will dispatch to him a dress of honor, and send thee also to him with it." As to Nur ed-Din, he continued his journey until he entered 424 El-Bara, and went up to the palace of the Sultan, when he uttered a loud cry, whereupon the Sultan desired him to approach. And when he came into the presence of the king, he kissed the ground before him, and produced the letter, and handed it to him. And as soon as the Sultan saw the superscription in the handwriting of the Prince of the Faithful, he rose upon his feet, and, having kissed it 3 times, said, "I hear and pay obedience to God, whose name be exalted, and to the Prince of the Faithful." He then summoned before him the 4 E's, and the Emirs, and was about to divest himself of the regal office, but, lo, the Wazir el-Moin the son of Sa'i was before him, and the Sultan gave him the letter of the Prince of the Faithful. And when he saw it, he rent it in pieces, and put it into his mouth, and chewed it, and threw it down. The Sultan, enraged, cried, "What to thee? What hath induced thee to act thus?" He answered, "This man hath had no interview with the Khalifa nor with his Wazir, but is a young wretch, an artful devil, who, having met with a paper containing the handwriting of the Khalifa, hath counterfeited it, and written what he desired. Wherefore then shouldst thou abdicate the sovereignty, when the Khalifa hath not sent to thee an envoy with a royal autographical mandate? For if this affair were true, he had sent with him a chamberlain or a Wazir, but he came alone. What then is to be done?" said the Sultan. The Wazir answered, "Send away this young man with me, and I will take charge of him, and dispatch him in company with a chamberlain to the city of Baghdad. And if his words be true, he will bring us a royal autographical mandate and diploma of investiture, and if not true, they will send him back to us with the chamberlain, and I will take my revenge upon my offender." When the Sultan heard what the Wazir said, it pleased him, and the Wazir took him away, and cried out to the pages, who threw down Nur ed-Din, and beat him until he became insensible. He then ordered to put a chain upon his feet, and called to the jailer, and when he came, he kissed the ground before him. This jailer was named Yui. And the Wazir said to him, "O Yui, I desire that thou take this person, and cast him into one of the subterranean cells which are in thy prison, and torture him night and day." The jailer replied, "I hear and obey," and he put Nur ed-Din into the prison, and locked the door upon him. But after having done this, he gave orders to sweep a maba within the door, and furnished it with a prayer carpet and a pillow, and seated Nur ed-Din upon it, and 425 loosed his chain, and treated him with kindness. The Wazir every day sent to him, commanding him to beat him, and the jailer pretended that he tortured him, while, on the contrary, he treated him with benignity. Thus he continued to do for 40 days. And on the 41st day, there came a present from the Khalifa, and when the Sultan saw it, it pleased him, and he conferred with the Wazirs upon the subject, but one said, "Perhaps this present was designed for the new Sultan." Upon this, the Wazir el-Moin the son of Sa'i remarked, "It were proper to have slain him on his arrival," and the Sultan exclaimed, "Now thou hast reminded me of him, go down and bring him, and I will strike off his head." The Wazir replied, "I hear and obey," and arose, saying, "I desire to proclaim throughout the city, he who wisheth to witness the decapitation of Nur ed-Din Ali the son of El-Falb the son of Kha with acute n. Let him come to the palace, so that all the people may come to behold it, and I may gratify my heart, and mortify my enviers. The Sultan said, Do what thou wilt. So the Wazir descended, full of joy and happiness, and went to the Wali, and ordered him to make this proclamation. And when the people heard the crier, they all grieved and wept, even the boys in the schools, and the tradesmen in their shops. And numbers of the people strove together to take for themselves places where they might behold the spectacle, while others repaired to the prison, to accompany him thence. The Wazir then went forth, attended by 10 Memluks, to the prison, and Yui the jailer said to him, What dost thou desire, O our lord the Wazir? Bring forth to me, said the Wazir, this young wretch. The jailer replied, He is in a most miserable state from the excessive beating that I have inflicted upon him. And he entered, and found him reciting some verses, commencing thus. Who is there to aid me in my affliction? For my pain hath become intense, and my remedy is scarce procurable. And the jailer pulled off from him his clean clothes, and, having clad him in 2 dirty garments, brought him out to the Wazir. Nur ed-Din then looked at him, and saw that he was his enemy who had incessantly desired his destruction, and when he beheld him, he wept, and said to him, Art thou secure from misfortune? Hast thou not heard the saying of the poet? They made use of their power, and used it tyrannically, and soon it became as though it never had existed. O Wazir, know that God, whose perfection be extolled, and whose 426 name be exalted, is the doer of whatsoever he willeth. O Ali, replied the Wazir, wouldst thou frighten me by these words? I am now going to strike off thy head, in spite of the people of El-Bara, and I will pay no regard to thy counsel. But I will rather attend to the saying of the poet. Let fortune do whatever it willeth, and bear with cheerful mind the effects of fate. How excellent also is the saying of another poet. He who liveth after his enemy a single day, hath attained his desire. The Wazir then ordered his pages to convey him on the back of a mule. Whereupon they said to him, being distressed to obey, Suffer us to stone him and cut him in pieces, though our lives should be sacrificed in consequence. But he replied, Never do it. Have ye not heard what the poet hath said? A decreed term is my inevitable lot, and as soon as its days have expired, I die. If the lions dragged me into their forest, they could not close it while aught of it remained. So they proceeded to proclaim before Nur ed-Din, This is the smallest recompense of him who forgeth a letter from the Khalifa to the Sultan. And they continued to parade him throughout El-Bara until they stationed him beneath the window of the palace, and in the place of blood, when the executioner approached him, and said to him, I am a slave under command. And if thou hast any want, acquaint me with it, that I may perform it for thee, for there remaineth not of thy life any more than the period until the Sultan shall put forth his face from the window. And upon this, Nur ed-Din looked to the right and left, and recited these verses. Is there among you a merciful friend, who will aid me? I conjure you by Allah to answer me. My life hath passed, and my death is at hand. Is there any who will pity me, to obtain my recompense? And consider my state, and relieve my anguish, by a draught of water that my torment may be lightened? And the people were excited to tears for him. And the executioner took some water to hand it to him, but the Wazir arose from his place, and struck the olla of water with his hand, and broke it, and called to the executioner, commanding him to strike off his head. Whereupon he bound Nur ed-Din's eyes. The people, however, called out against the Wazir, and raised a tumultuous cry against him, and many words passed between them. And while they were in this state, 427 lo, a dust rose, and filled the sky and the open tracts, and when the Sultan beheld it, as he sat in the palace, he said to his attendants, See what is the news. The Wazir said, After thou shalt first have beheaded this man. But the Sultan replied, Wait thou until we see what is the news. Now this dust was the dust of Ja'far, the Wazir of the Khalifa, and of his attendants. And the cause of their coming was this, the Khalifa had passed 30 days without remembering the affair of Ali the son of El-Falb the son of Kha with acute n, and no one mentioned it to him. Until he came one night to the private apartment of Ain Zel-Jalis, and heard her lamenting, as she recited, with a soft voice, the saying of the poet. Thine image is before me, whether distant or near. And my tongue never ceaseth to mention thee. Her lamentation increased, and lo, the Khalifa opened the door, and entered the chamber, and saw Zeljalis weeping. On beholding the Khalifa, she fell at his feet, and, having kissed them 3 times, recited these 2 verses, 428. O thou of pure origin, and of excellent birth, of ripe fruitful branch, and of unsullied race, I remind thee of the promise thy beneficence granted, and far be it from thee that thou shouldst forget it. The Khalifa said to her, Who art thou? She answered, I am the present given to thee by Ali the son of Elfal the son of Kha with acute A with acute N. And I request the fulfillment of the promise which thou gavest me, that thou wouldst send me to him with the honorary gift, for I have now been here 30 days, and have not tasted sleep. And upon this, the Khalifa summoned Jafar el-Barmaki, and said to him, For 30 days I have heard no news of Ali the son of Elfal the son of Kha with acute A with acute N, and I imagine nothing less than that the Sultan hath killed him, but, by my head, by the tombs of my ancestors, if any evil event hath happened to him, I will destroy him who hath been the cause of it, though he be the dearest of men in my estimation. I desire, therefore, that thou journey immediately to El-Bara, and bring me an account of the conduct of the King Mohammed the son of Suleiman Zaini to Ali the son of Elfal the son of Kha with acute A with acute N. So Jafar obeyed his commands, and set forth on his journey, and when he approached, and saw this tumult and crowd, he said, What is the occasion of this crowd? They related to him, therefore, the situation in which they were with regard to Nur ad-Din. And when he heard their words, he hastened to go up to the Sultan, and, having saluted him, acquainted him with the cause of his coming, and told him, that if any evil event had happened to Ali Nur ad-Din, the Khalifa would destroy him who was the cause of it. He then arrested the Sultan, and the Wazir el-Moin the son of Sa'i, and gave orders to liberate Ali Nur ad-Din, and enthroned him as Sultan in the place of the Sultan Mohammed the son of Suleiman Zaini. After which he remained in El-Bara 3 days, the usual period of entertainment, and on the morning of the 4th day, Ali Nur ad-Din said to Jafar, I have a longing desire to see the Prince of the Faithful. So Jafar said to the King Mohammed the son of Suleiman, Prepare thyself for traveling, for we will perform the morning prayers, and depart to Baghdad. He replied, I hear and obey, and they performed the morning prayers, and mounted all together, with the Wazir el-Moin the son of Sa'i, who now repented of what he had done. As to Ali Nur ad-Din, he rode by the side of Jafar, and they continued their journey until they arrived at Baghdad, the abode of peace. 429. They then presented themselves before the Khalifa, and related to him the case of Nur ad-Din. Whereupon the Khalifa addressed him, saying, Take this sword, and strike off with it the head of thine enemy. And he took it, and approached el-Moin the son of Sa'i. But he looked at him, and said to him, I did according to my nature, and do thou according to thine. And Nur ad-Din threw down the sword from his hand, and, looking towards the Khalifa, said, O Prince of the Faithful, he hath beguiled me. So the Khalifa said, Do thou leave him, and he said to Mesroor, O Mesroor, advance thou, and strike off his head. Mesroor, therefore, did so, and upon this, the Khalifa said to Ali the son of Elfal the son of Khakan, Request of me what thou wilt. He replied, O my lord, I have no want of the sovereignty of El-Bara, and desire nothing but to have the honor of serving thee. Most willingly I assent, said the Khalifa, and he summoned the damsel, and when she had come before him, he bestowed favors upon them both, he gave to them one of the palaces of Baghdad, and assigned to them regular allowances, and made Nur ad-Din one of his companions at the table. And he remained with him until death overtook him. 430. Notes to Chapter 6. Note 1. In the old version, the person here named Zeljalis is called the Fair Persian, but I do not find her so described in any copy of the original. The name here given to her may be rendered the companion's cheerer, ins being a term applied to any person or thing serving as an agreeable, cheering companion, and jalis signifying a companion, or one in the habit of sitting with another. Note 2. Kia is derived from ka, which signifies writing, but which is also the name of a place, Kahijr, in the province of Elbarian, a famous mart for spears. Of the figure of speech employed in the couplet in which this word occurs, considered by the Arabs an elegant mode of etiology, and called by them asn et dalil, my sheikh gives the following example in a marginal note. And the rain fell not but for the purpose of kissing the ground before thee. Note 3. El-Moin signifies the aider, or the assistant. Note 4. El-Fal, signifying the excellence, is here, as a proper name, an abbreviation of Fal ed-Din, the excellence of the religion. Note 5. This phrase, a person of auspicious aspect, is often used by the modern Arabs and the Turks, and signifies a virtuous or beneficent man. Note 6. This answer is not to be understood in its literal sense. It has become a common form of speech which an Arab often uses for the purpose of obtaining something more than he would venture to demand. Note 7. May it be favorable or beneficial is a compliment usually addressed to a person who has just been to the bath, and to a man who has just had his head shaved. The reply is, may God bestow favors upon thee. Note 8. On the law respecting murder and unintentional homicide. The Quran ordains that murder shall be punished with death, or, rather, that the free shall die for the free, the slave for the slave, and a woman for a woman. Or that the perpetrator of the crime shall pay, to the heirs of the person whom he has killed, if they will allow it, a fine, which is to be divided according to the laws of inheritance. It also ordains that unintentional homicide shall be expiated by freeing a believer from slavery, and paying, to the family of the person killed, a fine, unless they remit it. But these laws are amplified and explained by the same book and by the Imams. A fine is not to be accepted for murder unless the crime has been attended by some palliating circumstance. This fine, the price of blood, is 100 camels. Or 1,000 dinars, about 500 el, from him who possesses gold, or, from him who possesses silver, 12,000 dirhams, about 300 el. This is for killing a free man, for a woman, half 431 that sum. For a slave, his or her value, but that must fall short of the price of blood for the free. A person unable to free a believer must fast 2 months as in Ramadan. The accomplices of a murderer are liable to the punishment of death. By the Sunnah also, a man is obnoxious to capital punishment for the murder of a woman, and by the Hanafi law, for the murder of another man's slave. But he is exempted from this punishment who kills his own child or other descendant, or his own slave, or his son's slave, or a slave of whom he is part owner, so also are his accomplices, and according to Shafi'i, a Muslim, though a slave, is not to be put to death for killing an infidel, though the latter be free. A man who kills another in self-defense, or to defend his property from a robber, is exempt from all punishment. The price of blood is a debt incumbent on the family, tribe, or association, of which the homicide is a member. It is also incumbent on the inhabitants of an enclosed quarter, or the proprietor or proprietors of a field, in which the body of a person killed by an unknown hand is found, unless the person has been found killed in his own house. Hence it appears that the punishment with which the Wazir El-Fal threatened his son is not to be regarded as a grave criminal act. Especially when we consider the nature of the son's offense, for the slave was the property of the king, and it was not allowable to any other man even to see her without his permission. Many of the characters depicted in the present work would seem incongruous in the extreme, if judged according to European notions of justice and other moral qualities. Note 9. The two professions of the faith, there is no deity but God, and Mohammed is God's apostle, are generally repeated by a dying Muslim. Note 10. This is said to imply, as my sheikh has remarked in a marginal note, that El-Fal was a charitable person who bestowed pensions upon the professors of the Quran and of science. There are many among the modern Muslims who do so, and numbers also who found and endow public schools. Note 11. On the washing, shrouding, and burial of the dead. The ceremonies attendant upon death and burial are nearly the same in the cases of men and women. The face or the head of the dying person is turned towards the direction of Mecca. When the spirit is departing, the eyes are closed. And then, or immediately after, the women of the house commence a loud lamentation, in which many of the females of the neighborhood generally come to join. Hired female mourners are also usually employed, each of whom accompanies her exclamations of alas for him, and by beating a tambourine. If possible, the corpse is buried on the day of the death, but when this cannot be done, the lamentation of the women is continued during the ensuing night. And a recitation of several chapters, or of the whole, of the urn is performed by one or more men hired for the purpose. The washing consists, first, in the performance of the ordinary ablution which is preparatory to prayer, with the exception of the cleansing of the mouth and nose. And secondly, in an ablution of the whole body with warm water and soap, or with water in which some leaves of the lote tree have been boiled. The jaw is bound up, the eyes are closed, and the nostrils are stuffed with cotton. And the corpse is sprinkled with a mixture of water, pounded camphor, dried and pounded leaves of the lote tree, and sometimes other dried and pulverized leaves, and with rose water. The ankles are bound together, and the hands placed upon the breast. The grave clothing of a poor man consists of a piece or two of cotton, or a kind of bag, but the corpse of a man of wealth is generally wrapped first in muslin, then in cotton cloth of a thicker texture. Next, in a piece of striped stuff of silk and cotton intermixed, or in a long vest, of similar stuff, merely stitched together, and over these is wrapped a cashmere shawl. The colors most approved for the grave clothes are white and green. The body thus shrouded is placed in a bier, which is usually covered with a cashmere shawl, and borne on the shoulders of 3 or 4 men, generally friends of the deceased. 432. There are some slight differences in the funeral ceremonies observed in different Arab countries, but a sufficient notion of them will be conveyed by briefly describing those which prevail in Cairo. The procession to the tomb is generally headed by a number of poor men, mostly blind, who, walking 2 and 2, or 3 and 3, together, chant, in a melancholy tone, the profession, or 2 professions, of the faith, mentioned above, in Note 9. Or sometimes other words. They are usually followed by some male relations and friends of the deceased. And these, by a group of schoolboys, chanting in a higher tone, and one of them bearing a copy of the Urin, or of one of its 30 sections, placed upon a kind of desk formed of palmsticks, and covered with an embroidered kerchief. Then follows the bier, borne head foremost. Friends of the deceased relieve one another in the office of carrying it, and casual passengers often take part in this service, which is esteemed highly meritorious. Behind the bier walk the female mourners, composing a numerous group, often more than a dozen, or, if of a wealthy family, they ride. Each of those who belong to the family of the deceased has a strip of cotton stuff or muslin, generally blue, bound round her head, over the head veil, and carries a handkerchief, usually dyed blue, the color of mourning, which she sometimes holds over her shoulders, and at other times twirls with both hands over her head or before her face, while she cries and shrieks almost incessantly. And the hired female mourners, accompanying the group, often celebrate the praises of the deceased in the manner described in the preceding tale, though this was forbidden by the Prophet. The funeral procession of a man of wealth is sometimes preceded by several camels, bearing bread and water to give to the poor at the tomb, and closed by the led horses of some of the attendants, and by a buffalo or other animal to be sacrificed at the tomb, where its flesh is distributed to the poor, to atone for some of the minor sins of the deceased. The bier used for conveying the corpse of a boy or a female has a cover of wood, over which a shawl is spread. And at the head is an upright piece of wood. Upon the upper part of this, in the case of a boy, is fixed a turban, with several ornaments of female headdress, and in the case of a female it is similarly decked, but without the turban. A short prayer is recited over the dead either in a mosque or in a place particularly dedicated to this service in, or adjacent to, the burial ground. The body is then conveyed, in the same manner as before, to the tomb. This is a hollow, oblong vault, one side of which faces the direction of Mecca, generally large enough to contain 4 or more bodies, and having an oblong monument of stone or brick constructed over it, with a stela at the head and foot. Upon the former of these 2 stelae, which is often inscribed with a text from the urn and the name of the deceased, with the date of his death. A turban, cape, or other headdress is sometimes carved, showing the rank or class of the person or persons buried beneath. And in many cases, a cupola supported by 4 walls, or by columns, and is constructed over the smaller monument. The body is laid on its right side, or inclined by means of a few crude bricks, so that the face is turned towards Mecca. And a person is generally employed to dictate to the deceased the answers which he should give when he is examined by the 2 angels Munkar and Nakir, whom I have mentioned in number 21 of the notes to the introduction. If the funeral be that of a person of rank or wealth, the bread and water and before mentioned are then distributed to the poor. The principal ceremonies observed after the funeral have been described in Note 15 to Chapter 4. Note 12. The Lord, or Chief, of the first and the last among mankind is one of the many appellations of honor given by the Muslims to their Prophet. 433. Note 13. My Sheikh remarks that this is said merely to excite men to generosity. For literally it is not true, as is shown by the memorable example of Ka'b the son of Mama, who preferred giving the water with which he was provided to another, and in consequence himself died of thirst. Note 14. We are not to understand that such a slave as Ain Zeljalis was exposed to the public gaze in a market to which all persons indiscriminately were admitted, for this would be at variance with Eastern usages. But in a special mart to which none were allowed access but persons of wealth who expressed a desire to purchase. Note 15. On kissing the ground, as a mode of obeisance. This and several other passages in the present work show that we are often to understand the expression kissing the ground before a person as signifying touching the ground, and then the lips and forehead, or turban, with the right hand. And I believe this expression should generally be so understood. When I wrote the 14th note to the introduction, I inclined to a contrary opinion, chiefly from recollecting to have read the following translation of a passage of El-Marizi. By the learned de Sacy, Su Khalife, El Kim, ordonna tuer l'avenir en ni Bezroit plus la terre devant lui. Que person, en le saluant dans les marches publiques, ni Bezroit sa main ou son étrier, parce que cette coutume de se prosterner devant un creature etoit an invention de Grecs. But on referring to the original, I find that the words which he renders cette coutume de se prosterner signify literally the bending towards the ground. I suppose, therefore, that his deviating from the literal sense in one case was owing to his adhering to it in another. And not meeting with the proof which I had fancied to exist of his being right, I venture to differ from him in this instance, without fear of being suspected of arrogance. As the kind of obeisance above described is often called kissing the ground both by the Arabs and the Persians. I should add that, except in the house, I do not remember to have ever seen the ground actually touched, but nearly so, in making this obeisance, which is still called kissing the ground when thus imperfectly performed. Note 16. By this is meant, a place where mud was needed to be employed in building. The mortar generally used in the construction of Arab houses is composed of mud in the proportion of 1/2, with a 4th part of lime, and the remaining part of the ashes of straw and rubbish. Note 17. See the note immediately preceding. Note 18. In Arabic, birch. This kind of mat, composed of palm leaves, and sometimes, I believe, of the coarse grass mentioned in the next note, is used by the poor to sit upon. Note 19. This kind of grass, called in Arabic alfi, and more properly alf, by botanists, Poa multiflora, and Poa cynocyroids, and the ul, or Hedysarum alhajai. Overspread spontaneously most of the alluvial tracts in Egypt which are above the reach of the inundation, and in consequence left uncultivated. The former is used in the manufacture of coarse mats, and the latter serves as pasture for camels. The Weezer, by taking the round mat and the 2 bundles of alf, seems to indicate that he is degraded to a condition as low as that of a maker of coarse mats. The practice mentioned in the passage to which this note refers is aptly illustrated in El-Marizi's Kaya. In his description of the palaces of the Fahmi Khalifas, he says, "There was in the great palace a place known by the name of the Sifeh, where complainants of injustice used to station themselves. And it was a custom of the Khalifa to sit there every night, for those of the complainants of injustice who might come to him. When anyone, therefore, was wronged, he would stand under the sifay, and say, in 434 a loud voice, "There is no deity but God, Mohammed is the apostle of God, Ali is the friend, Wili, of God." And the Khalifa would hear him, and command him to be brought to him, or he would entrust his case to the Wazir, and ed. Note 20. The boats used by the Arabs in the navigation of rivers are generally moored by means of a rope attached to a stake which is driven into the bank. Note 21. By children of the road are meant travelers. Note 22. See Note 55 to Chapter 3. Note 23. The word which I render elevated, emola, is applied to a structure raised upon columns or pillars, and k. Note 24. The gai is a tree of a very inflammable nature, which, in burning, gives out a fierce heat. It grows chiefly in sandy tracts, and is described as resembling the apple, or tamarisk, but as being smaller than this tree. Note 25. On shaving the head. I do not know when the custom of shaving the head became general among the Arabs of the towns. But from a remark of Esui, I think it was not so common about the commencement of the 10th century of the flight, that is, about the period which this work best illustrates, as it is at present, when it is almost universal among all classes. For in his time, its legality was doubted. He writes thus, the Imam el-Ghazali hath said, there is no harm in it in the case of him whose object is cleanliness, and the apparent sense of his words is, that it is improper in him who desireth to beautify himself for any worldly purpose, as is done by people of bad disposition. It is added in a marginal note in the copy from which I translate this, persons differ respecting the shaving of the head. The opinion generally prevailing is, that it is improper to him who wears not a turban, and allowable to him who does wear one, since he has a substitute, that it is also lawful, unquestionably, in the case of any disease of the head, and that the hanging of the rosary to the neck, and the shaving of the head without a legal necessity, are innovations. Harun ar-Rashid generally wore the hair of his head sufficiently long to reach below his ears, but shaved it when he performed the pilgrimage, and many other Muslims in early times did the same. Those who shave the head generally leave a small tuft upon the crown. But most persons of the literary and religious professions, and many others, disapprove of this tuft. Note 26. By the term sheikhs we are here to understand persons of sanctity and of learning. See Note 9 to Chapter 1. Note 27. By the shining moon is meant the beautiful cupbearer, whose face is like the shining moon. Note 28. The Muslims believe that a blessing is derived from witnessing and hearing the devout exercises, recitations, and of holy men. Note 29. The jubba worn in Eastern countries is a long outer vest, with sleeves which reach nearly to the wrist. It is now generally made of cloth, and is worn by most tradesmen and other persons of the middle and higher classes. It differs somewhat in form in different countries. Note 30. The melwa is a garment of which I was unable to obtain a description until I inquired of my friend Mr. Salami, who informed me that it was the name of a large outer garment which used to be worn over the farajia. But I afterwards found it stated in one of the marginal notes to a later tale, that the term above mentioned is now pronounced malua, and is applied in the present day to an article of dress of cloth or other costly material, particularly to a jubba, but that 435 it is also employed, in allusion to a jubba, and, in a contemptuous sense, or, as I infer, ironically. Note 31. See Note 41 to Chapter 4. Note 32. The litham is a piece of drapery with which a bidai often covers the lower part of his face. It frequently prevents his being recognized by another Arab who might make him a victim of blood revenge, and is a means of disguise seldom employed but by Arabs of the desert. Note 33. The meaning is that the act would speak for itself and be long remembered. That the grave of the fisherman would be pointed out as that of one to whom the Khalifa had shown signal favors. Note 34. It is a common custom of Arabs of the lower orders to put the money which they receive, especially when it is the first of the day's gains, to the lips and forehead before depositing it in the pocket. And the same is sometimes done by persons of the middle class. Note 35. Literally, 20 nufs. See Note 17 to Chapter 3. Note 36. These are the E's of the four great sects, or persuasions, of the Sunni Muslims. See Note 1 to the introduction. Note 37. The words "and the Weezer took him away" are omitted in the Cairo edition. Note 38. Ue is the diminutive of I, vulgo you, a cat, and properly a he-cat. Note 39. The words which I translate "the place of blood" literally signify the place of the stagnation of blood, and are applied to the usual place of decapitation, because the blood is left there to soak into the ground. Note 40. The recompense here alluded to is one to be received at the final retribution, not in the present life. Note 41. This kind of olla is a small, porous, earthen bottle with a wide mouth. Some specimens of it are figured beneath. See de Sacy, Chrestomathy Arabe, Volume 2. Pages 99 and 120, 2nd ed. In Arabic, Marukiran, vulgar, marker, in Turkish, Nik Mar. Ch. 2. V. 173. Ch. 4. V. 34. Or, according to some, 10,000 dirhams. More than one is unusual. But, at the funeral of Mohammed Ali Basha, which I witnessed in Cairo, about 80 buffaloes were thus driven in the procession, in the narrow streets of the city. However, many of them disappeared, one after another, so that few reached the tomb. Ed. If the reader desire more detailed information on the subject of this note, I refer him to my work on the Modern Egyptians, Volume 2. Ch. 15. Chrestomathy Arabe, Volume 1, page 106, 2nd ed. Nuzhat el-Mutamil wa Murshid el-Mutahil, Sect. 7. El-Masini Historia Saracenica, page 120. 436. Chapter 7. Commencing with part of the 36th night, and ending with part of the 44th. The story of Ganem the son of Ayub, the distracted slave of love. It hath been told me, O happy king, said Scheherazade, that there was, in ancient times, a certain merchant of Damascus, possessed of wealth, who had a son like the moon at the full, of eloquent tongue, called Ganem the son of Ayub, the distracted slave of love. And this son had a sister, named Fitna, on account of her excessive beauty and loveliness. Their father died, leaving them large property, among which were 100 loads of silk and brocade, and bags of musk, and upon these loads was written, "This is intended for Baghdad," it having been his desire to journey to that city. So, when God, whose name be exalted, had taken his soul, and 437 some time had elapsed, his son took these loads, and journeyed with them to Baghdad. This was in the time of Harun-er-Rashid. He took leave of his mother and relations and townspeople before his departure, and went forth, placing his dependence upon God, whose name be exalted. And God decreed him safety, so that he arrived at Baghdad, whither there travelled in his company a party of merchants. He hired for himself a handsome house, and furnished it with carpets and cushions, and suspended curtains in it. And there he deposited those loads, together with the mules and camels, and remained until he had rested himself, and the merchants of Baghdad, and its great men, came and saluted him. He then took a wrapper containing 10 pieces of costly stuff, with the prices written upon them, and went forth with them to the market of the merchants, who met him and saluted him, treated him with honor and welcomed him, and seated him at the shop of the sheik of the market. And he sold the pieces, gaining, for every piece of gold, 2. So Ganem rejoiced, and he proceeded to sell the stuffs by little and little, and continued to do so for a whole year. After this, on the first day of the following year, he came to the same market, but found its gate shut, and, inquiring the cause of this, he was answered, "One of the merchants hath died, and all the rest of them have gone to walk in his funeral procession." Wilt thou then, added his informant, gain a recompense by walking with them? He replied, yes, and he asked respecting the place of the funeral. So they guided him thither. And he performed the ablution, and walked with the other merchants until they arrived at the place of prayer, where they prayed over the dead. The merchants then walked all together before the corpse to the burial ground, Ganem following them, until the procession arrived at the burial ground outside the city. And they proceeded among the tombs until they came to that in which the corpse was to be deposited. They found that the family of the deceased had pitched a tent over the tomb, and placed there the candles and lamps, and they buried the dead, and the readers sat reciting the urn at the tomb. The merchants sat with them. And so also did Ganem the son of Ayub, but he was overcome by bashfulness, saying within himself, I cannot quit them until I have departed with them. They sat listening to the recitation of the urn until the period of nightfall, when the servants placed before them the supper and sweetmeats, and they ate till they were satisfied, and washed their hands, and resumed their seats. 438. The heart of Ganem was now troubled with reflections upon his merchandise, and he was fearful of the thieves, and said within himself, I am a stranger, and suspected of possessing wealth, and if I pass the night far away from my abode, the thieves will steal the money and the loads. So, fearing for his property, he arose and went forth from among the company, asking their leave to depart on account of some business that he had to transact. And followed the beaten track until he came to the gate of the city, but it was then midnight, and he found the gate of the city shut, and saw no one coming or going, and heard not a sound save the barking of the dogs, and the howling of the wolves. Whereupon he exclaimed, There is no strength nor power but in God. I was in fear for my property, and came hither on account of it, and have found the gate shut, and now I have become in fear for my life. He then returned to seek for himself a place in which to sleep until the morning, and, finding a private burial place enclosed by 4 walls, with a palm tree within it, and a gateway of hard stone open, he entered it, and desired to sleep. But sleep came not to him. Tremor and gloom overcame him, thus lying among the tombs, and he rose upon his feet, and, opening the door, looked out, and beheld a light gleaming in the distance in the direction of the city gate. He advanced a few steps, and saw the light approaching in the way which led to the burial place in which he was taking refuge. Whereupon Ganem feared for himself, and hastily closed the door, and climbed up into the palm tree, and concealed himself in the midst of its branches. The light continued to approach the tomb by little and little until it came very near. And as he looked attentively at it, he perceived 3 black slaves, 2 of whom were bearing a chest, the other having in his hand an adze and a lantern. And as they drew near, one of the 2 slaves who were bearing the chest said, What aileth thee, O Ob? To which the other of the 2 replied, What aileth thee, O Kafur? The former rejoined, Were we not here at the hour of nightfall, and did we not leave the door open? Yes, answered the other, what thou sayest is true. See then, resumed the first speaker, it is shut and barred. Upon this, the third, who was carrying the adze and light, and whose name was Bakit, said, How small is your sense? Know ye not that the owners of the gardens go forth from Baghdad and repair hither, and, evening overtaking them, enter this place, and shut the door upon themselves, through fear, lest the blacks, like ourselves, should take them and roast them and eat 439 them? Thou hast spoken truth, they answered, but there is none among us of less sense than thyself. Verily, he replied, you will not believe me until we enter the burial place and find someone in it, and I imagine that, if any one be in it, and have seen the light, he hath betaken himself to the top of the palm tree. When Ganem heard these words of the slave, he said within himself, How cunning is this slave! May Allah disgrace the blacks for their malice and villainy. There is no strength nor power but in God, the High, the Great. What will deliver me from this difficulty? The 2 who were bearing the chest then said to him who had the adze, Climb over the wall, and open to us the door, O Bakit. For we are fatigued with carrying the chest upon our necks, and if thou open to us the door, we will give thee one of the persons whom we take, and we will fry him for thee excellently, so that not a drop of his fat shall be lost. But he replied, I am afraid of a thing that my little sense hath suggested to me. Let us throw over the chest behind the door, for it is our depot site. They said to him, if we throw it, it 440 will break. I am afraid, he rejoined, that there may be, within the tomb, robbers who slay men and steal their property, for when evening overtaketh them they enter these places to divide what they have taken. Thou of little sense, exclaimed the two others. Can they enter here? They then put down the chest, and climbed up the wall, and descended, and opened the door, while the third slave, Bakit, stood waiting for them with the light and a basket containing some plaster, after which they seated themselves, having closed the door. And one of them said, O my brother, we are tired with walking and taking up and putting down, and opening the door and shutting it, and it is now midnight, and we have not strength remaining to open the tomb and to bury the chest. Wherefore we will sit here 3 hours to rest ourselves, and then rise and accomplish our business. But each of us shall in the meantime tell his story, and relate all that hath happened to him from beginning to end. So the first, who carried the light, told his story, but it was of a nature unfit to be here repeated, after which, another of the slaves thus began. The story of the slave Kafur. Know, O my brothers, that I was, at the commencement of my career, a boy of 8 years, and I used to tell one lie to the slave merchants every year, so that they fell out with each other in consequence, and the slave merchant my master, becoming impatient of me, committed me to the broker, desiring him to cry, Who will buy this slave with his fault? He was therefore asked, What is his fault? And answered, He telleth one lie every year. And a merchant approached the broker, and said to him, How much have they bidden for this slave with his fault? He answered, They have bidden 600 pieces of silver. Then thou shalt have 20 for thyself, replied the merchant. So the broker introduced him to the slave merchant, who received from him the money, and the broker conveyed me to the dwelling of the merchant, and took his brokerage. The merchant clad me in a dress suitable to my condition, and I continued with him for the remainder of the year, until the new year commenced with prosperity. It was a blessed year, plenteous in the produce of the earth, and the merchants began to give entertainments, every day one taking his turn to do so, until it was my master's turn to give an entertainment in a garden within the city. So he went 441 and the other merchants also, and he took for them what they required of food and other provisions, and they sat eating and drinking and carousing till noon, when my master wanted something from the house, and said, O slave, mount the mule, and go to the house, and bring, from thy mistress, such a thing, and return quickly. I obeyed, therefore, and went to the house, but when I approached it, I shrieked out, and shed tears, whereupon the people of the quarter assembled together, old and young. And my master's wife and daughters, hearing my cry, opened the door, and asked me what was the matter. I answered them, my master was sitting beneath an old wall, he and his friends, and it fell upon them. And when I beheld what happened to them, I mounted the mule, and came in haste to inform you. And when his children and wife heard these words, they shrieked, and tore their clothes, and slapped their faces, and the neighbors came to them. Then my master's wife overturned the furniture of the house, one thing upon another, and pulled down its shelves, and broke its shutters and its windows, and smeared its walls with mud and indigo, and said to me, What to thee, O Kafur? Come hither and help me, and demolish these cupboards, and smash these vessels and this chinaware. So I went to her, and destroyed with her the shelves of the house and all that was upon them, and its cupboards and what they contained, and went about over the terraces and through every place until I had laid waste the whole, crying all the while, O my master! My mistress then went forth, with her face uncovered, and only with her head veil, and the girls and boys went with her, saying to me, O Kafur, walk on before us, and shew us the place where thy master lieth dead beneath the wall, that we may take him forth from under the ruins, and carry him in a bier, and bring him to the house, and convey his corpse in a handsome manner to the burial. So I walked before them, crying, O my master, and they followed me with their faces and heads uncovered, crying, O our misfortune! O our calamity! And there was none among the men, nor among the women, nor among the children, nor a maiden, nor an old woman, in the quarter, who did not accompany us, and all of them slapped themselves in the excess of their lamentation. Thus I went with them through the city, and the people asking the news, they informed them of that which they had heard from me, and the people exclaimed, There is no strength nor power but in God, the High, the Great. We will go to the wali, and acquaint him. And when they arrived before the wali, they informed him, and he mounted 442 and took with him laborers with axes and baskets, and they followed my footsteps, accompanied by a crowd of people. I preceded them, weeping and crying out, and throwing dust upon my head, and slapping my face, and when I came to the party in the garden, and my master beheld me, I slapped my face, and exclaimed, O my mistress! Who will have pity upon me after my mistress? Would that I had been her sacrifice! When my master, therefore, saw me, he was confounded, his countenance became pale, and he said, What aileth thee, O Kafur, and what is this predicament, and what is the news? I answered him, When thou sentest me to the house to bring thee what thou wantedst, I went thither and entered the house, and found that the wall of the saloon had fallen, and that the whole saloon had tumbled down upon my mistress and her children. And did not thy mistress, said he, escape? I answered, No, not one of them escaped, and the first of them that died was my mistress the elder, but did my youngest daughter escape? He asked. I answered, No. And what, said he, hath become of the mule that I ride, is she safe? No, O my master, I answered, for the walls of the house and the walls of the stable tumbled down upon all that was in the house, even upon the sheep and the geese and the hens, and all of them became a mass of flesh beneath the ruins, not one of them escaped. He then said to me, And thy master the elder? I answered, No, not one escaped. And now there remains neither house nor inhabitant, nor any trace of them, and as to the sheep and the geese and the hens, the cats and dogs have now eaten them. And when my master heard my words, the light became darkness before his face, and he was no longer master of his senses nor of his reason, and was unable to stand upon his feet, he was paralyzed, and the strength of his back failed him. And he rent his clothes and plucked his beard and slapped his face and threw his turban from his head, and ceased not to slap his face until the blood flowed from it, and he began to cry, Ah! O my children! Ah! O my wife! Ah! O my misfortune! Unto whom hath happened the like of that which hath happened to me? The merchants, also, his companions, joined with him in cries and lamentations, and were moved with pity for his case, and rent their clothes. And my master went forth from the garden, beating himself for the calamity that had, as he supposed, befallen him, and redoubled the blows upon his face, seeming as though he were drunk. And as the party thus went out from the gate of the garden, they beheld a great dust, and heard tumultuous cries, and, looking in that 443 direction, saw the crowd approaching them. This crowd was the wali and his attendants, and a concourse of people who had come to gratify their curiosity, with the merchant's family behind them, shrieking and crying with violent lamentation and excessive grief. And the first who accosted my master were his wife and children. On beholding these, he was confounded, and laughed, and said to them, How are ye, and what hath happened to you in the house, and what hath befallen you? And when they saw him, they exclaimed, Praise be to God for thy safety. And they threw themselves upon him, and his children clung to him, crying out, O our Father! Praise be to God for thy safety, O our Father! And his wife said to him, Praise be to God who hath shown us thy face in safety, and she was stupefied, and her reason fled from her at that which she beheld. She then said to him, How didst thou escape with thy friends? And how, said he, were ye in the house? We were all well, they answered, in prosperity and health, and no evil hath befallen our house, save that thy slave Kafur came to us with his head uncovered and his clothes rent, crying out, O my master! O my master! And we said to him, What is the matter, O Kafur? And he answered, My master was sitting under a wall in the garden, and it fell upon him, and he died. By Allah, replied my master, he came to me just now, crying, O my mistress! O the children of my mistress, and said, My mistress and her children are all dead. He then looked aside, and, seeing me with my turban falling from my head, while I still cried out and wept violently and threw dust upon my head, he called out to me. So I approached him, and he said to me, What to thee? O malevolent slave! O misbegotten wretch! O thou of accursed race! What events hast thou brought about? But 444 by Allah, I will strip off thy skin from thy flesh, and cut thy flesh from thy bones, by Allah, replied I, thou canst not do to me anything. For thou boughtest me with my fault, on this condition, the witnesses testifying that thou boughtest me with my fault, thou knowing it, and it was, that I was accustomed to tell one lie every year. And this is but half a lie, and when the year is complete I will tell the other half of it, so it will be an entire lie. But upon this, he cried out at me, O most accursed of slaves! Is this but half a lie? Nay, it is an exceeding calamity. Depart from me, for thou art free, by Allah, I replied, if thou liberate me, I will not liberate thee until the year be complete, and I tell the remaining half of the lie. And when I have completed it, then take me to the market, and sell me as thou boughtest me with my fault, and liberate me not. For I have no trade by means of which to procure my subsistence. This is a legal proposition that I have stated to thee, laid down by the lawyers in the chapter of emancipation. While we were thus talking, the crowd approached, with the people of the quarter, women and men, come to mourn, and the wali with his attendants, and my master and the other merchants went to the wali, and acquainted him with the case. And that this was but half a lie. And when the people who were present heard this, they were astonished at this lie, and struck with the utmost wonder, and they cursed and reviled me, while I stood laughing, and saying, How can my master kill me when he bought me with this fault? So when my master went to the house, he found it in a state of ruin, and it was I who destroyed the greater part, and broke in it things worth a large sum of money, and his wife said to him, It was Kafur who broke the vessels and the chinaware. Upon this, his rage increased, and he exclaimed, By Allah! In my life I have never seen such a misbegotten wretch as this slave, yet he calleth it half a lie. What then would have been the result had it been a whole lie? In that case he had destroyed a city, or 2 cities. Then, in the excess of his rage, he went to the wali, who inflicted upon me a severe beating, so that I became insensible and swooned away. After which, my master contrived means of obtaining for me a high price, and I ceased not to excite disturbances in the places into which I was sold, and was transferred from emir to emir and from grandee to grandee, by sale and purchase. Until I entered the palace of the Prince of the Faithful, and now my spirit is broken, and my strength hath failed. 445. Continuation of the story of Ghanem the son of Ayub. The distracted slave of love. When the other slaves had heard his story, they laughed at it, and said to him, Verily thou art a villain, the son of a villain, thou hast told an abominable lie. The first and second then said to the third slave, Relate to us thy story. O sons of my uncle, he replied, All that hath just been related is nonsense, but my story is long, and this is not a time to tell it. For the morning, O sons of my uncle, is near, and perhaps it may overtake us with this chest still before us, and we shall be disgraced among the public, and our lives will be lost. Haste then to work, and when we have finished, and returned home, I will relate to you my story. So they put down the light, and dug a trench of the size of the chest between 4 tombs. Kafur digging, and Ob removing the earth in baskets, until they had dug to the depth of half a fathom, when they put the chest into the trench, and replaced the earth over it, and went forth from the enclosure, and, having closed the gate, disappeared from before the eyes of Ghanem the son of Ayub. When, therefore, they had left the place vacant unto Ghanem, and he knew that he was alone, his mind became busied respecting the contents of the chest, and he said within himself, What can this chest contain? He waited until daybreak gleamed and shone forth, and then descended from the palm tree, and removed the earth with his hand until he had uncovered the chest and disengaged it, when he took a stone, and struck with it the lock, and broke it. And lifting up the cover, he looked in, and beheld a sleeping damsel, stupefied with benge, but still breathing. She was of beautiful and lovely person, and decked with ornaments of gold, and necklaces of jewels, worth a kingdom, and of a value that no money would equal. When Ghanem the son of Ayub beheld her, he knew that she had been the object of a plot, and, being convinced of this, he pulled her up until he had lifted her out of the chest, and laid her upon her back. And as soon as she scented the breeze, and the air entered her nostrils and her mouth and throat, she sneezed, and then was choked, and coughed, whereupon there fell from her throat a round piece of benge, of such potency that if an elephant smelt it he would sleep from one night to another. She then opened her eyes, and, looking round, said, with an eloquent voice, What to thee, O wind? Thou neither satisfiest the thirsty, nor cheerest by thy presence the satisfied with drink. Where is Zar el Bustan? But 446 no one answered her. Then looking aside, she exclaimed, Abia. Scheherazade dur. Nur al Huda. Nejmi tiub. Art thou awake? Nuzhay. Ulway. Arifa. Speak ye, but no one answered her. And she looked round about her, and exclaimed, Alas for me, that I am transported to the tombs. O thou who knowest the secrets of the breasts, and recompensest on the day of resurrection. Who hath brought me from among the curtains and the veils, and placed me amid 4 tombs? While she was saying all this, Ganem stood still. But he now said to her, O my mistress, there are neither veils nor palaces nor tombs for thee here. This is none other than thy slave Ganem the son of Ayub, whom the king who is omniscient with respect to hidden things hath impelled hither that he may deliver thee from these troubles, and that the utmost of thy desires may be accomplished unto thee. And he was silent, and when she became convinced of the truth of the case, she exclaimed, I testify that there is no deity but God, and I testify that Mohammed is God's apostle. Then looking towards Ganem, with her hands placed upon her breast, she said to him, with a sweet voice, O auspicious youth, who brought me unto 447 this place? For now I have recovered my senses. O my mistress, he answered, 3 eunuchs came bearing this chest, and he related to her all that had happened, and how the evening had overtaken him, so that he became the means of her preservation, and that otherwise she had died of suffocation. And he inquired of her respecting her history. Youth, she replied, Praise be to God who hath cast me into the hands of one like thee. Rise therefore now, and put me into the chest, and go forth to the road, and as soon as thou shalt find any one who lets out asses or other beasts, or a muleteer, hire him to transport this chest, and convey me to thy house. And when I am in thy abode it will be well, and I will relate to thee my story, and acquaint thee with my tale, and good fortune will accrue to thee through my means. Though Ganem rejoiced, and he went forth into the desert tract. The day had begun to gleam, the sun rose in splendor, and the people come walking forth, and Ganem hired a man with a mule, and brought him to the burial place. He then lifted the chest, after he had put the damsel into it, and, with his heart smitten by love for her, proceeded with her, full of joy, for she was a damsel worth 10,000 pieces of gold, and was decked with ornaments and apparel of enormous value. Scarcely had he found himself at his house when he put down the chest, and opened it, and took forth from it the damsel, who looked, and saw that the place was a handsome dwelling furnished with variegated carpets. And she observed the gay colors and various embellishments, and beheld stuffs packed up, and loads of goods, and other property, so she knew that he was a great merchant, and a man of wealth. She then uncovered her face, and looked at him, and observed him to be a handsome young man, and loved him, and she said to him, Bring us something to eat. He answered her, On the head and the eye be thy commands, and went to the market, and bought a roasted lamb, and a dish of sweetmeat, and procured some dried fruits, and candles and wine, and the requisite apparatus for perfumes. Then returning to the house, he took in the things, and when the damsel saw him, she laughed, and kissed him, and embraced him, and began to caress him, so that the love which he felt increased, and took entire possession of his heart. They then ate and drank until the approach of night, and their love was mutual, for they were both of the same age, and both equal in comeliness. And when the night approached, the distracted slave of love, Ganem the son of Ayub, rose and lighted the candles and lamps, and the chamber glistened. He then brought forth the wine service, and prepared the 448 table, and sat down with her. He filling and handing to her, and she filling and handing to him, while they both toyed and laughed and recited verses, their gaiety increased, and they were engrossed by mutual love. Extolled be the perfection of the uniters of hearts. Thus they continued until it was near morning, when sleep overcame them, and each of them slept apart from the other till morning came. Ganem the son of Ayub then arose, and went forth to the market, and bought what was requisite of vegetables and meat and wine and other provisions, and brought them to the house. And he again sat with her to eat, and they ate until they were satisfied. After which he brought the wine, and they drank and toyed together till their cheeks reddened and their eyes became more intensely black. And Ganem said, O my mistress, have compassion on the captive of thy love, and him whom thine eyes have slain. I had remained sound of heart but for thee. Then he wept a while. And she replied, O my master, and light of mine eye, by Allah, I love thee and confide in thee, but I know that thou canst not be united to me, and what hindereth? Said he. She answered, I will this night relate to thee my story, that thou mayest accept my excuse. But they continued thus a whole month. And after this, one night, when Ganem was complaining to her of his passion, she said to him, I will now explain to thee my case, that thou mayest know my dignity, and that my secret may be revealed to thee, and my excuse become manifest to thee. He replied, Well. And she took hold of a band which confined a part of her dress, and said to him, O my master, read what is on this border. So he took the border in his hand, and looked at it, and found worked upon it in gold, I am thine, and thou art mine, O descendant of the Prophet's uncle. And when he had read this, he let fall his hand, and said to her, Reveal to me thy history. She answered, Well, and thus began. Know that I am a favorite slave of the Prince of the Faithful, and my name is Atelulub. The Prince of the Faithful, after he had reared me in his palace, and I had grown up, observed my qualities, and the beauty and loveliness with which my lord had endowed me, and loved me excessively, he took me and lodged me in a private apartment. And appointed me 10 female slaves to serve me, and then gave me those ornaments which thou sayest with me. After this, the Khalifa went forth one day on a journey to one of the surrounding provinces, and the lady Zubaydah came to one of the female slaves who were in my service, and said, When thy mistress 449 Atelulub sleepeth, put this piece of benj into her nose and her drink, and thou shalt receive from me a sum of money that will satisfy thee. The slave replied, Most willingly, and she received the benj from her, rejoicing on account of the money, and because she had been originally Zubaydah's slave. And she insinuated the benj into me, whereupon I fell upon the floor, with my head bent down to my feet, and seemed to be in another world. And when she could devise no other stratagem, she put me into that chest, and privily summoned the black slaves, and, after having given presents to them and to the doorkeepers, sent me with the black slaves on the night when thou wast reposing at the top of the palm tree, and they did with me as thou sawest, and my deliverance was effected through thy means. Then thou broughtest me unto this place, where thou hast treated me with the utmost kindness. This is my story, and I know not what hath happened to the Khalifa during my absence. Know, therefore, my dignity, and divulge not my case. When Ganem the son of Ayub heard these words of Atelulub, and discovered that she was the favorite of the Khalifa, he drew back, in his awe of the Khalifa, and sat alone at one side of the chamber, blaming himself, and reflecting upon his situation, perplexed by love of her to whom he could not be united. And he wept from the violence of his desire, and the fierceness of his passion and distraction, and began to complain of fortune and its injustice. Extolled be the perfection of him who causeth the hearts of the generous to be troubled with love, and endueth not the mean with so much of it as equaleth the weight of a grain. And upon this, Atelulub rose to him, and embraced and kissed him, and, her heart being entirely captivated by his love, she revealed what she had hidden of the extent of her passion, and encircled his neck with her arms, and kissed him again. But he withdrew from her embrace, in his fear of the Khalifa. They then conversed a while, drowned in the sea of mutual love, and so remained until day, when Ganem arose, and went forth to the market as usual, and procured what was requisite, and, returning to the house, found Atelulub weeping, but as soon as she beheld him, she ceased from her tears, and smiled, and said to him, Thou hast made me desolate by thine absence, O beloved of my heart. By Allah, this hour during which thou hast been away from me hath appeared as a year, for I cannot endure thy separation, and see, I have thus shown thee my state, through the violence of my passion. Arise therefore now, and mind not what hath happened, but 450 take me as thy wife. But he replied, I seek refuge with Allah. This is a thing that cannot be. How should the dog sit in the place of the lion? What belongeth to my lord is forbidden me to approach. He then tore himself from her, and sat apart, and she increased in love through his refusal. In this manner they passed 3 long months. And whenever she made any advances to him he withdrew from her, and said, "Whatever belongeth to the master is forbidden to the slave," which was the case of the distracted slave of love, Ghanem the son of Ayub. Meanwhile, Zubaydah, during the absence of the Khalifa, having acted thus with Uttayulub, became perplexed, saying within herself, "What shall I say to the Khalifa when he cometh and inquireth respecting her? And what shall be my answer to him?" She then called for an old woman who resided with her, and acquainted her with her secret, and said to her, "What shall I do, now that Uttayulub is no more?" The old woman answered, when she understood the affair, "Know, O my mistress, that the return of the Khalifa is near. But I will send to a carpenter, and desire him to make a wooden image of a corpse, and they shall dig for it a grave, and thou shalt light candles and lamps around it, and command every one who is in the palace to wear black. And order thy female slaves and eunuchs, as soon as they know of the Khalifa's return from his journey, to raise lamentations in the vestibules, and when he enters and asks the news, they shall answer him, Uttayulub is dead. And may God abundantly compensate thee for the loss of her, and from the esteem with which she was regarded by our mistress, she hath buried her in her own palace. So when he heareth this, he will weep, and the event will distress him. Then he will cause the readers to sit up by night at her tomb to perform recitations of the Quran, and if he say within himself, "Surely the daughter of my uncle, through her jealousy, hath been led to destroy Uttayulub," or the distraction of love overpower him, and he give orders to take her forth from the tomb, fear not from that. For if they dig down to the image in the form of a human being, and take it forth, shrouded in costly grave clothes, and the Khalifa desire to remove the grave clothes from it, to behold her, do thou prevent him. And the fear of the world to come will withhold him. And do thou say to him, to behold her corpse uncovered is unlawful. Then he will believe her death, and will return her image to its place, and thank thee for thy conduct, and thou shalt escape, if it please God, from this difficulty. When the lady Zubaydah, therefore, heard 451 what she said, she approved it, and bestowed upon her a dress of honor, and commanded her to do this, having given her a sum of money. So the old woman set about the business immediately, and ordered the carpenter to make for her an image as above described. And when it was finished, she brought it to the lady Zubaydah, and she shrouded it, and lighted the candles and lamps, and spread the carpets around the tomb, and clad herself in black, ordering the female slaves to do the same. And the news was spread through the palace, that Uttayulub had died. Some time after this, the Khalifa returned from his journey, and went up to his palace, but his mind was occupied only with Uttayulub. And seeing the pages and eunuchs and female slaves all clad in black, his heart was agitated. And when he entered the palace of the lady Zubaydah, and beheld her also clad in black, he 452 inquired the reason of it, and they informed him of the death of Uttayulub. Upon hearing this, he fell down in a swoon. And when he recovered, he asked where was her tomb, and the lady Zubaydah answered, "Know, O Prince of the Faithful, that, on account of the esteem in which she was held by me, I buried her in my palace." So the Khalifa, entering the palace in his traveling dress, proceeded to visit the tomb of Uttayulub, and found the carpets spread, and the candles and lamps lighted, and when he beheld this, he thanked her for what she had done. But afterwards he became perplexed, and wavered a while between belief and disbelief, until suspicion overcame him, and he gave orders to open the tomb and to take her out, when, however, he saw the grave clothes, and was about to remove them that he might behold her, he feared God, whose name be exalted. And the old woman said, "Restore her to her place." Then immediately the Khalifa commanded to bring the professors of religion and law, and the readers, and they performed recitations of the whole of the Quran at her tomb, while he sat by the side of it weeping until he became insensible. He continued to frequent the tomb for the space of a month. After which it happened that he entered the harem, after the emirs and wazirs had dispersed from before him to their houses, and he slept a while, and a female slave sat at his head, and another at his feet. And after sleep had overcome him he awoke, and opened his eyes, and heard the damsel who was at his head say to her who was at his feet, "What to thee, O Kazuran, wherefore, O Ebe?" Said the other, "Our Lord," rejoined the first, "is ignorant of what hath happened, so he sitteth up by night at a tomb in which there is nothing but a carved image, the work of the carpenter. And what then, asked the other damsel, hath befallen Utelulub? Her companion answered, Know that our mistress Zobeide sent some benj by a female slave, and she stupefied her with it, and when the benj had taken effect upon her, she put her in a chest, and sent her away with Ob and Kafur, commanding them to throw her into the tomb. Upon this, Kizuran said, What to thee, O Eve? Is not the lady Utelulub dead? Heaven preserve her youth from death. Answered Ebe, I heard the lady Zobeide say that Utelulub was with a young merchant named Ganem of Damascus, and that she had been with him, including this day, 4 months. And our Lord here weepeth and passeth sleepless nights at a tomb in which there is no corpse. Thus they conversed together, while the Khalifa heard their words. And 453 when they had finished their conversation, and he had become acquainted with the event, that this tomb was a false one, and that Utelulub had been with Ganem the son of Ayub for the space of 4 months, he was violently incensed, and arose, and summoned the emirs of his court. Whereupon the Wazir Jafar el-Barmaki presented himself and kissed the ground before him, and the Khalifa said to him, in anger, Descend, O Jafar, with a body of men, and inquire for the house of Ganem the son of Ayub, and assault it suddenly, and bring him hither with my female slave Utelulub, and I will assuredly torture him. Jafar replied, I hear and obey, and he went forth with his attendants, the Wali also accompanying him, and they proceeded until they arrived at Ganem's house. Ganem had just before gone out and brought a pot of meat, and was about to stretch forth his hand to eat of it with Utelulub, when she looked out, and found that the house was beset on all sides. And the Wazir and the Wali and the officers of violence and the Memluks with drawn swords were surrounding it as the black surrounds the pupil of the eye. And upon this she knew that tidings of her situation had reached the ears of the Khalifa her lord, and she made sure of destruction. Her countenance became pale, and her beauty changed, and, looking towards Ganem, she said to him, O my beloved, save thyself. How shall I do, said he, and whither shall I flee, when my wealth and means of subsistence are in this house? But she answered, Delay not, lest thou perish, and thy wealth also be lost. O my mistress, and light of mine eye, rejoined he, how can I contrive to go forth when they are surrounding the house? Fear not, she answered, and she pulled off his clothes, and clad him in worn-out, ragged garments, and, taking the pot that had contained the meat, placed it upon his head, and put in it a little bread and a saucer of meat, and said to him, Go forth by the help of this stratagem, and thou hast nothing to fear with respect to me, for I know what I am able to do with the Khalifa. When Ganem, therefore, heard the words of Utelulub, and the advice which she gave him, he went forth through the midst of them, bearing the pot, and Providence protected him so that he escaped from the snares and injuries which menaced him, by the blessing of his good conscience. And when the Wazir Jafar arrived at the house, he dismounted from his horse, and entered, and looked at Utelulub, who had adorned herself, and filled a chest with gold and ornaments and jewels 454 and rarities, such as were light to carry and of great value. And when Jafar came in to her, she rose upon her feet, and kissed the ground before him, saying to him, O my master, the pen hath written what God hath decreed. But Jafar, when he beheld her situation, replied, By Allah, O my mistress, he gave me no order but to arrest Ganem the son of Ayub. And she said, Know that he hath packed up some bales of merchandise, and gone with them to Damascus, and I know nothing more than this. And I request thee to take care of this chest for me, and to convey it to the palace of the Prince of the Faithful. So Jafar answered, I hear and obey, and he took the chest, and gave orders that it should be conveyed, together with Utelulub, to the palace of the Khalifa, treating her with honor and respect. This took place after they had plundered the house of Ganem, and they went to the Khalifa, and Jafar related to him all that had happened. Whereupon the Khalifa appointed to Utelulub a dark chamber, and there lodged her, commissioning an old woman to serve her, for he imagined that Ganem had acted dishonestly towards her. He then wrote a letter to the Emir Mohammed the son of Suleiman Zaini, who was viceroy of Damascus, containing as follows, As soon as this letter cometh to thy hands, thou shalt arrest Ganem the son of Ayub, and send him unto me. So when the mandate was brought to him, he kissed it, and put it upon his head, and caused it to be proclaimed through the market street, Whosoever desireth to plunder, let him repair to the house of Ganem the son of Ayub. And they came to the house, and found that the mother of Ganem and his sister had made for them a tomb, and sat by it weeping. And they laid hold upon them, and plundered the house, and the mother and sister knew not the cause, and when they brought them before the Sultan, he inquired of them respecting Ganem the son of Ayub. And they answered him, For the space of a year we have obtained no tidings of him, and they restored them to their place. In the meantime, Ganem the son of Ayub, the distracted slave of love, when his wealth had been seized, was perplexed, and began to weep for himself so as to break his heart. He walked on, and ceased not on his way to the close of day, suffering from excessive hunger and fatigue, until he arrived at a village, where he entered a mosque, and seated himself upon a round mat. And he leaned his back against one of the walls of the building, and then threw himself down, under the influence of extreme hunger and weariness. There 4:55 he remained until the morning, his heart palpitating from want of food, vermin attacked his body, his breath became fetid, and he was altogether changed. And the people of that village, coming to perform the morning prayers, found him lying there sick through want of food, yet exhibiting evident traces of former affluence, and when they approached him, they found him cold and hungry. They clad him, therefore, with an old garment having ragged sleeves, and said to him, Whence art thou, O stranger, and what is the cause of thine infirmity? And Ganem opened his eyes and looked at them and wept, but he returned them no answer. Then one of them, knowing the violence of his hunger, went and brought him a saucer of honey and 2 cakes of bread, and he ate, while they sat around him until the sun rose, when they departed to their several occupations. In this state he remained among them for a month, and his infirmity and disease increased, so the people, commiserating him, consulted together 4:56 respecting his case, and agreed to transport him to the hospital at Baghdad. Now while they were thus conversing, lo, 2 women, beggars, came in to him, and they were his mother and sister, and when he beheld them, he gave them the bread that was at his head, and they slept by him the next night, but he knew them not. And on the following day, the people of the village came to him, bringing a camel, and said to its owner, Convey this sick person on the camel, and when thou hast arrived at Baghdad, put him down at the door of the hospital, perhaps he may recover his health, and thou wilt receive a recompense. He answered them, I hear and obey. So they brought forth Ganem the son of Ayub from the mosque, and placed him, with the round mat upon which he was sleeping, on the camel, and his mother and sister came to look at him among the other people. But they knew him not. Then observing him attentively, they said, Verily he resembleth our Ganem. Can he be this sick person or not? But as to Ganem, he awoke not until he was mounted on the camel, and he began to weep and moan. And the people of the village saw his mother and sister weeping for him, though they did not know him. Then his mother and sister journeyed onwards to Baghdad, while the camel driver also proceeded without stopping until he had deposited Ganem at the door of the hospital, when he took his camel and returned. Ganem remained lying there until the morning, and when the people began to pass along the street, they beheld him. He had become so emaciated that his form resembled that of a toothpick, and the people ceased not to gaze at him until the sheik of the market came and repelled them from him, and said, I will gain paradise by means of this poor person. For if they take him into the hospital, they will kill him in one day. He then ordered his young men to carry him, and they conveyed him to his house, where he spread for him a new bed, and put for him a new cushion, and said to his wife, Serve him faithfully. She replied, On the head, and she tucked up her sleeves, and, having heated for him some water, washed his hands and feet and body, and clothed him in a vest of one of her female slaves. She then gave him to drink a cup of wine, and sprinkled rosewater upon him, so he recovered his senses, and he remembered his beloved Utelulub, and his anguish increased. Thus did it happen to Ganem. Now as to Utelulub, when the Khalifa, incensed against 457 her, had lodged her in the dark chamber, she remained there in the same state for 80 days. And it happened that the Khalifa passed one day by that place, and heard her reciting verses, and when she had finished her recitation of them, she exclaimed, O my beloved! O Ganem! How kind art thou, and how chaste is thy disposition! Thou hast acted with kindness unto him who hath injured thee, and hast guarded the honor of him who hath violated thine, and hast protected his harem, and he hath enslaved both thee and thy family. But thou wilt assuredly stand, with the Prince of the Faithful, before a just judge, and thou wilt obtain justice against him on the day when the judge shall be God, and the witnesses, the angels. And when the Khalifa heard her words, and understood her complaint, he knew that she was injured, and he entered his palace, and sent the eunuch to her, and when she came before him she hung down her head, with weeping eye, and sorrowful heart. And he said to her, O Utelulub, I see that thou complainest of my oppression, and accusest me of tyranny, and thinkest that I have injured him who hath acted kindly unto me. Who then is he who hath guarded my honor and I have violated his? And who hath protected my harem and I have enslaved his? She answered him, Ganem the son of Ayub, for he hath not attempted any dishonest action towards me, by thy beneficence, O Prince of the Faithful. Upon this the Khalifa exclaimed, There is no strength nor power but in God, and then added, O Utelulub, desire of me what thou wilt, and I will grant thy wish. So she replied, I desire of thee my beloved, Ganem the son of Ayub. And when he heard her words, he said, I will cause him to be brought hither, if it be the will of God, in honor. O Prince of the Faithful, she rejoined, when thou shalt have caused him to be brought, wilt thou present me to him? He answered, When I have had him brought, I will present thee to him, the present of a generous man who will not revoke his gift. So she said, O Prince of the Faithful, permit me to search about for him, perhaps God may unite me with him. And he replied, Do as thou wilt. Upon this she rejoiced, and went forth, taking with her 1,000 pieces of gold, and visited the sheiks, and gave alms for the sake of Ganem, and on the following day she went to the market of the merchants, and gave to the chief of the market some money, saying to him, Bestow it in alms upon the strangers. Then again, in the following week, she went forth, taking with her 1,000 pieces of gold, and, entering the market of the goldsmiths and jewelers, some 458 moaned the chief of the market, and he came, and she gave him the 1,000 pieces of gold, and said to him, Bestow it in alms upon the strangers, whereupon the chief, who was the sheik of the market before mentioned, looked at her, and said to her, Wilt thou go with me to my house, to look at a young stranger there, and see how elegant he is, and how perfectly charming? For it is probable that he is Ganem the son of Ayub, the distracted slave of love. But the chief had no knowledge of him, and imagined that he was a poor person involved in debt, whose wealth had been taken from him, or a lover parted from his beloved. And when she heard his words, her heart beat, and her affections were engrossed by him, and she answered, Send with me someone to conduct me to thy house. So he sent with her a young boy, who conducted her to the house where the stranger was lodged, and she thanked him for doing so, and when she entered the house, and saluted the chief's wife, the latter arose, and kissed the ground before her. For she knew her. Then Utelulub said to her, Where is the sick person who is with you? And she wept, and answered, Here he is, O my mistress, but he is of a respectable family, and exhibiteth traces of former affluence. And Utelulub looked towards the bed upon which he was lying, and, regarding him narrowly, beheld him as though he were Ganem himself. But his condition was changed, and he had become so emaciated that he resembled a toothpick, and the truth of his case was disguised from her, so that she did not discover him to be the person whom she sought. But she was moved with compassion for him, and she wept, and exclaimed, Verily, strangers are objects of pity, though they be emirs in their own countries. She then ordered for him supplies of wine and medicines, and sat at his head a while, and mounted, and returned to her palace, and she continued to go forth to every market for the purpose of searching for Ganem. Soon after, the chief of the market brought the mother of Ganem and his sister Fitna, and went with them to Utelulub, and said to her, O most charitable lady, there have entered our city this day a woman and a girl of respectable origin, bearing evident traces of former affluence, but they are clad in garments of haircloth, and each of them hath a wallet hung to her neck, and their eyes are weeping, and their hearts sorrowful, so I have brought them unto thee, that thou mayest give them refuge, and preserve them from the disgrace of beggary. For they are not persons suited to ask alms of the sordid, and if it please God, we shall enter paradise by their means. By 459 Allah, O my master, she replied, Thou hast made me long to behold them. Where are they? Order them to come in. So, upon this, Fitna and her mother came in to Utelulub, who, when she saw them, and observed that they were both distinguished by beauty, wept for them, and said, By Allah, they are persons of an affluent family. And traces of wealth are conspicuous in their appearance. O my mistress, replied the chief of the market, we love the poor and indigent for the sake of future recompense, and probably the extortioners have oppressed these two persons, and plundered them of their wealth, and ruined their houses. Then these two females wept violently, and, remembering Ganem the son of Ayub, the distracted slave of love, their wailing increased, and Utelulub wept with them. And the mother of Ganem exclaimed, We pray God to unite us with him whom we seek, and he is my son Ganem the son of Ayub. When Utelulub, therefore, heard these words, she knew that this woman was the mother of her beloved, and that the other was his sister, and she wept until she fell down in a swoon. And when she recovered, she approached them and said to them, Ye have nothing to fear, for this day is the first of your prosperity, and the last of your adversity, for 60 therefore grieve not. She then ordered the chief of the market to take them to his house, and to let his wife conduct them into the bath, and attire them in handsome clothing, and take care of them, and treat them with the utmost honor, and she gave him a sum of money. Then, on the following day, Utelulub mounted and went again to the house of the chief of the market, and went in to visit his wife, who rose to her, and kissed the ground before her, and thanked her for her charity. And she saw that his wife had conducted the mother of Ganem, and his sister, to the bath, and taken off their former clothes, and that the traces of their original affluence had become more conspicuous in consequence. And she sat a while conversing with them, after which she asked the wife of the chief of the market respecting the sick person who was with her. She answered, He is in the same state. And Utelulub said, Arise, and let us look at him and visit him. So they both arose, with Ganem's mother and sister, and went in to him, and seated themselves by him. And when Ganem the son of Ayub, the distracted slave of love, heard one of them mention Utelulub, emaciated as he was in body and limbs, his soul returned to him, and he raised his head from the pillow, and called out, O Utelulub. She looked at him, therefore, and knew him, and cried, saying, Yes, O my beloved. He then said to her, Draw near to me. And she asked him, Art thou Ganem the son of Ayub, the distracted slave of love? He answered her, Yes, I am he. And upon this, she fell down in a swoon, and when his sister and his mother heard their words, they cried out, Oh, our joy, and in like manner fainted. And when they recovered, Utelulub said to Ganem, Praise be to God who hath united us with thee and with thy mother and sister. Then, approaching him, she related to him all that had happened to her with the Khalifa, adding, I said to him, I have declared to thee the truth, O Prince of the Faithful, and he believed my words, and approved thee. And he is now desiring to see thee. And she said to him, The Khalifa hath given me to thee, whereupon he was filled with the utmost joy, and Utelulub said to them all, Quit not this place until I come again. She then arose immediately, and departed to her palace, and removed thence the chest that she had brought from Ganem's house, and took forth from it some pieces of gold, which she gave to the chief of the market, saying to him, Take these pieces of gold, and buy 461 for each of them for complete suits of dress of the best kinds of stuff, and 20 handkerchiefs, and whatever else they require. And after this, she conducted them to the bath, and gave orders to wash them, and prepared for them boiled meats, and infusion of galangal, and apple water, after they had come forth from the bath and dressed themselves. For 3 days she remained with them, feeding them with fowls and with boiled meats, and giving them sherbet of refined sugar to drink, and after the 3 days their spirits returned to them. Then she conducted them again to the bath, and they came forth, and she changed their clothes, and, leaving them in the house of the chief of the market, went to the Khalifa, and kissed the ground before him, and related to him the story, telling him that her master, Ganem the son of Ayub, the distracted slave of love, had come, and that his mother and sister also had arrived. When the Khalifa, therefore, heard these words of Utelulub, he said to the eunuchs, Bring hither to me Ganem. And Ja'far went down with them to bring him, but Utelulub had gone before him. And she went in unto Ganem, and said to him, The Khalifa hath sent to thee to bring thee before him. Have a care then to display eloquence of tongue, and firmness of heart, and sweetness of speech. And she attired him in a magnificent dress, and gave him pieces of gold in abundance, saying to him, Bestow plentifully upon the domestics of the Khalifa as thou goest in to him. And lo, Ja'far approached him, mounted upon his mule, and Ghanem advanced to meet him, and greeted him with a prayer for long life, kissing the ground before him. The planet of his prosperity had appeared, and the star of his glory had risen aloft, and Ja'far took him, and they proceeded until they entered into the presence of the Prince of the Faithful. And when Ghanem came before him, he looked towards the wazirs and emirs and chamberlains and lieutenants and the other officers of the court, and the warriors, and, being eloquent of tongue, firm of heart, delicate in the style of his language, and pleasing in the allusions it conveyed, he hung down his head towards the ground, and then looked towards the Khalifa, and addressed him in a series of complimentary verses. And when he had finished his recitation, the Khalifa was delighted with the graces of his person, and pleased with the eloquence of his tongue and the sweetness of his speech, and he said to him, Approach me. He therefore approached him, and the Khalifa said to him, Explain to me thy tale, and acquaint me with the truth of thy history. So Ghanem sat, and related to the Khalifa all that had 462 happened to him from beginning to end. And when the Khalifa knew that he spoke truth, he bestowed upon him a dress of honor, and admitted him into his favor, and said to him, Acquit me of responsibility. And he did so, and said to him, O Prince of the Faithful, the slave and all that his hands possess belong to his master, and the Khalifa rejoiced. He then gave orders to appropriate a palace to him exclusively, and appointed him abundant pensions and allowances, and removed to him his mother and his sister. And the Khalifa, hearing that his sister Fitna was, in beauty, as her name imported, a temptation, demanded her of him in marriage. Ghanem therefore replied, She is thy handmaid, and I am thy Memluk. And the Khalifa thanked him, and gave him 100,000 pieces of gold, and summoned the Awithaqte and witnesses, and they performed the marriage contract. Then he and Ghanem visited their wives on the same day, the Khalifa going to Fitna, and Ghanem the son of Ayub to Atalulub. And on the following morning, the Khalifa ordered that all that had happened to Ghanem, from first to last, should be committed to writing and inserted in the records, that his posterity might consider it, and wonder at the disposals of destiny, and commit their affairs unto the Creator of the night and the day. 463. Notes to Chapter 7th. Note 1. Damascus is afterwards mentioned in the original as the abode of this merchant's family, but not here. Note 2. Ghanem signifies a taker of spoil, a fortunate acquirer of anything. And Ayub is the name which we call Job. Note 3. Fitna signifies temptation, seduction, disturbance, and Note 4. By the term loads we are always to understand camel loads, unless it is otherwise expressed. A camel load is generally about 300 weights. Note 5. Or vesicles of musk. In the original, Naf is put for nawafij. Note 6. A great recompense in the world to come is to be the lot of him who takes part in a funeral procession. Note 7. The ablution was necessary to qualify Ghanem for joining in the prayer over the dead. Note 8. Ob signifies rectitude. Note 9. Kafur is the Arabic for camphor. Instances of antiphrasis in the names given to black slaves are very common. Note 10. Bakit signifies fortunate, from bakht, fortune, a word borrowed from the Persian. Note 11. I am not sure that this is to be understood as a jest. For I have been assured, by a slave dealer and other persons in Cairo, that sometimes slaves brought to that city are found to be cannibals, and that a proof lately occurred there, an infant having been eaten by its black nurse. I was also told that these cannibals are generally distinguished by an elongation of the os coccygus, or in other words, that they have tails. Note 12. The story here alluded to is inserted in the original. But, being extremely objectionable, and too short and simple to be abridged, I have been compelled to omit it altogether. Note 13. This story is not in the old version. But I think the reader will consider it worthy of insertion in the present series, as an amusing illustration of the customs which are often observed by the Arabs on the occasion of the death of the master of a family. I can bear testimony to the general correctness of the picture which it presents, or rather state, that the greatest of the extravagances which it describes are not unfrequently practiced in the present day. 464. Note 14. As the Arab women are much more reluctant to uncover the upper and back part of the head than they are to shew the face, before strange men, such a scene as that which is here described is very seldom witnessed. But I have seen not so unfrequently a woman with her face uncovered, and besmeared with mud, on her receiving the news of the sudden death of a near relation. Note 15. This, to some readers, may require explanation. To free a slave who has no means of providing for himself, and not to grant him any means to do so, is almost the heaviest punishment that can be inflicted upon him, and to do this, unless for a heinous crime, is considered disgraceful. Note 16. This is not just, for as soon as the slave is emancipated he is legally free, without doubt, but it is inserted in the tale as a jest. Note 17. See Note 46 to Chapter 2. This mode of disposing of a rival in the harem is said to have been not very unfrequently adopted. Note 18. I suspect that the original presents here an error, which I have endeavored to correct. The names which the lady ejaculates are to be understood as those of female slaves, her attendants. Zarelbustan signifies flower of the garden, Abia, beautiful. Scheherazade dur, tree of pearls, this is the vulgar mode of pronouncing Scheherazade dur, which was the name of the wife of the Sultan Eli Nejm ed-Din, afterwards Queen of Egypt, Nur el-Huda, light of day, or light of guidance. Nejm-i-Tiab, star of the morning, Nuzhay, delight, Ulway, sweet, and Arifa, elegant. Note 19. From this point, to the relation of the stratagem employed by Zubaydah, I omit much that is unsuitable for insertion in the translation, as approaching to licentiousness. Note 20. Perhaps it is unnecessary to mention that the Prophet's uncle here alluded to was El-Abbas, and that the descendant was Harun-er-Rashid. Note 21. Utelulub signifies food, or sustenance, of hearts. Note 22. As black, which was the distinguishing color of the banners and dress of the Abbasi Caliphs, was originally assumed in token of mourning for such of their relations as were victims of the Umayyads. It may have continued for a long time to be used for a similar purpose, but the modern color of mourning among the Arabs is blue. And it is remarkable that the term which properly signifies black is commonly applied by them to dark blue. On the subject of mourning, see Note 52 to Chapter 2. Note 23. Kazuran and Ib signify respectively a cane, particularly Indian cane, and a rod, or a long and slender branch. Note 24. See Note 85 to Chapter 3. Note 25. By the Sultan is meant the Viceroy of Damascus, though the title is improperly used in this sense. Note 26. The account of the disgusting treatment of Ghanem's mother and sister, which follows in this place in the old version, is not in either of the copies of the original which I possess, containing this tale. Hence, and as it is extremely inconsistent with Arab customs and feelings, I have little doubt of its being an interpolation by some ignorant copyist. Note 27. See Note 18 to Chapter 6. Note 28. By Ghanem's harem, we are here to understand his mother and sister, the term harem being often used to signify a man's female relations residing in his house. 465. Note 29. It is implied that she visited the sheikhs, by which are here meant the devotees, to request the aid of their prayers, and gave alms for the sake, or in the name, of Ghanem in order to propitiate Providence in his favor. Note 30. On the charitable disposition of the Arabs. Some remarks which I have made on this subject with reference to the Egyptians, in a former work, are equally applicable to the Arabs in general. Benevolence and charity to the poor are virtues which the Egyptians possess in an eminent degree, and which are instilled into their hearts by religion. But from their own profession it appears that they are as much excited to the giving of alms by the expectation of enjoying corresponding rewards in heaven, as by pity for the distresses of their fellow creatures, or a disinterested wish to do the will of God. It may be attributed, in some measure, to the charitable disposition of the inhabitants, that beggars are so numerous in Cairo. The many handsome sebils, or public fountains, buildings erected and endowed for the gratuitous supply of water to passengers, which are seen in this city, and the more humble structures of the same kind in the villages and fields, are monuments of the same virtue. So also the numerous khans for the reception of travelers, in countries occupied by the Arabs, bear testimony to the charity of this people. Note 31. This is often said by an Arab to a person against whom he knows or fears himself to have committed an offense. The most urgent reason for doing so may be seen by reverting to number 9 of the notes to chapter 4. Note 32. This compliment has occasioned, in the old version, an error of the most serious kind, by its having been understood in its literal sense. Ghanem is made to propose that the Khalifa should take his sister as one of his favorites, i.e. concubines, which, as she was a free woman, would be a crime of the foulest nature. Note 33. We are to understand this sum of money as being Fitna's dowry. Here it may be mentioned that the Khalifa, by marrying Fitna, severely punished Zubaydah, for he thus gave her a wife, instead of a concubine, as a rival. Note 34. On the passion of love among the Arabs. A few remarks on this subject may be inserted to justify the picture of love presented in the foregoing tale. That sensual passion is most prevalent among the Arabs cannot be doubted. But I think it unjust to suppose them generally incapable of a purer feeling, worthy, if constancy be a sufficient test, of being termed true love. That they are not so, appears evident to almost every person who mixes with them in familiar society. For such a person must have opportunities of being acquainted with many Arabs sincerely attached to wives whose personal charms have long vanished, and who have neither wealth nor influence of their own, nor wealthy nor influential relations, to induce their husbands to refrain from divorcing them. It very often happens, too, that an Arab is sincerely attached to a wife possessed, even in the best portion of her age, of few charms, and that the lasting favorite among 2 or more wives is not the most handsome. This opinion, I am sorry to observe, is at variance, as far as the Arabs of the towns are concerned, with that entertained by one of the most intelligent and experienced of modern travelers, who long resided among this people. The justly celebrated Burkhard, but 466 it is confirmed by numerous facts related by respectable Arab authors, and therefore not regarded by them as of an incredible nature, as well as by cases which have fallen under my own observation. The tale of Layla and Mejnun, the Juliet and Romeo of Arabia, is too well known to be here repeated. But among many other anecdotes of strong and constant love, the following may be inserted. The Khalifa Yazid, the son of Abd al-Malik, it is said, had 2 female slaves, one of whom was named Abba, and the other, Selimeh. To the former of whom he was most ardently attached, he had purchased her for 100,000 dirhams, and the other, for 10,000. In the company of these 2 females he sometimes shut himself up for 3 months together, utterly neglecting the affairs of his people. At length, being reproved for this conduct by his brother Meslameh, he promised to return to his duty, but the 2 slaves diverted him from his purpose. And on the following morning, excited by their songs and caresses, and by wine, he became frantic with pleasure, and danced and sang like a madman, till a fatal accident put a stop to his joy. Abba, eating a pomegranate, was choked by one of the grains, and immediately died. The grief of Yazid was so poignant that he would not quit the corpse, but continued to kiss and fondle it until it became putrid. Being then admonished by his attendants that proper respect required its burial, he consented to commit it to the earth. After 5 days, however, his desire again to behold the object of his love induced him to open the grave. And though the corpse had become hideous, he declared that it was lovely as ever in his eyes. At the earnest request of Meslameh, he ordered the grave to be closed again, but he was unable to exist when deprived of the sight of the remains of her who was at the same time his slave and his mistress. He threw himself upon his bed, speechless, and after lingering 17 nights, expired, and was buried by the side of Abba. May God, says the narrator, have mercy on them both. In the same work from which the above is taken, it is related that Harun-ar-Rashid, visiting Suleiman the son of Abu Ja'far, one of his chief officers, saw 467 with him a female slave, named Aifa, of excessive beauty. And being smitten by her charms, demanded her as a present. His request was granted, but Suleiman from grief at the loss of his mistress, fell sick, and during his illness was heard to exclaim, I appeal unto God against the affliction which he hath sent upon me through the Khalifa. The world heareth of his justice, but he is a tyrant in the affair of Aifa. Love of her is fixed in my heart as ink upon the surface of paper. Ar-Rashid, being informed of his complaint, restored to him his mistress, and, with her, his peace of mind. This anecdote is given as a proof of strong love, but perhaps may not be thought much to the purpose. The following, from the same work, is more apt. During the hottest hour of an excessively sultry day, the Khalifa Umayyad the son of Abu Sufyan was sitting in a chamber which was open on each side to allow free passage to the air, when he beheld a barefooted Bida'i approaching him. Wondering what could induce this man to brave the scorching heat, he declared to his attendants that, if he were come to demand of him any favor or aid or act of justice, his request should be granted. The Bida'i addressed him, in verse, with a pathetic appeal for justice against the tyranny of Marwan the son of Al-Hakam, afterwards Khalifa, Umayyad's fourth successor, by whom he had been forcibly deprived of his beloved wife, named Soda. The Khalifa requiring a more particular account of his case, he related the following facts. He had a wife, the daughter of his paternal uncle, excessively beloved by him, and he possessed a number of camels, which enabled him to live in comfort. But a year of terrible drought deprived him of his property, and reduced him to utter want. His friends deserted him, and his wife was taken away from him by her father. To seek redress, he repaired to Marwan, the governor of his district, at El-Medina, who, having summoned the father of his wife and herself, was so smitten by the beauty of the woman that he determined to obtain her for himself in marriage. To accomplish which, he threw the husband into prison, and offered the father of the woman 1,000 dinars and 10,000 dirhams for his consent to his marriage with her, promising to compel her actual husband to divorce her. And this latter object, having obtained the father's approval, he gained by severely torturing the unfortunate Bida'i. It would have been vain for the woman to attempt resistance, and so she became the wife of Marwan. The oppressed Bida'i, having related these circumstances, fell down in a swoon, and lay on the floor senseless, coiled up like a dead snake. As soon as he recovered, the Khalifa wrote a poetical epistle to Marwan, severely reproaching him for his baseness, and commanding him, on pain of death, to divorce the woman and send her with his messenger. She was accordingly divorced and sent, with an answer composed in the same measure and rhyme, assuring the Khalifa that the sight of Soda would convince him that her charms were irresistible, and this proved too true. Umayyad himself no sooner saw her than he coveted the possession of her, and offered to give the Bida'i, if he would resign her to him, 3 virgins from among his female slaves, together with 1,000 dinars, and an ample annual pension. The Bida'i shrieked with dismay, as though he had received his death blow, and indignantly rejected the offer. The Khalifa then said to him, Thou confessest that thou hast divorced her. And Marwan has married her and acknowledged that he has divorced her. We will therefore give her her choice. If she desire any other than thee as her husband, we will marry her to him, and if she prefer thee, we will restore her to thee. She however preferred the destitute Bida'i, and the Khalifa gave her up to him, with a present of 10,000 dirhams. Numerous instances of unreasonable love are recorded in the writings of Arabs. It 468 is related that a man fell in love with a female from seeing the impression of her hand upon a wall, and being unable to obtain possession of her, died. Many men are said to have conceived a violent passion for females seen in dreams, others, again, to have been thus affected merely by the ear. An author relates his having been acquainted with an accomplished schoolmaster who lost his heart from hearing a man sing the praises of a woman named Umayyad, and 2 days after, shut himself up in his house to mourn for her death. In consequence of his hearing the same man sing, the ass went away with Umayyad. And she returned not, nor did the ass return. But a few anecdotes may be considered as rare exceptions to a general rule. I think, however, that strong evidences of the existence of true love among all classes of the Arabs are afforded by their very numerous tales of fiction descriptive of this passion. Marginal note by my Sheikh. Modern Egyptians, Volume 1, ch. 13. I may suffer in public estimation for my differing in opinion from this accomplished traveler and most estimable man, but I cannot, on that account, abstain from the expression of my dissent. Our difference, I think, may be thus explained. He conformed, in a great degree, to the habits of the Arabs, but not to such an extent as I consider necessary to obtain from them that confidence in his sympathy which would induce them to lay open to him their character. And when a man is often treated with coldness and reserve, I doubt whether the people from whom he experiences such treatment can be judged by him with strict impartiality. To be received on terms of equality by Arabs of the more polished classes, an undeviating observance of their code of etiquette is absolutely indispensable, but Burckhardt, I have been assured, often violated this code. By practices harmless enough to our notions, and probably, also, in the opinion of the Arabs of the desert, but extremely offensive to the people who enjoyed the least share of his esteem, his most intimate acquaintances in Cairo generally refused, in speaking of him, to designate him by the title of Sheikh which he had adopted. And yet the heaviest charge that I heard brought against him was his frequent habit of whistling. This fact has been mentioned, as corroborating an observation of the same kind, by Mr. Urquhart, Spirit of the East, Volume 1, pp. 417 and 418, all of whose opinions relating to the East, expressed in the work here referred to, and especially those regarding the characteristics of the Eastern mind, are entitled to the highest respect, a very remarkable instance, confirming Mr. Lane's opinion of the existence of true love among the Arabs, occurred during my residence with him in Cairo. The wife of a man of good birth, and holding a high position in that city, was accused of carrying on an intrigue while visiting the tombs of her relations. Her family claimed her in accordance with the law, and threatened to put her to death, as the law would undoubtedly have justified them in doing, if the case were proved against her. Her husband was much attached to her, she was his first and only wife, and he believed, with reason, that the accusation was false. At the same time he knew that she would in all likelihood find it impossible to clear herself in a court of law, where justice is only accidentally awarded, and had good cause to fear that her male relations would put her to death without a hearing. He therefore adopted the extraordinary expedient of taking her secretly to the house of a married European gentleman of his acquaintance. There she remained concealed for some time, her husband visiting her daily, and shewing the most perfect confidence in his friend, while the latter was almost confined to one room, never venturing into the harem without calling permission at every few steps. In the meantime, the indignation of the lady's friends cooled, and the affair was cleared up. She has since lived in perfect happiness with her husband. To any one familiar with Eastern customs and modes of thought, a stronger proof of sincere love could scarcely be given than that a man should thus set aside the strongest prejudices of his nation to save the honor, and perhaps the life, of his wife, disbelieving a report which, from its plausibility, might have been accepted without hesitation. The facilities afforded by the visits to the cemeteries are notorious, and the state of morals among the women of Egypt unfortunately makes their defense difficult in a suspicious case. Ed. Kitab al-Anwan fi Mikade en Niswan, M.S. In my possession. This word slightly varied, changed to a-ifi, bears another meaning, namely, his weak one, the final vowel being suppressed by the rule of waf. Kitab al-Anwan, and k. 469. Chapter 8.